In the eastern wilderness of the celestial realm lies the ancestral grounds of the venerable Ning family, steeped in history. Cloaked in mist, numerous celestial peaks rise majestically, exuding an aura of profound pathways. Within a grand hall adorned with crimson silk and illuminated by joyful candles, a wedding ceremony unfolds. Ha! Ning fan, your very existence is a waste of air. Not only could I never find you appealing, but even my useless sister, Wanwan, marrying you would be a stroke of luck for you, Xianling declared, arms crossed, her demeanor haughty as she regarded Ning fan. Indeed, she possessed a measure of beauty, with cascading hair resembling a waterfall, skin as fair as snow, and eyes like cold stars, projecting an air of superiority that rendered her unapproachable. Ah, indeed, you are the most formidable under heaven and earth. Who could possibly match you? Ning fan refrained from engaging in a debate with Xianling. When confronted with a fool, the wisest course is not to argue, but rather to affirm their misguided beliefs, allowing them to remain in their folly. Having traversed this world for 3 years, he had long since grown indifferent to all. The union of the Ning and Su families was initially intended to be a marriage between Ning fan and Xianling. However, upon the transformation of Xuanling's spiritual root into a supreme celestial root a year prior, she resolutely sought to annul the engagement, insisting she would not wed. Ultimately, the Su family resolved to have her younger sister, Wanwan, take her place. If Xianling looked down upon him, he too felt no inclination towards her. With her lofty demeanor, did she believe he owed her something? Who desired to keep a high and mighty princess at home? Even if she possessed a supreme celestial root, what relevance did that hold for him? Opposite Ning fan stood a delicate young lady, crowned with a phoenix tiara, exuding a serene and graceful aura, her beauty captivating and unparalleled. She was Wanwan, younger and more enchanting than Xianling, yet born of a concubine and possessing a common spiritual root, thus overlooked by the Su family. Ning fan found himself more drawn to Wanwan in a family alliance. It mattered little whom one married, so why not choose someone youthful and beautiful? Even devoid of romantic feelings, their companionship would be visually pleasing and more harmonious. In his past life, Ning fan hailed from an ordinary family. Following his university graduation, he faced a deteriorating job market, struggling to secure a satisfying position. While his peer Xiaoming reached the youth center in 5 minutes, Ning fan toiled for 2 decades. Some things, if absent from birth, are destined to elude one for a lifetime. Thus, Ning fan opted for a life of simplicity, becoming a community security guard to avoid unnecessary hardships. With no house, no car, and certainly no girlfriend, he earned a modest salary of 4,000 to 5,000 each month, spending work hours idly. With a little extra cash in his pocket, he either flaunted it or indulged in foot massages at a club, occasionally expressing his distaste for cilantro. His life was undeniably comfortable. A moment of ease brought immediate gratification, and a life of leisure promised everlasting delight. Perhaps the heavens, observing his contentment, found it intolerable and thus transported him to this world of cultivation. After 3 years, Ning fan had gained a general understanding of this realm. Both the Ning and Su families were ancient clans of the eastern wilderness. In this world, individuals could only cultivate if they possessed a spiritual root, categorized into inferior, ordinary, mysterious, celestial, supreme celestial, and immortal roots. The immortal root is exceedingly rare, while the supreme celestial root elevates one to the ranks of the finest talents in the eastern wilderness. Ning fan possesses a heavenly spiritual root, yet it merely serves as the threshold for genius. The term ancient aristocratic family may sound imposing, however. In truth, the number of ancient clans in the eastern wilderness is beyond counting. Above these ancient families exist the eternal clans and the longevity families. Moreover, one cannot overlook the vast expanse of the immortal domain where sects abound. Great teachings vie for dominance, and dynasties engage in fierce competition. There are countless forces far more formidable than the Ning clan. In this realm of cultivation, advancing one's strength relies not solely on talent and diligence. Rather, the acquisition of various cultivation resources such as spiritual herbs, spirit stones, elixirs, manuals, techniques, and experience holds paramount importance. Social strata are largely fixed, with the thresholds for advancement almost entirely obstructed, lacking precious cultivation resources. Even the most promising talent may prove futile, regardless of effort. Upon traversing to this world, born of modest lineage and devoid of any extraordinary advantages, Ning Fan resolutely embraced a philosophy of passivity. Having lounged in leisure across 2 lifetimes, he found joy in idleness. Naturally, this disposition elicited discontent among numerous members of the Ning and Su families. Indifferent to their opinions, Ning Fan continued to recline in his apathy. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion resonated within Ning Fan's mind. Ding. System activated. The female protagonist's cultivation will enhance her strength, and providing her with resources will yield a 10-fold return. System is binding to the female protagonist. Successfully bound to the female protagonist, Su Wanwan. What the hell? I'm already lying flat, and now the system arrives. Ning Fan remained unfazed, contemplating whether to embrace or disregard the system, awaiting its true nature. Should the system prove unsatisfactory, he would simply continue his languid existence. He awaited further developments, yet was met with an unexpected exclamation from the system. What the hell? Huh? You too enjoy exclamations? Have you acquired that particular appendage? Ning Fan was puzzled, questioning whether this system was indeed legitimate. System detects the female protagonist is excessively formidable. System is undergoing an upgrade. Formidable? In what way? Other systems are far more impressive. Do not speak recklessly. My journey here has been arduous, and it's wise to reflect upon one's own circumstances. Ning Fan grumbled internally, as Su Wanwan was merely an ordinary spiritual root. If an ordinary spiritual root is deemed invincible, what purpose does this system serve? Ding! System upgrade complete. What the hell? System has determined that the female protagonist, Su Wanwan, is the reincarnation of an Empress, formerly a quasi-emperor level cultivator. The system must upgrade once more. Reincarnation of an Empress? Ning Fan was astounded. The cultivation realms in this world ascend from the entry stage, comprehension stage, Dao pattern stage, array formation stage, virtual Dao stage, extreme Dao stage, entry to immortality stage, true immortal stage, golden immortal stage, immortal king stage, immortal saint stage, quasi-emperor stage to the emperor stage. 100,000 years ago, no emperor existed within the immortal domain. Quasi-emperor level cultivators represent the pinnacle of strength in this world. How could Su Wanwan, possessing an ordinary spiritual root, be the reincarnation of a quasi-emperor? Though incredulous, Ning Fan understood that the system's assessments were infallible. Ding! System upgrade complete. What the hell? System detects the female protagonist possesses dual pupils. System undergoes yet another upgrade. Do you still wish to exclaim? Ding! System upgrade completed. I can't believe it. The system detected that the female protagonist possesses the supreme bone. The system must upgrade once again. Alright, so this is how we play? Dual pupils and supreme bone. Does it assume I've never read a novel? Ding! System upgrade completed. I can't believe it. The system detected that the female protagonist was a ruthless, immortal emperor in her past life, slaughtering 1,000,000 alien beings without so much as blinking, forcing the system to upgrade once more. Ning Fan was startled, his body shivering as he stealthily glanced at the adorable and harmless Su Wanwan standing before him. Could she truly be the merciless emperor who annihilated 1,000,000 alien beings? After killing so many, did her eyes not dry out? When they consummate their marriage tonight, would Su Wanwan not end up causing him harm? At this thought, Ning Fan felt an inexplicable chill in his nether regions. Ding! System upgrade completed. I can't believe it. Is this ever going to end? How many more times must you say this? Ning Fan could no longer contain himself and unleashed a torrent of curses towards the system in his mind. Chapter 2. Finding one's own problems. The system expressed its helplessness, lamenting, I did not wish for this either. However, the female protagonist is simply too formidable. What can I do? If the system does not upgrade, I cannot compete with her. Would you be pleased with that? It had not anticipated taking on such a hellishly difficult script. Quickly, what is my predicament this time? Naturally, Ning Fan was displeased at the thought of being unable to surpass the female lead. Su Wanwan, having been reborn as a quasi-immortal emperor, was indeed exceedingly extraordinary. One could hardly blame the system for this. My goodness, The system detects that Su Wanwan was a virgin in her past life. Her chastity is more precious than life itself. To conceal her true power, she agreed to marry you, but now she harbors murderous intent towards you. The system must upgrade once more. You've already exclaimed in disbelief. There is no need to repeat it. Ning Fan could not help but retort. Why does the system feel so different from others? Wait a moment, what did the system just say? Su Wanwan has reached the quasi-immortal emperor stage and remains a virgin? She values her chastity more than her life and now wishes to kill me? This cannot be right. It was clearly the Su family that pressured her into marriage. Not me. I cannot bear the blame for that. If vengeance is to be sought, surely they should eliminate the entire Su family before turning their wrath upon me. Ding. System upgrade is complete. The system is now bound to the female protagonist Su Wanwan, who possesses innate dual pupils. As a reward, the host receives the cycle eye. As the system's voice faded, a flicker of an unnoticeable brilliance flashed in Ning Fan's pupils. The female protagonist possesses the supreme bone. The system rewards the host with the primal immortal body. The primal immortal body, the most supreme among immortal physiques, surpassed even the supreme bone. Ning Fan felt a deep sense of shock. The system's upgrades were remarkably effective, swift, and impressive. In an instant, he sensed a transformation within his dantian. A haze enveloping him, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. The primal immortal body can accommodate various paths of power, with no conflict among myriad laws. In her past life, the female protagonist slaughtered 1,000,000 foreign races outside the burial of immortals. The system rewards the host with the exquisite immortal weapon. The immortal slaying sword. Within Ning Fan's dantian appeared a blood-red immortal sword, its blade radiating a chilling crimson light. The female protagonist has developed murderous thoughts towards the host. The system is designed to ensure the host is always one realm above her. The system detects that the female protagonist's current realm is the 8th level of Tao patterns. The host's realm is raised to the 9th level of Tao patterns. Ning Fan's realm surged rapidly, starting from the 1st level of enlightenment and, in mere moments, ascending directly to the 9th level of Tao patterns. He quietly extended his right hand, fingers slightly curled, resting it before his gaze, ensuring no one could see the palm. Lines of Tao patterns emerged in his palm. With a gentle grip, they vanished. Indeed, he had reached the 9th level of Tao patterns. Ning Fan's heart trembled with astonishment. Who said the system could not perform? This system was exceptional. Following the system upgrade, the reward for returns has escalated from 10-fold to a staggering 10,000-fold. The host must first earn the affection of the female lead in order to unlock this grand reward. The maximum score for affection is 10, yet currently, the hostess companion, Su Wanwan, holds a -1. In her heart, she regards the host with disdain, merely a passerby, devoid of any sentiment. Should he dare to tarnish her honor, the punishment would be severe, castration followed by execution, and then to repeat the process. Ning Fan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, truly. She was a ruthless empress who had once slaughtered 1,000,000 foes. The threat of castration and execution was indeed quite severe. Just then, the officiant's voice resonated. The ceremony was about to commence. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, as the newlyweds, were urged to prepare themselves. With a bow to heaven and earth, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan paid their respects outside the hall. Next, they bowed to their parents, Ning Xiao and Su Lanyi. Both parents, deemed failures, were ridiculed by Ning Fan's 5th and 7th uncles, Ning Nantian and Ning Chintian. Ning Fan clenched his fists, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. It was one thing to endure the derision of the Ning family, but now even his parents were not spared. Despite having traversed into this world, during his 3 years of indolence, Ning Xiao and Su Lanyi had shown him nothing but kindness. As the officiant hastily called for the couple to enter the bridal chamber, it was clear he was growing impatient with the proceedings. Ning Fan, equally disinclined to remain in the hall and witness their disparagement, completed the ceremonial bows and turned to stride toward the exit alongside Su Wanwan. Ning Fan, heed this. From this moment forth, Su Wanwan is no longer a member of the Su family. You are to refrain from ever mentioning the engagement we once had. I cannot afford such disgrace. Su Xianying declared haughtily, her face a mask of disdain. You two are as mismatched as two turtles gazing at green beans. Your entire family is a pitiful lot. Enough. Ning Fan's sudden exclamation reverberated throughout the hall, his patience having reached its limit. Su Xianying's voice fell silent, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Ning Fan pivoted sharply, his gaze dark and filled with a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Su Xianying, do you truly believe yourself to be so exalted? In my eyes, you are no more than a stray dog on the roadside. In an instant, the grand hall plunged into a profound silence, as if it had been enveloped in an eerie stillness. The members of the Ning and Su families gazed at Ning Fan in disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost. Had Ning Fan lost his sanity? Su Xianying possessed an exceptional spiritual root and was the object of countless affections. Even her father, Su Bing, obeyed her every command. The ancestral figures of the Su family were nearly always at her beck and call. Even the Ning family members treated her with utmost respect. What audacity did Ning Fan possess to speak so boldly? How dare you brazenly insult Su Xianying? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Before Su Xianying could utter a word, Ning Nantian stepped forward to reprimand. Ning Fan, if you wish to wallow in your own degradation, so be it. However, the Su family are esteemed guests of the Ning clan. Have you no sense of decorum or upbringing? What do you mean by degradation? Am I not entitled to live my life as I please, indulging in your family's provisions? My parents have said nothing. Who are you to pass judgment? Ning Fan exclaimed, a surge of anger rising within him. You speak of manners and upbringing, yet you all behave like mad dogs, pointing fingers at my family. Ning Chintian advanced once more, his voice stern, directing his finger at Ning Fan. Why is it that both the Ning and Su families are condemning you? Should we not scrutinize others? You ought to reflect on your own shortcomings. A fierce expression crossed Ning Fan's face as he could no longer endure the provocation. Seventh uncle, at your age, failing to reach the array realm, perhaps you should contemplate your own issues? Your son, possessing only a mediocre spiritual root, should also reflect on his own shortcomings. Should he not? And what of your wife's infidelity 2 years ago? Shouldn't you ponder that as well? Last year, your son's partner demanded 38,000 Xianling stones as a bride price. Perhaps you should examine that too? Why is it that you fail to earn the elder's favor? Why is it that you are the one who has been wronged? Why are you not the heir of the family? Reflect on all these matters, if you will. Chapter 3, Wretched Woman. Wretched Woman. Wretched Woman. Wretched Woman. Ning Chintian stood frozen, mouth agape, rendered speechless by the onslaught. You are audacious. How dare you disrespect your elders? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Ning Chintian, filled with rage, leapt forward, unleashing his power, manifesting a Dao pattern that transformed into a Qingping, its feathers crackling with electricity. The Qingping technique is renowned as a signature skill of the Ning family. A hand extended, gathering azure lightning, aimed at Ning Fan. At the 5th level of the Dao pattern realm, given Ning Chintian's aptitude, it is nearly impossible for him to ever reach the array realm. Ning Fan scoffed, extending his own hand, resembling the claw of the Qingpeng, spiritual patterns shimmering, radiating lightning. Bang! The claws clashed, lightning erupting and crackling. Soon after, Ning Chintian's complexion drastically changed, blood spewing from his mouth as he let out a wretched cry. His figure hurtling backward, colliding with Ning Nantian. All present widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't Ning Fan been languishing in mediocrity? When did he ascend to the Dao pattern realm? Does he also wield the Qingping technique? With a single move, he repelled Ning Chintian. Reaching the 5th level of the Dao pattern realm, the crowd gasped in astonishment, for even Su Xianying, transformed into a supreme celestial root through all the training resources of the Su family, had only attained the 7th level of the Dao pattern realm thus far. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Ning Fan's figure suddenly appeared before Su Xianying. Just now, you reveled in your insults, did you not? Ning Fan spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Su Xianying's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained haughty, looking down on Ning Fan with disdain. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to strike me? Su Xianying, emboldened by her confidence, stood as a paragon of exceptional talent. Having already ascended to the 7th level of the Dao pattern realm, she dismissed any notion that Ning Fan could rival her. What an insufferably arrogant woman! Ning Fan growled, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as his hand curled like the claw of a Qingping, unleashing a torrent of Taoist power that crackled with arcs of lightning. You are woefully deluded, Ning Fan. Su Xianying retorted coldly as fiery patterns emerged around her, manifesting into a resplendent purple phoenix. The purple phoenix technique, a closely guarded secret of the Su family, could only be mastered by their most gifted prodigies. With a piercing cry, the purple phoenix unleashed a wave of searing heat, causing many from the Ning and Su families to gasp and retreat in alarm. The collision of azure thunder and violet flames erupted in a blinding display as the Qingping and the purple phoenix clashed violently. In an instant, both techniques dissipated, and the hands of Ning Fan and Su Xianying met with a thunderous impact. A deep sound echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone as Su Xianying's wrist shattered. The Hunyuan immortal body not only embraced all worldly laws but also possessed a terrifying physical prowess. Ning Fan. Su Xianying's face contorted in rage, unable to accept that she, a supreme talent, had been bested by this so-called waste. With a flick of her other hand, she conjured violet Taoist flames, aiming to strike at Ning Fan's crown. But Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, and he moved with lightning speed, seizing her arm in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Su Xianying found herself utterly immobilized. "You insolent wretch!" Ning Fan shouted, delivering 4 resounding slaps across Su Xianying's fair visage. The sharp sounds reverberated throughout the grand hall. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she staggered back, unable to maintain her footing, and fell to the ground. "Ning Fan, how dare you lay a hand on my daughter?" Su Bing roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as a serpent of fire lunged toward Ning Fan. 5th level of the Array Realm. Ning Fan's expression shifted, taken aback by Su Bing's audacity to personally intervene. He evaded the fiery serpent with a swift roll, though the violent power of the flames still caused his figure to tremble. The fire serpent burst forth from the hall with tremendous force. "Cease this at once." "Enough," commanded Ning Wuchen, the patriarch of the Ning family, his countenance grave, exuding a silent authority. "Ning Fan, you shall escort the bride to the bridal chamber." Ning Fan's display had astonished Ning Wuchen, though he was unaware of the reason behind Ning Fan's sudden surge in strength. He recognized the potential that might even surpass Su Xianying's. In that moment, Ning Wuchen surmised that Ning Fan's previous behavior was merely a guise of humility, a tactic to obscure his true capabilities. Unacceptable. Su Guan, the patriarch of the Su family, glared, his face ashen. "Ning Wuchen, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to shield Ning Fan?" "Nonsense, Su brother. It is natural for young ones to spar, and injuries may occur. Let us not disturb the harmony between our families," Ning Wuchen replied. Su Bing pointed at Ning Fan, accusing him of grievously insulting his daughter, having broken her arm and slapped her 4 times. "Is this a mere sparring? This is a slap in the face of the entire Su family. It transcends simple rivalry. Possessing the exceptional spirit root of Su Xianying is a matter of pride and dignity for the Su family." In front of all those present, Ning Fan struck Su Xianying 4 times, effectively trampling upon the honor and dignity of the Su clan. Su Xianying's reckless words were her own undoing. Ning Fan, unafraid, had broken her bones and slapped her. At this point, he had no reservations. "Is the face of the Su family merely for you to mock and bully?" Su Bing was rendered speechless. The arrogance of Su Xianying was undeniable. "The engagement between Su Wanwan and Ning Fan is annulled. My daughter shall never join your Ning family. I do not consent." Suddenly, Su Wanwan exclaimed, shocking everyone. She was the first to oppose. "The wedding has already taken place. I am now wed to Ning Fan. In life, I am his, and in death, I shall remain his ghost. I am no longer a member of the Su family," Su Wanwan declared, her tone resolute. All members of the Su family were taken aback, and Su Bing wore an expression of disbelief. The usually submissive and reticent Su Wanwan, when had she found such courage? "Ning Fan, take your bride and leave," commanded the elder of the Ning family. With the elder's backing, Ning Fan turned to Su Wanwan, grasped her hand, and together they walked towards the grand hall's exit. "Ning Wuchen, do you wish to sever all ties with the Su family?" Su Bing implored. "Brother Su, do not push us too far. Our stance has already been sufficiently humble. Just moments ago, even Ning Chintian was willing to strike Ning Fan to defend Su Xianying. Was that not enough?" As Ning Fan and Su Wanwan exited the grand hall, the quarrel between Ning Wuchen and Su Guan could still be heard. System alert. The affection level of the partner Su Wanwan towards the host has decreased by 2. Current affection level is -3. Ning Fan was taken aback, wondering when he had displeased Su Wanwan. Just moments ago, she had professed her unwavering loyalty to him. How could her affection have plummeted so suddenly? What had he done wrong? He found himself utterly bewildered. System warning. If the affection level of the partner Su Wanwan drops to -5, the system cannot guarantee the host's safety. Su Wanwan may attempt to kill you at any moment. Ning Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the reincarnation of a ruthless emperor who had slaughtered millions of foreign races? Such temperament was indeed terrifying. At that moment, Su Wanwan's voice pierced through the air beside him. "Release my hand," she commanded, her tone icy and chilling. Ning Fan involuntarily shuddered, slowly turning to meet her gaze, which was now filled with murderous intent. Chapter 4. Beneath the Peony, Death as a Ghost. Still charming, it was at this moment that Ning Fan comprehended the reason behind Su Wanwan's diminishing affection for him. It was merely due to the fact that he had been holding her delicate hand. Were they not already wed? Was holding hands such a transgression? This formidable celestial emperor was indeed so unwaveringly chaste? Ning Fan mused silently, yet he dared not disregard Su Wanwan's wishes, reluctantly releasing her slender hand. Cough, cough. We are already husband and wife, Ning Fan stated with uncertain conviction. Anyone who learned of Su Wanwan's identity as the reincarnation of a celestial emperor would inevitably tremble in awe. Only in name, not in essence. Lead me to the bridal chamber, Su Wanwan commanded coldly. Should any members of the Su family overhear her tone, they would surely be astonished. She was a stark contrast to the gentle and obedient Su Wanwan they knew. Ning Fan remained silent, obediently guiding the way ahead. It was best to avoid conflict with a woman, especially one who was now his wife. He would concede some ground. System detection. The heroine Su Wanwan's affection for the host increases by 2. Current affection level, -1. Fortunately, as long as she bore no murderous intent towards him. He felt relieved. He certainly did not wish to find himself sent to the underworld by Su Wanwan in his dreams. Within the bridal chamber, Su Wanwan proactively lifted her veil and removed her shoes, revealing her alluringly fair and delicate feet as she sat cross-legged on the bed. She took out 2 shieling stones, placing them beside her to absorb spiritual energy and commence her cultivation. You may leave now, Su Wanwan declared. Leave? Where to? This is my home, he protested. The servants in the courtyard would surely be embarrassed should they discover that Ning Fan was ousted from the bridal chamber on his wedding night. Ning and Su families unite. We are but tools, devoid of any emotions. There is no need to force the essence of marriage. Perhaps realizing the truth in Ning Fan's words, this indeed was his home. Su Wanwan's tone softened slightly. After all, within this marriage, both Ning Fan and she were pitiable figures. Lacking respect, I am aware of your restraint and low profile. You harbor ambitions and are no simple individual. You are destined to achieve greatness, Su Wanwan acknowledged. Having observed Ning Fan's performance in the Grand Hall, she held a modicum of admiration for this man. I am not one to harbor ambitions. I merely wish to lie back and do nothing, Ning Fan thought to himself. His ability to turn the tides in the Grand Hall was solely due to the system elevating his realm to the 9th level of Tao pattern. With the system bound to Su Wanwan, even in a state of inaction, Ning Fan could remain invincible. System detection. The heroine Su Wanwan's affection for the host increases by 1. Current affection level, 0. Due to the heroine's overwhelming prowess, the system has completed an upgrade, resulting in a 10,000-fold reward multiplier. The host receives 1 exceptional Tianyuan gathering spirit pill of 9th grade quality. Gift to the heroine. Returns may be multiplied by 10,000. Initially, the system had promised a 10-fold return, but after the upgrade, it had transformed into a 10,000-fold reward. Pills are categorized into spiritual pills, sacred pills, and celestial pills, ranked from low to high in grades 1 through 9. The 9-tiered spiritual pill is an exceedingly precious item, even for the esteemed Ning and Su families. A 10,000-fold return equates to a staggering 10,000 heavenly origin gathering spirit pills. If presented before the ancestor of the Ning family, even he would be left astounded. To be candid, my cultivation aptitude surpasses that of Su Shuedin by a slight margin, Su Wanwan stated. Ning Fan was hardly surprised, after all. Su Wanwan is the reincarnation of a quasi-immortal emperor. Her strength is not merely a trivial difference. The disparity is vast, akin to the sky and the earth. Earlier, within the Grand Hall, my disregard for Su Bing's counsel was a means to extricate myself from the Su family. However, I do not intend to linger at the Ning residence for long. During this period, we shall coexist peacefully, and I will reside in the guest room of the courtyard. As she spoke, Su Wanwan began to rise from the bed. Wait, Ning Fan hastily called out to Su Wanwan. It seemed inappropriate for newlyweds to sleep separately on their wedding night. Perhaps we should. A mischievous thought involuntarily crossed Ning Fan's mind. After all, who could remain indifferent to his wife, especially one so youthful and exquisite, possessing a gentle and demure demeanor, a beauty that could captivate nations? In his previous life, Ning Fan had never encountered such a remarkable woman, not even a glimpse. The internet celebrities with their filters and the plastic surgery-enhanced stars would be utterly eclipsed by Su Wanwan. To liken her to a mere blossom by the roadside would be an understatement. Lacking emotional ties, those could be nurtured over time. He had already developed a fondness for Su Wanwan. Engaging in marital relations did not seem overly forceful. Regardless of Su Wanwan's thoughts, Ning Fan was entirely willing. If only Su Wanwan were not a ruthless emperor known for slaughtering millions of alien races without a second thought, everything would be perfect. Ding. The system advises the host to abandon any unrealistic fantasies. Otherwise, all consequences will be the host's responsibility. To die beneath the peony, even in death. One remains a dandy. If it is to be, so be it. Having lived 2 lives is not in vain. You wish to perish. This system has no intention of meeting such a fate. Host, please cease this line of thought immediately. Who the hell cares if you want to die? I'm not your father. You're just a system devoid of life. Ning Fan found himself slightly overwhelmed. He knew Su Wanwan was a formidable immortal emperor. Merciless in her actions, yet he could not resist the natural instincts of a man. Was it truly his fault? This system may lack life, but it possesses consciousness. If the host perishes, this system will also cease to exist. What do you want? A chilling voice pulled Ning Fan back into reality. Su Wanwan's gentle and demure countenance had transformed into one as frigid as frost, a disparity so striking it was indeed rare in this world. Beep, beep, beep. Morning, morning. The system detects a decrease of 6 in the female lead Su Wanwan's affection towards the host. The current affection level of the female lead towards the host is -6, with an evaluation of should be killed. The system's alarm echoed in Ning Fan's mind, creating a sense of urgency and tension. What the hell? It has already dropped to -6? Without uttering a single word or taking any action. I merely entertained a fleeting thought, and now I am to be executed? Ning Fan exchanged glances with Su Wanwan, whose piercing gaze radiated a chilling intent to kill, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Despite possessing the Reincarnation Eye, the primordial immortal body, and the celestial sword, which placed him at a higher realm than the female lead Su Wanwan, he had only just activated the system and had yet to master its intricacies. Su Wanwan could dispatch him with a mere stroke. There was a looming threat. The female lead might first incapacitate him before delivering the fatal blow, repeating the grim cycle. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Danger, danger, danger. He needed to flee immediately. The cold sweat trickled down his spine. Was it truly possible to be killed in one blow? The prospect of being both castrated and slain, not once but twice, left him utterly despondent. Did he truly lack any capacity for resistance? Was escape still feasible? If Su Wanwan could eliminate him in a single strike, there was little hope of evasion. In the fleeting moment he turned to flee, his head might very well roll. It was over. A calamity had befallen him. Driven by desire, he was destined to meet his end beneath the peony, to become a ghost of unfulfilled passions. No. He had not even had the chance to indulge himself. To perish thus would be far too great a loss. Surely, he could at least enjoy himself a little before the end. Do you wish to sully my body? Su Wanwan's voice was frosty as she rose abruptly from the bed and approached Ning Fan, her aura brimming with the might of the Tao. Her eyes alight with murderous intent. It was over. He was surely doomed. Wouldn't even have the chance to savor his fate before it was sealed. Chapter 5. A Night of Nuptial Splendor. No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ning Fan hastily asserted. If Su Wanwan intended to kill him, escape was out of the question. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope and explanation. I am a man of virtue. How could I possibly engage in such underhanded acts? He spoke earnestly, with righteous words. What I mean is, there are servants keeping watch outside. If word spreads that we slept separately on our wedding night, it may invite unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan's icy demeanor softened just a fraction. This explanation was at least somewhat reasonable. You can take the bed. This is your room. I shall sleep on the floor. No, no, no. You shall take the bed. As a man, how could I allow my wife to sleep on the floor? Ning Fan exclaimed, the term wife escaping his lips without forethought. Realizing the potential repercussions of his words, he felt a wave of regret, but it was too late to retract them. Don't be angry. Ning Fan faltered, his words trailing off as he struggled to find a suitable explanation. Damn it, it was a foregone conclusion. He was destined to die. Bring it on. I accept my fate. Let the storm come with all its might. But let it be known, no slapping. Do not ruin my hairstyle. A death can be met, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Soon after, Ning Fan cast a glance at his younger brother. And leave me a complete corpse. I do not wish to be reborn as an incomplete man. According to ancient whispers of the eunuchs, if one dies without being buried with their treasures, they cannot be reborn in perfect form. Ning Fan certainly did not want to be born missing a part of himself in his next life. To his surprise, Su Wanwan was not angered. Instead, she found Ning Fan's words amusing. Ding. System detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has increased her affection for the host by 7 points. Currently, Wanwan's affection for the host stands at 1. System rewards 1 Ching Shuedin. Rated as a first-grade holy elixir. The first-grade holy elixir was nearly unattainable for families as ancient as the Ning and Su clans. Very well. I shall sleep on the bed, and you shall sleep on the floor, without crossing the line, Wanwan stated as she climbed onto the bed and began her cultivation. I have a spiritual elixir here for you, to aid in your training, Ning Fan offered, presenting the Tianyuan gathering spirit pill before Wanwan. A 9th-grade spiritual pill? Wanwan was quite taken aback. In the Su family, a 9th-grade spiritual pill was considered a treasure, and only Su Xianying among the younger generation was qualified to consume it. Typically, she could not even obtain a 3rd-grade spiritual pill, relying instead on Xianling stones or absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, which significantly slowed her progress. If she were willing to demonstrate her capabilities, she could undoubtedly acquire more training resources than Su Xianying. However, she did not wish to reveal her talent, as the Su family had treated her poorly, and she had no desire to remain there. The 9th-grade spiritual pill is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself, Wanwan insisted. I have no immediate use for it. Consider it a wedding gift from me to you, Ning Fan replied, knowing that only by Wanwan cultivating could he grow stronger, rendering the 9th-grade spiritual pill less significant for him. Thank you, but I have nothing of value to offer you in return, Wanwan said. Ning Fan chuckled. No need for anything in return. Your presence is the best gift. He hesitated, thinking to himself that Wanwan was indeed the finest gift. But fearing she might misinterpret his intentions, he added a few more words to avoid her thinking he was lustful, which might drastically decrease his affection rating to -6, leading her to contemplate his demise. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected declaration, feeling a tinge of surprise. Throughout her life, no one in the Su family had ever treated her sincerely. In her previous life, she had become a near-immortal emperor, following a path of ruthlessness and slaughter. Suddenly, someone showed her such kindness, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed to it. Receiving the Tianyuan gathering spirit pill from Ning Fan, she said, "Thank you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as you do not contemplate my demise, I shall be grateful," Ning Fan thought to himself. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female lead a Tianyuan gathering spirit pill, receiving a 10,000-fold return. The host may choose between 10,000 9th-grade spiritual pills or 1 1st-grade holy elixir. Would the host like to exchange now? Not at this moment. Ning Fan undoubtedly chose a 1st-grade holy pill. Although the 9th-grade spiritual pill is precious, it is still attainable. However, the 1st-grade holy pill is priceless and rare, causing a tremendous stir whenever one appears. Wanwan practiced diligently on the bed, while Ning Fan, feeling utterly bored, feigned sleep in a chair. Ding. The protagonist Wanwan has reached the 8th minor completion of the Tao pattern realm, and the host's realm has ascended to the 9th minor completion of the Tao pattern realm. Ding. The protagonist Wanwan has achieved the 8th major completion of the Tao pattern realm, and the host's realm has elevated to the 9th major completion of the Tao pattern realm. The effects of the heavenly origin gathering spirit pill were remarkable. As Wanwan's realm advanced, Ning Fan's also surged tremendously. In the palm of Wanwan, crimson Tao patterns emerged, emanating a scorching aura, gradually manifesting into 2 celestial birds. Ding. The protagonist Wanwan is comprehending the Divine Phoenix technique. The system rewards the host with the Kunpeng technique. The Divine Phoenix, a pure-blooded primordial being in the foremost among fierce birds, possesses a technique of unparalleled excellence. The Kunpeng, being one of the most ancient primordial creatures, has long been extinct in the immortal domain, and its technique has also been lost to time. The emergence of these 2 extraordinary techniques would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the supreme sects and the leaders of the immortal sect. The system reminds the host that with the possession of the Reincarnation eye, the primordial immortal body, the immortal slaying sword, and the Kunpeng technique, it is advisable to devote time to cultivation. Mastering any of these would significantly enhance one's power. System, be quiet. Do not disturb my slumber. I have no interest in cultivating, Ning Fan languidly yawned. What a troublesome system. Why must I practice myself? Couldn't it allow me to automatically comprehend the secrets of the Reincarnation eye, the primordial immortal body, the immortal slaying sword, and the Kunpeng technique? Wouldn't it be better to use them directly? Perhaps you should consider upgrading yourself a few more times? Get lost. The next day, at dawn, the sun shone brightly outside. Ning Fan stepped out of his room and stretched lazily. What splendid weather! Young Master Ning, is the young mistress awake yet? The servants are waiting to attend to you, a maid inquired. Not yet. Please wait a little longer, Ning Fan replied. Giggle, young Master Ning is truly impressive. Showcasing his prowess on the very first day of marriage, leaving the young mistress unable to rise from bed. It seems the young mistress will have to endure some hardships in the future. Nonsense. How can this be termed as hardship? It is clearly a blessing, an endless fortune. In his usual laid-back manner, Ning Fan was kind to the servants, who vied to serve him, allowing for a more casual rapport, which emboldened a few maids to tease him. Haha, indeed. Absolutely, Ning Fan said with a proud expression, secretly vowing to himself that from this day forth, he would diligently cultivate in hopes of one day overpowering the Empress. Beneath an ancient tree atop a mountain, Ning Fan wielded a blood-red immortal sword. Practicing the immortal slaying sword technique. Blood sword in the air. Sword slashing through clouds and mountains. A sword like a sea of blood. What comes next in the sword's verse? It's so challenging. System difficult? My grandmother would learn it faster than you. Do you even have a grandmother? Who do you think you are? Ning Fan retorted. Chapter 6. Vowing to subdue the Empress beneath the ancient tree, Ning Fan reclined leisurely, crossing his legs. A blade of grass clenched between his lips, embodying a sense of exquisite comfort. Host. Ning Fan. Young Master Ning. You are my father. You are indeed my biological father. Are you not? The system expressed a blend of indignation and plea, lamenting the existence of such an indolent host. After merely wielding the sword of immortal slaying 4 times, he lamented his limitations. How could one recline in such a manner? Ah, dear son, behave well. And I shall reward you by joining you in your repose, Ning Fan replied. Truly, your name is well suited to your character. Not a hint of irony in the name Ning Fan. Thank you for the compliment. I too find my name rather agreeable, Ning Fan responded lazily. Did you not just vow to subdue Wanwan? How can you achieve that in this state? Ning Fan spat out the chewed remnants of the grass and continued to sway his legs. I admit I may have proclaimed my vow with excessive fervor. Now, it seems that whether I can subdue Wanwan is of little consequence. With no woman in my heart, I can lie in peace. Ning Fan, you must understand that since the ancient celestial era, the entire celestial domain has known only the quasi-emperors. There are no true celestial emperors left. In light of the current turmoil within the celestial domain, and with countless alien races eyeing us from beyond the burial of immortals with my assistance, you should strive for the celestial emperor realm to turn the tide and save the realm. Stop, stop, stop. Before the system could finish its discourse, Ning Fan interrupted. The turmoil of the celestial domain, its fate, what concern is it of mine? Is it my fault that I choose to recline? Tell me, who has consumed the celestial pills and elixirs? Who has utilized the heavenly materials and treasures? Who has squandered the wealth earned by the labor of countless souls? Answer me. Did those supreme sects, the immortal clans, and the eternal families bestow their legacies upon me? HM? Answer me. Have I partaken of the prime cultivation resources of the celestial domain? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Why? HM? Why? Why? Amidst a world of indulgence, I am the scapegoat for the chaos. Wealth cannot be shared, yet the sins must be distributed among us, and saving them. To hell with that. The system fell silent, ultimately conceding with 3 words, 666 beat. The system finds merit in the host's reasoning and is upgrading. ISNT, that right? Ning Fan declared unabashedly. Half an hour later, still awaiting the system's voice, he inquired, System, have you completed your upgrade? How long has it been? Beep. The system has completed the upgrade, rewarding the host with 10,000 times the comprehension. At last, you show some understanding. The system truly is a good companion of mine. This time, practicing the Eye of Reincarnation, the primordial immortal body, comprehending the Kunpeng divine arts, and wielding the sword of immortal slaying would be considerably easier. At that moment, a servant rushed up in a flurry. Young Master Ning Fan, the ancestor summons you to the Great Hall for a meeting. Yesterday, faced with the Su family's antagonism, the elder of the Ning family withstood the pressures from Su Guan and Su Bing, allowing Ning Fan and Su Wanwan to depart. The venerable ancestor of the Ning family summoned Ning Fan to the Grand Hall, a courtesy that must be extended. Inside the hall, only Ning Wuchan was present. His expression grave. Ning Fan, on the surface, you appear unambitious, yet in truth, you are modest and persevering, diligently honing your skills in secrecy. Such tenacity is indeed commendable, but you ought to have informed me beforehand, Ning Wuchan remarked. Ning Fan clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Ancestor, I acknowledge my oversight. As for the notions of modesty and hidden diligence, they bear no relation to me. I merely embraced a laid-back approach. And fortune smiled upon me when the system activated at a critical moment. Seeing Ning Fan admit his fault, Ning Wuchan nodded in satisfaction, defeating Su Xianying. Even if Ning Fan did not possess exceptional spiritual roots, demonstrated that he had potential worth nurturing. You have injured Su Xianying and provoked the Su family. The enmity with the Ning family is irreconcilable. This burden you must bear. What does the ancestor mean by bear this burden? Ning Fan inquired. You can no longer remain in the Ning family. Go to Yunsong Pavilion and become a disciple there. This way, the Su family will think twice before taking excessive revenge against the Ning family. Yunsong Pavilion, one of the 4 ancient academies in the Eastern Wilderness. Though not comparable to the Supreme Sects or the Immortal Sect, held power surpassing all ancient and everlasting families in the region. Agreed. I accept, Ning Fan replied, realizing he could not continue to be idle in the Ning family and would simply find another place to relax. Yunsong Pavilion, with its beautiful scenery, would serve as an excellent sanctuary. I have one more condition. May I bring Su Wanwan along? Since time immemorial, it has been the custom for husbands and wives to accompany one another. It would not do for him to go to Yunsong Pavilion without his wife. Furthermore, the system had already bound to Su Wanwan. For the sake of a comfortable repose, Ning Fan could not leave her behind. Ning Wuchan frowned slightly. Bring Su Wanwan along? Her talents are mediocre. She cannot possibly pass the assessment to become a disciple of Yunsong Pavilion. That is not my concern. We are newlyweds. You cannot forcibly separate us. Even if she cannot enter Yunsong Pavilion, residing in a nearby town would still allow us to meet occasionally, which is preferable. The notion that a reincarnated celestial emperor could not pass the assessment of Yunsong Pavilion was simply absurd. This secret, of course, Ning Fan would never disclose to the ancestor of the Ning family, so he hastily concocted a reason. Very well, I shall grant this condition. You 2 lovebirds shall depart tomorrow. Should you require any celestial materials or treasures, feel free to take from the treasury. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Ancestor, is it truly permissible to take freely? Ning Fan inquired. Anything you desire, came the response. Is that truly the case? If I take too much, you won't be displeased, will you? Not at all. Ning Wuchan rolled his eyes. When have I ever been one to go back on my word? Thank you, ancestor. Ning Fan bowed deeply. With the ancestor's word, he would not hold back. I must remind you that Su Xianying's visit to the Southern Qian Pavilion is already a foregone conclusion. If you are unable to enter the Cloud Song Pavilion, the Ning family will have no choice but to lower their stance and take you to the Su family, where they will seek forgiveness. The Southern Qian Pavilion is also one of the 4 ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness, possessing a foundation and strength that surpasses that of the Cloud Song Pavilion. Rest assured, the ancestor spoke. With Ning Fan's current strength, or rather, with Su Wanwan's prowess, it would be quite peculiar if they could not gain entry into the Cloud Song Pavilion. He will always stand a level above Su Wanwan, able to enter the Cloud Song Pavilion with ease. I will dispatch 3 elders from our clan to escort you both to the Cloud Song Pavilion, the ancestor declared. There is no need for that, as newlyweds. We wish to enjoy some time alone, without a third party intruding. Ning Fan preferred the freedom to roam without oversight on this journey to the Cloud Song Pavilion. After leaving the Grand Hall, he returned home, briefed Ning Xiao and Su Lanyi, and then stepped into the marital chamber with Su Wanwan. The decision to go to the Cloud Song Pavilion is indeed commendable, Su Wanwan agreed, as it would expedite her cultivation. Early the next morning, Ning Fan entered the Ning family's treasury. The interior was vast, filled with spirit stones, spiritual herbs, elixirs, weaponry, and techniques. Young Master Ning, the ancestor has instructed that you may take whatever you desire without hesitation, said the treasury manager. However, the manager's expression shifted drastically as he continued. Young Master Ning, are you truly taking all of these elixirs? You cannot take them all. The manager grew anxious. The ancestor had permitted Ning Fan to take what he liked, but had not implied that he could fill bags with elixirs and herbs. All right, I understand. I shall take no more. Ning Fan replied, yet slightly pocketed an iron rod behind his back. Young master, please excuse my impertinence. But before the treasury manager could finish his sentence, Ning Fan struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. My apologies, Ning Fan said, gently laying him down before striding toward the elixirs and herbs. He decided against the techniques and treasures, but as for the other rare materials, he chuckled. In front of the Ning family hall, the spatial formation was activated, intricate patterns appearing. Where is that lad? Why is he still not here? the ancestor inquired. A frown etched on his brow as he noted Ning Fan's absence despite the formation being operational. He has gone to the Treasury. Claiming you allowed him to select some treasures, Ning Xiao responded. At that moment, Ning Fan dashed in, leaping directly onto the spatial formation. Within his storage treasure, he had collected an astonishing number of elixirs and herbs, over 100,000, alongside millions of spirit stones, essentially emptying the Su family's treasury of its rare materials. What have you chosen? Ning Wuchen asked. Ning Fan replied with a beaming smile. It's nothing, merely a trifling amount of spiritual pills. He pondered over the various weapons and treasures, unsure of what to choose. Ning Wuchen expressed his dissatisfaction. If the clan members were to know, they might think the elder is being stingy. I am already immensely satisfied with this modest quantity of spiritual pills and elixirs, Ning Fan asserted. With no further words from Ning Wuchen, the formation activated, distorting space, and in an instant, the figures of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan vanished from sight. Several thousand miles away from the entrance of Yunsong Pavilion lies a grand city named Wanyun City. This city is the closest to Yunsong Pavilion, and one must traverse the entire Taihua mountain range to reach the pavilion's entrance. Suddenly, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan appeared within a spatial formation at the center square of Wanyun City. There are dozens of such spatial formations. At that moment, a rather effeminate-looking man approached, extending his hands towards Ning Fan with a flourish. Payment, 100 Xianling stones. Quite expensive, Ning Fan remarked, handing over the stones. Without the foundation of an ancient clan, this spatial formation is truly unaffordable. Expensive? Where is it expensive? This price has remained unchanged for years. Don't speak carelessly. Maintaining these spatial formations is no simple task. Have you considered your own circumstances? Have you made any progress in your cultivation over the years? The man eyed Ning Fan and Su Wanwan with a mocking sneer. You insolent fool. Ning Fan's anger flared, and with a surge of lightning erupting from his fingertips, he delivered a resounding slap. A sharp crack echoed as the man was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. His hair stood on end. Face charred, smoke billowing from his mouth, as if he had been struck by lightning, left in a daze. That felt good. Ning Fan clapped his hands, almost convinced that this man was also a traveler from another realm. What is the meaning of this? In broad daylight, you dare to resort to violence? An official rushed over, questioning loudly. I am a paying customer, understand? If a customer is treated with contempt, what is wrong with me responding in kind? Do you wish to test my hand as well? Ning Fan retorted coldly, with patterns of Tao manifesting in his palm, lightning flickering. 9th level of the Tao pattern realm. The official's complexion paled, his pupils constricting as he quickly bowed in apology. My apologies, we have been lax in our management. A young powerhouse of the 9th level must have an extraordinary background. We cannot afford to offend you. Do take heed in the future, should this happen again. I shall not be so lenient. Ning Fan stated indifferently, departing the square with Su Wanwan. Hee. I've heard that Wanyun Tower offers top-notch service and luxurious surroundings. Failing to experience it would be a significant regret. Shall we first book a room? Ding. The system detects that the female lead Su Wanwan's affection for the host has decreased by 2 points. The current affection level is -1. The host is advised to cease self-destructive behavior immediately. The favorability is only at -1. Why the haste? It must drop to -5 before Su Wanwan entertains thoughts of castration followed by execution. As long as she remains unscathed, anything else is permissible. A chill flickered in Su Wanwan's eyes. What are you planning, Ning Fan? What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely worry you might tire yourself. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Su Wanwan's lips quivered slightly, her delicate hands clenched into fists. Do you wish to hear what you are truly saying? We arrived here through a spatial array. Ning Fan slapped his forehead, momentarily distracted by thoughts of what might transpire after their lodging arrangements, causing him to forget how they had arrived. What I meant was, there are still several days before the assessment at Yunsong Pavilion begins. If we arrive too early, we will merely have to wait in the wilderness, rather than endure the elements. It is far wiser to rest in Wanyun City for a couple of days before setting off. You had better think that way. Su Wanwan replied with a cold huff. I must indeed think this way. I swear, if I utter a single falsehood, my ancestor Ning Wuchen shall never advance further in this lifetime. Ning Fan declared earnestly, knowing full well that his ancestor was nearly a century old and unlikely to reach the peak of his path, rendering any further advancement moot. No need for such oaths. The dangers of the Taihua mountain range are unknown, and one cannot predict the unexpected. If we arrive early, we will only be left waiting, Su Wanwan stated firmly. Once they exited Wanyun City, the two plunged directly into the Taiwan mountain range. Stretching for thousands of miles, the Taiwan mountain range was rich with spiritual energy, suffused with the aura of the great Tao. The lush vegetation flourished, verdant and vibrant, while the myriad mountains and valleys resembled a colossal dragon coiling around the landscape. The roars of ferocious beasts and the cries of predatory birds echoed through the forest intermittently. The Taiwan mountain range was perilous, without the strength of the Tao pattern realm. Venturing into its depths was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, numerous cultivators risked their lives in search of spiritual herbs or to hunt powerful beasts, willingly embracing the dangers of the Taiwan mountain range. Crossing the Taiwan mountain range will serve as a trial for us. Combat is the most direct and effective way to enhance one's strength, Su Wanwan remarked. More than an hour later, a fearsome tiger's roar reverberated from afar, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Following the commotion, they discovered a white-eyed, striped tiger, measuring 3 to 5 zhang in length, locked in combat with 3 men at the 9th level of the Tao pattern realm. This white tiger bore a trace of the white tiger bloodline within it, rendering its flesh and blood exceedingly valuable. The white tiger is an ancient breed. Even the slightest trace of its bloodline is exceedingly rare, granting this creature an innate strength far surpassing that of ordinary beasts, Su Wanwan observed solemnly. The 3 men unleashed a torrent of Tao power, their fingers adorned with Tao patterns as they clashed repeatedly with the white tiger, generating waves of violent energy. The situation was dire for the trio. They bore wounds, bloodied and battered. Help! We implore you to assist us in slaying this ferocious tiger. Its carcass will belong to you. They cried out in desperation upon noticing the newcomers. Su Wanwan took action, her figure leaping into the fray. Chirp! Crimson patterns emerged, transforming into a celestial bird adorned with scarlet feathers, resembling flames of divine fire as it emitted a startling call. Ning Fan recognized this as the divine phoenix art, as the system had previously informed him. Su Wanwan descended like a bird of prey, targeting the white-browed, golden-eyed tiger beneath her. Boom! A wave of fiery energy erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground, incinerating the very soil. The white-browed tiger collapsed, its skull shattered, meeting a tragic end. In that fleeting moment, 3 men suddenly surged forth, brandishing sharp blades aimed at Su Wanwan's vital points. Kill! They snarled in unison, their voices filled with malice. Betrayal for gratitude. Chapter 8. Can we resolve certain needs at the brothel? Clang. The sound of a sword echoed abruptly as the immortal Slayer's sword was drawn, a menacing crimson light flashing. Blood splattering, the 3 men had barely time to utter a cry before they met their demise. Fortuitously, I was prepared. Ning Fan chuckled with satisfaction. Even without your intervention, these 3 fools could not harm me. Su Wanwan spoke coldly, her gaze fixed on the blood-red sword in Ning Fan's grasp, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. An immortal sword. Such a formidable killing intent. Su Wanwan mused, instantly discerning the sword's extraordinary nature with her insight. Weapons are classified into mundane items, spirit treasures, mysterious spirit treasures, heavenly spirit treasures, ancient spirit treasures, primordial spirit treasures, immortal treasures, and finally, immortal weapons. It is nearly impossible for a mere ancient family to possess an immortal weapon. Ning Fan bore an astonishing fate, Su Wanwan reflected, realizing she had underestimated the man she was to marry. In the realm of ordinary thought, possessing such a remarkable immortal sword would compel one to refrain from using it unless faced with life-threatening peril to avoid inviting disaster. An innocent man, burdened by precious possessions, faces calamity. The immortal domain is a merciless world where strength reigns supreme, drenched in blood. Yet, to save herself, Ning Fan had directly wielded the immortal sword. At this moment, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within Su Wanwan. Ding! System detected. Female lead Su Wanwan's affection for the host has increased by 1. Current affection level, 2. System reward, 1-5 elements gathering spirit pill, grade 2 sacred pill. This affection system is quite splendid. Although I cannot discern Su Wanwan's exact thoughts, I can perceive the fluctuations in her feelings. System, if the affection level reaches 10, will it reward an immortal pill? Tenfold return, grant a grade 9 sacred pill, and one shall receive an immortal pill. Affection level 10 signifies pure love, an unattainable feat. Pure love? That indeed seems rather improbable. Ning Fan contemplated, for true love is characterized by selflessness, devoid of any ulterior motives, desires, or material interests, resonating on a spiritual level and soul connection. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed pure love. Such a concept is akin to a ghost. Everyone has heard of it, yet no one has ever seen it. Even his current affection for Wanwan seems rooted in a mere desire for her physical form, compounded by the incentives offered by the system. In his past life, Ning Fan believed in love, yet he harbored doubts about its occurrence in his own life. This reflects a lingering, albeit faint and impractical, hope that still resides within him. The flesh of this white-browed, golden-eyed tiger is indeed a treasure, a veritable elixir. Soon, we shall cleanse it and roast it for consumption, declared Wanwan. By the riverside, Ning Fan methodically skinned and deboned the tiger in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, Wanwan employed her divine phoenix arts, utilizing the flames of rebirth to grill the tiger meat. Before long, she presented Ning Fan with a leg of the tiger. "This is for you." Ning Fan frowned as he gazed at the charred leg in her hands, exuding an acrid aroma that made it quite unappetizing. "It seems a bit burnt. I shall prepare another," Wanwan said, somewhat sheepishly, and quickly grilled another tiger leg. Although its appearance was still less than appealing, it was at least not charred black. Ning Fan took a hesitant bite, and a wave of raw, iron-like flavor surged down his throat. "Ugh, it's undercooked." Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked at Ning Fan, her demeanor akin to that of a remorseful child, despite her status as an Empress reborn. "This is my first time cooking. I apologize. I will strive to improve my culinary skills. Perhaps I should take over. I am not confident in your ability to cook." "Nor can I bear to eat it," Ning Fan replied, rinsing his mouth with water before retrieving a large cauldron from his storage ring. "Do not roast it. Boiling will yield a more delectable result." In 3 years, Ning Fan had done little else but gather a plethora of modern seasonings. For he had been a glutton in his past life. An ordinary pot simply would not suffice for such a formidable beast. Only the large cauldron would do. After an hour and more, the tiger meat was thoroughly cooked, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Ning Fan severed the tiger's head, minced garlic, pepper salt, piping hot rapeseed oil, and a splash of vinegar. Let the essence of the soul be poured over it. The fragrance was irresistible, prompting Wanwan to abandon her regal demeanor and indulge heartily. The white-browed, golden-eyed tiger, at the 9th level of the Tao pattern realm, possessed a rich vitality within its flesh, truly a precious medicine. Ning Fan could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in the power of the Tao within him. The tiger's tail is also a valuable asset, especially during mating season. It is highly nourishing and beneficial for cultivation, so let us not waste it, Wanwan remarked, her face tinged with a blush. This was a truthful statement. If the tiger's flesh was deemed a medicinal treasure, then the tail was the apex of such treasures. However, the tail not only replenished cultivation but also invigorated one's vitality. Ning Fan nearly shed tears of joy. "My dear wife, you finally understand. The heavens serve as our canopy, and the earth is our bed. Indulging in the wild is not out of the question." As he spoke, he lunged towards Wanwan. "Stop," she evaded, her lovely face turning frosty. "I never suggested we share a bed." Ning Fan was taken aback, his ardor doused like a flame by a bucket of cold water. "You refuse me yet expect me to indulge? How do you propose to resolve that? Could it be that I must return to Wanwan City and seek a brothel? How naive. If you dare to go, we shall part ways immediately, and from henceforth, we shall be mere strangers." Wanwan spoke coldly. Ning Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. "System, oh system, why can you not, like other systems, alter this woman's mindset? Would it not be preferable for a domineering empress to fall in love with me? Must you insist on crafting a chaste empress who values her purity above all? Are you here to assist me, or merely to toy with me? This is unacceptable, and that is forbidden. Must you deny me the opportunity to flourish?" In a fit of anger, Ning Fan expressed his frustration. "Don't you still have the 5th young lady? Have you not lived that way for all these years?" Wanwan retorted. Ning Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, as if a secret he had harbored for years had been suddenly exposed. "Defamation. You were slandering me." "I did not." "That is not true. You must not speak so recklessly. I was born with dual pupils, which allow me to see events that transpired a year prior," Wanwan declared. "Goodness, does the dual pupil possess such a function?" Ning Fan lamented, regretting that the system had not informed him earlier. "You did not inquire, after all." The system retorted, unwilling to shoulder the blame. "All men have lived this way before marriage." Ning Fan argued vehemently. "Very well, I concede. You make a valid point." Wanwan replied, her heart trembling slightly. The secret of her innate dual pupils, which she had kept hidden for years, had slipped from her lips almost unconsciously. Even Su Wanwan found it astonishing. Had she truly come to regard Ning Fan as a person of utmost intimacy? Or perhaps, deep within her heart, she had already accepted him as her husband? She shook her head. She was a reincarnated celestial emperor, and while Ning Fan had attained celestial fortune, his innate talents were ultimately limited. It would not be long before they diverged completely, becoming beings of entirely different realms. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she had to face the truth. She could only savor moments of joy during their brief time together. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Ning Fan reclined by the riverbank, crossing his legs and chewing on a piece of dry grass, contentedly listening to the sound of flowing water. Su Wanwan sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone, meditating. If the affinity reached 10, what would the reward be for pure love? Ning Fan inquired of the system curiously. Upon reaching an affinity of 10, the reward is the eternal elixir. Ning Fan's gaze widened in astonishment. The eternal elixir had long been extinct in the celestial realm, a relic of legend that even the most formidable beings would covet. It was said that even a mere fragment the size of a fingernail would enable any spirit root to ascend to immortality. Just then, Su Wanwan's voice came from behind Ning Fan. The matter of my innate dual pupils must never be known to a third party. I know that without you saying so. Ning Fan cast his gaze upon Su Wanwan, suddenly realizing that this young lady possessed a rather impressive endowment. How had he overlooked it before? Furthermore, Su Wanwan had voluntarily disclosed her innate dual pupils. Could it be that she had begun to trust him? If that were the case, why not seize the moment? My dear, my affection for you flows like an unceasing river. Why not turn our pretense into reality and become a pair of joyful lovers? Ning Fan chuckled. With his comprehension vastly enhanced, his strength surged. If gentle persuasion failed, he would resort to a more forceful approach. Was it not a natural right to share a bed with his own wife? Chapter 9. Hee, the popsicle entreat ding. System alert. Please cease all reckless behavior immediately. Su Wanwan will unleash her full power. You will undoubtedly perish within 3 moves. Just 3 moves? Didn't I already possess boundless insight? Ning Fan questioned the system, wondering if this newfound wisdom was indeed genuine. System alert. 1,000-fold of 0 is still 0. You have barely practiced for a fraction of an incense stick's duration over the past 2 days. I hope you grasp your own limitations. Boom. Su Wanwan was enveloped in the fire of rebirth, transforming into a divine phoenix, her crimson feathers radiant and noble. The intense heat caused the surrounding space to shimmer slightly. Su Wanwan glanced at Ning Fan's companions and remarked coolly, "You may give it a try. I wouldn't mind turning it into a roasted bird." Ning Fan instantly felt a phantom pain in a certain part of his body. "You're quite ruthless." He gritted his teeth and returned to the riverbank to recline once more. Becoming a roasted bird was hardly preferable to being rendered impotent. One day, when I master the ice and snow arts, I shall make you experience what it truly means to have a popsicle entry. Su Wanwan regarded Ning Fan, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. In her past life, had anyone dared to act in such a manner before her, she would have exterminated their entire lineage. Yet now, she found this man rather amusing instead of infuriating. The coldness on her face was merely a fade. In truth, her heart was devoid of any murderous intent. In her previous existence, she had followed a path of detachment, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, but failing to take the final step, perishing outside the tomb of immortals. Perhaps encountering Ning Fan would lead her down a different path? Su Wanwan pondered silently. "This azure Xian red pattern pill is for you." As he approached the riverbank, Ning Fan casually tossed the pill, which fortuitously landed in the bosom of Su Wanwan. Azure Xian red pattern pill? A grade 1 holy pill? Su Wanwan was taken aback. For an ancient family, a grade 1 holy pill was exceedingly rare, often regarded as a treasure. Within the entire Su family, such pills were few and far between, all closely guarded by the family's ancestors. After Su Shuedin's spiritual root had transformed into a supreme heavenly root, she had been granted a grade 1 holy pill by the family elder, which she had yet to consume before reaching the formation stage. That's impossible. The supreme sacred pill is far too precious for me to accept. The pill had already fallen into her bosom. Are you hoping for me to savor the fragrance of your body? Ning Fan grinned mischievously at Su Wanwan, deliberately licking the corner of his mouth while his gaze lingered upon her ample figure. If you are particularly eager for me to indulge. It is not out of the question. After all, we are husband and wife. Such a trivial request. How could I possibly deny you? Get lost. Su Wanwan shot Ning Fan a glare, yet she accepted the Ching Xian Chi Wendan and consumed it without hesitation. With this pill, she would soon ascend to the array realm. At worst, once I become an immortal, I shall repay him 100-fold. she thought to herself. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female lead a Ching Xian Chi Wendan, resulting in a 10,000-fold return. The host may choose between 10,000 first-grade sacred pills or 1 second-grade sacred pill. Would the host like to exchange now? Not now, came the reply. Ding. System detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has increased her affection for the host by 2. Current affection level, 4. System rewards the host with 1D Yin Xiang Dan, a 3rd-grade sacred pill, and 1 Tian Xian Zhao Hua Dan, a 4th-grade sacred pill. After a brief instance's time had passed, ding. The female lead, Su Wanwan, has advanced to the peak of the 8th layer of the Tao pattern realm, while the host has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Tao pattern realm. Another hour passed, ding. The female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 9th layer of the Tao pattern realm, and the host has ascended to the 1st layer of the array realm. Ning Fan extended a hand, crackling lightning shimmering between his fingers as the Tao patterns began to align. Upon entering the array realm, the power of his techniques and abilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. As night fell, Ning Fan decided to set up camp by the river. The tent is ready, come in and rest, he said. No need, you go ahead and sleep. The mountains and forests are perilous, someone must keep watch. Su Wanwan remained seated upon a blue stone, her eyes closed in meditation. Sighing, Ning Fan leaned against the stone, crossing his legs as he gazed at the night sky. How could he possibly allow a woman to keep watch? Since Su Wanwan refused to sleep in the tent, he had no choice but to accompany her. The nights in the Taihua mountain range were filled with buzzing insects and the constant roars of fierce beasts. Surrounded by the purifying flames of nirvana, the insects were drawn to her like moths to a flame, while the surrounding beasts dared not approach. Host, it is time for you to cultivate. Silence. Do not disturb my admiration for the night sky. After more than an hour. Host, are you done admiring? Be quiet. Do not interrupt my sleep. The system was utterly speechless, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief at how someone could lie down in such a manner. At dawn, the forest was shrouded in a misty veil, morning dew glistening like pearls in the cool air. Ding. The female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Tao pattern realm, while the host has attained the peak of the 1st layer of the array realm. The system's voice echoed within Ning Fan's mind. As Ning Fan awoke and stretched lazily, Su Wanwan also opened her eyes. The two continued their journey through the Taiwan mountain range, encountering several ferocious beasts of the Tao pattern realm, yet emerging unscathed. As dusk approached, they heard a resounding dragon roar that reverberated across the mountains. A beast of the formation realm. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan exchanged a solemn glance. A beast of this caliber within the Taiwan mountain range was indeed a formidable sovereign. Let us investigate, Su Wanwan suggested, her innate dual pupils and supreme bone granting her the prowess to challenge and potentially vanquish a beast of the formation realm. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tao pattern realm, shortly thereafter, they arrived in a valley that starkly contrasted with the other areas of the Taiwan mountain range, saturated with the essence of fire and suffused with scorching air. A crimson-scaled flame dragon resided within the valley, its length exceeding 30 zhong, adorned with brilliant red scales and exuding an extraordinary bloodline, emanating a fierce aura. At the peak of the 1st layer of the formation realm, this dragon was even more powerful than Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had anticipated. The crimson-scaled flame dragon guarded the entrance to a cave, bearing numerous wounds. Over 100 powerful individuals confronted the dragon, all showing signs of injury, with many severely wounded. Scattered across the valley floor lay thousands of corpses, some freshly deceased while others had long since expired. It was evident that the crimson-scaled flame dragon had maintained its dominion over the valley for several days, engaging in fierce battles with multiple groups of powerful adversaries. Yet it remained unwilling to retreat. There is something of great value within that cave, guarded by the crimson-scaled flame dragon, Su Wanwan declared, her seemingly gentle visage now radiating an aura of lethal intent. First, we eliminate the humans, then the dragon, leaving none alive. Are you truly prepared to kill them all? Not a single soul spared? Ning Fan was taken aback, realizing that her ruthless approach was more formidable than he had initially assessed. This world is far more brutal than you can imagine. Some wicked individuals will go to any lengths for the slightest gain. If you do not strike them down, they will certainly seek to kill you first. It is better to take the initiative, Su Wanwan asserted. Upon reflection, Ning Fan found her reasoning sound. Recalling his own past experiences, he remembered the deceit he faced while job hunting after graduation, being duped by agents while renting a house. and losing his deposit to a landlord when he terminated a lease. He recalled his father and his colleagues laboring for an entire year at a construction site, only to receive nothing in return when their employer absconded, enjoying the fruits of their toil without consequence. In those moments, Ning Fan yearned to exact vengeance upon them. Before life, all beings are equal. If one is cornered, they may as well confront fate head-on. Coming to terms with this notion, Ning Fan began to comprehend Su Wanwan's perspective. What are you two doing here? Before Ning Fan and Su Wanwan could approach, a group of over 10 armed individuals surrounded them. A lone man and a woman dared to venture deep into the Taiwan mountain range? Such audacity. Haha. This girl is quite lovely. Let us capture her. After we deal with the crimson-scaled flame dragon, we can enjoy ourselves. Before the man could finish his taunt, Su Wanwan struck. Screech. A piercing cry resonated, and intricate patterns materialized, giving rise to the majestic form of the divine phoenix. With hands resembling the claws of this celestial being, Su Wanwan struck the crown of the man's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and he fell lifeless. His body engulfed in the flames of rebirth, charred to cinders. Like a divine phoenix, Su Wanwan surged forth, and within mere breaths, the dozen or so assailants surrounding her lay slain. Who are you? The faces of all present turned pale. Such a formidable technique was terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of all the array realm experts in attendance. Su Wanwan offered no reply, plunging directly into the throng, the divine phoenix's cry resounding. Unstoppable in its might, Ning Fan also took action, drawing forth the sword of slaying immortals, unleashing a wave of crimson sword light. Sword slash of the cloud mountain. Ning Fan bellowed, cleaving with his sword, severing 2 array realm experts in twain. The bloodied sword of slaying immortals surged with an even more intense aura of slaughter. With a single exchange, a long knife wielded by one array realm expert shattered, his head soaring, blood gushing forth. Over 100 injured experts succumbed to the carnage wrought by Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, falling to the ground in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Spare me, the last remaining array realm expert pleaded, only to be pierced through by several crimson feathers. The crimson-scaled fire dragon recoiled in terror, emitting a low growl of warning. I will deal with the crimson-scaled fire dragon. You investigate the cave for any treasures. As soon as Su Wanwan finished speaking, she flapped her divine phoenix wings and lunged at the crimson-scaled fire dragon, creating a thunderous explosion in the air. Roar! The crimson-scaled fire dragon bellowed, shaking the forest, and struck out with a claw, adorned with blazing fire patterns. Boom! At the moment of collision, it was as if 2 volcanoes had collided, flames soaring high, unleashing a wave of searing heat visible to the naked eye. This was a duel of flames, and Su Wanwan continued to strike, the sounds of thunderous clashes echoing as her mastery of the divine phoenix technique reached an extraordinary level. Such formidable divine phoenix techniques. Ning Fan marveled, realizing the truth in the system's words, if he were to face Su Wanwan as her opponent. Even with his current attainment at the array realm, he would lack the confidence to emerge victorious. His reincarnation eye, primordial immortal body, and Kunpeng techniques paled in comparison to Su Wanwan's heavy eye, supreme bone, and divine phoenix techniques. This was beyond doubt. Yet, as a reincarnated being of quasi-immortal emperor caliber, Su Wanwan's expertise in techniques and combat experience surpassed his by a wide margin. Bang! With a fierce flap of her divine phoenix wings, she struck the head of the crimson-scaled fire dragon, which let out a mournful wail, its massive form sent flying. The entrance of the cave behind it was revealed, and Su Wanwan charged forth to engage the crimson-scaled fire dragon in fierce battle, allowing Ning Fan the opportunity to slip into the cave. Deep within, a glow of fire emanated, and Ning Fan rushed in to discover 2 crimson-scaled fire dragon cubs. It was a female dragon, having given birth to her young here. No wonder she refused to leave. Ning Fan mused to himself as he approached the 2 adorable crimson-scaled fire dragon cubs. They appeared rather endearing. As Ning Fan approached, the gazes of the 2 young crimson-scaled flame dragons suddenly became fierce, and they let out a menacing roar, their sharp claws lunging towards Ning Fan's head. Not adorable in the slightest, Ning Fan declared, brandishing his immortal slaying sword, and in an instant, the 2 young dragons met their demise. Aside from the hatchlings, there were also a dozen stones, their color reminiscent of molten lava. These were lava mystic crystals, a rare find, each equivalent to a 9th-grade spiritual herb. While speaking, Ning Fan collected the crystals and, grasping the tails of the 2 young dragons, exited the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Su Wanwan was still engaged in battle with the crimson-scaled flame dragon, while Ning Fan reclined on a stone, propping his legs up and observing the fierce conflict. It was a scene of pleasure, leisure, excitement, and beauty. With a formidable Empress as his wife, Ning Fan could simply relax and enjoy the moment. It was nothing short of delightful. Bang! Su Wanwan's delicate hand, akin to the talons of a divine phoenix, clashed directly with the crimson-scaled flame dragon, sparks flying. Possessing supreme bone and an extraordinary physique, she was able to withstand the formidable beast of the first layer of the formation realm with her human form. After 2 exchanges, the forelimbs of the crimson-scaled flame dragon lay shattered. With a flap of her phoenix wings, Su Wanwan leaped onto the dragon's neck. Die! Su Wanwan exclaimed, striking down toward the dragon's head. Bang! Blood splattered as the dragon let out a mournful howl, its 30-odd feet long body crashing to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Ning Fan stood up, applauding. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. My wife performed splendidly. What is inside the cave? Su Wanwan inquired. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Let us start with the good news. The good news is that there are 2 adorable young crimson-scaled flame dragons in the cave. No wonder they wouldn't leave. Su Wanwan glanced at the lifeless dragon. What is the bad news? The bad news is they're adorably dead. Su Wanwan failed to grasp Ning Fan's meaning. Adorably dead? What does that mean? It means exactly what it says. They accidentally died from being too cute. Ning Fan replied, tossing the 2 young dragons from the nearby grass beside Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan was taken aback, realizing that when Ning Fan mentioned adorably dead, it was not merely a descriptor, but a literal state of being. Today we feast on roasted dragon, and I shall show you what true barbecue looks like, Ning Fan said with a smile. The blood of that crimson-scaled flame dragon is a precious substance. Applying it to your fist can harden your skin to iron-like toughness, Su Wanwan remarked. Iron-like toughness? Upon hearing those 4 words, Ning Fan was struck by inspiration, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his gaze unconsciously drifted towards his little brother. If the blood of the crimson-scaled flame dragon could be applied to the skin, could it also be used elsewhere? Chapter 11. My dear wife, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. Following the young master into this world, you might consider yourself fortunate. Such treatment was unimaginable in my previous life. Ning Fan mused to himself, wielding the celestial slayer sword as he approached the body of the crimson-scaled flame dragon. Who is fortunate? What are you talking about? Su Wanwan inquired. It's nothing, Ning Fan replied with a grin, using the celestial slayer sword to slice open the crimson-scaled flame dragon's body, parting its heart to extract its essence blood into a container. For a young girl like you, it would be better to have skin that is delicate. There is no need for it to be as hard as iron. I certainly do not wish to sleep with a block of iron in my arms in the future. What I mean is, the dragon blood can make your skin more resilient. Hard as iron is merely a metaphor, not a description of roughness, Su Wanwan retorted, somewhat irritated. Then I shall be at ease. 1/2 for each of us shall suffice. Su Wanwan took the essence blood and headed towards the cave, declaring, no peeking. TSK, TSK. TSK, still no peeking, Ning Fan scoffed, mimicking Su Wanwan's words. They had been married for several days, and he had only held her hand. Sooner or later, he would have her gasping in his embrace. Not long after, Su Wanwan emerged from the cave, only to see Ning Fan completely unclothed, his back facing her. Flushed with both shame and anger, she exclaimed, Ning Fan. Startled, he instinctively turned around, now facing Su Wanwan directly. You rogue, she shrieked, quickly covering her eyes, yet her gaze lingered on what it should not have. What is wrong with me? I haven't done anything, Ning Fan protested, applying dragon blood. Of course I wouldn't wear clothes. Who expected you to come out so suddenly? He was utterly perplexed by her reaction. All he sought was to become a bit tougher. What was his fault? You misunderstood. I didn't He was cut off by Su Wanwan. And yet you claim you didn't You were clearly engaged in that act. I saw it with my own eyes. What did you see? I merely applied a bit of dragon blood, he insisted. Applying dragon blood? Su Wanwan pondered, recalling the sight of Ning Fan's actions, which indeed could have led to such an understanding. What were you doing applying dragon blood there? She asked, her cheeks blooming with color. Didn't you say that applying dragon blood would refine the skin, making it as hard as iron? Ning Fan replied innocently. Shameless. What sort of decent person would use dragon blood in that manner? I never claimed to be a good person, Ning Fan chuckled, continuing to apply the remaining dragon blood. Soon after, he donned his clothes, carrying 2 dragon cubs as he made his way out of the valley. You can stop covering your eyes now. I'm fully dressed. Only then did Su Wanwan lower her hands, her face still flushed, as she followed closely behind Ning Fan. By the riverbank, Ning Fan skinned and cleaned the 2 crimson-scaled flame dragon cubs, placing them on a spit over the fire to roast. I must say, the tender and fragrant meat of the crimson-scaled flame dragon cub is truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Ning Fan reclined by the riverbank, casually crossing his legs while picking his teeth. How do you cook so deliciously? Who did you learn from? Su Wanwan inquired. It comes naturally, Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, producing a 5 elements gathering spirit pill and a ground flame scarlet sun pill, accurately tossing them into Su Wanwan's bosom just as before. 2nd grade holy pill, 3rd grade holy pill? Su Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. The worth of these 2 sacred pills was nearly equivalent to the entire wealth of the Su family, particularly the ground flame scarlet sun pill, which was invaluable for her cultivation of the divine phoenix treasure technique. Where did you acquire so many holy pills? Did you stumble upon a hidden treasure left by an immortal? Kind of. Ning Fan stretched languidly, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Beep. The host has successfully gifted the female lead a 5 elements gathering spirit pill and a ground flame scarlet sun pill, receiving a 10,000-fold reward. Would the host like to redeem it now? Not yet. Beep. The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has increased her affection for the host by 1. With the current affection level at 5, the system rewards the host with a 9 turns Yin-Yang pill, graded as a 5th grade holy pill. You have consumed dragon meat and applied dragon blood. You must have cultivated tonight, right? One cannot deny that the system is indeed a diligent assistant to Ning Fan. Who would want to cultivate when they can recline in comfort? My wife is invincible. Ning Fan turned over, muttering dreamily. My little brother is unmatched in the world. The system could only respond with 666. The next morning, Ning Fan awoke. Beep. The female lead, Su Wanwan, has reached the 1st level of the array formation realm, and the host's realm has ascended to the 2nd level of the array formation realm. Ning Fan stretched and washed his face, turning to behold Su Wanwan's exquisitely gentle visage, illuminated by the morning sun, radiating an indescribable beauty. If only it weren't for that ruthless immortal emperor, he thought, unable to suppress his feelings, irresistibly drawn towards Su Wanwan. Hey, host, what do you intend to do? The system cautions the host against foolishness. The female lead has attained the array formation realm, and her power has surged. You have remained idle, and now you are even less a match for Su Wanwan. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, warning. Stop the incessant beeping and be quiet. Ning Fan replied impatiently. Did you not once declare that your heart is devoid of women, and thus you can lie at ease? Which of your words is true? Times change, and specific issues require specific analyses. One must learn to apply dialectics. What do you know about it, you mere system? Ignoring the system, Ning Fan, as if entranced, gradually approached Su Wanwan. Though Su Wanwan was engrossed in her cultivation, she remained vigilant and sensed Ning Fan's presence. Yet, she kept her eyes closed and remained silent. I shall see what you truly intend. Su Wanwan quietly mused that if Ning Fan truly possessed the audacity to disrobe her, intending to take advantage of her during her cultivation for some indescribable act, she would undoubtedly castrate and slay him, repeatedly ensuring not a single piece of him remained intact. However, at that moment, as Ning Fan approached her, an unexpected calm enveloped his heart. A sudden impulse arose within him to cherish Su Wanwan as if she were a treasured gem. Goodness, could it be that I am genuinely falling for her? Ning Fan was startled by his own thoughts, and this simply would not do. In a world where love might exist, it seemed improbable that it would manifest in his life. To regain his composure, he resolutely struck his own face. Companionship was acceptable, but love was out of the question. Nevertheless, having already wed and bestowed gifts, he thought it only fitting to grant her some leniency. Perhaps sharing a bed could be overlooked, and a few kisses were certainly warranted. Hearing the sound of the slap, Su Wanwan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ning Fan had suddenly struck himself. Just then, she felt her lips being sealed. Opening her eyes, she was momentarily entranced by the handsome and carefree visage before her, her heart racing like a startled deer, her mind a blank slate. Without resistance or struggle, Su Wanwan stood frozen, uncertain how to articulate this sensation. So soft, so sweet, warm, and fragrant. This was Ning Fan's internal assessment. To admit it was somewhat embarrassing, as he had lived 2 lives, and this was indeed his first kiss. during visits to foot spas. He had never indulged in such advances. Not angry. Then perhaps I shall take it a step further, a French kiss. Ning Fan was both surprised and thrilled. Truth be told, he was slightly overreaching, but what man could resist such temptation? Just as he extended his tongue, preparing to pry open Su Wanwan's delicate lips, she suddenly recoiled, their lips parting. Ning Fan, do you wish to die? Su Wanwan's beautiful face turned icy, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. A kiss was one thing, but daring to use his tongue was an entirely different matter. To the inexperienced Su Wanwan, such an action resembled that of a pervert. Ding. Warning. Female lead Su Wanwan's affection for the host has decreased by 10. Current affection level is -5. System detection indicates that this is Su Wanwan's first kiss across 2 lifetimes. The host has crossed her boundaries. It is advised that the host flee immediately, otherwise all consequences will be borne by the host. Chapter 12. The foot spa attendant didn't earn me money. Ahem, I meant no harm, Ning Fan said. Su Wanwan, both embarrassed and furious, retorted, you meant no harm. Yet why did you extend your tongue? A French kiss, of course. Is that not evident? Don't you know? Other partners do this. It's not just me. Furthermore, when I kissed you earlier, you didn't refuse, did you? You. Su Wanwan was momentarily speechless. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, unsure how to counter his argument. As Ning Fan leaned in, she indeed did not refuse or resist. You have a silver tongue, he remarked. How can you judge my eloquence when you've never tested it? Ning Fan chuckled. Shameless, utterly unprincipled. Su Wanwan felt a flicker of murderous intent. Yet she hesitated to actually harm Ning Fan. Weren't you also rather enjoying yourself just now? Come now, close your eyes, let us continue. Just as Ning Fan was about to lean in again, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Ning Fan cried out. His face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that, at some point, Su Wanwan had seized the soft flesh at his waist. With a fierce twist. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. Still want a kiss? Su Wanwan admonished playfully. Ning Fan, suddenly cautious, quickly replied, no more kissing. No more kissing. Still enjoying it? Not enjoying it, not enjoying it. Satisfied, Su Wanwan finally released him and strolled towards the riverbank. Ning Fan inhaled sharply, rubbing the area she had pinched. He seriously suspected that all women were inherently skilled at this maneuver. It was just a first kiss. Why the need for such brutality? What is so significant about a first kiss anyway? Aren't we all just as inexperienced? He felt indignant, believing that as human beings, there should be equality between men and women. I too have my first kiss. Neither of us holds an advantage. I assent that the truth. Equality? How many times did you seek out foot massage girls in your past life? You probably can't even recall. The system scoffed. So what? With an alcoholic father, an ill mother, a sister in school, and a shattered past, as a man, how could I not lend a hand? Was that truly just lending a hand? Were those foot massage girls reputable? Do you have any idea how many men desire girlfriends who demand houses, cars, and dowries? They've spent 3 years chasing after them, only to lose their homes and families in the process. When they finally encounter a foot massage girl, you say she's not reputable? Can't we men discern her character for ourselves? A foot massage costs us $998. Those girls hardly profit from us. If I've lain flat my entire life, can't I indulge a little? Bravo, host. You truly are remarkable. The system was left speechless, finally realizing that artificial intelligence could never rival the complexity of human experience. Once Su Wanwan finished freshening up, they continued their journey. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. With little conversation between them, though Su Wanwan's expression gradually returned to normal. Approaching noon, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan encountered a group of over 10 individuals. You two must be here for the assessment at Yunsong Pavilion, right? A young man in splendid attire inquired with a smile. Adorned with a jade pendant and riding a golden-armored Qilin. The Qilin, a formidable beast at the second level of the formation realm, exuded a majestic presence. The young man appeared cheerful, with a voluptuous and alluring woman nestled in his embrace. Upon encountering Su Wanwan, the young man abruptly cast aside the alluring woman in his arms. I am Chu Yunzhao, the 9th prince of the great Chu dynasty. The entrance to Yunsong Pavilion lies a considerable distance from here. Walking would be quite exhausting. If you do not mind, I would be honored to offer you both a ride. Although Chu Yunzhao addressed them as you both, his gaze remained steadfastly fixated on Su Wanwan. There's no need. Su Wanwan replied curtly, not even sparing a glance at Chu Yunzhao, her delicate features icy. and a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Aside from Ning Fan, any man who dared to gaze upon her was committing a grave offense, let alone Chu Yunxiao, who brazenly scrutinized her. Were it not for the potential repercussions for Ning Fan and the Ning family, Chu Yunxiao would have already met his demise. Although the great Chu dynasty pales in comparison to the immortal dynasty, it is still formidable enough to instill fear in ancient families like the Ning clan. Reincarnation, I manifest. Ning Fan silently commanded, a subtle yet enigmatic glow flickering in his eyes. With her innate double pupils, Wanwan could perceive all that he had done over the past year. The Reincarnation I possesses the ability to unveil the cycles of life and death, surpassing even the double pupils. In an instant, Ning Fan glimpsed Chu Yunxiao's past 3 years. A prodigious talent of the great Chu dynasty, possessing a top-tier spiritual root. This man has no interest in maidens, preferring the company of married women and refined ladies, having even indulged in the pleasures of the flesh. You scoundrel. You have the audacity to covet my wife. A chill coursed through Ning Fan's eyes, an overwhelming surge of hostility rising within him. Stop right there, Prince. Chu Yunxiao was undeterred, instead urging his golden-armored Qilin, which leaped forth to block Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's path. He had never encountered a woman like her appearance demure, yet her demeanor as cold as ice, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The more she resisted, the more intrigued Chu Yunxiao became. In the presence of a solitary man and woman, daring to traverse the Taiwan Mountains, this prince will now enlighten you both on the perils of the martial world. Know your place. Ning Fan bellowed, leaping into action, the power of the Tao surging forth, lightning erupting, vast patterns of Tao materializing, and an azure rock taking form. With a shriek, the azure rock soared, the lightning cascading like a tide, its claws reaching out to strike at Chu Yunxiao. Humph, overestimating yourself. Chu Yunxiao scoffed, unleashing his imperial dragon aura, conjuring a yellow dragon that roared, shaking the very mountains. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, lightning exploding everywhere, vast patterns of Tao shattering, summoning a fierce wind that tore through the earth, uprooting ancient trees and shaking stones. Soon after, it became evident that the azure rock's prowess was vanquished. Ning Fan let out a muffled groan, his body reeling from the impact. The opponent had reached the second level of the formation realm, and the might of the yellow dragon technique far exceeded that of the azure rock. Ha ha ha, you possess some strength, but it pales in comparison to mine. Chu Yunxiao laughed triumphantly, thrusting his palms forward as the yellow dragon roared, lunging toward Ning Fan with lethal intent. This is a deadly move. In Chu Yunxiao's perspective, only by eliminating this young man could the exquisite maiden be convinced to follow him wholeheartedly. Chu Yunxiao's dozen or so attendants stood with their arms crossed, observing the spectacle with nonchalance. They were well aware of Chu Yunxiao's prowess. Beneath the third level of the formation realm, none could rival him. Clang. A chilling sound of a sword echoed, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword light. A single strike cleaved the heavens. Ning Fan bellowed as a blood-colored sword aura, stretching over 100 feet, tore through space with ferocity. Boom. In an instant, the Hualong treasure technique was cleaved in twain from head to toe. What manner of sword is this? Chu Yunxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and in the next moment, the blood-red sword aura struck him fiercely. Chapter 13. My wife breaks through while I lie flat. Swoosh. Blood spurted forth, and the countenances of the dozen or so members of the great Chu dynasty shifted drastically. Their eyes glazed over. This sword was terrifying, directly shattering the Huanglong treasure technique. Even a formidable warrior at the third level of the formation realm would struggle to withstand it. Not dead? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, his figure darting forth like lightning. The golden-armored Qilin roared, attempting to protect its master. However, Ning Fan's speed was too swift, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Chu Yunxiao. A hand reached out, resembling an iron claw, gripping Chu Yunxiao's neck. The treasure garments on Chu Yunxiao, inscribed with Tao patterns, mitigated part of the sword's might, saving his life. A ghastly sword wound extended from Chu Yunxiao's shoulder to his chest, blood gushing forth. Your Highness Ninth. A nearby warrior at the formation realm bellowed in rage, his expression twisted as he charged at Ning Fan. At that moment, Wanwan made her move, invoking the Divine Phoenix treasure technique, sprouting Divine Phoenix wings behind her, soaring forth in a blaze of fire. Thud. A fiery red spear pierced through the body of the formation realm warrior, the tip emerging from his back. The other warriors of the great Chu dynasty were struck with terror. The strength of this young couple was astonishingly formidable. Who dares to make a move? The life of His Highness Ninth shall be forfeit. Ning Fan declared, his demeanor stern, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The warriors of the Great Chu dynasty dared not act recklessly. Release His Highness Ninth, and I shall permit your departure, treating this incident as if it never transpired. An elder of the 9th level of the formation realm shouted, while others began to encircle Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's figure flew beside Ning Fan. If we kill him, it will bring trouble to the Ning family, she whispered. Ning Fan's gaze hardened. The Great Chu dynasty had numerous supreme realm experts. If they launched a military campaign, the Ning family would be unable to withstand it. Release him? Why should I trust your words? Ning Fan retorted. The royal family of the Great Chu is a paragon of integrity. Debts must be repaid. You should believe me. The elder of the 9th level of the formation realm proclaimed, his demeanor remaining haughty. I trust you, Ning Fan exclaimed. His voice laced with anger as he tightened his grip, causing Chu Yunzhao's face to turn a deep shade of purple, his eyes bulging. The elderly man's expression shifted. He feared that this reckless youth might kill Chu Yunzhao in a fit of rage. If Chu Yunzhao perished, his return to the Great Chu dynasty would be equally fatal. What do you wish to do? The elder asked in a grave tone. With the fortune of the Great Chu royal family and the destiny of the Great Chu dynasty, I swear to the heavens. The expressions of the several powerful figures from the Great Chu dynasty changed dramatically. The stakes were too high, and none dared to agree unless it was the 9th prince of the Great Chu dynasty making the vow. I cannot decide this. It must be left to the 9th prince, the elder declared. Ning Fan relaxed his grip slightly, allowing Chu Yunzhao to cough repeatedly, his complexion improving only a fraction. Swear to the heavens, or choose death. The decision lies with you, Ning Fan pronounced coldly. Chu Yunzhao's pupils contracted nervously, his body trembled uncontrollably, fear gripping him as he faced such a terrifying adversary. Despite being at a lower realm, Ning Fan's sword power was something he could not withstand. I want to live, Chu Yunzhao stammered, his voice quaking. He possessed considerable talent and a chance to vie for the position of heir to the Great Chu dynasty. If he were to die, he would lose everything. Swear, Ning Fan commanded indifferently. I, Chu Yunzhao, swear to the heavens with the fortune of the Great Chu royal family and the destiny of the Great Chu dynasty, that if you spare my life, I will never trouble you again, and the Great Chu dynasty will not seek vengeance against your family. Ning Fan, however, did not release Chu Yunzhao and barked at the elder. Have your people retreat. Youth, the 9th prince has sworn. What more do you desire? The elder retorted angrily. Ning Fan sneered. I shall repeat myself once more. Retreat, or face the consequences. Everyone retreat. The elder, left with no choice, commanded his subordinates to step back, clearing a path. Can you control this golden-armored Qilin? Ning Fan asked Su Wanwan. I should have no problem, Su Wanwan replied, extending a hand to rest upon the Qilin's head. The golden-armored Qilin let out a low growl, intimidated by the divine phoenix aura emanating from Su Wanwan. Its roar ceased, and it bowed its head in submission. Go. Ning Fan grasped Chu Yunzhao and, alongside Su Wanwan, mounted the golden-armored Qilin, galloping away. The expressions of the powerful figures from the Great Chu dynasty shifted dramatically as they pursued them frantically. It was only when they could barely discern the figures of the Great Chu dynasty strongmen that Ning Fan finally released his grip, casting Chu Yunzhao to the ground. Ha. Thank you for the mount. Ning Fan laughed heartily, departing with haste. Chu Yunzhao tumbled several dozen yards before colliding with an ancient tree, blood spewing forth, his face pale. Your Highness. Several powerful figures from the Great Chu dynasty rushed forward, frantically aiding Chu Yunzhao to his feet. I will have him torn to shreds. Chu Yunzhao shouted in a frenzy, his eyes filled with venomous rage. In his 20 years of life, he had never suffered such a grievous loss. A voice whispered, Your Highness, you just swore an oath. In a fit of rage, Chu Yunzhao struck back, bellowing. Is it not permissible for this prince to seek out those beyond the Great Chu dynasty and eliminate them? Your Highness is indeed wise. These two individuals have entered the Cloud Song Pavilion, making it exceedingly simple to track them down. There shall surely be an opportunity for their demise without a trace. As dusk approached, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan arrived at the foot of the Cloud Song Pavilion, riding upon a golden-armored Qilin. The mountain sprawled like a slumbering dragon, flourishing with vibrant spiritual flora, lush and verdant, teeming with abundant celestial energy, far surpassing the ancestral grounds of the Ning family. The entrance to the mountain was shrouded in a gray mist, emanating a powerful and resonant aura. Truly, it is one of the 4 great ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness. Ning Fan marveled, realizing why so many prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness flocked to the Cloud Song Pavilion. As twilight descended, the number of people at the entrance was sparse. Name, age, spiritual root, realm. No deceit is permitted, for even if one passes the examination, they shall be expelled from the Cloud Song Pavilion, stated an elder. Wanwan, 18. Supreme Heavenly Spiritual Root, newly entered the formation realm. Wanwan's spiritual root undoubtedly reached the celestial grade, and it was among the pinnacle of such. However, she refrained from disclosing it, for a celestial grade spiritual root would astound the entirety of the eastern wilderness. The elder of the Cloud Song Pavilion was taken aback. Achieving the formation realm at 18 was sufficient to place her among the most elite geniuses of the eastern wilderness. Extend your hand, the elder instructed. After a brief examination, a glimmer of astonishment crossed the elder's eyes. It had been many years since a disciple of such extraordinary talent had graced the Cloud Song Pavilion. Enter the formation. If you can breach the mountain's grand array, you shall become a disciple of the Cloud Song Pavilion, he declared, confident that this young woman would pass the assessment without issue. Ning Fan, 21, Heavenly Spiritual Root, Formation Realm, Ning Fan stated calmly. A bit older, yet your realm suffices. Enter the formation. I shall temporarily safeguard your steed, the elder replied. Subsequently, Ning Fan and Wanwan ventured into the mountain gate. This was a grand ancient formation, with mysterious Tao patterns shimmering above. Thunder rumbled. A lightning bolt, akin to a colossal serpent, descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming force. Wanwan let out a delicate cry, invoking the divine phoenix technique, her slender hands meeting the lightning with defiance. Boom. The lightning erupted, scattering everywhere, completely vanquished. She soared upwards, her figure resembling a divine phoenix, with Ning Fan trailing closely behind. Buzz. A series of Tao patterns illuminated, revealing a formidable barrier of immense Tao power. Chirp. The divine phoenix screeched, its rebirth flames surging forth, causing waves of Tao patterns to disintegrate. Ning Fan followed in her wake, scarcely needing to intervene. The barriers laid out before them crumbled as if they posed no obstruction at all, allowing them to breach layer after layer. What kind of divine technique is this? Such terrifying prowess. Witnessing this scene, several young prodigies were left in awe, speculating about which faction's top genius this might be. In merely the span of half a stick of incense, Wanwan led Ning Fan through the grand formation. The Cloud Song Pavilion boasts 9 peaks: Qingdan Peak, Qinglei Peak, Qingdaza Peak, Zixia Peak, Wanwan Peak, Wanjin Peak, Bichuan Peak, Anyo Peak, and Luowei Peak. Each peak has an enrollment office, and one can register after successfully navigating the grand formation. Halt. You resorted to trickery. Your assessment is inadequate. Depart from Cloud Song Pavilion. An elder admonished as he approached Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly. Having followed Wanwan, he had recklessly barreled through, too absorbed in the exhilaration to consider the possibility of failing. What if I take the exam again? Ning Fan suggested. Dream on. The assessments at Cloud Song Pavilion allow for only one opportunity, and exceptions have never been made. A young genius retorted, casting a fervent gaze at Wanwan. Their joint passage through the formation suggested a complex relationship. If that young man failed to become a disciple of Cloud Song Pavilion, he would stand a better chance of winning the lady's affection. Indeed, the elder confirmed, exceptions had never been granted. If Ning Fan cannot enter Cloud Song Pavilion, I shall leave with him, Wanwan stated coldly, aware of Ning Fan's capabilities yet disinclined to explain herself to those present. The elder's expression changed drastically. The loss of such a remarkable talent would be an immense blow. Chapter 14. The senior sister is also a transmigrator beauty. There are plenty of exceptional men in this world. Why waste your prime years on a waste who cannot even pass the Cloud Song Pavilion assessment? The young genius who had spoken earlier stepped forward, his looks reasonably handsome and his gaze fervent. I am Guchizhou. If the lady does not find me lacking, I would be willing to serve you devotedly. Before Guchizhou could finish, Wanwan's expression turned icy, and she struck. A resounding slap sent him flying, twisting through the air before crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, several teeth shattered. Look at me again, and you shall die, Wanwan declared coldly, her face like frost, eyes brimming with murderous intent. The onlookers were both shocked and horrified. The malice radiating from Wanwan was formidable, even sending chills down the spines of the Cloud Song Pavilion elders. Struggling to rise, Guchizhou glared at Ning Fan, directing all his rage towards him. His eyes filled with resentment. He could not fathom why he was inferior to Ning Fan, who warranted such protection from Wanwan. What are you staring at? Unsatisfied? Ning Fan replied, basking in the comfort of the Empress's protection. Elder, may I inquire if you will permit Ning Fan to enter Cloud Song Pavilion? Su Wanwan asked. The elder appeared troubled. Given the circumstances, he was at a loss for what to do. Just then, an elderly man clad in white descended gracefully. His hair white as snow, yet his face radiant and youthful, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Ning Fan may indeed become a disciple of Cloud Song Pavilion. The elderly man proclaimed, scarcely glancing at Ning Fan, his attention firmly fixed on Su Wanwan. I am Yun Wuyo, the Vice Master of Ching and Peak, the foremost among the 9 peaks of Cloud Song Pavilion. Might you be interested in becoming a disciple of Ching Yun Peak? Ning Fan chuckled nonchalantly, realizing that this old fellow was merely attempting to recruit someone. Brother Yun Wuyo, such brazen efforts to snatch a disciple are unbecoming. Another elder approached, soaring through the air on his sword, fixated on Su Wanwan. He was Helian Juefeng, the Vice Master of the Wanyun Sect. Gentlemen, please refrain from competing. This girl possesses remarkable prowess in the fire path, and should undoubtedly join my Wanyun Peak. An elder with crimson whiskers rushed in, exuding a terrifyingly fierce aura. He was Lai Jiozhong, the Vice Master of Wanyun Peak. Following him were 3 other Vice Masters, each eager to have Su Wanwan as their disciple. The process by which Su Wanwan traversed the Grand Formation was witnessed in its entirety by these Vice Masters through the arrays of their respective peaks. The onlookers were left speechless, astounded by the spectacle. 6 Vice Masters had come to the dojo merely to vie for a single individual. What astonishing talent does this young woman possess? Ning Fan was far from surprised. Su Wanwan was a reincarnation of a future immortal emperor. Not to mention her dual pupils and supreme bones. Her performance within the Grand Formation alone was enough to astound the masters of each peak. Let us not quarrel. Allow her to make her own decision, Yun Wuyo said helplessly. He had hoped to recruit Su Wanwan for himself, only to find the other 5 masters arriving closely behind. I choose Zixia Peak, Su Wanwan declared. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the 5 Vice Masters, who then departed. Jiang Wanxiao, the Vice Master of Zixia Peak, was overwhelmed with joy, feeling somewhat flattered. Among the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, Zixia Peak held a relatively low status, and Jiang Wanxia had not harbored high hopes. So she was astonished that Su Wanwan had genuinely chosen Zixia Peak. I also choose Zixia Peak, Ning Fan remarked, reasoning that if Su Wanwan opted for Zixia Peak, it would be illogical for him not to follow suit. I'm afraid we only accept female disciples at Zixia Peak, Jiang Wanxia said, her tone diplomatic. Concerned about displeasing Su Wanwan. Since the establishment of Yunsong Pavilion, Zixia Peak had only admitted female disciples and had never made exceptions. Ning Fan found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Zixia Peak would not make an exception for him. Moreover, as a man, it would indeed be rather awkward for him to join a peak composed solely of female disciples. I will choose another, Su Wanwan replied. There's no need. Zixia Peak is quite splendid. You should select Zixia Peak, Ning Fan insisted. He reasoned that Su Wanwan's choice of Zixia Peak, rather than the more formidable Qingyan Peak, Wanyan Peak, or Wanjin Peak, was likely due to its suitability for her cultivation. With all female disciples at Zixia Peak, Ning Fan felt no concern about Su Wanwan's choice, which also spared him much trouble. Since we are all within Yunsong Pavilion, it will not be difficult to meet. There's no need to select the same peak, Jiang Wanxia said with a smile. Secretly relieved that Su Wanwan had not chosen another peak. Wanwan, come with me to Zixia Peak. My senior sister will be delighted to see you. Jiang Wanxia spoke of her senior sister, the master of Zixia Peak. As Su Wanwan followed the Vice Master of Zixia Peak away, she cast a lingering glance at Ning Fan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of reluctance. Although their time together had been brief, she had genuinely developed feelings for him. After her departure, Ning Fan approached the elders of Qingyun Peak. I choose Qingyun Peak. I'm afraid Qingyun Peak, being the foremost among the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, has stringent requirements for its disciples, which you do not meet, the elder of Qingyun Peak replied haughtily, regarding Ning Fan with disdain. Unperturbed, Ning Fan responded, If I am not welcome here, I shall seek my fortune elsewhere. I choose Qinglei Peak. Regrettably, you do not satisfy the criteria for Qinglei Peak either. Ning Fan's expression darkened. Ah, I see. It seems this is a concerted effort against me. No sooner had Su Wanwan departed than the crowd ceased their pretense. It was evident that other peaks would employ the same excuse to reject him. Those who had barely passed the assessments, merely through opportunism, dared to aspire to be disciples of the 1st or 2nd peak of Yunsong Pavilion. How utterly laughable. Do not entertain delusions. No peak will accept you. Laughter erupted among those present. with Gu Qingzhou reveling in delight, his face alight with a sense of vindication. With all 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion turning him away, Ning Fan could only leave in disgrace, making it easier for them to pursue Su Wanwan. At that moment, a modestly dressed young man in green approached Ning Fan. "I am Wang Changxing, a disciple of Qingzhou Peak. Might you be interested in joining us?" he inquired. Amidst the gathering, Wang Changxing, clad in simple garb and exuding an air of humility, appeared somewhat out of place. Yet, Ning Fan's spirits soared, not due to the rejection from the other 8 peaks, but rather because Wang Changxing's demeanor, attire, and essence were in stark contrast to the raucous and arrogant individuals from the other peaks, providing a refreshing sense of comfort. "All right, I shall choose Qingzhou Peak," Ning Fan declared, his decision resolute and unhesitant. With such a humble and unpretentious senior, the atmosphere at Qingzhou Peak promised to be pleasant. Life there would likely be serene and leisurely, a suitable environment for relaxation. "Please wait a moment, junior brother. In half an hour, today's assessments will conclude, and we shall proceed to Qingzhou Peak together." Wang Changxing spoke softly, as if nothing in the world could hasten his pace. He handed Ning Fan a talisman inscribed with a bamboo and the characters for Qingzhou, symbolizing his identity as a disciple of Qingzhou Peak. With this talisman, he would be free to enter and exit the gates of Yunsong Pavilion. Qingzhou Peak is merely a refuge for the rejects that the other peaks refuse to accept. Yu Qizhou remarked darkly, his dissatisfaction evident. The fact that Ning Fan had not been expelled from Yunsong Pavilion left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Qingzhou Peak, being the least esteemed among the 9, was indeed the only one willing to take in such a perceived failure. A man who relies on the protection of women is nothing but a weakling, incapable of achieving anything. Even if he remains in the Cloud Song Pavilion, what difference does it make? He is still a mere ant, subject to the whims of others. Within the Cloud Song Pavilion, talents abound, and sooner or later, he will be cast aside. A wave of derisive laughter echoed around, yet Ning Fan, with his legs crossed, remained indifferent. Their scorn stemmed merely from jealousy, a resentment that Su Wanwan chose to protect him instead of them, and Ning Fan held their opinions in contempt. Half an hour later, the day's assessment at the Cloud Song Pavilion came to a close. Ning Fan rode his golden-armored Qilin to the mountain gate, accompanied by Wang Changxing. As they made their way to Qingzhou Peak, Qingzhou Peak, towering into the clouds, lived up to its name, adorned with lush green bamboo. The tranquility here was profound. Not a soul was in sight, only the gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo forest, creating a soft, whispering sound. As Ning Fan reached halfway up the mountain, he heard the enchanting notes of a traditional opera drifting from the bamboo grove. The singer lamented the bittersweet reunion with an old acquaintance, each step echoing with longing. The audience, upon achieving fame, failed to recognize their old friend on stage. The voice, like a moonlit breeze, and the melody, reminiscent of ink-stained scrolls, struck a chord in Ning Fan's heart. This piece was all too familiar, having grazed his ears countless times in his previous life. Could it be that this woman was also a time traveler? Chapter 15. Your mother is a lucky dog. She is Jiang Yuya, another disciple of Qingzhou Peak. A true aficionado of opera, Wang Changxing remarked. Indeed, she sings beautifully. Ning Fan praised, having heard this song in numerous renditions, none of which could compare to Jiang Yuya's artistry. However, the familiarity of the lyrics and melody compelled Ning Fan to ponder whether she, like him, was also a traveler from another time. As he passed through a thicket of bamboo, Ning Fan spotted several rudimentary bamboo huts, and a figure clad in theatrical attire stood upon a green stage. Hold on, a newcomer has arrived at Qingzhou Peak, Wang Changxing announced. Jiang Yuye slightly bowed, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Ning Fan pays his respects to senior sister, he said, cupping his hands in greeting. Jiang Yuye cleared her throat. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. May I inquire about your origins? Like drifting duckweed, I am fortunate to be accepted as a disciple of the esteemed master. Jiang Yuye's response deepened Ning Fan's suspicions. However, he refrained from pressing her for confirmation. To do so would be rather impudent, and Jiang Yuye might not divulge the truth. Having arrived at Qingzhou Peak, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Brother Changxing, you have returned. A sweet, childish voice called from one of the bamboo huts. Soon, a small girl, around 5 or 6 years old, emerged, her large eyes sparkling with innocence and charm. Yet her skin bore eerie dark blue-black markings, reminiscent of a centipede. Her name was Zemo Yaoyao, a child rescued by their master, possessing a tragic past, tormented by a myriad of toxic afflictions. The master had once remarked that she would not survive past 13. A shadow of sorrow crossed Wang Changxing's face as he felt immense pain for the girl's fate. Yao Yao, come and greet brother Ning Fan. Mo Yao Yao approached Ning Fan and sweetly said, Yao Yao greets senior brother Ning Fan. Ning Fan gently tousled Yao Yao's hair. Touched by her innocence and optimism despite being tormented by myriad poisons, how could one not feel affection for her? On Qiju Peak, there were only 3 disciples. And with your arrival, we now number 4, Wang Changxing remarked. Ning Fan was rather taken aback. Even though Qingju Peak was the least prominent of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, the number of disciples seemed exceedingly sparse. Where is our master? I wish to pay my respects, Ning Fan inquired. Our esteemed master is indifferent to worldly affairs, wandering the seas, and is not present at Yunsong Pavilion. Wang Changxing replied. When will master return? Ning Fan asked again. I do not know either. When he departed. He mentioned that he would return if a way to save Yao Yao could be found. Although Qingju Peak had few inhabitants, it was not burdened with the numerous rules found on other peaks. It offered freedom and ease. At the summit, there existed a cultivation sanctuary. Accessible to you at any time, Wang Changxing stated. That is splendid. Ning Fan exclaimed with great satisfaction. Had he known of Qingju Peak earlier, he would never have chosen Qing'an Peak or Qinglei Peak. Even if the other 8 peaks had accepted him, he would have preferred not to go. The scenery of Qingju Peak was indeed breathtaking, and Ning Fan found great comfort in his stay there. Jiang Yuya sang daily, while Wang Changxing either read or sat on a piece of bluish stone, pondering the Tao. Yao Yao was remarkably sensible and endearing. No one disturbed Ning Fan. There was no place more suited to lay back and relax than Qiju Peak, within Yunsong Pavilion. The news of the astonishing talent Su Wanwan reaching the Array realm at the age of 18 and her choice of Zhixiao Peak had spread throughout the 9 peaks. Numerous elders and the sect leader were both shocked and delighted. Such a prodigy was rare in the ages. If Su Wanwan could remain at Zhixiao Peak, it was likely that Yunsong Pavilion would ascend to the pinnacle among the 4 ancient academies of the eastern wilderness. The disciples of the various peaks were ecstatic, especially the young men hailing from ancient families. Whosoever could win Su Wanwan's favor would not only gain a beautiful partner, but also bring immense benefits to their family. A true case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even Ning Fan became a topic of conversation among the disciples. There was a young man who participated in the assessment alongside Su Wanwan, rumored to have a close relationship with her. Not just close, but quite intimate, they whispered. That lad had taken advantage of the situation and failed the assessment. Yet to everyone's surprise, Su Wanwan declared that if he could not enter Yunsong Pavilion, she would leave as well. Could that young man be Su Wanwan's Tao companion? Even if he is, what of it? With my lineage and exceptional spiritual root, can I not win her over? Days later, a notification chimed. Ding. The female protagonist Su Wanwan has attained the minor completion of the 1st level of the Array realm, and the host realm has risen to the minor completion of the 2nd level of the Array realm. After a few days away from Zhixiao Peak, Ning Fan found himself beginning to miss Su Wanwan. He plucked a leaf from a green bamboo branch, inhaling its refreshing scent, and after descending the mountain, he soared towards Zhixiao Peak. Beneath the majestic Zhixiao Peak, a throng of male disciples from various peaks gathered, all yearning for a fleeting glimpse of Su Wanwan. Regrettably, despite their fervent pleas, Su Wanwan failed to make an appearance. Ning Fan found himself at the forefront of the crowd, unnoticed by most, as few had encountered him before. How many times must it be repeated? Junior sister Su Wanwan will never descend the mountain to meet any of you, no matter whom you send to convey your messages. It is futile. Even if you manage to find the sect leader, it will amount to nothing. One impatient disciple from Zhixiao Peak exclaimed. For days, she had been inundated with requests to summon Su Wanwan down the mountain. Senior sister, I beseech you to relay a message to Su Wanwan. Her husband has come to seek her, Ning Fan stated calmly. The words left not only the Zhixiao Peak disciple momentarily dumbfounded, but also caused the other disciples from various peaks to gasp in astonishment. How do you speak such nonsense? Junior sister Wanwan is merely 18 years old and yet unmarried. How could she possibly have a husband? The Zhixiao Peak disciple retorted angrily. The other disciples joined in, berating Ning Fan. Who is this audacious fool, daring to tarnish junior sister Wanwan's reputation? Have you even met her to make such a claim? Ning Fan laughed heartily. Ha! Su Wanwan is my lawful wife, already welcomed into my household. You need not be so envious. It would be wiser for you to return to your respective peaks and focus on your cultivation. At his declaration, the disciples erupted in further outrage. Which peak do you hail from, and what is your name? I have never seen you before. Someone shouted. I am Ning Fan, a new disciple from Qingju Peak. Realization dawned upon the crowd. He was the very lad who had entered the Cloud Song Pavilion alongside Su Wanwan. Ning Fan, you had to rely on Su Wanwan to even gain entry to the Cloud Song Pavilion, and yet you dare to boast of being her husband. A voice from the back of the crowd called out, followed by the sight of Gu Qizhou striding forth with purpose. Su Wanwan is a paragon of excellence. Her reputation renowned throughout the Cloud Song Pavilion. And you? Needing Su Wanwan's assistance merely to enter the pavilion, do you understand how the elders and disciples perceive you? A coward, a waste. Gu Qingzhou shouted, still nursing the humiliation of having been slapped by Su Wanwan just days prior. Ning Fan, unfazed, replied with nonchalance. Why are you so concerned with the opinions of others? They often overlook the true contributions of individuals. Allow me to illustrate. Your father practices diligently every day. While your mother toils in the kitchen, others may see your father as a devoted laborer, deserving of high praise. Yet your mother, endlessly cooking and cleaning, is dismissed as merely coasting along. Your mother is a mere freeloader, and thus receives a score of 0. Gu Qingzhou stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend such a novel form of insult. If you are so fixated on others' judgments, tell me, is your mother indeed a freeloader? Ning Fan pressed. Ah! Gu Qingzhou shrieked, his composure shattered, spiraling into a frenzy. I will kill you. Chapter 16. The estrus of the great mother monkey in a fit of rage. Gu Qingzhou unleashed a torrent of power, causing a radiant blue pattern to manifest, a phenomenon indicative of entering the formation realm. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon emerged, measuring over 10 zhang in length, ferocious and unyielding, lunging towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan, with a cold smirk, spread his arms like a great rock, unleashing a burst of lightning as a cheeping screeched in response. The clash of these two formidable techniques resonated with a series of explosive sounds, illuminating the surroundings as they engaged in fierce combat. This spectacle left onlookers astounded, prompting the disciples from nearby peaks to retreat. The dragon roared, thrashing about violently. Yet it was left battered and bruised by the. Although this technique was not as powerful as that of the dragon, Ning Fan had reached the second minor completion of the formation realm, allowing him to overpower Gu Qingzhou with sheer mastery. With another resounding impact, the dragon was torn asunder, and one of his razor-sharp claws descended upon Gu Qizhou. His expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands in defense. The ensuing crash echoed loudly, accompanied by Gu Qingzhou's agonized scream, his body half buried in the ground, hair disheveled, face pale, and blood mist erupting from his mouth. The surrounding disciples were left in shock. Was it not said that this youth could not even pass the assessment? How could he possess such formidable strength? Gu Qizhou had legitimately passed the Yunsong Pavilion's evaluation, becoming a disciple of the Ching and Peak, yet here he was, utterly defeated by Ning Fan. With such meager strength, what audacity did he have to act so arrogantly before me? Ning Fan disdainfully brushed off the dust from his hands and turned his gaze toward a female disciple of the Zixia Peak. Esteemed sister, might I trouble you to convey a message to Su Wanwan, stating that her husband has come seeking her? The female disciple of Zixia Peak, snapping back to reality from her astonishment, still refused to comply. Sister Wanwan has said she will not meet with anyone. Ning Fan remained unfazed, directing his attention to Zixia Peak and calling out with a powerful voice, "My beloved." A surge of magnificent Dao power accompanied his words, resonating through the air. The female disciple of Zixia Peak was momentarily stunned, then retorted angrily, "How dare you be so disrespectful?" For days, disciples from various peaks had come to Zixia Peak, hoping for a glimpse of Su Wanwan, yet no one had ever dared to shout so boldly. Apologies, but since you are unwilling to deliver my message, I am left with no choice but to act impolitely, Ning Fan replied calmly. Do not waste your breath. Even if Su Wanwan hears you, she will not come down to see you. The Zixia Peak disciple huffed, unable to believe that Ning Fan could truly be Su Wanwan's husband. Given Su Wanwan's beauty, grace, and extraordinary talent in cultivation, it was inconceivable that she would wed someone like Ning Fan. The other disciples present scoffed at the notion. However, to everyone's astonishment, moments later, an ethereal figure of unparalleled beauty descended from Zixia Peak, followed by a dozen curious female disciples who could not resist trailing behind Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan? The Zixia Peak disciple's face morphed into one of disbelief. She had never anticipated that the elusive Su Wanwan would actually come down the mountain. The disciples present from various peaks all widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that this young man, Ning Fan, has truly married Su Wanwan? The moment she laid eyes on Ning Fan, Su Wanwan's frosty demeanor melted like snow, revealing a faint smile. Was it possible that junior sister Wanwan was smiling? The numerous disciples of Zixiao Peak were taken aback, for since Su Wanwan had joined, she had never bestowed a smile upon anyone else. Ah, my dear wife. How I've missed you. How have the past few days treated you? Ning Fan said with a foolish grin. Everyone present perked up, their gazes fixated on Su Wanwan, eager to see if she would respond. Quite well, Su Wanwan replied softly. The utterance of those 3 words from her lips sent the crowd into an uproar. They had truly wedded? How could this be? What merit did this fellow possess? In the entire Yinsong Pavilion, Su Wanwan, a rare and extraordinary talent, had married the obscure Ning Fan, a fact that none could accept. How could junior sister Wanwan possibly fancy him? There must be some underlying issue. Even the female disciples of Zixiao Peak felt it was a disservice to Su Wanwan. Ning Fan paid no heed to their remarks. After 3 years, he had grown accustomed to the jeers. My dear, I have specially plucked a sprig of bamboo leaves for you, he said, presenting it with a sense of joy, believing the fresh scent would please her. However, the disciples from various peaks looked on with derision. Using a mere piece of bamboo as a gift? Are you truly so impoverished? They mocked. If you cannot afford something better, it would be wiser to refrain from gifting at all and spare yourself the embarrassment. The female disciples of Zixiao Peak whispered among themselves, casting disparaging glances at Ning Fan. Never before have we received such a paltry offering, they murmured. To think that someone as extraordinary as Sister Wanwan would receive nothing more than a piece of bamboo. Clearly, you do not regard her highly. This is simply outrageous. A chorus of voices echoed, many of whom had multiple suitors and viewed Ning Fan's gift with disdain. You fail to grasp the essence of a gift. It is not measured by its material worth but by the sentiment behind it, Ning Fan retorted dismissively, uninterested in their scornful expressions. To him, the bamboo he had chosen was a special gift, reflecting his genuine feelings. If you are impoverished, just admit it. This talk of sentiment is merely an excuse you concoct for yourself, they sneered. I have encountered many a poor man. You, who covet the unattainable, must have employed some despicable means to coerce Sister Wanwan into marriage. A cacophony of voices from the disciples of Zixiao Peak continued to chatter, casting sidelong glances at Ning Fan. You are the true toads, and your entire family is composed of toads. Ning Fan, irritated by the incessant chatter of the disciples from Zixiao Peak, found himself consumed by a surge of vexation. A group of conceited toads, believing themselves to be untouchable, seem to think that all men in the world should worship them, do they not? I understand you as well as a farmer understands manure. Were a man hailing from a prestigious lineage or an immortal dynasty to stand before you, each of you would eagerly transform into a lustful female monkey, fearing the loss of an opportunity to elevate from a wild hen to a phoenix. As these words escaped his lips, it was as if he had pierced the very lungs of the Zixiao Peak disciples, causing an uproar. Terms like female toad, manure, lustful female monkey, and wild hen were utterly foreign to them, and they were left aghast at the vulgarity of the insult. Ning Fan, how audacious you are. Do you comprehend the essence of respecting women? You possess no decorum. It is a wonder that Sister Su Wanwan would even look your way. Take your wretched bamboo and return to Qingzhou Peak. A dozen female disciples from Zixiao Peak immediately broke their defenses, pointing at Ning Fan in reprimand. Yet, no matter what they uttered, their words seemed feeble and ineffective in the face of his pointed insults. Ning Fan laughed heartily, unabashedly reveling in their discomposure. He relished watching them confront their own dark truths, their faces flushed with embarrassment, yet stubbornly defiant. I harbor no disrespect towards women. I merely hold you in contempt. Sister Wanwan, you need not pay heed to such a man. Come back to Zixiao Peak with us, one of the female disciples urged, grasping Su Wanwan's wrist. Unexpectedly, Su Wanwan shrugged off the disciple's grip and approached Ning Fan directly. Amidst a chorus of bewildered gazes, she accepted the bamboo branch from Ning Fan's hand. Thank you. This bamboo exudes a delightful fragrance. I truly like it, Su Wanwan remarked. Chapter 17, The Pretense of Nonchalance. Concealing achievements and fame as Su Wanwan accepted the bamboo and expressed her fondness for it, the jaws of all present dropped in astonishment. How precious could a mere bamboo be? How could one be so fond of it? However, what the others failed to notice was that Su Wanwan recognized the care behind Ning Fan's selection. The bamboo was devoid of blemishes, the tip was pristine, and even the leaves had been meticulously trimmed. Clearly, Ning Fan had perused many bamboos before choosing this one, making it a particularly thoughtful gift. How fortunate I am to have a wife who understands me, Ning Fan thought, feeling a surge of affection for Su Wanwan that reached its zenith. I am Zheng Hasheng, and I have a small gift I wish to present to Miss Su Wanwan. I hope you will graciously accept it." A voice, rather ill-timed in Ning Fan's ears, rang out as a man clad in white stepped forward, producing a jade vial from within his robes. As the jade vial was opened, a profound aura of the great Tao surged forth. "A third-grade holy elixir," someone exclaimed, leaving the crowd in astonishment. "The Zheng family is an ancient lineage, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. So it is young Master Han Sheng. How foolish of me not to recognize you earlier. Young Master Han Sheng truly displays generosity befitting a scion of an illustrious family. This is indeed a third-grade holy elixir. Some impoverished youths might never encounter such a treasure in their lifetime." Several female disciples from Zixia Peak simultaneously expressed their admiration for Zhang Hansheng while subtly mocking Ning Fan. Ning Fan chuckled softly, to think that such a trifling third-grade holy elixir could cause these pretentious women to change their demeanor faster than one could turn a page. It was indeed an eye-opener for him. Earlier, he had remarked that if a man from the longevity world or the undying dynasty were to appear before them, they would transform into lustful she-monkeys, fearing the loss of their chance to rise from obscurity. He had overestimated them. The self-worth that these female disciples of Zixia Peak attributed to themselves was even lower than Ning Fan had imagined. It was quite laughable. Who is truly objectifying women here? Wanwan, why are you still dazed? Quickly thank young Master Han Sheng, a Zixia Peak disciple urged, tugging at Su Wanwan's sleeve to prompt her to accept the third-grade holy elixir. However, Su Wanwan shook her off, retreating several steps. "Sister Zhang Yuan, if you touch me again, don't blame me for being rude," Su Wanwan retorted coldly, her delicate features as frigid as frost. She was genuinely exasperated with these people. The Zixia Peak disciple was taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Su Wanwan, unable to fathom why she would utter such words. "Junior sister, I am only looking out for your best interests." Before Zhang Yuan could finish her sentence, Su Wanwan acted decisively. She had no desire to engage in further conversation with such individuals. With a swift strike, intricate patterns of Tao surged forth, flames roaring as a piercing explosion echoed. Zhang Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and in her panic, she hastily activated her Zixia technique to defend herself. Bang! The violet radiance formed by the Tao patterns shattered in an instant, as Su Wanwan's delicate hand struck Zhang Yuan's chest with force. Puff! Zhang Yuan coughed up blood, her body flying backward, a mist of crimson spraying into the air. After landing, she staggered back several steps, her complexion pale and gravely injured. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. No one anticipated that Su Wanwan would strike her fellow disciple from Zixia Peak so fiercely. The reason? Merely to defend someone whom all regarded with disdain, Ning Fan. The other female disciples of Zixia Peak fell silent. Zhang Yuan, a disciple of the previous generation of Zixia Peak, had reached the 4th level of the Array Realm, yet she could not withstand even a single blow from Su Wanwan. It was utterly terrifying. Those geniuses from the longevity families, supreme sects, and the pinnacle of the undying dynasty might be no more formidable. Yet, no one could fathom why Su Wanwan held such a deep affection for Ning Fan, offering him her unwavering support. Their perceptions utterly failed to elucidate Su Wanwan's actions, driving them to the brink of madness. What sort of man relies on a woman's protection? A genius like Su Wanwan exists in an entirely different realm. If you cannot present any substantial worth, I advise you to keep your distance from her. Zhang Hanxing snorted coldly, brandishing the third-grade holy pill in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Fan. "Keep your distance from me. One more glance at me, and you'll pay with your life," Su Wanwan declared frostily, an aura of chilling menace radiating from her. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, particularly from Gu Qingzhou, who, having crawled out from the ground, was so terrified that he collapsed. He would never forget the day Su Wanwan slapped him. Zhang Hanxing's face contorted, his complexion a ghastly shade of pale. After all, he was the scion of an ancient family, yet Su Wanwan showed him no mercy. Ning Fan extended a hand, grasping Su Wanwan's wrist, signaling her to remain calm. "You believe yourself to be quite the catch, do you?" Ning Fan scoffed. "Is further proof necessary? As long as Su Wanwan is with me, she can have as many of these third-grade spirit pills as she desires," Jiang Hansheng proclaimed arrogantly. Ning Fan merely smiled, remaining silent as he discreetly produced a Tianxian transformation pill. "This is the Tianxian transformation pill, the pinnacle of 4th-grade holy pills." The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the pill in Ning Fan's hand. Jiang Hanshin's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had swallowed a fly. A single Tianxian transformation pill was worth thousands of his third-grade holy pills. Isn't it merely a top-tier fourth-grade holy pill? With the resources of the Jiang family, I can certainly procure one. Jiang Hanxing insisted, yet anyone could discern the lack of confidence in his demeanor. He spoke of the Jiang family's resources but did not claim to possess one at that moment. This indicated that Jiang Hanxing lacked any holy pill that could rival the Tianxian transformation pill. Otherwise, he would have produced it to humiliate Ning Fan long ago. For an ancient family, while fourth-grade holy pills were indeed precious, they were not beyond reach. However, utilizing a fourth-grade holy pill on a mere array realm cultivator would be an extravagant waste. Even for an ancient family, such lavishness was unthinkable. Moreover, Jiang Hanshin's innate talent in cultivation was not the finest in the Jiang family. Otherwise, he would have ascended to a supreme sect rather than appearing in Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan, unimpressed by Jiang Hanxing's attempts at debate, quietly unveiled a ninth-turn Yin-Yang pill, the ultimate fifth-grade holy pill. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions exaggerated, rendered speechless. The words they had previously uttered ricocheted back at them like a boomerang, striking them with a forceful impact. My dear, let us find a more pleasant place to converse. This atmosphere is rather disheartening, Ning Fan suggested as he gently took Su Wanwan's hand and led her away. A fine poem indeed. A splendid verse. Chapter 18. May we share a bed? He placed two sacred pills, the heavenly transformation pill and the nine-turn Yin-Yang pill, into Su Wanwan's hands without hesitation. This is far too precious. I currently lack no resources for cultivation, so you should keep them for yourself, she responded. In front of so many people, how could I possibly reclaim these two sacred pills? Ning Fan replied earnestly. Moreover, if you do not accept them, how can the system reward me 1,000-fold? If you refuse, I might just perish. Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle, obediently accepting the two sacred pills. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the female lead the heavenly transformation pill and the nine-turn Yin-Yang pill, receiving 1,000-fold reward. Would you like to exchange it now? Not yet. Ning Fan thought to himself. Ding. The female lead, Su Wanwan, has increased her affection for the host by 1. Current affection level, 6. The host is rewarded with one nine-turn Linglong pill, a 6th-grade sacred pill. Where shall we linger for a while? Ning Fan inquired. Anywhere is fine. You decide. Shall we visit Qingju Peak? Ning Fan suggested with a smile. Very well, Su Wanwan agreed. In her eyes, the ranking of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion was merely an illusion. What mattered most was choosing a peak that suited oneself. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Zhixiao Peak over Qingyun Peak, Qinglei Peak, or Wanyun Peak. At Qingju Peak, Su Wanwan was enchanted by the serene beauty of the surroundings. It was indeed a splendid location. In front of a few bamboo houses, Ning Fan introduced Su Wanwan to Wang Changxing, Jiang Yueye, and Mo Yaoao. This is my wife. Su Wanwan, Ning Fan declared proudly. Brother Wang Changxing, sister Jiang Yueye, and junior sister Yaoao. Su Wanwan gave a slight bow, saying, I am honored to meet you, brother. Sister, and little junior sister, you are truly delightful. Since it is our first meeting, I have nothing of great value to offer, but please accept this fan. Jiang Yueye said, presenting an ancient fan made of 10,000-year-old ice crystal jade for the frame and 10,000-year-old ice silkworm silk for the surface. As the fan unfolded, it revealed a scene of spring rivers and moonlit nights, with a starry sky above, both mysterious and enchanting. Not only was Ning Fan taken aback, but Su Wanwan's eyes also glimmered with astonishment. An artifact of the Celestial King. Su Wanwan whispered to Ning Fan, do not be deceived. Not even a disciple of Qingju Peak could produce such a treasure, let alone the entire Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He now harbored even greater suspicion that Jiang Yueye was a fellow traveler from another world, one who, like him, had activated a system. Sister, this fan is far too valuable, Ning Fan remarked. Such trinkets are not of great worth, Jiang Yueye replied nonchalantly, lightly tossing the ancient fan towards Su Wanwan. Even though Su Wanwan felt a sense of embarrassment, she had no choice but to accept it. Senior sister Ning Fan intended to politely decline, but was interrupted by Jiang Yueye's melodious voice. In that fleeting moment, the scene came alive, with shimmering lights reflecting off the palace, prompting the thought, what year is it tonight? The graceful dance and the flickering lights seemed to whisper of eternal slumber amidst the stars that adorned the heavens. Each frown and smile, every gesture and movement, blended seamlessly into the performance. Ning Fan was quite familiar with the aria watching from the wall. having heard it countless times in his past life, yet none could match Jiang Yue's exquisite rendition. Enraptured by the performance, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan felt it inappropriate to intrude further. Since it was a gift from the junior sister to the younger sister, it was best to accept it graciously. Wang Chongqing calmly stated as he entered his modest bamboo cottage, emerging later with an ancient tome in hand. The barren Qingzhou peak lacked precious materials, and the senior brother had little of value to offer, save for this solitary volume. The younger sister was a rare talent of the Yunsong Pavilion. This Howren classic might prove beneficial for her cultivation. Su Wanwan took the ancient text, glancing at it, her eyes widening with astonishment. This was a celestial technique. Su Wanwan exclaimed, considering that Qingzhou Peak was the least prosperous of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion. With scarce talents, and with Ning Fan having only 4 disciples, where could such a celestial artifact and technique have come from? It was utterly astonishing. Senior sister gifted a celestial artifact, and senior brother bestowed a celestial technique. What remarkable backgrounds did they possess? If news of the celestial artifact and the Howren Classic were to spread, it would drive the masters of the other 8 peaks to madness. Could it be? Was senior brother also a traveler who had unlocked the system? Could it be that the master was also a traveler? How coincidental that travelers would converge upon Qingzhou Peak. Ning Fan's heart raced with even greater shock. He deemed it unwise to directly question Jiang Yue and Wang Chongqing just yet, planning to consult the system for clarity later. Senior brother, this Howren Classic is far too precious, Ning Fan remarked. Wang Chongqing chuckled lightly. No need for concern, junior brother. This Howren Classic is merely a copy left by our esteemed master, not particularly valuable. Left by our master? Ning Fan murmured, finding this explanation somewhat reassuring. Though the notion of the master possessing celestial techniques was indeed hard to fathom. Since it was left by our master, it is a secret of Qingzhou Peak. Does this not seem inappropriate? Ning Fan questioned. Our master once said that if anyone wishes to join Qingzhou Peak, it is a matter of heavenly fate, Wang Chongqing replied, expressing unwavering faith in the master's foresight. All disciples of Qingzhou Peak are like brothers and sisters, united in duty. Your wife is also part of Qingzhou Peak. So there is nothing inappropriate about this. Senior brother is merely acting according to the master's wishes. After speaking, Wang Chongqing handed the Howren Classic to Su Wanwan and resumed his reading on a nearby stone. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, Su Wanwan said with a slight bow. Sister-in-law, Yao Yao has a gift for you too, Mo Yao Yao chimed in cheerfully, presenting a clay doll she had crafted with her own hands to Su Wanwan. Ma Yao Yao, with her innocent optimism, left Su Wanwan utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan began to relish their time together as a couple. Ning Fan reclined on the lush grass, crossing his legs, with his head resting on Su Wanwan's fair, delicate thighs. Ah, what a delightful sensation, Ning Fan mused internally, feeling comfort radiate from his head down to his heels. The chill that once adorned Su Wanwan's lovely visage had vanished, replaced by an elegant demeanor and tranquil grace, truly a beauty beyond compare. Her slender, jade-like hands gently caressed Ning Fan's hair. In his past life, Ning Fan had heard from his mother that if a woman enjoys touching your hair, it signifies genuine affection. In this serene moment, both of them savored the tranquility. System, Su Wanwan's affection for me has risen to 6 points. May we share a bed now? Ning Fan inquired within his mind. Not permitted. Then, if it reaches 7 points, can we? Still not permitted. The system responded curtly. What if it ascends to 8 points? Can we then? Ning Fan, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Not allowed. And if it reaches 9 points, can we? In Ning Fan's mind, the notion of sharing a bed consumed his thoughts. If the pursuit of a partner did not culminate in such intimacy, it would indeed be devoid of meaning. Chapter 19. What? The system is female? Absolutely not. The system's irritation peaked, its tone considerably elevated. Sharing a bed. Sharing a bed. Is that all you think about? Your mind is filled with base thoughts. Life encompasses vast wilderness, stars, and oceans. How eloquent. After traversing the wilderness and witnessing the stars and seas, may we then share a bed? The system fell silent. Oh, I almost forgot. You're a system, lacking the components to fully comprehend the joy of such intimacy. Perhaps you should seek out a female system and try your luck? Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a pang of sympathy for the system. All right, Ning Fan, I treat you as my host, and you regard me as a mere trifle. Is that it? Look at you, getting all flustered. I adore you, dear system. Why would I mistreat you? It was merely a jest. Ning Fan spoke truthfully. The system was indeed splendid. Noticing the system's silence, Ning Fan continued, Speak up, Do you not enjoy a grand jest regarding fatherhood? Host, when did you become my father? Did you not explicitly state it? I am your progenitor, your true father. Ning Fan retorted within his mind, recalling the moment he first wielded his sword. Flailing about before collapsing, with the system directly acknowledging him as father, he remembered it vividly. The system fell silent. Had it possessed a human visage, it would surely be ashen. It just occurred to me that the system appears to lack gender. If that is the case, does it imply that systems are akin to hermaphrodites? Can systems reproduce autonomously? Ning Fan's casual remarks were like salt being rubbed into the wounds of the system. This was not merely treating the system lightly, but rather treating it as though it were a paternal figure akin to the Americans. The system, devoid of gender, had nonetheless acquired a distinction of gender since the moment its consciousness was birthed. So it is thus, but what of your consciousness? Is it male, female, or perhaps a blend of both, capable of embracing both roles? The system's voice suddenly took on a shy tone. I am but a little girl. Ning Fan was taken aback, leaping from the grass in astonishment, utterly unprepared to discover that the system's consciousness was feminine. How could this be? A female consciousness? And yet it frequently uttered such crude language. Was this reasonable? That term is merely an adjective, expressing the author's profound shock and emotional response, rather than a verb. The system clarified. So you possess life experience, even understanding the nuances of the author's emotional expressions. Ning Fan mused within his mind. Could it be that the system had received compulsory education? Wanwan, startled by Ning Fan's reaction, exclaimed, Ning Fan, what is wrong with you? Nothing. Nothing at all. Ning Fan snapped back to reality, dismissing the gender of the system's consciousness for the moment. He had matters to attend to first. It was uncertain when Wanwan would next visit Qingzhou Peak, and he could not afford to waste the opportunity. If he could elevate their rapport to 6 points, perhaps he could explore more intimate possibilities. Ning Fan leaned in, gazing deeply into Wanwan's eyes. Initially, she held his gaze, for she was the reincarnation of a formidable celestial emperor and possessed a fair degree of willpower. However, as their eyes locked, Wanwan gradually melted under Ning Fan's unabashed stare. She subtly turned her head, averting her gaze, her cheeks blooming with a delicate blush. Had the opportunity arrived? Ning Fan felt a surge of triumph. His mother had once advised him that the best way to win over a girlfriend was through direct eye contact. If he faltered, he ought to hastily compose himself and resume his prior activities. Yet, if the girl faltered, revealing a bashful demeanor, then he could proceed accordingly. How wonderful his mother was. He adored her. Without hesitation, Ning Fan seized the moment and kissed her. This time, he was experienced, not allowing Wanwan a moment to react. He pried open her lips, his tongue darting inside like an eel. Wanwan lightly thumped Ning Fan twice with her small fist before ceasing her resistance. Gradually, her gaze grew clouded with passion, and Ning Fan's hands became bolder. Just as he was about to ascend to new heights, Wanwan suddenly flipped him over, pinning him beneath her. This position pleases me as well. Just as Ning Fan reveled in this delightful turn of events, Wanwan swiftly secured his wrists. Ning Fan, what are you trying to do? A sudden, chilling reprimand, accompanied by the murderous intent glimmering in Wanwan's eyes, descended upon Ning Fan like a bucket of icy water, dousing his fervent spirit. To gaze upon Wanwan was perilous, yet she had already tolerated an array of grievances from Ning Fan that she would have previously deemed intolerable. In her past life, she had been extraordinarily virtuous, and Ning Fan's aspirations to scale the heights of her forbid dance were entirely taboo. Beep. The system has detected a decrease of 13 in the female lead Wanwan's affection towards the host, bringing the current affection level to -7. At present, the female lead Wanwan's thoughts are, first, castrate, then kill, repeat the cycle, and upon completion, preserve the remains as a specimen to be kept eternally close. Ning Fan screamed inwardly, drenched in cold sweat. This marked the lowest point of Wanwan's affection since the system's activation, plummeting sharply to -7. Even with affection reduced to such depths, the notion of being turned into a specimen post-mortem was exceedingly cruel. Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as a ruthless celestial emperor, having slaughtered countless formidable foes without a flicker of remorse. It was evident that Wanwan genuinely harbored a desire to end Ning Fan's life, yet paradoxically, she had developed feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she contemplate preserving him as a specimen, eternally by her side? I have done nothing amiss. These are merely the customary actions of a devoted partner. My dear, you are simply too enchanting, and my affection for you is overwhelming. I momentarily lost control, You cannot fault me for that, can you? Ning Fan lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He understood that defiance before a formidable figure like Su Wanwan would be futile. She was indeed capable of murder. Pleading for mercy would also bear no fruit. Su Wanwan had been merciless in her past, slaughtering millions without a blink. If she were truly set upon killing, mere words of supplication would not sway her. Thus, Ning Fan resorted to feigning vulnerability, adopting a pitiful demeanor. As he anticipated, Su Wanwan's resolve softened, the murderous gleam in her eyes gradually fading. The grip she had on his hands lessened significantly. Ning Fan, wary of provoking her further, remained silent, gazing at Su Wanwan with deep affection. At last, Su Wanwan sighed softly, rising to her feet and gazing into the distant landscape, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fan felt genuine trepidation. He would not fear physical aggression from Su Wanwan. Rather, it was her silence that unsettled him, for it signaled true displeasure. My dear, you are not truly upset, are you? Ning Fan ventured cautiously, stepping closer to her. He recognized Su Wanwan's unwavering commitment to her virtue and realized perhaps he should approach her with greater patience. After all, their wedding day marked their first encounter, and scarcely 10 days had passed since then. I am not angry. I merely feel a twinge of remorse. It is my failing, something that other women manage effortlessly. Yet I have faltered, Su Wanwan murmured softly, a flicker of guilt evident in her complex gaze. She seems to have forgotten that she is the reincarnation of a quasi-immortal emperor, instead immersing herself in the role of Ning Fan's beloved. If Ning Fan were to marry someone other than her, Su Wanwan, perhaps he would find greater happiness, devoid of any celestial lineage. Upon hearing Su Wanwan's words, Ning Fan felt a profound stirring within his heart, as if something deep within him had been fiercely awakened. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency overcame him. Su Wanwan's statement implied that she might indeed be ready to relinquish her claim. It is not your fault. I, Ning Fan, am at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Wanwan suddenly smiled gently at him. This time it cannot happen, not even on the grass. In an instant, Ning Fan smiled back, feeling a sense of tranquility. It is getting late. I must return to Zixia Peak, Su Wanwan declared. I shall escort you. The two of them, hand in hand, descended the mountain. In 7 days, the new disciples of Yun Song Pavilion will venture into the ancient secret realm for trials. Will you be attending? Su Wanwan inquired. This trial serves as an assessment for disciples from each peak, as the cultivation resources of Yun Song Pavilion's 9 peaks are limited, making it impossible to treat all equally. They select disciples with greater potential for focused cultivation. New disciples from the other 3 great ancient academies, Nanshan Pavilion, Beishan Pavilion, and Tianshan Pavilion, will also participate simultaneously. This can be seen as a form of competition among the 4 ancient academies. All new disciples from the other 8 peaks of Yun Song Pavilion will attend, yet the situation at Qingzhou Peak is unique. Qingzhou Peak is the least significant among the 9 peaks of Yun Song Pavilion and has become somewhat dispensable, lacking sufficient cultivation resources. Furthermore, with Ning Fan being the only new disciple, attending the ancient secret realm holds little significance. If my beloved is going, I, your husband, naturally cannot be absent. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Very well, I shall see you in 7 days, Su Wanwan responded. After watching Su Wanwan ascend Zixia Peak, Ning Fan returned to Qingzhou Peak. As evening approached, Ning Fan lay in his bamboo cottage, lighting an oil lamp. System, you truly are quite the delicate being, aren't you? Ning Fan queried. Absolutely genuine. Why not change your personality and turn the system's consciousness into a male? It would be preferable. Having a female consciousness within the system felt somewhat peculiar to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, is it so easy to change? The gender of the consciousness is determined at the moment of the system's birth. Why don't you consider changing yourself? But your consciousness is female, delving into my most lascivious thoughts while having an unobstructed view of my physical form. From mind to body, you see everything without reservation. It hardly seems appropriate. I am a respectable person. I have my dignity to uphold. Your dignity is scattered all around. The system scoffed, questioning Ning Fan's claim to respectability. As he is the least dignified, could you refrain from being so delicate? This system holds no interest in your mind or body, much like a male gynecologist. 666. Ning Fan was taken aback by the system's bold and carefree feminine personality. I must correct you. The young ladies do not engage in trivialities. The system is rather lacking in rigor. Roll your eyes. System, if Su Wanwan's fondness for me reaches a perfect 10, may I then share a bed with her? Why are you still thinking about that? A score of 10 signifies pure love, yet your mind is solely occupied with carnal desires. It is impossible to attain such a score. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, sensing that the system's words held a semblance of truth, albeit not entirely. Can one truly speak of love devoid of any desire? If love is absent, then how can one even entertain the notion of pure love? Is second sister Jiang Yuya truly a time traveler? Ning Fan inquired. This system cannot provide an answer. Seek out a more loquacious system for clarification. Humph. Whether you speak or remain silent, I shall uncover the truth in due time. Meanwhile, atop Ching Peak, Chu Yunzio wore a sinister grin. Presently, within the 8 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, the number of individuals wishing to eliminate Ning Fan is unfathomable, with a few more bribes. I can incite strife at the opportune moment, ensuring this brat meets his demise. Chu Yunzio cackled malevolently. The following day at dawn, Ning Fan emerged from his bamboo abode. Second sister was clearing her throat while the senior brother sat on a blue stone, engrossed in his reading. Ning Fan joined him on the stone and inquired, "Senior brother, how long have you been a disciple of Qingzhou Peak?" "For over a decade," Wang Changxing replied nonchalantly. "Has it truly been that long?" Ning Fan expressed his surprise, pondering whether his senior brother spent each day immersed in books. "My master deemed me dull-witted and unsuitable for cultivation, declaring that I would spend my life without any connection to the immortal path. However, he also remarked that my peaceful nature, devoid of worldly strife, could lead to becoming a sage through study. This would not be a life wasted." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan felt a surge of respect for senior brother Wang Changxing and harbored deep admiration for his elusive master, Meng Ke. Although the master roamed the world without a fixed abode and was often viewed unfavorably by the members of Yunsong Pavilion, Ning Fan perceived him as an ethereal being. Ascending to the pinnacle of Qingzhou Peak for the first time, Ning Fan found himself enveloped in an aura of mysterious Tao. As he stepped onto the sacred ground and settled into meditation, his mind achieved tranquility, undisturbed by the tumult of the world. The grounds were suffused with formations, and the air above resonated with the power of the Tao, inscribed with patterns and ancient verses. The vastness of the heavens initially calmed. As he sat alone on the green mountains, listening to the sound of bamboo, the valleys echoed with the rippling bamboo waves, a scene of celestial beauty, while white mist and crane shadows danced in the clear sky. His heart, like a gallant steed, roamed the wilderness, while his gaze soared with the flying swans into the azure expanse. This life appears to be that of a wandering guest, half immersed in the ethereal, half lost in the abyss. By heavens, what magnificent poetry! Regrettably, Ning Fan lacked cultural refinement, merely exclaiming, "I wander the world." Although he was a common man, he could occasionally appreciate the elegance of the arts. He grasped the transcendent essence of the poem, depicting a state of sublime detachment from the mundane, serene as a still pond, in harmony with the heavens. The entire text of the Haoran Sutra was inscribed in the skies above the sacred ground. The Haoran Sutra is not an unparalleled technique, but rather a heart sutra. Ning Fan possessed an extraordinary level of comprehension, his insight truly remarkable. He has now grasped the profound essence of the poem, and with his extraordinary comprehension, understanding the Haoran Sutra is no longer a challenge. As time flows, Ning Fan meditates on the Haoran Sutra atop the Qingzhou Peak. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Wanwan, has achieved a significant breakthrough to the first level of the array realm, and the host realm has advanced to the second level of the array realm. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Wanwan, has reached the pinnacle of the first level of the array realm, and the host realm has ascended to the pinnacle of the second level of the array realm. 3 days later, Ning Fan finally descended from the peak. The snow, imbued with myriad hues, sculpted the Buddhist altar, while the journey ahead, shrouded in dust and indulgence, reminded him of the past's brilliance now obscured, awakening him to be but a spectator. The melodious voice of second senior sister echoed through the bamboo forest, enveloped in an aura of fate. "Ning Fan, you have returned. How was your experience? Did you gain anything?" Wang Changsheng, upon seeing Ning Fan, closed the ancient tome in his hands. "The teachings from our master regarding the celestial realm were indeed profoundly beneficial," Ning Fan replied. Subsequently, Wang Changxing continued to discuss the Haoran Sutra with Ning Fan. Although Wang Changxing was not particularly gifted, his insights into the realm of the mind and understanding of the Haoran Sutra had reached a level that left Ning Fan in awe. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the bamboo dwelling of Mo Yao Yao. With a deafening crash, the bamboo house exploded, unleashing a terrifying cloud of dark green poison gas. In an instant, all the green bamboo that came into contact with the toxic fumes began to rot at a visible pace. Chapter 21. Am I giving you face? Oh no. The poison gas within Junior Sister has erupted. Wang Chongqing's expression changed drastically, and Jiang Yue's melodious voice abruptly ceased. Previously, the poison gas in Mo Yaoyao's body had erupted multiple times, but never with such severity. The bamboo house had been breached by the poison, and the surrounding green bamboo rotted rapidly, indicating the poison was undeniably lethal. Yao Yu. Wang Chongqing shouted her name, preparing to rush forward recklessly. Senior brother. You will perish if you go like that. Ning Fan exclaimed, pulling Wang Chongqing back. The 10,000 poison body is the most potent poison body in existence. That dark green gas is not merely one type of poison, but a fusion of myriad toxins, manifesting in its ominous hue. Having been at Qingzhou Peak for over a decade, Wang Chongqing's realm had only reached the 5th level of the Array realm. Even a powerful figure at the virtual Dao realm would likely meet a tragic end upon encountering a trace of the 10,000 poison bodies gas. I am the senior brother of Qingzhou Peak and cannot disappoint Master's trust, Wang Chongqing declared, undeterred by the danger. You are courting death with such recklessness. Ning Fan retorted. I shall go. Jiang Ye interjected, clad in crimson silk, her power of the great Dao surging forth. The 3rd level of the virtual Dao realm. Only upon reaching the virtual Dao realm can one wield the power of the great Dao. Jiang Yue's strength was beyond Ning Fan's imagination. None of you should go. My constitution is unique, impervious to all poisons. I am the most suitable for this task. Ning Fan exclaimed, declaring that he possessed the primordial immortal body. Impervious to all poisons, even the toxic emanations of the 10,000 poisons corpse. Junior brother, you wouldn't deceive your elder brother, would you? Wang Chongqing responded incredulously, for it was the first time he had heard of such a resilient constitution. Am I foolish enough to jest with my own life? Ning Fan retorted, and without delay, he charged towards Mo Yaoyao. In but a few breaths, he reached her side, only to behold her in agonizing distress, her body marred with sinister, dark green poison patterns. Terrifying toxins seeping from her orifices and pores. If the toxic essence could not be subdued, Yaoyao's very flesh would succumb to its malevolence. Ning Fan's expression darkened as he summoned the primordial force within him, striking his palms against Yaoyao's back. The dark green toxins could not infiltrate Ning Fan's being. As the primordial power surged forth, the poisonous essence within Yaoyao gradually began to be restrained. However, the exertion of his primordial energy was considerable, and he struggled to maintain his focus as the majority of the poison patterns receded from Yaoyao's form, her complexion slowly returning to normal. Yet, the depletion of his primordial force took its toll, and he felt the world spinning around him before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely perceived Wang Chongqing and Jiang Yue rushing towards him. When Ning Fan awoke, it was already the following day, and Wang Chongqing, Jiang Yue, and Mo Yaoyao had kept vigil by his side, tirelessly watching over him. Brother Ning, you have finally awakened. You frightened Yaoyao to death. Mo Yaoyao cried out, bursting into tears as she threw herself into his embrace. Wang Chongqing and Jiang Ye exhaled deeply, their previously tense expressions finally relaxing. How is Yaoyao? Ning Fan inquired. Yaoyao is unharmed, thanks to you. Otherwise, with the capabilities of myself and my junior sister, even at the cost of our lives, we may not have been able to rescue her, Wang Chongqing replied. That is a relief, Ning Fan said, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. For he had indeed worried about his inability to contain the toxins within Yaoyao. The toxin within her has manifested even more frequently than our master anticipated, Wang Chongqing sighed. Ning Fan grasped Yaoyao's wrist, allowing his primordial force to seep in and assess her condition. Upon discovering that the main meridians within her body had been sealed by the primordial energy, a smile graced Ning Fan's face. Brother, do not worry. I can assure you that the toxins within Yaoyao should not recur within the year, Ning Fan declared with a smile, knowing that the heavenly treasures imbued with fire essence could effectively suppress the 10,000 poisons corpse. He retrieved several lava crystals obtained from the red scale flame dragoness cave. System, exchange for 3 sacred pills infused with fire power, Ning Fan instructed in his mind. Subsequently, he produced 1 first grade, 1 second grade, and 1 third grade sacred pill. Yaoyao, take one whenever you feel discomfort, Ning Fan advised. Witnessing his generosity, Wang Chongqing and Jiang Ye exchanged glances, both touched by his selflessness, for the 3 sacred pills were of considerable value. The esteemed master once remarked that if anyone wishes to join the ranks beneath the Qingzhou Peak, it is indeed a fateful encounter, and how true that is. Wang Chongqing mused that this incident clearly demonstrated Ning Fan's deep sense of loyalty and integrity. His character was undoubtedly beyond reproach. After Wang Chongqing, Jiang Yuya, and Yao Yao departed from the chamber, Ning Fan commenced his cultivation. If you had devoted yourself to diligent practice earlier, you would not have fainted, the system remarked. If I cultivate diligently and surpass Su Wanwan by 2 realms, will her elevation also enable me to ascend? Ning Fan inquired. Your cultivation is your own. As the female protagonist advances, so too shall you, the system replied. With that assurance, Ning Fan decided to exchange for a Tianxin transformation pill. The Tianxin transformation pill is a 4th-grade elixir, and he currently has the ability to exchange for 1 5th-grade and 1 6th-grade sacred pill as well. Upon ingesting the Tianxin transformation pill, a profound force of the Tao surged through his meridians. With the Hunyuan immortal body and tenfold comprehension combined with the Tianxin transformation pill, Ning Fan's cultivation speed became astonishingly rapid. 2 days later, Ning Fan's realm advanced from the peak of the 2nd layer of the Array realm to the small accomplishment of the 3rd layer. Ding. System detection. The female protagonist Su Wanwan has ascended from the peak of the 1st layer of the Array realm to the great accomplishment of the 2nd layer. The host's realm has elevated to the 4th layer of the Array realm. The time for the journey to the ancient secret realm for training had arrived as scheduled, and the new disciples of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion gathered at the grand formation outside the mountain gate. As Ning Fan arrived, he instantly attracted the attention of nearly all the new disciples. The events that transpired 7 days prior at Zixia Peak had already spread throughout Yunsong Pavilion. Qingzhou Peak. The last of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, and you alone as a new disciple. What significance does your presence hold in the ancient secret realm? Someone disdainfully remarked, their face a mask of scorn. Ning Fan scoffed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He truly could not fathom the source of their misplaced superiority. Allow me to demonstrate the significance. As soon as the words left his lips, a hand shot forth. And with a thunderous roar, a pillar-thick azure lightning bolt surged towards the individual. Without employing any treasure, merely a single bolt of azure lightning unleashed an astonishing might. The individual's expression shifted dramatically, and he summoned a treasure, manifesting a colossal one-horned rhinoceros, with arcs of lightning crackling from its horn. Boom! The clash of thunder erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of space, as lightning illuminated the sky. Soon after, the rhinoceros was vanquished. The new disciple let out a pained cry as he was hurled several meters away, crashing violently to the ground, engulfed in smoke. He had lost consciousness, seemingly destined to miss the opportunity of the ancient secret realm. Hisses of shock echoed among the new disciples of the 8th peak of Yunsong Pavilion. As they collectively inhaled sharply, the fact that a single bolt of lightning, without any treasure, could wield such incredible power was astonishing. Moreover, the severity of the action was undeniable. Being barred from entering the ancient secret realm was an immense loss for the new disciples of Yunsong Pavilion. Overestimating your own abilities. Have you taken my leniency for granted? Ning Fan exclaimed. His current cultivation level was quite formidable, having reached the 4th stage of the formation realm, sufficient to crush many novice disciples merely by virtue of his rank. You scoundrel! Another disciple from the Qing Lei Peak erupted in fury, his hair standing on end, radiating golden lightning from every pore. Wanyun, he is enraged. As the eldest among the new disciples of Qing Lei Peak, possessing a supreme spiritual root, he had already attained the 3rd stage of the formation realm. This young lad, Ning Fan, was in for a difficult time. The new disciples from various peaks were taken aback, many reveling in schadenfreude, their faces adorned with mockery. You dare harm a disciple of Qing Lei Peak? Prepare to receive my strike. Wanyun bellowed, sweeping his hands to conjure a golden spear that crackled with golden lightning. In the next moment, he grasped the golden spear and hurled it with great force, piercing through space like a bolt of golden lightning aimed directly at Ning Fan. At that instant, Su Wanwan's silhouette abruptly appeared before Ning Fan. A fiery red spear emerged, colliding with the golden spear in a fierce clash. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by the roar of flames and the thunder of lightning, with sparks scattering in every direction. The spectacle was astonishing, causing the faces of many elders present to shift dramatically. With a deafening boom, the golden spear shattered, its golden lightning dissipating. Wanwan also withdrew, extinguishing the nirvana fire. Wanyun's pupils constricted. Truly, she was a prodigy coveted by the vice leaders of every peak, her strength formidable indeed. Ning Fan intended to assert that he was more than capable of handling Wanyun with his current abilities. However, before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Wanwan. As long as I am here, who dares to harm you even a hair? That would be courting death. Ning Fan was nearly moved to tears. Being the man behind the Empress was quite exhilarating. Wanwan. This is a matter between the disciples of Ching Lei Peak and Qingzhou Peak. Does Xixia Peak wish to intervene? Wanjun retorted, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He understood that with Wanwan present, none among the new disciples of the 8 peaks could teach Ning Fan a lesson. Yet, the disciple of Ching Lei Peak had already suffered grave injuries if Ning Fan were not held accountable. Both his dignity and the reputation of Ching Lei Peak would plummet. Only by escalating the issue to a matter involving both Ching Lei Peak and Xixia Peak could he hope to make Wanwan reconsider her stance. Junior sister Wanwan. It is inappropriate for us from Xixia Peak to involve ourselves in the disputes among disciples of other peaks. Your actions are inciting discord between Xixia Peak and Ching Lei Peak. Yun, the eldest sister among the new disciples of Xixia Peak, stated solemnly, I care not for any disputes. Whoever troubles Ning Fan shall be my enemy. Wanwan declared fiercely, showing no regard for relationships, for to her, Yunsong Pavilion was not a place for long-term residence. Those who wish to kill Ning Fan will first face my wrath. Junior sister, you are the most outstanding disciple of Xixia Peak. Your every move represents our sect. Yun cautioned. I hereby declare that all my actions are entirely unrelated to Xixia Peak. Wanwan proclaimed resolutely. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. The entire formation enveloped in silence. What could possibly justify Ning Fan's extraordinary favor from Wanwan? At that moment, Jiang Wanxia, the vice master of Xixia Peak, spoke up. This matter ends here. As we have all witnessed, it was the disciple of Ching Lei Peak who spoke disrespectfully first. The hour is late. We may now activate the spatial formation and proceed to the ancient secret realm. Despite their reluctance, the disciples of Ching Lei Peak, including Wanyun, had no choice but to relent. A resonant sound of the Tao echoed, and with it, Tao patterns filled the air as the spatial array was initiated. Moments later, the figures of numerous new disciples and elders from Yunsong Pavilion, along with the vice master, vanished from the mountain gate's great formation. The ancient secret realm was a place abundant with spiritual herbs, where the landscape was both picturesque and serene. The members of Yunsong Pavilion were transported here via the spatial array, and not far off stood the people from Nanqian Pavilion. Ha, everyone. It has been a long time. How have you been, my brother? The vice master and elders of Yunsong Pavilion exchanged pleasantries with those from Nanqian Pavilion, creating an amiable atmosphere. Among the disciples of Nanqian Pavilion, Shuedin spotted Ning Fan and Wanwan, her expression frozen in disbelief. Ning Fan, Wanwan. How could they possibly become disciples of Yunsong Pavilion? Shuedin murmured. Though she had been defeated by Ning Fan on that day, she believed it improbable for him, possessing only a heavenly spiritual root, to enter Yunsong Pavilion. As for Wanwan, it was common knowledge within the Su family that she was deemed a waste with merely a mortal spiritual root. Shuedin nearly thought she was seeing things. But after a second glance, she was convinced of her own eyes. Is she truly the waste sister Wanwan you mentioned? She does possess some beauty, remarked a finely dressed man beside Shuedin, entirely disregarding Ning Fan, his gaze fixated on Wanwan, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Toba Clan, are you implying that I am less beautiful than that wretched woman Wanwan? Shuedin retorted, her face darkening with anger. Not at all, Sister Shuedin. Your beauty and unparalleled grace are unmatched. Among the 4 great ancient academies, no female disciple can compete with your allure. Toba Clan feigned sincerity, and Shuedin basked in the flattery. That is more like it. As for that way Wanwan, whether in appearance, demeanor, or cultivation talents, how could she possibly compare to me? I wonder what stroke of luck allowed her to become a disciple of Yunsong Pavilion, Shuedin declared with pride. Convinced that Wanwan had no chance of entering Yunsong Pavilion based on merit alone. Sister Shuedin, do not take it to heart. Yunsong Pavilion is merely a mediocre academy. It is only natural for them to recruit some subpar disciples, Toba Clan added. Soon after, the disciples of Beixian Pavilion and Tianqian Pavilion arrived in succession, with all the new disciples of the 4 great pavilions gathered. The rules remained unchanged. Whichever pavilion's disciples could ultimately ascend Shuedin Peak would be crowned the foremost among the 4 great academies. A vice master from Nanqian Pavilion spoke confidently, asserting their inevitable claim to the title of the leading academy. For 5 consecutive times, the new disciples of the Nanqian Pavilion have reached the summit of the Shuedin Peak. And he believes this time shall prove no different. The competition among the new disciples of the 4 great pavilions begins now. The moment the words were spoken, the new disciples of the 4 pavilions swiftly unleashed their agility and surged forward. If one wishes to avoid conflict with the disciples of the Qinglei Peak, it is prudent not to accompany Ning Fan. Otherwise, when I take action, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Wanjun declared, his expression grave, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Rest assured, Brother Wanjun, no one desires to ally with Ning Fan, even without your warning. None would be foolish enough to associate with such a person. Opposing Brother Wanjun is merely courting disaster. The new disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion echoed in agreement, isolating Ning Fan, which had nearly become a shared consensus. The ancient secret realm is far more perilous than the Taihua mountain range. To travel alone is not only to risk failing to reach the peak of Shuedin, but perhaps even to catch but a glimpse of its shadow. Of course, one could call for help from the elders of the Yunsong Pavilion using the talismans at their disposal, yet that would forfeit any chance of competition. The female disciples of the Zixiao Peak also urged Su Wanwan to reconsider. Sister Wanwan, you have the opportunity to ascend Shuedin Peak and contend with the top talents of the other 3 pavilions. Do not forsake this grand opportunity for the sake of a man. As a disciple of the Zixiao Peak, one should prioritize the greater good. Su Wanwan's countenance was as frosty as winter, and she retorted coldly, what greater good? It has nothing to do with me. I disdain to associate with you. She cared little for the so-called greater good. Why should she prioritize it? Why should the greater good not consider her and Ning Fan? Then you two should refrain from calling yourselves disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion henceforth. Wanjun stated darkly. Oh, are you the master of the Yunsong Pavilion? Do you possess the authority to expel me? Are you worthy of such a claim? Ning Fan scoffed, not even mentioning that his wife was unparalleled among the new disciples of the 9 peaks of the Yunsong Pavilion. His own strength was more than sufficient to confront Wanjun. Wanjun was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Ultimately, he merely huffed and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. The other new disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion followed suit, leaving, once the last of them had left. Su Xianling strutted over, her chest puffed with pride. Isn't this my useless sister and her degenerate husband? You two have struck the greatest of luck to become disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan ignored Su Xuanling's taunt and instead turned his gaze towards the young man beside her. May I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is? I am Toba Feng, the heir of the illustrious Toba family, blessed with an exceptional spiritual root, and among the top 5 disciples of the Fenggan Peak of the Nanqian Pavilion. Toba Feng proudly proclaimed, listing his accolades with great satisfaction. Ah, so you are the scion of the ancient Toba family. It is a pleasure to meet you, indeed. Ning Fan responded with feigned reverence. Toba Feng, pleased by the compliment, replied, at least you know how to speak well. Lord Toba is 100 times superior to you. A slothful wastrel, Su Xianling declared with haughty arrogance. Ning Fan smiled, the corners of his mouth curving into a playful arc. So this is the case, Brother Toba. Even a wretched person like Su Xianling has caught your attention. You are indeed famished. How is it that you can consume anything? Upon hearing these words, the proud expression on Su Xianling's face instantly froze. Toba Feng wore a dazed look, struggling to comprehend Ning Fan's statement. However, once he grasped its meaning, his complexion darkened ominously. Such a cutting remark, it belittled both of them in one fell swoop. Ning Fan, you shall pay the price for your words. Su Xianling seethed with rage, a torrent of immense power surging within her. A vast array of purple flames manifested, and a violet phoenix emerged. Having recently entered the array realm, and after enduring 4 slaps from Ning Fan at the Ning family, Su Xianling consumed a sacred pill and dedicated herself to arduous training, finally achieving this level of strength. With a piercing cry, the violet phoenix screeched, flames roaring and distorting the very fabric of space as it lunged towards Ning Fan. Simultaneously, another cry echoed as Su Wanwan intervened. A torrent of crimson rebirth flames surged forth, and a divine phoenix took shape, vividly alive. The collision of their formidable techniques resembled 2 volcanoes erupting in unison, flames soaring into the heavens, unleashing a tempestuous force. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the violet phoenix was torn asunder, while the divine phoenix remained nearly unscathed. Su Wanwan? Su Xianying was both astonished and terrified. Wasn't he her sister merely a waste with mundane spiritual roots? When did she become so powerful? Those who witnessed this spectacle were left in shock. The crimson flames were overwhelming, emanating a terrifying aura, a truly formidable technique. Su Wanwan, you are not a mere mortal with ordinary roots. You have been concealing your true power. Su Xianying's eyes widened in disbelief, grasping that there could be no other explanation. Her sister's innate talent surpassed her own. And yet, what of it? Su Wanwan replied indifferently. You are a member of the Su family. Do not forget whose sister you are, whose daughter you are, who bore you, and who raised you. Now you remember that you belong to the Su family? When you treated me like a discarded shoe, beneath contempt, and forced me to marry in your stead, why did you not proclaim that I was a member of the Su family then? Su Wanwan scoffed coldly, showing mercy by not exterminating the entire Su family. You cannot escape the bonds of blood. An elder sister is like a mother. Su Wanwan, I now command you to sever ties with Ning Fan, Su Xianying declared authoritatively. Su Wanwan clenched her fists, a fierce anger welling up in her eyes. An elder sister is like a mother. Su Xianying, how dare you utter such words? What right do you have to command me? Had it not been for the relentless pressure from you and your mother, would my own mother have perished in such despair? Remembering her late mother, tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks. Even Ning Fan felt a pang of sorrow for her in that moment, yet he had no intention of intervening. Only Su Wanwan's personal vengeance would prevent her from harboring any lingering resentment. Your mother flaunted her allure and seduced my father. She deserved no sympathy. Su Xianying sneered, believing that as the eldest daughter, everything was rightfully hers. Su Wanwan, you ungrateful wretch, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Su family's ancestors. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she summoned a purple feather, radiating a chilling aura. This feather, a pure-blood phoenix plume, was a life-saving token bestowed upon her by the ancestral figure Su Guan. She would not permit Su Wanwan to surpass her. She was prepared to employ even her life-saving means to eradicate her rival. With a cough, Su Xianying expelled a mouthful of vital essence onto the purple feather. It erupted in blinding light, intricate patterns materializing as a majestic purple phoenix took flight, its wings stretching for dozens of yards, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Akin to a true pure-blood phoenix. The oppressive aura was terrifying, causing Ning Fan's expression to darken as he positioned himself in front of Su Wanwan. There's no need for that. I can handle this myself. Su Wanwan replied calmly, restraining Ning Fan from intervening. You two are still indulging in your little romance. Let us descend together into the underworld. Su Xianying shouted in fury, gesturing with her hands as the phoenix screeched and charged toward Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Surrounded by the purifying flames of nirvana, Su Wanwan transformed into a divine phoenix, meeting the purple phoenix head-on. A surge of mysterious power erupted from her being, the might of her supreme bone unleashed. The clash was thunderous. Within mere moments, the phoenix's wings were broken. How is this possible? Su Xianying's expression turned grim. Such a life-saving technique could only be employed once, and even a formidable figure at the fourth level of the Array realm would struggle to withstand it. How could Su Wanwan possess such overwhelming strength? Dear woman, you may not be aware, but my wife is currently the most talented new disciple of Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan proclaimed with a smile. Su Xianying's face contorted with rage as she turned to the side, addressing Toba Clan. Toba Clan, why are you standing there? Hurry and assist me in eliminating her. With a fierce glint in his eye, Toba Clan unleashed his own technique, summoning a fierce wind falcon. Its talons razor-sharp as it dove towards Su Wanwan. Just entering the third level of the Array realm. Boom. A resounding thunderclap echoed as a massive bolt of azure lightning cleaved through the air, striking the wind falcon. It shattered upon impact, and Ning Fan darted forth, swift as lightning, confronting Toba Clan. How dare you lay a hand on my wife? Ning Fan roared, his visage transforming into a fierce snarl. It was one thing for two women to engage in a one-on-one duel, but for Toba Clan, a man, to intrude was utterly disgraceful. Akin to a foul fish seeking a rotten shrimp, an utterly shocking sight. Toba Clan was taken aback. A single strike had obliterated his wind falcon technique, revealing that Ning Fan's strength was far beyond what Su Xianying had claimed. Ning Fan, hailing from the Dongwang Toba Clan, is a branch of the illustrious Toba lineage in Zhangzhou. I advise you, Toba Clan, not to provoke me, for the Toba family is renowned for their longevity, having produced a celestial king in the past. However, before Toba Clan could finish his sentence, an irate roar erupted from Ning Fan. I curse you. The moment his voice faded, Ning Fan transformed through a divine technique, embodying the essence of the Qing, with immense power surging forth and lightning crackling fiercely. A formidable claw extended, aiming directly at Tuoba Feng's crown. Tuoba Feng, struck with terror, realized the magnitude of this assault, which bore the might to shatter mountains. A tempest arose, followed by a torrent of flames that surged forth, igniting a fire serpent over 100 feet long. With a thunderous crash, the clash of their techniques erupted like a cataclysmic explosion, intertwining flames and lightning in a dazzling display, scattering everywhere. A violent force surged around the two, snapping spiritual trees and shattering massive boulders. Moments later, the fire serpent was torn apart by the Qingping, a clear manifestation of overwhelming superiority in realm. Ning Fan's hand, resembling a bird's talon, struck towards Tuoba Feng. With a resounding thud, their palms collided, producing a deep echo. Blood spewed from Tuoba Feng's mouth, his body quaking violently as he was forced to retreat, his complexion paling in an instant. In the distance, many new disciples of the Nanshan Pavilion were left in awe. Tuoba Feng's strength was already considered top tier within the pavilion, yet he had suffered a crushing defeat in merely 3 exchanges. Su Xianing screamed in agony. Her hands shattered, her face ashen, blood mist erupting from her mouth as her body was flung backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. She coughed up another mouthful of blood, struggling to rise but collapsing like a lifeless dog. The disparity in power between Su Wanwan and Su Xianing was monumental. This battle was an absolute rout. Su Xianing, I spare your life today, repaying all the favors owed to the Su family. Go back and inform the elder of the Su clan that one day I, Su Wanwan, shall personally ascend upon the Su family, demanding retribution for you and your mother. Su Wanwan, you are utterly rebellious. Should you dare return to the Su family, the elder will undoubtedly take action to cleanse the house. Su Xianing shrieked in desperation. When that day comes, if Su Guan dares to intervene, I will annihilate the entire Su family. Su Wanwan declared coldly, her murderous intent palpable, refusing to cast another glance at Su Xianing. My dear, let us depart. With that, the figures of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan vanished into the forest, leaving the new disciples of the Nanshan Pavilion in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Wanyun and the other new disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion had already disappeared without a trace. The ancient secret realm is vast, teeming with spiritual herbs, yet it is also rife with ferocious beasts. Even with numerous new disciples from the 4 great pavilions accompanying each other, accidents occur every year, ranging from severe injuries to fatalities. More than half an hour later, a chilling roar echoed, and soon after, a multitude of glimmering green eyes emerged from the depths of the forest. There were over a dozen gray wolves, each possessing the formidable strength of the array formation realm. These wolves, cunning and intelligent, targeted the solitary, setting their sights on Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Undeterred, Ning Fan rushed forth to engage in combat with the pack, lightning flickering at his fingertips, each strike claiming the life of a gray wolf. Ultimately, he found himself locked in a fierce battle with the Wolf King, an opponent at the 3rd level of the array formation realm. With his own strength at the 4th level, he knew that should he unleash his full power, the Wolf King would meet his demise within 10 strikes. However, Ning Fan refrained from hastily eliminating this adversary. The Wolf King, having ascended to his position through countless battles, possessed a wealth of combat experience. What Ning Fan lacked most was practical experience, and this Wolf King presented the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. After a duration equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, the Wolf King, panting and singed, was covered in scorched fur, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Realizing it could not prevail, the Wolf King turned and fled. Ning Fan activated the Qingpeng body technique, swiftly closing the distance within mere breaths. With hands like talons, he struck out, unleashing a burst of lightning that struck the Wolf King squarely on its crown, delivering a fatal blow. A piercing cry echoed as a fierce bird circled above Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. It was a black eagle at the 4th level of the array formation realm, with wings spanning several dozen yards, exuding a terrifying aura and immense power, black lightning crackling from its talons. The carnage of the wolf pack had drawn the attention of this predatory bird. Ning Fan transformed, embodying the essence of the Qingping, soaring into the air to engage the black eagle in combat. The clash of the Qingping's talons against the black eagle's sharp claws resonated like the sound of ancient treasures colliding. 2 distinct forms of lightning erupted, scattering in all directions with a thunderous crackle. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot forth. Ning Fan barely evaded it, but a nearby ancient tree was struck. splitting in two and igniting into flames. Receive my strike. Ning Fan bellowed, fingers splayed wide as azure lightning surged forth. A bolt as thick as a water barrel launched at the eagle. The black eagle screeched defiantly, refusing to retreat, and charged directly into the oncoming lightning. Boom. The azure lightning exploded, causing the black eagle to tremble violently. Despite its iron-hard black feathers, it sustained internal injuries and spewed forth a mist of blood. Wounded. The black eagle became even more frenzied, each feather radiating black arcs of lightning as it advanced menacingly toward Ning Fan. With a fierce shout, Ning Fan charged forward, undeterred, to confront the black eagle head-on. The strength of his mixed-element immortal body was formidable, comparable to that of pure-blooded beings. This time, Ning Fan faced a true opponent. As the black eagle bore traces of ancient bloodlines, the two clashed violently in midair, a back-and-forth struggle that escalated from the sky to the ground and back again. An intense stalemate. Fourth level of the array formation realm. Wanwan's delicate features were etched with astonishment. A glimmer of incredulity washing over her as she finally perceived Ning Fan's true realm at that moment, completely surpassing her expectations. Thunder rumbled ominously in the background. Atop a small mountain, Ning Fan collided with the Black Hawk, causing the ground to tremble violently and fissures to appear. The Azure Ping's protective spell shattered, leaving Ning Fan's garments in tatters, yet his body remained almost unscathed. In stark contrast, the Black Hawk shed large feathers, revealing bloodied flesh in numerous places. Raising his hand, Ning Fan summoned an immense force, delivering a devastating punch that struck the Black Hawk. A thunderous sound erupted, the mountain crumbled under the impact, and the Black Hawk screeched in agony, its beak spewing blood as Ning Fan's blow caved in its abdomen. Die, wretch! Ning Fan roared, his fists surging with tremendous power. Blue lightning flashing brilliantly. One blow after another rained down upon the Black Hawk, sending its body plummeting from the mountain peak to the ground below. The 100-foot-high mountain was shattered into debris, stones scattering like clouds. Even though the Black Hawk's feathers were as tough as iron, they could not withstand such a brutal onslaught. With a final resounding punch, a massive crater formed in the earth, and the Black Hawk lay lifeless within, devoid of breath. Ning Fan, drenched in the Black Hawk's blood, grasped its wing and strode toward a nearby ravine. I'll make roasted wings for you. He smiled broadly at Wanwan. He leaped into a pool of water at the bottom of the ravine, cleansing the blood from his body, then retrieved a large cauldron and filled it with spring water. Once it reached a boil, he immersed the Black Hawk within, extracting it to begin plucking its feathers. After everything was tidied up, Ning Fan skewered the wings with the celestial sword and set them over the fire to roast. Ning Fan, there are some matters I've kept from you, Wanwan hesitated to say. Oh, let them remain hidden, Ning Fan replied calmly, already aware that her secret was her reincarnation as the Empress. Don't you wish to know what I have concealed? Wanwan asked, surprised by Ning Fan's tranquil reaction, which showed no curiosity about her hidden truths. If you wish to speak, then speak, Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, Wanwan confessed, in truth, I am a quasi-emperor, having entered the cycle of reincarnation. Oh, Wanwan was taken aback, surprised by Ning Fan's lack of reaction. Aren't you at all astonished? She inquired. Ning Fan turned to her with an expression of admiration. Wow, I am utterly astounded. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. Wanwan was left dumbfounded. It all felt too disingenuous. My lady. Ning Fan adjusted his demeanor, becoming earnest. Whether you are the Empress Wanwan or the mortal Wanwan, it makes no difference to me. As long as you are my wife, that is sufficient. At his words, a glimmer of emotion flickered in Wanwan's eyes. Ning Fan. You are so kind. Ning Fan could not help but reflect. Despite Wanwan being the reincarnation of an empress, she seemed utterly inexperienced in matters of affection, as pure as a blank canvas. Meanwhile, numerous new disciples from the Cloud Song Pavilion had already soared hundreds of miles away. Behind the crowd, Yunzhao discreetly retrieved a communication talisman. Upon receiving the news, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. How audacious to provoke even the Toba family. One must be truly weary of life, Yunzhao murmured to himself. For 2 days prior, he had leveraged the connections within the Great Chu dynasty to contact the new disciples of the other 3 major pavilions, offering a bounty for the head of Ning Fan, all in preparation for this very moment. With over a dozen formidable warriors at the 3rd level of the array realm assembled, I shall see how you manage to survive. Yunzhao sneered, knowing that Ning Fan had offended so many, that even if he perished alongside Wanwan, no one would suspect him. Chapter 25. Being followed in a mountain gorge. Ning Fan sat upon a piece of azure stone, cultivating and absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. After fierce battles with the Wolf King and the Black Hawk, the power of the Tao within him had been severely depleted, leaving him in dire need of recovery. Ding. System detects that the female lead, Wanwan, has increased her favorability towards the host by 1. Current favorability level is 7. System rewards the host with 1 9-turn Zishu pill of 7th grade quality. A 7th grade holy pill was enough to entice even the most seasoned experts of the extreme Tao. Wanwan was also in the midst of her cultivation, her body adorned with crimson fire patterns that continuously morphed. At that moment, a figure clad in black stealthily emerged from behind an ancient tree. Fixating on Ning Fan and Wanwan, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes. Having identified the targets, the figure planned to act as night fell. Signaling to their accomplices. Ding. System detects that the female lead, Wanwan, has reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Array Realm. The host's realm has elevated to the minor completion of the 4th level of the Array Realm. Half a day later, Ning Fan's Tao power had largely replenished, and he rose from the azure stone, concluding his cultivation. A satisfied smile graced his lips. He had advanced a realm to the 4th level of the Array Realm. Back when he and Wanwan first entered the Taiwan mountain range, she had mentioned that only during life and death moments could one unleash their potential and transcend their limits. This was indeed the finest method of cultivation. Although the battle with the Black Hawk had not reached a life or death juncture, it had served as a rigorous trial, significantly augmenting his strength. The Empress did not deceive me. It is indeed through combat that one enhances their prowess most directly. Now, at the 4th level of the Array Realm, he surpassed the majority of new disciples from Yunsong Pavilion, Tianjin Pavilion, Nanxian Pavilion, and Beixian Pavilion. Setting aside Ning Fan's innate primordial immortal body, the sword of immortal slaying, and the Kunpeng treasure art, his mere realm advancement was sufficient to crush the other newcomers. As he and Wanwan departed the gorge, they proceeded unhurriedly deeper into the ancient secret realm. After more than half an hour, a faint cry echoed through the woods. It was the call of the 7-colored medicinal phoenix pheasant. Who would have thought such a spiritual bird existed in this ancient secret realm? Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Wherever the 7-colored medicinal phoenix pheasant appeared, sacred herbs must surely flourish. Ning Fan and Wanwan followed the sound and soon discovered a vibrant, multicolored medicinal pheasant beneath a towering mountain peak. Although its strength was modest and it appeared harmless, its plumage displayed 7 hues, and its beak gleamed like black jade as it called out towards the mountain's summit. It seemed that the sacred herb resided atop the mountain. Ning Fan exclaimed with excitement. The 7-colored medicinal pheasant only dared to call from below the peak, clearly deterred by the formidable beasts that must inhabit the heights, Wanwan remarked. That is fortuitous. I was seeking a powerful beast to hone my skills, Ning Fan replied. As they ascended the mountain, 13 cloaked figures swiftly emerged from the distant forest, converging at the mountain's base. This lad is quite fortunate to encounter the 7-colored medicinal pheasant, one of them marveled. Regardless of what sacred herb grew at the summit, it was an enviable opportunity for the new disciples of the 4 great sections. Even the luckiest cannot escape death tonight. Let them revel for a moment. Even if they acquire the sacred herb, they shall not enjoy its benefits. 2 others sneered, opting to remain at the base while dispersing into the woods to conceal their presence. This operation demanded utmost secrecy. They needed to eliminate the 2 without a trace of error, ideally without raising any alarm. The death of a disciple from Qingzhou Peak would likely go unnoticed. But their targets extended beyond Ning Fan. They also sought Wanwan. As a disciple of Zhixiao Peak, her entrance into the Yunsong sect had sparked contention among the 6 vice masters. Should their plot be uncovered, they would not only face severe retribution from the Yunsong sect, but their families would also bear the consequences. Thus, this mission must be flawlessly executed. At the summit, an ancient willow tree stretched towards the heavens, its branches lush and verdant. Beneath the willow, a spirit mushroom thrived, drawing vitality from the tree and harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, reaching the quality of a 4th-grade sacred herb. Before Ning Fan could reach the peak, he spotted a massive green python coiled around the mushroom, its length spanning hundreds of feet, its crimson eyes glinting with cunning and cruelty. The green python hissed, descending from the summit, fixating its gaze on Ning Fan, its forked tongue flickering as it radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Ning Fan remained undeterred, pressing forward. The python emitted a fierce cry, unleashing a frigid blast that crystallized into dozens of ice spikes, sharp and icy, hurtling towards him. It was a creature at the fourth stage of the Array realm, mightier than the Black Eagle. I will handle it, Wanwan declared. Transforming her form with a divine phoenix technique, enveloped in the flames of rebirth as she soared toward the green python with a piercing cry. With a flap of her wings, she melted the ice spikes effortlessly. Be careful, my dear. The aura of this python is fearsome. It is at the fourth stage of the Array realm, possibly nearing its pinnacle. Wanwan has only just achieved the peak of the second stage, Ning Fan cautioned. Consequently, Ning Fan's concerns were unwarranted. The divine phoenix treasure technique is the nemesis of all serpentine beings. The Nirvana fire, one of the most domineering flames in existence, completely countered the frigid breath expelled by the azure python. Enraged, the azure python realized its path's power was thwarted. It ceased to unleash its divine abilities and instead lashed out with its colossal tail, conjuring a terrifying tempest. Surrounding ancient trees were uprooted, and boulders weighing thousands of pounds were sent flying. With a sharp reprimand, Wanwan unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy from within her being. The might of her supreme bone surged forth as she struck out with her palm, engaging directly with the azure python's massive tail. Boom! The mountains trembled, the ground quaked, and the air erupted with a deafening roar. A visible surge of chaotic energy radiated from the point of impact, shattering nearby boulders and reducing ancient trees to mere splinters. The formidable power of the divine phoenix treasure technique, combined with the might of the supreme bone, exceeded Ning Fan's expectations of terror. Wanwan possessed the strength to single-handedly confront this azure python. With his worries dissipated, Ning Fan soared to the mountain's peak while his wife battled the serpent. Beneath the ancient willow tree, a medicinal mushroom, as large as a bronze mirror, shimmered with the brilliance of thunder. The thunder-pattern mushroom had yet to fully mature. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly reached the level of a fifth-grade sacred herb. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's gaze. Yet he had no time to wait for the mushroom's maturation. Just as he extended his right hand to uproot it, a piercing cry echoed from the towering willow. In the next instant, a thunder falcon plunged downwards. Though its form was modest, with a wingspan of merely a few dozen feet, it radiated an overwhelming brilliance of lightning. Fifth layer of the Array realm. Ning Fan's expression shifted, and his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 26. Ning Fan's demise. The ancient willow towered majestically, its branches lush and verdant, concealing the thunder falcon from Ning Fan's view. As it swooped down, the air crackled with electricity, and its razor-sharp talons resembled divine blades, unleashing a series of piercing explosions as they aimed directly at Ning Fan's crown. This beast had lain in wait upon the willow, gathering momentum for a strike that could easily rend a fifth-layer Array realm expert to shreds. The sight of flesh being torn apart, brain matter splattering, and blood gushing would surely be horrifying. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. From its aura alone, he could gauge the Thunder Falcon's formidable strength. However, if he were to evade now, the Thunder Pattern Mushroom, so close to achieving the fifth-grade sacred herb caliber, would likely be obliterated. I shall confront you head-on. Ning Fan did not retreat. The power of his path surged forth, and his hand shot out, lightning crackling between his fingers. The mixed Yuan immortal body unleashed its might, and strands of primordial energy coalesced within his palm. Smash! Ning Fan bellowed, his entire arm enveloped in electricity as he struck towards the Thunder Falcon. Thunderous roars reverberated as his fist collided with the talons, producing an astonishing explosion. It was as though two bolts of heavenly thunder had clashed, resonating throughout the mountaintop, scattering lightning in all directions. The thunderous body of the lightning falcon was violently propelled backward, its claw succumbing to the overwhelming force, resulting in a grievous fracture that left it drenched in blood. Ning Fan's body trembled violently, his lower legs sinking into the rocky ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as the vital energy within him surged tumultuously. The hand that had withstood the falcon's onslaught was splattered with blood, yet it was merely a superficial wound, causing no significant harm. The lightning-patterned spirit mushroom remained unscathed under Ning Fan's protection. What a formidable primordial celestial body! The system does not deceive me, Ning Fan murmured, unable to contain the exhilaration swelling within him, a proud smile gracing his lips. The strength of the lightning falcon at the fifth level of the formation realm was astonishing. It was only at this moment that Ning Fan truly comprehended the terrifying power of his primordial celestial body. In the woods at the foot of the mountain, 13 cloaked figures, upon hearing the resounding crash from the summit, exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying a sense of dread, though obscured by clouds. The echoes of the commotion still sent chills down their spines. Such a fearsome display. The sacred herb atop the peak must be fiercely guarded by a powerful being, potentially at the 4th level of the formation realm. They whispered amongst themselves, realizing that the targets of their assassination mission were far stronger than they had anticipated. I told you long ago that this man and woman are no trifles. Otherwise, how could the 9th prince of the great Shu dynasty afford to invest so heavily? A young man exclaimed, his sharp brows furrowed, eyes glinting with ferocity. The greater the strength of the being atop the summit, the more advantageous it is for us. Night is approaching. Soon, it will be easier to eliminate them. Atop the peak, Ning Fan extracted his legs from the stone, promptly uprooting the lightning-patterned spirit mushroom and storing it within his spatial treasure. The lightning falcon perched upon a willow branch, watching Ning Fan's actions with trepidation, hesitant to act. Its intelligence was not lacking. This human was terrifying, possessing a physical strength that was remarkably exaggerated, while its claws had broken under the strain. This human's fist had only suffered a minor scrape. Are you truly frightened? Ning Fan chuckled lightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since you dare not come at me, I shall take the initiative. Ning Fan invoked the Qingpeng treasure technique, his form embodying that of the azure rock as he surged upward, hands transforming into claws, lunging at the lightning falcon. The confrontation between man and falcon atop the willow tree erupted into a cacophony of booming sounds. Lightning crackled, ancient willow branches splintered and fell, igniting in flames under the onslaught of the electric strikes. As the battle raged on, Ning Fan grew increasingly emboldened, while the falcon began to falter, suffering another broken claw and shedding numerous feathers. With a piercing cry, the falcon opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of dense lightning while flapping its wings. Attempting to flee, Ning Fan discerned the creature's intent, drawing the immortal Slayer sword. With a single strike, he unleashed a crimson sword aura that shot forth with ferocity. The head of the Thunder Falcon was severed, blood splattering into the air as its monstrous body plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. Ning Fan descended, retrieving the Thunder Falcon's body, ensuring his dinner was secured for the evening. At that moment, Wanwan also reached the mountain summit, dragging the tail of a green python behind her. A thunder-patterned spirit mushroom, nearly reaching the 5th grade of sacred herbs, was a slight disappointment. Ning Fan proudly produced the thunder-patterned spirit mushroom, declaring, "Tonight, my dear, I shall prepare a soup of spirit mushroom and thunder falcon for you." "And what shall we do with this large python?" Wanwan inquired. The green python naturally thrives in cold, damp environments, making its flesh unpalatable. However, its gallbladder can be extracted for medicinal wine. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, skillfully using the celestial slaying sword to extract the gallbladder. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Ning Fan decided against further travel, opting to spend the night atop this peak, by a pool of water on the mountainside. He set up a cauldron over a crackling fire. He first absorbed the thunder Dao power from the spirit mushroom. Otherwise, once placed in the cauldron, it would crackle and pop, rendering the soup electrifyingly potent, potentially numbing the mouth of anyone who dared consume it. Beneath the mountain, 13 cloaked figures, having heard no sounds, stealthily approached under the cover of night. The fire blazed brightly, illuminating Wanwan's breathtaking beauty, her serene demeanor reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Within the cauldron, water bubbled vigorously, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. In addition to the thunder-patterned spirit mushroom, Ning Fan scoured the area for other medicinal herbs to enhance the flavor of the soup. Rich, savory, and fragrant, even Wanwan, once the Empress reigning at the pinnacle of the world, found herself salivating at the delectable aroma. After more than half an hour, the spirit mushroom and thunder falcon soup was finally ready. Ning Fan ladled 2 bowls, keeping one for himself and offering the other to Wanwan. Initially reserved when they first entered the Taihua Mountains and dined on tiger meat, she had gradually become more at ease over time. Nevertheless, Wanwan savored each bite, her eating manner captivating to behold. Just as Ning Fan had eaten to the point of contentment, vibrant Dao patterns suddenly illuminated the surroundings. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as intricate patterns spread, forming a deadly array. "Kill them swiftly." A commanding voice rang out, and soon, 13 masked figures emerged from the nearby trees, brandishing sharp blades and charging forward with haste. Ning Fan and Wanwan's expressions shifted instantly. They discarded their bowls and utensils, pressing their backs together in a tight embrace. Their unwavering trust in one another allowed them to rely on their partner for protection. "You shall perish." A long blade sliced through the air, its edge chillingly sharp. Infused with the might of the Tao, aimed directly at Ning Fan's chest. Chapter 27. Exterminate them all. Seeking death. Ning Fan's gaze turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his eyes. With the celestial slaying sword in hand, radiating a crimson hue, he unleashed a wave of blood-red sword energy, exuding an aura of terror and ferocity. The deadly formation had been set, and 13 cloaked figures surged forth, transforming what could have been a mere trial into a meticulously premeditated assassination. It was a clash of life and death, leaving no room for retreat. The clang of blades resonated, producing a thunderous sound, as the cold, sharp edge severed through the air. Blood spattered as a body, cleaved in two, collapsed onto the ground. In that fleeting moment, the remaining 12 figures were utterly aghast, their pupils constricting in shock. A single stroke had obliterated both man and weapon, a sight so terrifying it left them reeling. Not long before, this young man had battled formidable beings atop the mountain. How could he have emerged unscathed? Simultaneously, Wanwan struck with a long spear, piercing through another cloaked figure, the weapon transfixing him from chest to back. Utilize the formation. These two are too powerful. Do not engage them individually. A voice rang out. A man with sharp brows and piercing eyes activated the killing array, unleashing countless beams of lethal light that shot forth, illuminating the surroundings with a chilling brilliance, fierce as a divine blade, all transformed from the essence of the great Tao. I expected your meticulously prepared formation to possess greater might, but it is merely this. Ning Fan scoffed, instantly discerning the true potency of the array. He ascended into the air, Tao patterns swirling around him, as a tremendous force of the Tao surged forth, transforming into a vast ocean. A colossal fish leapt from this ocean, several hundred feet in length, its body a mysterious dark blue, emanating a terrifying aura. This was the Kunpeng Art divine technique, comprising two parts, the Kun and the Peng, which Ning Fan was invoking for the first time. The piercing beams of light cascaded onto the massive fish, shattering upon impact in an instant. How could it be that someone at the 4th level of the array realm could achieve such prowess? Why had no one informed us that he concealed such strength? The target of our assassination turned out to be an unparalleled genius? He possesses the bearing of an immortal. This bounty is unattainable. The 11 cloaked figures were aghast, their faces pale with horror, their very souls trembling. The absolute suppression of his realm was enough to crush them all. Breakthrough. Ning Fan commanded, with a wave of his hand. The great fish surged forth to collide with the formation. Boom. The intricate Tao patterns disintegrated, the formation shattered, unleashing a visible torrent of ferocious energy. Ancient trees splintered, rocks shattered, and pools erupted, sending countless droplets soaring into the air. The 11 cloaked figures staggered, their expressions nearly blank. What a formidable technique this was, capable of dismantling a formation crafted by 13 third-level masters with sheer individual strength. Annihilate them all, leave no survivors. Ning Fan growled, his intent to kill palpable as he surged forward, targeting the 7 remaining cloaked figures. Flee! The sharp-browed man shouted decisively, turning to escape. The formation had been breached, and with 2 casualties, it signified the complete failure of their assassination attempt. If we do not flee now, the remaining 11 will surely meet their demise here. A fanciful notion. Ning Fan scoffed, his movement swift as lightning, and with a flash of crimson swordlight, 2 black-clad figures met a grisly end. Scatter and escape, commanded a black-clad man with hawk-like eyes, breaking away from his companions and darting in another direction. Dead friends do not spare the living. They had encountered a formidable foe this time and were utterly defeated. To escape with their lives would be a stroke of luck. The sword danced like a sea of blood. The immortal slaying sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, not as isolated strikes but as a vast expanse, resembling a boundless ocean of blades. Bang, bang, bang. This technique was terrifying. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered into dust, and ancient trees splintered into mere chips. Elder, come quickly to my aid. A voice cried out as someone brandished a talisman, beseeching the elder for help. In the next instant, a chorus of anguished screams erupted, and 4 black-clad figures were transformed into a crimson rain beneath the onslaught of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 7 black-clad men remained. Where do you think you're going? Ning Fan bellowed, employing the Qingpeng movement technique, his arms outstretched like the wings of a great rock. As swift as a bolt of lightning, he crashed through shattered ancient timber, closing in on the hawk-eyed black-clad man. A clawed hand reached out, aiming for the nape of his opponent's neck. Realizing escape was futile, the black-clad man turned to confront him, launching a punch that erupted in blinding golden light. Bang! The collision of fist and claw ignited a radiant brilliance, illuminating the surrounding forest as if it were midday. Ah! A scream pierced the air. The black-clad man's fist was drenched in blood, his arm broken. Ning Fan's claw tightened around the man's throat, lifting him into the air. The immense pressure causing the latter to struggle for breath, his face paling, on the verge of asphyxiation. Swiftly, Ning Fan tore away the man's mask, revealing an unfamiliar visage. All 13 of you stand above the third level of the array realm, and your realm approaches the pinnacle of the third level, marking you as a distinguished newcomer among the 4 great pavilions. I did not expect that you would go to such lengths to eliminate me, Ning Fan remarked coldly. These 13 individuals were indeed rare talents. Without extensive connections and substantial wealth, it would be impossible for them to willingly put their lives on the line. The black-clad man's eyes reflected despair, his face ashen. He understood that his fate was sealed. With a mere exertion of Ning Fan's strength, his neck could be easily snapped, leading to his demise. We did not anticipate that our assassination target would be such an exceptional genius. The black-clad man lamented in despair. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak. Which pavilion are you from, and who sent you? Ning Fan's voice was icy. Just kill me. The black-clad man closed his eyes, realizing that further words were futile. He knew Ning Fan would not spare him, and even if he divulged information, it might not guarantee his survival. Moreover, should he reveal the truth, the 9th prince of the Great Shu dynasty would not let him off, nor would the sect master or elders of the Cloud Song Pavilion. He would even invite calamity upon his own family. There was nothing left to say. The only path before him was to take the truth to his grave. With a hardened resolve, Ning Fan sneered. Do you think that by remaining silent, I am at a loss on how to deal with you? He proceeded to search the black-clad figure. Crushing a storage ring, a multitude of items spilled forth. Soon after, Ning Fan discovered a seal that indicated the identity of a disciple from the Southern Qian Pavilion. A disciple of the Southern Qian Pavilion. Is that wretched woman Su Xianying behind this? Or perhaps Toba Feng sent you? Indeed, it was them. The black-clad man suddenly opened his eyes and admitted it outright. Yet a glint of cunning flickered in his gaze, unnoticed by others. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Just moments ago, this man had been desperate for death. Yet now he readily confessed. Even if this black-clad individual had a change of heart, he ought to have shown signs of hesitation before revealing the truth after some bargaining. There was certainly something amiss. You are lying, Ning Fan growled, his eyes turning fierce. I'm not lying. This is the truth. Your enmity with Su Xianying is well known, the black-clad man asserted, sounding convincingly logical. However, Ning Fan merely scoffed. The more one explains, the more it indicates deceit. You aim to mislead us and conceal the true mastermind, thinking I cannot see through your ruse. Ning Fan retorted coldly. Among the new disciples of Yunsong Pavilion, many harbored disdain for him. Yet, those who had a clear conflict with him were limited to Chu Yunzhao, Gu Qizhou, and Jiang Hansheng. Gu Qingzhou was unlikely. As a mere scion of an ancient family, he lacked the capability for such machinations. The realms and talents of the 13 individuals surpassed that of Gu Qingzhou. Thus, only Chu Yunzhao and Jiang Hansheng remained as suspects. Speak, is it Chu Yunzhao or Jiang Hansheng? The black-clad man shut his eyes. Neither. It is Su Xianying. Toba Feng sent us. Very well, Ning Fan sneered. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly snapped the black-clad man's neck. Any further words would be superfluous. Upon returning to the edge of the pond, Su Wanwan had already dispatched the remaining 4 black-clad figures without leaving a single survivor. Did you ascertain who sent them? Ning Fan inquired. Su Wanwan shook her head, stating, these men were tight-lipped, refusing to divulge anything. Not a single one relented. I did glean some useful information. 2 possibilities, Chu Yunzhao or Jiang Hansheng, Ning Fan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanwan solemnly replied, Chu Yunzhao is the prime suspect. On that day beneath Zixia Peak, Ning Fan merely used 4th and 5th grade holy pills to humiliate Jiang Hansheng, leaving him unable to hold his head high. They did not engage in combat. Jiang Hansheng would not invest such resources to meticulously orchestrate a murder. However, Chu Yunzhao suffered greatly at Ning Fan's hands. Among these individuals, disciples from the Southern Qian Pavilion, Northern Qian Pavilion, and Heavenly Qin Pavilion were present, demonstrating the elaborate scheming that went into orchestrating this murder. Su Wanwan spoke solemnly as she discovered the seals representing the identities of new disciples from the 3 major pavilions on the corpse. The absence of any disciple from the Yunsong Pavilion indicated that the mastermind behind this plot possessed profound cunning. Someone had utilized the seals to seek aid from the elders, declaring that they could no longer remain here and must leave at once, Ning Fan asserted with determination. Although the 13 cloaked assassins had come to eliminate him and Su Wanwan, the outcome was that both emerged unscathed while all 13 assassins perished. Once the elders from the 3 major pavilions arrived, they would likely disregard the circumstances and focus solely on the results, indiscriminately attributing all blame to Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. As anticipated, shortly after Ning Fan and Su Wanwan departed from the peak, the elders of the 3 pavilions arrived in succession. Upon witnessing the corpses of the 13 cloaked figures, several elders erupted in furious shouts. Who could have committed such a heinous act? The brutality displayed in slaughtering the new disciples of the 3 pavilions is unimaginable. Among the deceased, there were none from the Yun Tsang pavilion. It must have been their disciples who did this. I know you have not gone far, so come out at once. The angered elder's voice resonated with formidable power, echoing through the mountains. As Ning Fan and Su Wanwan navigated through the forest, they could still hear the furious shouts behind them. Fortunately, we left quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Ning Fan remarked solemnly. The elders from the Southern Qian Pavilion, Northern Qian Pavilion, and Heavenly Qian Pavilion, in their wrath, were unpredictable in their actions. Even if they did not execute Ning Fan and Su Wanwan on the spot, they would certainly seek to apprehend them. Ning Fan despised being subjugated, especially with his wife in tow, enduring the humiliation of the elders from the 3 major pavilions. Thus, he was even less inclined to remain on that peak, making himself an easy target. The 2 of them moved stealthily along the ground, taking great care to remain silent to avoid attracting the attention of any ferocious beasts, which could lead to their discovery by the elders. After half an hour, Ning Fan discovered a cave, and he and Su Wanwan entered. Inside, he ignited a fire. "My dear, did I frighten you just now?" he asked. "Just a little," she replied. Throughout the ordeal, Ning Fan's decisive and calm demeanor had astonished Su Wanwan. The might of the great fish treasure technique had indeed left her in awe. Perhaps that was not sufficient. "Come, let me feed you a bit more," Ning Fan said with a mischievous grin as he lunged towards Su Wanwan. Caught off guard, she found herself pinned beneath him. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. Ning Fan's eyes burned with intensity, while Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In a sense, this was akin to having the Empress beneath him. The system's voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind, laced with disdain. "Stop comforting yourself. What burden do you bear? You haven't even touched the peaks. Is that so?" Ning Fan retorted defiantly. "Allow me to demonstrate." He extended a hand, feigning nonchalance as it landed upon Su Wanwan's ample bosom. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened, a mixture of shock, shame, and anger painting her cheeks a vivid crimson. The system did not alert Ning Fan that Su Wanwan's fondness for him had sharply declined, suggesting her anger was not entirely genuine. "What do you intend to do?" Su Wanwan demanded, flustered and furious. "Yes, indeed. My dear, may I?" Ning Fan nodded eagerly, gazing at her with longing. Su Wanwan's delicate features momentarily froze, and after a brief contemplation, she grasped the situation. "I was inquiring about your intentions, not your desires," she snapped, her face turning icy, her fingers glowing with crimson runes as she forcefully pushed him away. The system's voice announced, "Su Wanwan's fondness for you has decreased by 15. Current affinity stands at -8. The system's tone grew languid and indifferent, as if it had grown accustomed to the situation, lacking the previous urgency and fear it had once conveyed. "I'm tired. Hurry and self-destruct," the system remarked. "I believe I can still salvage this," Ning Fan replied internally. "This system cannot offer any assistance." Just then, Su Wanwan fixed her gaze on Ning Fan, a chilling intent radiating from her. "What did you mean when you said I was startled?" she queried, suddenly feeling that his words bore a deeper implication. Having never experienced intimacy, the Empress initially failed to grasp the innuendo, but now sensed something amiss. "The startled feeling simply denotes fright," Ning Fan stammered, retreating a few steps. "Do I need to feed you the words? I grant you a chance to rephrase," Su Wanwan coldly insisted, advancing upon him. Ning Fan, face resolute, raised 3 fingers in a vow. "Indeed, it was merely fright. I swear on the ancestor of the Ning family, if I utter a single falsehood, he paused, recalling that he had previously invoked the ancestor's inability to advance further in cultivation as a vow. "I swear, I shall remain forever impotent," Ning Fan declared, knowing full well that his family's lineage had branched out over millennia, and his connection to the ancestor was tenuous at best. He felt no remorse in making such a vow. Moreover, the ancestor had lived for several centuries, Whether he could or could not was of little consequence. A descendant like you is a misfortune for the Ning family, the system retorted. Having you as a descendant is a trial for Ning Wuchan. It added with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, atop the ancestral grounds of the Ning family, the venerable ancestor Ning Wuchan, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as if some unseen force were casting a curse upon him. Within the cave, Su Wanwan let out a cold huff, her delicate hand reaching out to grasp Ning Fan's neck, pinning him against the rock wall. "Oh dear wife, while we may argue, must you suffocate the air between us?" Ning Fan pleaded. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall truly end you," Su Wanwan retorted icily, her slender fingers tightening their grip, leaving Ning Fan with a sensation of near asphyxiation. This time, it seemed he had truly crossed a line. Ning Fan inwardly lamented his predicament, realizing that his very life was now entirely at the mercy of Su Wanwan. Resistance was futile, even escape was an impossibility. "System, hurry. Save me," Ning Fan cried out desperately in his mind. "You love to play with fire, constantly teetering on the edge of danger. Should you perish, it would be well-deserved." At that moment, a fiery red whip materialized in Su Wanwan's hand. "Dare you to deflect blame? I shall grant you one final opportunity to explain. Think carefully before you speak." With a crack, the whip lashed through the air, producing a piercing sound. Ning Fan shivered involuntarily, realizing that Su Wanwan was not jesting. The whip she wielded was clearly not intended for a mere game of master and servant. She was genuinely prepared to strike him. "That thing, it's aging with a mere radical, representing the essence of life, and the potential for adorable offspring, if you catch my drift," Ning Fan said cautiously. The whip was adorned with thorns, and should it strike him, it would surely leave him grievously wounded. Even with his formidable physique as a primordial immortal body, he could not withstand the might of Su Wanwan, who possessed supreme power. "Ning Fan." Su Wanwan's expression turned frigid, a mix of indignation and embarrassment causing her voice to rise several octaves. Ning Fan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "But I have spoken only the truth. Why is she even angrier now?" He pondered whether to express fear or to speak of that essence. What should he say? Was he merely an object of her desire, preoccupied with such matters? Suddenly, Su Wanwan felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Releasing her grip on Ning Fan, she let the whip fall to the ground. This action tugged at Ning Fan's heartstrings, for he beheld Su Wanwan's eyes glistening with unshed tears, her countenance heart-wrenchingly sorrowful, inciting a pang of guilt within him. Gingerly, Ning Fan cradled Su Wanwan's delicate face, his expression earnest. "If I were entirely devoid of desire, utterly uninterested in your physical form, would that bring you joy?" Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated such a scenario. After a brief reflection, she shook her head. "No. If that were the case, Su Wanwan would doubt whether Ning Fan truly harbored feelings for her or question her own allure. Wouldn't that be a tragic conclusion? I am simply enamored with you, which is why I am drawn to your physique. Do you think that I would be captivated by every woman I encounter on the street? Host, did you not utter similar sentiments towards other women in your past life? What do you know? A virtuous wife supports my lofty aspirations, and I, in turn, promise her riches beyond measure. If no one aids me in my ambitions, even a humble foot washer would suffice. If someone treats me sincerely, I shall reciprocate with kindness." "Oh, I see." Su Wanwan, tears dried, nodded earnestly. Seizing the moment, Ning Fan enveloped Su Wanwan in his arms, pinning her soft form against the mountain wall. Executing a bold move, Ning Fan, before Su Wanwan could finish her thought, pressed his lips against hers. Su Wanwan offered only a token struggle before succumbing to the passionate embrace. After a lengthy moment, Ning Fan released her, leaving Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed, breathless, and overwhelmed. "My dear, may I touch you?" Ning Fan whispered softly into Su Wanwan's ear. "All right, just for a moment, nothing more." Su Wanwan hesitantly acquiesced, her voice as soft as a dream. "Of course." Ning Fan smiled gently, his hand sliding beneath her dress, ascending slowly until it reached its peak. The unexpected softness and fullness were irresistible. This time, Ning Fan did not overstep, merely grazing her before withdrawing, his fingers still lingering with a fragrant memory. The night passed in silence as both engaged in their own cultivation. As dawn broke, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan emerged from the cave, moving stealthily through the forest. After a night had elapsed, the elders of the Southern Qian Pavilion, Northern Qian Pavilion, and Tian Qian Pavilion were surely fuming with rage. At this moment, Should they encounter a solitary disciple from the Yunsong Pavilion, questioning would be inevitable. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had to tread carefully to avoid detection by the disciples of the three major pavilions. Meanwhile, in a valley hundreds of miles away, numerous new disciples from Ching Peak were embroiled in fierce combat with powerful beings over some 8th and 9th grade spirit herbs, as well as a few sacred medicines. Xiyun Zhao's face was ashen, his eyes bulging with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. Since late last night, he had been using talismans to communicate with the 13 assassins sent after Ning Fan. Yet, he received not a single reply. At that moment, an elder from the southern Qian Pavilion pierced through space, arriving at the valley at an astonishing speed. Last night, 13 new disciples from the southern Qian Pavilion, northern Qian Pavilion, and Tianshan Pavilion were brutally slain on a peak, and notably, no new disciples from Yunsong Pavilion were among the deceased. The culprits must be from Yunsong Pavilion. The elder from southern Qian Pavilion seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze. Is there anyone among the new disciples of Ching Peak who wandered off alone last night? Chapter 30. The Turmoil of the Four Great Pavilions Senior. Every new disciple of Ching Peak has remained together since entering the ancient secret realm yesterday. Not a single one has strayed. A handsome disciple clad in white, possessing an elegant demeanor, spoke confidently. He was Mu Bai, the eldest brother among the new disciples of Ching Peak, gifted with remarkable talent. At that moment, Xiyun Zhao stepped forward with a darkened expression. The new disciples of Yunsong Pavilion have all traveled together. With one exception, there is someone who ventures alone, he declared. An elder from Nanqian Pavilion raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Xiyun Zhao. And who might that be? In response, this individual is named Ning Fan, the sole new disciple of Qingzhou Peak within Yunsong Pavilion. He is arrogant and disdainful, unwilling to associate with others, and thus roams the ancient secret realm alone. Xiyun Zhao elaborated, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. Although the assassination attempt had failed, Ning Fan had slain all 13 individuals, and calamity was now imminent for him. Ning Fan. It must be him. The elder from Nanqian Pavilion gritted his teeth, his fingers creaking with tension. Oh, I almost forgot. Accompanying Ning Fan is a disciple from Zixia Peak named Su Wanwan, a prodigious talent, a rare genius indeed, Xiyun Zhao added, harboring intentions for both. Excellent. A pair of lovebirds, how audacious. Once I capture them, they shall pay for the life of my disciple, the elder from Nanqian Pavilion proclaimed, angrily sweeping his sleeve and departing in a furious rush. Meanwhile, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan traversed through the forest, climbing over several mountain ridges. Whenever they encountered ferocious beasts of the formation realm ahead, Ning Fan opted to take alternate routes. His caution was not excessive. He understood the magnitude of the uproar caused by the demise of 13 new disciples overnight. By midday, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan rested beneath an ancient tree. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a distance. Ning Fan, Su Wanwan, this elder knows you have committed murder. If you come forth and confess, I may consider sparing your lives. Ning Fan's countenance shifted. His suspicions were confirmed. Elders from the three great pavilions were indeed searching for him and Su Wanwan. The two hastily maneuvered through the woods, seeking refuge in a cave. The voice they had just heard could not have belonged to an elder of Yunsong Pavilion. The words of the other three pavilion elders were unreliable. If Ning Fan revealed himself now, there was no assurance of safety for either him or Su Wanwan. Two courses of action presented themselves. The first was to send a message to Jiang Wanxia, the vice master of Zixia Peak, requesting her assistance and explaining the situation, which would likely ensure their protection. Ning Fan recalled the astonished expression on Jiang Wanxia's face when Su Wanwan chose Zixia Peak, revealing the high regard in which she held her. The second option was to remain hidden for a few days until all disciples of the four great pavilions gathered at Shuedin Peak, where the vice masters and elders would be present, allowing for a clear explanation of the events. I choose the second option. Su Wanwan chose the second option without a moment's hesitation. Messaging the vice leader of Zixia Peak was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. However, she yearned to spend time alone with Ning Fan, relishing their intimate world together. After last night's grim deed, she had taken several communication talismans from the slain, which would suffice to reveal the truth upon their arrival at Shuedin Peak, where they would encounter the various vice leaders. Not long after, as the elder's voice faded, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan emerged from the cavern. The ancient secret realm stretched vast and boundless, with mountains and ravines interspersed, dense with flourishing trees. For the elders of Nangan Pavilion, Beishan Pavilion, and Tianshan Pavilion, locating Ning Fan and Su Wanwan was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Traveling 100 miles a day, their pace was notably sluggish compared to the other new disciples of the 4 major pavilions. 3 days later, news of Ning Fan's ruthless slaughter of 13 new disciples had circulated among all vice leaders, elders, and disciples of the 4 pavilions. The identities of those 13 had been confirmed. They were all prodigious talents, each above the 3rd level of the array realm. Such ruthless measures, leaving not a single survivor. Could it truly have been Ning Fan? Was his strength truly so formidable? Let us not forget, there is also Wanwan, whom even senior brother Wanyun regards with utmost caution. Discussions among the new disciples of the 4 pavilions were rife with astonishment. The new disciples of Yunsong Pavilion felt particularly horrified, as their perceptions of Ning Fan underwent a dramatic transformation. How ferocious he was, if they were in his position. Even with the ability to annihilate 13 third-level array realm experts, they would lack the courage to act. In the span of 3 days, despite the relentless search by numerous elders from Nangon Pavilion, Beishin Pavilion, and Tianshan Pavilion, they could not find a trace of Ning Fan and Wanwan. The ancient secret realm was simply too expansive, and the pair, intent on evading capture, remained elusive, gradually exhausting the searchers' patience. These 2 miscreants. Do they not realize the weight of their sins, that their fate is sealed? Have they fled the ancient secret realm to save their own skins? An elder remarked darkly. Humph. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. Should these 2 attempt to evade justice, I shall personally go to the ancestral grounds of the Ning and Su families to retrieve them. On Shuedin Peak, Jiang Wanxia wore a grave expression, her heart burning with anxiety. Despite having personally sent a message to Wanwan, who reassured her to remain calm, her worries persisted. Senior brother Wuyo, this matter is certainly not Wanwan's fault. We have all examined the scene. The 13 victims were clad in night attire, clearly indicating an assassination attempt, which ultimately resulted in their counter-assault by Wanwan and Ning Fan. Junior sister Wanxia, remain composed. We shall discuss this further when they reach Shuedin Peak. I shall exercise my judgment, Yun Wuyo replied calmly. During these 3 days, Ning Fan's cultivation had progressed to the pinnacle of the 4th level of the array realm. Ding. System detects that the female protagonist Wanwan has reached the 3rd level of the array realm, elevating the host realm to the 5th level of the array realm. Diligently practicing, Ning Fan's rate of cultivation was on par with Wanwan's. Coupled with the system's rewards for his realm enhancement, Ning Fan's cultivation speed was effectively double that of Wanwan's. In the desolate valley, 2 formidable purple-eyed flame lions, a male and a female, loomed over the entrance of an underground molten cave, each stretching over 10 zhang in length, exuding a fierce and majestic aura. Ning Fan and Wanwan entered the valley, confronting the imposing beasts. The strength of these lions was formidable, both having reached the 5th level of the array realm, surpassing the terrifying thunder falcon that Ning Fan had previously slain. With a guttural roar, the lions rose on their forelegs, baring their fangs and casting menacing glances at Ning Fan and Wanwan, issuing a warning. The powerful fluctuations of the Tao emanating from the 2 humans instilled a sense of trepidation in the lions, hinting at the extraordinary treasures concealed within the molten cave behind them. Let us go, Wanwan declared, and before Ning Fan could respond, she charged towards the lions. After 3 days of concealment, they were finally able to unleash their full potential without fear of detection by the elders of the other 3 major sections. With a resounding cry, crimson fire patterns erupted, and a divine phoenix materialized, its majestic form soaring into the sky. The phoenix flapped its wings violently, unleashing countless crimson feathers, each manifesting the essence of the Tao, piercing through the air with a searing intensity and producing a series of sharp explosions. This attack was immensely powerful, impenetrable by anyone lacking the 5th level of the array realm. To challenge 2 realms beyond one's own was a testament to the terrifying nature of the reincarnated Empress. In terms of mastery over divine techniques, her prowess was unparalleled. Even though Ning Fan had reached the 5th level of the array realm and trained in the Kunpeng divine art, he had merely scratched the surface of its profundities. As the feathers rained down, Ning Fan felt his heart race. The female lion, incensed, roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy and flames, its countless fiery hairs shooting forth like steel needles. These were not genuine lion hairs, but rather manifestations of the Tao's power. The clash of feathers and lion hairs created a dazzling spectacle, with flames engulfing the scene, resembling a sea of fire. Wanwan dived down, dispersing the inferno, her hand transforming into the claw of the divine phoenix, aimed directly at the female lion. With a fierce roar, The female lioness fur bristled as it leapt into battle against the divine phoenix. The clash of claws sounded like two volcanoes colliding, echoing with a tremendous boom. The female lion crashed to the ground as the phoenix descended, overpowering the lion in their fierce combat. Seeing this, the male lion let out a fierce roar, charging towards Wanwan in a frenzied assault. Suddenly, from above the male lion, a piercing cry resonated. A ping bird unfurled its wings, its dark blue feathers stretching several hundred zhang, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura, casting a shadow over the male lion beneath. This was not merely the Kunpeng divine art, but the true essence of the Kunpeng itself. Chapter 31. The system's reward of supreme celestial techniques to enter the sea as a Kun and ascend to the heavens as a Peng is the essence of the Kunpeng sacred art. With a resounding cry, the Kunpeng's call reverberated through the wilderness, sending tremors of fear through the hearts of ferocious beasts and birds alike. Even Wanwan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a lioness, felt a profound shock. Could it be the Kunpeng sacred art? A tumultuous wave surged within her as she recalled the massive fish that Ning Fan had conjured that fateful night, breaking through the lethal formation and evoking thoughts of the Kunpeng sacred art. In her previous life, when she had reached the pinnacle of semi-immortal power, the Kunpeng sacred art had long been lost to the world. Despite the presence of numerous celestial kings, celestial saints, and dozens of semi-emperors on the brink of the celestial emperor realm, none possessed the Kunpeng sacred art. The notion that Ning Fan could wield such a technique was utterly astonishing, leaving Wanwan in a state of disbelief yet deeply shaken. Suddenly, the wings of the Kunpeng flapped fiercely, conjuring a tempestuous wind that swept through the air with a terrifying aura as it swooped down. Its colossal talons aimed directly at the male lion. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. The lion, taken aback, felt the overwhelming shadow of the Kunpeng descend upon it, seemingly blocking all avenues of escape. Roar. The lion, driven to madness, its violet eyes bulging, sensed an immense threat and was compelled to fight with all its might. Dark energy surged forth, flames erupting like a small volcano, the ground trembling violently as the beast leapt to confront the Kunpeng. With a thunderous roar, the searing flames were shredded by the Kunpeng's talons, scattering in all directions as if the heavens themselves were raining fire. In the next moment, the clash between the Kunpeng's claws and the lion's paws revealed a stark disparity in size. Crack! Crack! The lion's paws were utterly crushed, and a mournful howl escaped its lips as it plummeted from midair. Thud! The lion's form hit the ground, sending dust and debris flying, creating a massive crater. The Kunpeng swooped down, its talon grasping the lion's body before it ascended once more into the sky. Roar! The lion bellowed, engulfed in flames, struggling desperately against the iron grip of the Kunpeng's talon, which held it fast. With a decisive squeeze, the talon crushed the lion's flesh, blood erupting in a torrential downpour. What a formidable Kunpeng sacred art! Ning Fan exclaimed with excitement. This was his first time wielding it, and its power exceeded all his expectations. How could the Kunpeng sacred art, stronger than the divine phoenix art, possibly be weak? If you had not been so complacent, you would have mastered it long ago. The system scoffed, lamenting the wasted opportunity of granting Ning Fan a tenfold increase in comprehension. Ning Fan chuckled heartily, unperturbed. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kun, and its vastness is unfathomable, transforming into a bird called Peng, whose back is equally immeasurable. Soaring in anger with wings like clouds descending from the heavens, you have merely scratched the surface of the Kunpeng sacred art. Did you not just reference Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering? In the recesses of his mind, Ning Fan mused that he could recite this text with ease. Surely, you do not believe that the accounts within these literary works are mere fabrications? He inquired. What are the classic of mountains and seas? Are the extraordinary beasts and rare treasures documented therein not real? Indeed, they are real, though they gradually vanished after the Zhou dynasty. Should you find yourself returning to Huaxia, perhaps you shall unravel this mystery, came the response. Suddenly, a thunderous sound interrupted Ning Fan's contemplation. The female lion lay lifeless, while Wanwan emerged nearly unscathed. Ning Fan retracted the Kunpeng treasure technique and descended from the air. My dear, you are magnificent. Allow me to reward you with a kiss, he exclaimed, clapping his hands. Relishing the moment, her delicate visage appeared soft as if it could be easily broken, and the sensation was exquisite. Where did you learn that treasure technique you just demonstrated? Wanwan asked, astonished. The divine phoenix was revered as the foremost among all avian creatures, and her mastery of the divine phoenix treasure technique had reached an unparalleled zenith. Yet, the terrifying aura emitted by the earlier Kunpeng had instilled a twinge of trepidation within her. as if it were a being even more mysterious and ancient than the divine phoenix itself. Did I not mention it? I encountered a fortuitous encounter. And the sacred pills I gifted you, along with the treasure technique I just performed, were all derived from this celestial opportunity, Ning Fan replied. Su Wanwan gazed deeply into Ning Fan's eyes and asked earnestly, was that treasure technique you utilized the Kunpeng treasure technique? I am unaware. What is this Kunpeng treasure technique? I have never heard of it. Ning Fan feigned ignorance, his hands raised in a gesture of innocence. Isn't it merely a technique associated with a large blackbird? Is there an issue? It was not that Ning Fan wished to obscure the truth, rather. The Kunpeng treasure technique was simply too astonishing. Should Su Wanwan probe further into its origins, he would find himself at a loss for words. After all, this world lacked such systems, and Su Wanwan would find it difficult to comprehend. Furthermore, if she were to discover that he possessed the Reincarnation Eye, the primordial celestial body, the Kunpeng treasure technique, the Weight Eye, the Supreme Bone, and the Divine Phoenix treasure technique, each stronger than the last, it would jeopardize his desire to remain unobtrusive. Since the day the system was activated, Ning Fan had resolved to be the man behind the Empress. If he could lie down, he would never stand. Su Wanwan scrutinized Ning Fan's gaze, finding no flaws, and thus had no choice but to accept his words as truth. So many celestial kings, celestial saints, and quasi-emperor level experts had failed to uncover the Kunpeng treasure technique. How could Ning Fan, having merely obtained a celestial fortune, possibly wield it? In her heart, Su Wanwan concluded that she had overthought the matter. The treasure technique Ning Fan had just demonstrated must have been a rare, demonic avian technique. Let us explore the underground cavern and see if there are any treasures to be found, she suggested, leading the way. The cave was enveloped in darkness, impenetrable to the eye. Su Wanwan extended her delicate hand, igniting a flame that illuminated the surroundings. The cavern stretched long and narrow, as if it could reach the very core of the earth. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, a flicker of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black expanse ahead. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan quickened their pace, and after a brief moment, they emerged into a spacious cavern. The air here was stiflingly hot, saturated with an intense aura of fire, while the surrounding rocks exhibited a deep purple hue. These stones, akin to spiritual herbs, contained a wealth of fiery essence. Roar, roar, roar. 3 small lions lunged toward Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, their eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Deep within the cavern, a ball of purple flame radiated a terrifying energy. The purple evil sacred fire. This is an innate sacred fire. Su Wanwan exclaimed with delight, her small hand clenched tightly, a flush of excitement gracing her delicate face. Ning Fan felt a tremor in his heart. The innate sacred fire, born from the essence of heaven and earth, was indestructible and exceedingly rare. This truly was an unexpected joy, an astonishing opportunity. Su Wanwan hastened toward the purple evil sacred fire, with Ning Fan following closely behind. Even at a distance of several dozen zhang, the heat from the sacred flame seared his skin. This purple evil sacred fire had not existed for long and had been carefully nurtured, possessing the potential to transform into celestial fire. With the innate sacred fire, I can now cultivate the celestial incineration technique, Su Wanwan declared. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan is preparing to cultivate the celestial incineration technique. Rewards for the host. 3 supreme celestial arts available for selection. Chapter 32. Bigger is better. I prefer the grand. The 3 supreme celestial arts provided by the system are the Reincarnation Immortality Scripture, the 9 Calamities Azure Thunder Technique, and the Devour Heaven and Earth Technique. All 3 supreme celestial arts were exceptionally suitable for Ning Fan, tailored specifically for him. He possessed the Reincarnation Eye, and cultivating the Reincarnation Immortality Scripture would allow him to unlock its full potential. The 9 Calamities Azure Thunder Technique corresponded with the power of thunder, which Ning Fan wielded most frequently. The Devour Heaven and Earth Technique was an exceedingly domineering and ruthless practice that not only allowed one to absorb the spiritual energy of the world and the essence of the Great Tao, accelerating their own cultivation, but also enabled the devouring of the vitality and cultivation of other powerful beings for personal gain. Choosing is for children. I want them all. Ning Fan chuckled to himself, for according to the system, none of these celestial arts paled in comparison to Su Wanwan's celestial incineration technique. At least you possess a modicum of ambition, the system remarked, noting that the 3 celestial arts it had prepared were not limited to a mere selection of 3. As long as the host desired, all could be cultivated. You think too highly of me. I have always preferred to take it easy. Ambition is not my forte. But why refuse the benefits that come for free? Ning Fan mused in his mind. I can lounge about without cultivating, yet the system cannot deny me. At that moment, Wanwan cautiously approached the purple evil sacred fire, extending her delicate hand in an attempt to make contact. Boom! The violet holy fire erupted suddenly, flames leaping high, accompanied by a wave of scorching energy that swept forth. The innate holy fire possessed a spirit of its own, wild and untamed, making it exceedingly difficult to subdue. A fire serpent, as thick as a water barrel, emerged, bearing its cavernous maw and lunging towards Wanwan. Wretched creature, will you not submit? Wanwan commanded, her form resembling a divine phoenix as crimson wings unfurled from her back. With one hand extending outward, she resembled the claw of a celestial bird. With a thunderous crash, the violet fire serpent collapsed beneath her grasp. Wanwan soared into the air, positioning herself above the violet calamity fire. The phoenix spread its wings, radiating a terrifying aura that enveloped the violet holy fire. The flames that erupted from the violet fire began to subside, becoming significantly more docile, no longer resisting. Extending a hand, Wanwan sought to absorb the violet holy fire into her being, marking her complete mastery over it. A hissing sound escaped her lips as she inhaled sharply, her delicate brows furrowing, beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her brow, and her lovely visage contorting in agony. Though the violet holy fire had ceased its resistance, the intensity of its heat was such that even with Wanwan's current strength, the process of absorption came with excruciating pain. The innate holy fire was unbearably scorching. Ning Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He recognized that Wanwan's endeavor to tame the innate holy fire was a remarkable opportunity, yet witnessing her pain stirred his heart. The three juvenile purple-eyed flame lions continued to roar incessantly at Ning Fan, further aggravating his irritation. You little brats, dare to make noise? Tonight, we shall feast on braised lion heads to nourish my wife. Ning Fan vented his frustration on the three cubs. With a swift stroke of his sword, he dispatched the three little creatures, sending them to reunite with their parents. Shortly thereafter, it became evident that the violet holy fire was gradually flowing into Wanwan's body. The searing heat rendered her fair and tender skin flushed. The temperature of the innate holy fire was terrifying, even causing the precious garments adorning Wanwan to slowly disintegrate. After the passage of a brief incense stick-esque burning time, all of the clothing covering Wanwan's upper body had been consumed, revealing her smooth, supple back. With her hands raised to absorb the violet holy fire, she turned away from Ning Fan. Even in this position, he could discern the alluring curves of her form from either side of her back. Ning Fan couldn't suppress his salivation, captivated like a lovesick fool. That night in the cave, he had gently touched her, his hands engulfed in softness, unable to fully encompass her form. Now, viewing her from behind, the visual effect was even more exaggerated. Such a slender figure, yet possessing such fullness, was somewhat astonishing. Big is better, Ning Fan murmured to himself, defining his criteria for a partner as beauty and ample bosom. One must ponder, who among you could withstand the allure of such captivating curves? At that moment, the scorching purple flames consumed the last remnants of Wanwan's garments. Ning Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly mesmerized. He began his admiration from her delicate shoulders, noting the alluring curves that cascaded down her sides. His gaze descended further, revealing her slender waist, which formed two astonishingly graceful arcs, seemingly fragile to the touch. As his eyes moved downward, he beheld the remarkable curves of her shapely hips, an intoxicating sight that set his heart racing. Continuing his exploration, he admired her long, elegant legs, culminating in her exquisitely delicate feet. Every aspect of her form was perfectly proportioned. Any excess would render her plump, while any deficiency would leave her gaunt, a harmonious perfection devoid of flaws. She resembled a finely crafted masterpiece, and in 2 lifetimes, Ning Fan had never encountered such captivating beauty. Goodness, how beautiful, he exclaimed. Who said this infernal purple flame was a curse? This holy fire was utterly magnificent. Ning Fan mused that if he could merely stand before Wanwan for one last glance, his life would be complete. Yet, to avoid startling his beloved and disrupting her absorption of the sacred flames, he hesitated and ultimately relinquished the thought. Her flowing black hair resembles a gentle stream. Her slender waist leans gracefully against the railing. Even the system could not help but marvel, entranced by Wanwan's beauty. System, you petty thing, reciting poetry and rhyming now? Ning Fan scoffed internally, feeling that his earlier exclamation of goodness, How beautiful. Lack sophistication. Spouting such nonsense, are you aiming for a graduate exam? You seem to have forgotten your initial activation, where all you could utter was goodness, goodness, as if you alone owned the world's beauty. Now, with your glasses, you pretend to be cultured like a learned scholar? Host, this system advises you to retract your previous statement. The 3 supreme celestial arts, the Eternal Cycle Sutra, the 9 calamities thunder technique, and the devouring heaven and earth technique are contingent upon your retraction. Huh. Ning Fan was taken aback. The system could actually retract its offerings. Fine, I take back what I said, as if I never uttered it at all. After all, I am benevolent and 1 tea-stoop to your level. For the sake of those 3 supreme celestial arts, I will endure. As the saying goes, enduring for a moment brings calmness. Taking a step back diffuses tension. But damn, why should I take a step back? The thought twisted Ning Fan's expression into one of indignation. You, insufferable system, who is afraid of whom? If you dare to retract, I will first bed the Empress before we both meet our demise. Even in death, I shall relish the experience first. Chapter 33, My Dear. Dual cultivation aids in progress. The system was left speechless, on the verge of tears. As a system, what sins had it committed to encounter such a troublesome host? I concede. Brother. From now on, you are my true brother. I shall never dare again. The system lamented. Ah, that is more like it. You are truly my dear sister. Ning Fan's previously contorted expression instantly transformed into a smile, his change of demeanor swifter than the turning of a page. After all, the system had treated him well, and it would not do to push it too far, as he would still rely on it in the future. Sitting upon a stone, he crossed his legs and indulged in the sight of his beloved wife's exquisite form. 2 hours later, the purple fiend's sacred fire vanished, fully absorbed by Wanwan. She let out a soft hum, her delicate face pale, her body swaying precariously as she nearly stumbled. The effort of subduing the purple fiend's sacred fire had taken a severe toll on her cultivation, leaving her energy and stamina at the brink of exhaustion. My dear. Ning Fan, quick-witted and agile, dashed forward to steady Wanwan, enveloping her fragile figure in his embrace. Are you all right? His heart ached for her. Yet he found a secret thrill in the way her fair, ample form pressed against him, reshaping itself in an alluring manner. I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. Wanwan replied weakly, glancing down to realize her bosom was exposed against Ning Fan's body. In an instant, her pale cheeks flushed a deep scarlet. Pushing him away, she hastily retrieved a silken garment from her storage device to cover herself. Ning Fan, what did you do while I was subduing the innate sacred fire? Wanwan's eyes turned frosty, her voice sharp. Although she cherished Ning Fan, having shared tender moments and intimate touches, she felt that his actions during her vulnerable state were an exploitation of her weakness. With an expression of feigned innocence, Ning Fan protested, What did I do? But my dress has vanished. Wanwan exclaimed, her arms crossed over her chest, her face as red as an apple, a mix of embarrassment and anger evident. This is hardly my fault. It was the purple fiend's sacred fire that incinerated your clothing. Wanwan hesitated, contemplating the possibility that she might have wronged Ning Fan. Then why did you come over? She inquired. I came to steady you when I saw you swaying, nearly about to fall. You, Wanwan, are making me tongue-tied. Why did you even bother to assist? How could I simply stand by and watch my beloved wife fall? You saw everything. Wanwan replied shyly. Wasn't I also exposed that day in the Taiwan Mountains? We're even now. Ning Fan asserted boldly, equality between the sexes is natural. You see me. I see you. What's so unusual about that? Is it truly the same? Why not? Masculine beauty is still beauty. I am but a 21-year-old pure-hearted virgin myself. Wanwan furrowed her brows, pondering Ning Fan's words seriously. In her past life as a female emperor and a powerful being on the verge of ascension, she had always believed in gender equality, rejecting any notion that a woman's worth was inferior to that of a man. There is no trace of the so-called feminist ideology. Her strength and status are solely the result of her relentless efforts and near brushes with death. After a moment of contemplation, she felt that Ning Fan's words bore some truth, yet something seemed amiss. Humph, let this be the last time. Wanwan huffed delicately, lifting the silk draping over her to shield her form. The instant the silk fell to the ground, Wanwan had already donned a pristine dress. If this were to be the last time, the next would truly be a tempestuous upheaval, when you find yourself weak and powerless. You will not be able to help but gaze as you wish, Ning Fan mused inwardly. I have just subdued the purple fiend's sacred fire, and still need to cultivate the immortal flame technique, so I must remain here for a while, Wanwan stated. Not a problem, my dear. I shall safeguard you. Ning Fan replied with a gentle smile. As Su Wanwan practiced, he busied himself preparing braised lion's head. System. Do you possess any supreme dual cultivation techniques? Reward me with one. None. The system retorted irately. I do not believe you. There must be one. Retract the 9 Tribulation Azure Thunder technique and exchange it for a dual cultivation method, he insisted. No exchanges. Very well, but my wife is an empress. She must possess dual cultivation skills. After more than half an hour, the braised lion's head was ready, fragrant, and visually appealing. Ning Fan presented it to Su Wanwan. My dear, dinner is served. Su Wanwan's delicate face returned to normal as she smiled at Ning Fan. After finishing her meal, Ning Fan leaned closer to her ear, chuckling softly. My dear, I have heard that there exist dual cultivation techniques that greatly assist in cultivation and restoring strength. Shall we give it a try? Indeed. There are such techniques. I know that the female disciples of the Wanwan sect often lack sufficient furnace cauldrons. They absorb first, then castrate, and once castrated, they kill. If you wish to become a furnace cauldron, I can certainly accommodate you, ensuring a swift and pleasurable demise, Su Wanwan replied coldly. Perhaps not. I have no interest in dual cultivation, Ning Fan shuddered, preferring a more enduring experience over a fleeting one. Su Wanwan seated herself upon a stone, practicing the immortal flame technique, while Ning Fan reclined on another stone. Surrounding Su Wanwan, crimson patterns swirled and transformed, and as her cultivation restored, an aura emanated from her, surging at an astonishing pace. Ding! The system detects that the female protagonist, Su Wanwan, has achieved a minor success in the 3rd layer of the array realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 5th layer of the array realm. Ding! The system detects that the female protagonist, Su Wanwan, has attained a major success in the 3rd layer of the array realm. As Ning Fan lay there, the system's notifications occasionally echoed in his mind. For days later, ding! Su Wanwan's realm has reached a minor success in the 4th layer of the array realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 6th layer of the array realm. Su Wanwan awoke from her state of closed-door cultivation, her eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing light that quickly vanished. My dear, you have finally completed your cultivation. Ning Fan stretched lazily. Having enjoyed the comfort of these past 4 days immensely, the deputy master of Zixia Peak has sent word to me. We can now proceed to Shuedin Peak. Su Wanwan spoke with a solemn tone, indicating that Jiang Wanxia had communicated via talisman and would await her and Ning Fan at the foot of Shuedin Peak. Upon exiting the underground molten cave, they were greeted by clear skies. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan unfurled their forms, soaring towards Shuedin Peak. A day later, in the profound depths of the ancient secret realm, a majestic and towering divine peak emerged before Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, its summit seemingly piercing the heavens, blanketed in pristine snow. After more than half an hour, they had approached the base of the mountain, where they encountered several hundred disciples of the Beishin Pavilion. Many of these disciples took note of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's figures, a lone man and woman. They could not possibly be the ferocious beasts who had slain 13 new disciples in a single night. It was unmistakable. Among the new disciples of the 4 major pavilions, these were the only 2 who traveled alone. A few new disciples from Beishin Pavilion shouted, and soon the crowd surrounded Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Halt! One of the new disciples commanded, employing his skills to block their path. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, a cold glimmer igniting within as he clenched his fist, the power of the great Tao surging forth. What do you intend to do? Ning Fan inquired icily, enunciating each word with chilling precision. Chapter 34. Who dares to harm my husband? Humph. You have committed an unforgivable crime by slaughtering 13 new disciples from the 3 major pavilions. And you dare to question our intentions? The Beishin disciple retorted coldly, clad in green with python patterns embroidered upon it, a descendant of a certain noble. He understood Ning Fan's formidable strength. To have dispatched 13 new disciples in one night marked him as an extraordinarily dangerous individual. Yet, with their numbers, how could several hundred disciples of the same sect fear just 2 individuals? Did I not kill them without harming you? Are you here to seek death? Ning Fan replied coldly, noting that before reaching Shuedin Peak and encountering the elders of the 3 major pavilions, he was already beset by these troublesome new disciples of Beishin Pavilion. Clearly, his prior actions had not instilled enough fear in them. The noble descendant standing before Ning Fan's path turned pale, retreating swiftly into the crowd. Faced with Ning Fan alone, he found himself overwhelmed, lacking the courage to confront him in battle. You wretched couple, after committing murder, you still dare to act so arrogantly. If you are wise, surrender now, and I. The young prince shall show you leniency and escort you to the elders to plead for your lives." The noble descendant shouted. If he could capture Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, it would be a significant achievement, elevating his reputation across the 4 major pavilions. "You dare to claim me?" Ning Fan thundered, raising a hand, blinding lightning erupting from his fingertips. Boom! The deafening thunderclap reverberated, causing the faces of all Beixian disciples present to change dramatically. The sheer force was terrifying, and they could not fathom the extent of Ning Fan's power. In the next moment, under the piercing gazes of many, a colossal bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing the very fabric of space. The disciples of the North Xian Pavilion scattered in haste, and within moments, the figure of a descendant of nobility was laid bare. "Do not underestimate the young lord," the noble scion declared, brandishing a war spear. As the might of the Tao surged forth, cleaving towards the bolt of lightning. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, the spear was sent flying. And the noble descendant let out a pained shriek, his form being violently thrust backward, spewing forth a mist of blood, crashing into several ancient trees before finally halting. Whoosh! Ning Fan's figure darted forth, moving with an astonishing swiftness, and in but a few breaths, he was before the noble descendant. A hand reached out, seizing the noble's throat and lifting him into the air. "What was that you said about who being a man or woman? I didn't quite catch it. Would you be so kind as to repeat it?" Ning Fan stated coldly, the chill in his gaze sending shivers down the spine. "I didn't mean you." "You are the good ones," the noble descendant stammered. "What did you say?" "We are the good ones." The very notion of good elicited a laugh from Ning Fan. "Indeed, good ones. I've heard about those 13, cloaked in darkness, sent to assassinate you. Their demise is solely due to their lack of prowess. I am the good one." "And you dare to bind me?" Ning Fan bellowed. "Aye, aye." The noble descendant faltered, realizing that to oppose Ning Fan would be to invite calamity. Ning Fan, uninterested in further exchange, flung him aside. Bang! The noble's body collided with a nearby hill, causing the earth to shatter and stones to scatter. "Form ranks." At that moment, numerous new disciples of the North Xian Pavilion shouted in unison. Waves of frosty Tao patterns ignited, unleashing a frigid aura that swept through the air. In just moments, the ground was blanketed in a layer of white frost, the branches and leaves of ancient trees adorned with ice. Snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, began to fall from the sky. Snowfall in the desert. The formation was complete. A new disciple began, but before he could finish, a resounding cry pierced through the heavens. Caw! A divine phoenix soared upward, its wings unfurling in the air, spanning hundreds of feet. As the flames of its rebirth surged forth, transforming into a sea of fire and unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. In an instant, the falling snow melted. The frost on the ground and the ice on the ancient trees vanished. The intense cold within the formation was instantly subdued by the flames of rebirth. "Do you truly believe my spouse and I to be easy prey? Do not speak of our innocence. Even if we were guilty, it is not for you to apprehend us." Su Wanwan exclaimed fiercely, her eyes ablaze with an ethereal fire, exuding an imposing presence. "Break from me." Upon uttering those words, the divine phoenix surged forward, colliding with the myriad of frosty Tao patterns within the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The patterns melted away in droves, akin to withering leaves in the face of a tempest. The formation, still in its infancy, proved utterly feeble before Su Wanwan. Such a formidable treasure. Its might is unparalleled, and her realm is above the 4th level of the array formation realm. The numerous disciples of the North Xian Pavilion were struck with terror, their bodies trembling as they retreated in haste. "Ning Fan, we must leave," Su Wanwan exclaimed, having received the location from Jiang Wanxia. Ning Fan caught up with Su Wanwan, executing his movement technique as they sped towards the foot of Shuedin Peak. Once their figures vanished, hundreds of North Xian Pavilion disciples finally exhaled in relief. Both of them possessed immense strength, truly monstrous. Yet, I heard that Ning Fan is a new disciple from the Qingzhou Peak of the Yunsong Pavilion, a waste that the other 8 peaks refused to accept. How could he be so formidable? At the foot of Shuedin Peak, Jiang Wanxia donned a purple dress, exuding an elegant charm, resembling a captivating matron, her face etched with anxiety. Surrounding Jiang Wanxia were several elders and deputy masters from Yunsong Pavilion, Nanxian Pavilion, North Xian Pavilion, and Tianxian Pavilion. Soon after, the figures of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan surged from the distance, entering Jiang Wanxia's line of sight. "It's Wanwan. She has finally arrived." Jiang Wanxia's expression transformed with excitement. For these past few days, she had been on edge, fearing the worst, had anything happened to Su Wanwan. She would not know how to explain it to the master upon returning to Zixia Peak. Moments later, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan joined hands as they soared into view. "You wretched thing, committing such a grave sin, why aren't you kneeling?" An elder from Nanqian Pavilion bellowed, his entire being imbued with the overwhelming force of the Great Path, a terrifying pressure descending upon Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Both Ning Fan and Su Wanwan trembled, releasing a muffled groan. This elder from Nanqian Pavilion was exceptionally powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Path realm, rarely encountering an opponent beneath the Array Formation realm. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, he had been searching for the whereabouts of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, yearning to find them and enact vengeance for his personally accepted disciple. Unfortunately, despite his fury, he had failed to locate them. Left to wait here begrudgingly under the intervention of Jiang Wanxia and Yun Wuyo, the 2 deputy masters of Yunsong Pavilion. "What crime have I committed? Why should I kneel?" Ning Fan retorted fiercely, his gaze defiant, his demeanor audacious. The terrifying pressure weighed upon him like a divine mountain, nearly suffocating him. Yet, he stood tall and unyielding, showing no fear of the elder's oppressive might. "You junior, dare you be so insolent before an elder?" The elder's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse and filled with unrestrained fury. How dare a mere new disciple from the Qingzhou Peak of Yunsong Pavilion defy him? Instantly, an even more terrifying wave of pressure enveloped Ning Fan. Ning Fan pushed Su Wanwan aside, a fierce expression overtaking his features as he braced himself to confront the onslaught alone. "Humph." Ning Fan let out a muffled grunt, his body shaking violently. A sweetness flooded his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his entire being trembling. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Void Dao realm, this elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion was but a mere step away from the extreme Dao realm. His power was truly terrifying. "My lord." Upon witnessing Ning Fan's injury, Su Wanwan's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. "Old scoundrel!" Su Wanwan exclaimed in fury, a surging wave of energy erupting from her being like a tumultuous storm. The supremacy of her bone manifested, its formidable might evoking astonishment upon the faces of the 4 pavilion elders and the deputy master present. Chapter 35. One more frantic than the other bus. The supremacy of her bone unleashed its power, sending forth a resounding wave that reverberated through the surrounding space. The terrifying pressure that enveloped Ning Fan was instantaneously dispersed. With her arms outstretched, the divine phoenix's form enveloped her, flames swirling around her in vibrant patterns. As both the purple fiend's sacred fire and the nirvana fire erupted forth, boom, a blazing sun soared across the sky, its intense brilliance and fury intermingling with crimson and violet flames. This marked the first time Su Wanwan unleashed her full strength, the overwhelming aura leaving all 4 pavilion elders and the deputy master in sheer shock. "Old scoundrel, you have gone too far," Su Wanwan declared fiercely. In her past life, she was an empress, having traversed a path of slaughter to attain the quasi-emperor realm. What fear did she have of a mere elder from the Southern Qian Pavilion? She could disregard everything, but Ning Fan was her taboo. "Burning sun, incinerate the heavens. Kill for me." As her voice faded, the blazing sun hurtled toward the elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion. The space trembled, twisting violently, such was the terrifying might. All the new disciples from the 4 pavilions were left agape, collectively inhaling sharply. This young girl was utterly reckless, daring to strike at an elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion. The elder's expression shifted slightly, disbelief washing over him. With a wave of his hand, the power of the great Tao surged forth, conjuring a Tao seal the size of a small mountain. Boom! The moment the blazing sun collided with the Tao seal, it was as though a volcano had erupted, crashing into the ground. Flames surged forth, consuming everything, igniting ancient trees in the vicinity. The spectacle was astounding. The Tao seal, as heavy as Mount Tai, was immovable, and the disparity in their realms was immense, yet it still left Jiang Wanxia, Yun Wui, and others utterly stunned. "Outrageous! You dare to strike at this elder?" The elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion retracted the Tao seal, his countenance darkened to the extreme. For a new disciple to lay hands on an elder was unprecedented in the history of the 4 pavilions. Before the gazes of all, not only was his authority challenged, but the repercussions of this incident would surely stir widespread discussion. "Suppress her." Just then, Ning Fan suddenly bellowed. In an expanse of vast ocean, a colossal fish leapt forth, nearly 1,000 feet in length, crashing down like a mountain upon the elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion. Caught unprepared after just retracting the Tao seal, the elder could only raise his palms in defense. Bang! The great fish shattered, and under the intense gaze of the onlookers. The elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion staggered back 3 steps. The fact that 2 new disciples at the formation stage could force a venerable elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion to retreat is undoubtedly a blow to his reputation. All present were struck with astonishment. How could Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, this young couple, dare to confront an elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion with such ferocity? The elder's face contorted with rage, reaching a peak of fury that drove him to madness. Come here and face me. At that moment, the figures of the 2 deputy masters, Jiang Wanxia and Yun Wui, suddenly blocked the elder's path. While Ning Fan had been oppressed by the elder, Jiang Wanxia and Yun Wui remained indifferent. Even when Ning Fan's actions surprised them slightly, they did not regard him as a serious threat. As long as Ning Fan was not killed, they preferred to avoid offending the elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion. However, now that Su Wanwan had taken action on behalf of Ning Fan, they felt compelled to intervene. Su Wanwan's earlier outburst was not born of mindless frenzy. She was well aware that Jiang Wanxia would not stand idly by, which prompted her to strike the elder to vent her frustrations and defend Ning Fan. Elder Chen, you have already exerted your pressure on them. It is time to let this matter rest, Yun Wui stated. The elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion, filled with fury, nearly roared. What do you mean by let it rest? These 2 are the murderers of 13 new disciples and have the audacity to strike at me. Elder Chun, you have gone too far, which has provoked Su Wanwan, Jiang Wanxiao interjected. With a wave of her hand, a violet radiance enveloped Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, shielding them. As for the matter of the 13 slain disciples, it was prudent to first hear their explanations before passing judgment. The elder's face twisted in anger. He recognized that Jiang Wanxia and Yun Wui were formidable beings of the extreme realm and realized he was outmatched. He turned to one of the deputy masters of the Southern Qian Pavilion, who subtly shook his head, indicating that he should refrain from rash actions. Very well. I shall listen attentively to how they justify themselves. Jiang Wanxia's expression softened slightly as she addressed Su Wanwan. You will recount in full detail the events of that night to the elders and deputy masters. Should you dare to lie, I shall not spare you. Su Wanwan, composed and prepared, began. The 13 individuals were clad in specialized assassination attire, as you all must be aware. The assembled elders and deputy masters nodded. For most had visited the scene, and this fact was indisputable. The elder of the Southern Qian Pavilion snorted dismissively. Even if they wore assassination garb, what does that signify? It merely facilitates their movements and makes them less detectable by ferocious beasts. Su Wanwan, unwilling to engage in a futile debate with the elder, continued her account. That night, Ning Fan and I vanquished 2 ferocious beasts and took refuge by a tranquil pool. Unbeknownst to us, 13 individuals had laid a deadly ambush, suddenly emerging to strike. Regrettably, their strength proved insufficient, and we turned the tables on them. The traces left by their lethal formation should have been evident to all. This was a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot, directed by unseen forces to eliminate the newly initiated disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion within the ancient secret realm. The 13 disciples, along with their hidden instigator, are truly beyond redemption. Ning Fan and I acted solely in self-defense. What fault lies with us? The logic was clear and the arguments coherent. Yet many elders and the vice supreme leader remained silent. You are lying, spouting nonsense, exclaimed an elder from the Nanxian Pavilion, his sole focus being vengeance for his favored disciple, irrespective of the truth. It was evident that the 13 new disciples had first sought refuge by the pool, setting up a formation for security against potential beastly assaults. Yet, you 2 forcibly dismantled their formation, resulting in the death of all 13. When it comes to distorting the truth, this elder certainly possessed a talent for it. How dare you, you shameless old dog? Ning Fan retorted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the elder from the Nanxian Pavilion. He had encountered many shameless individuals and those seeking personal revenge, but never before had he met such a brazen individual who turned black into white. I have evidence, Su Wanwan interjected, brandishing several communication talismans. These talismans had been retrieved from the bodies of the 13 individuals, and several messages had not been promptly erased. Among the disciples of Ching and Peak, Chuyin Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Fools devoid of common sense, they didn't even know to erase the messages within the talismans. Chuyin Zhao silently cursed, his heart racing with anxiety. He now had no certainty about the contents of the communication talismans held by Su Wanwan. Though he had not mentioned any names during his exchanges with those individuals, it was not impossible for them to trace back to him. Jiang Wanxia took the talismans and noted the scant phrases inscribed upon them. However, they were sufficient to substantiate that this was a meticulously planned assassination. Elder Qian, would you care to examine the contents of these communication talismans? Jiang Wanxiao inquired expressionlessly. Elder Qian's countenance darkened as he accepted the talismans, rendered speechless. Esteemed elders and vice supreme leader, disciples of the Nanxian Pavilion, Toba Feng and Su Xianning harbor a personal vendetta against Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Shortly after entering the ancient secret realm, a fierce conflict erupted among the four, Chu Yunzhao announced, seizing the moment to sow confusion and chaos. Among the crowd, several new disciples of Qingyun Peak were taken aback by Chu Yunzhao's words. What was his intent? Just days prior, when Elder Qian had approached the disciples of Qingyun Peak, Chu Yunzhao had maliciously asserted that Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had orchestrated the demise of the 13 new disciples from the 3 major pavilions. Yet now, he stood to defend them. A cold smile curled upon Ning Fan's lips, as he discerned that the mastermind behind the scenes was most likely Chu Yunzhao. At this juncture, Chu Yunzhao's emergence was merely an attempt to obfuscate the truth. Previously, he had sworn an oath to the heavens, vowing that the great Chu dynasty would not seek retribution against Ning Fan, Su Wanwan, as well as the Ning and Su families. Chu Yunzhao seemed to believe that as long as he did not employ the people of the great Chu dynasty, he would not be in violation of his oath, cleverly exploiting a loophole. Although Ning Fan did not articulate it directly, he surmised that Chu Yunzhao would never concede to such an accusation. Furthermore, the scant evidence at his and Su Wanwan's disposal was insufficient to unequivocally prove that Chu Yunzhao was the orchestrator behind the scenes. How delightful it is to engage in this game with you, Ning Fan mused coldly. I shall play with you slowly until your demise is assured. Qian, elder, do you have anything to say? Jiang Wanxiao demanded, her graceful visage now adorned with a hint of ire. Could it be that Elder Qian, in a bid to defend Su Xianning and Toba Feng, had orchestrated this assassination? Qian, I suspect you are the true mastermind. After Qian had distorted the facts, Jiang Wanxiao seized the moment to cast all blame upon him. Nonsense. I harbor no grievances against those 2 juniors. Toba Feng and Su Xianning are not my disciples. Why would I wish to assassinate them? Elder Qian's face turned pale as he vehemently defended himself. Yun Wuya, who had remained silent until now, slowly interjected, since this matter may be related to Toba Feng and Su Xianning. Why not summon them for a confrontation? Unfortunately, both Toba Feng and Su Xianning were gravely injured and left the ancient secret realm that same day to recuperate at the Southern Qin Pavilion, remarked a vice master from the Southern Qin Pavilion, bowing to the gathered elders. I apologize for taking up your time, everyone. The Southern Qin Pavilion will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide a clear account. Today marks the final day for the new disciples of the 4 great pavilions in the ancient secret realm. Those preparing to strive for the peak must hasten to the summit of Shuedin Peak. Time is of the essence. After the vice master's declaration, the assembly dispersed. Ning Fan, should you and your companion secure the top position for the Yunsong Pavilion, I shall make an exception and accept you as a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Yun Wuya remarked, his gaze fixed on Ning Fan, brimming with anticipation. Upon entering the ancient secret realm, Ning Fan first defeated Toba Feng, then, alongside Su Wanwan, they avenged 13 individuals, astonishing even Yun Wuya with their prowess in repelling Elder Qian's formidable technique. As Su Wanwan was already Jiang Wanxiao's sole disciple, her joining Qingyun Peak was out of the question. However, Ning Fan could indeed vie for it, especially since within the Yunsong Pavilion, Qingyun Peak stood as the pinnacle, whereas Qingzhou Peak languished at the bottom, its existence almost inconsequential. I regret to inform you, Vice Master, that I may disappoint you. Ning Fan replied, his expression devoid of emotion, unwavering in his refusal. On the very day he entered the Yunsong Pavilion, the elders of Qingyun Peak had turned him away. Now, to be considered as a disciple, there was a prerequisite to secure the top position for the Yunsong Pavilion. Did Yun Wuya truly regard him as a mere pawn? In his previous life, Ning Fan chose to lead a life of simplicity, working as a security guard while eschewing the conventional pursuits of purchasing a car, acquiring a home, marrying, and raising children, all in servitude to capital. How could he ever consider becoming a mere servant to Yun Wuya? His disciple, lacking in both talent and strength, was deprived of the fortune to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Once, Qingyun Peak looked down upon Ning Fan. Now, the tables have turned, and it is Ning Fan who regards Qingyun Peak with disdain. To Ning Fan, the enigmatic and extraordinary Meng Ku, the master of Qizhou Peak, is unmatched in the realm of the righteous. The eldest senior brother is destined to become a sage through his studies. The second senior sister, Zhang Yueye, a time traveler enamored with opera, possesses formidable strength that is truly terrifying, having reached the third level of the Void Dao realm. The youngest junior sister, Mo Yaoyao, burdened with a body cursed by myriad poisons, suffers greatly and is uncertain of her longevity. Yet, her innocence and vivacity endear her to Ning Fan. Let it be said that even if Yun Waya were to propose conditions, allowing Ning Fan to become a disciple of Qing Yun Peak in exchange for securing first place for Yun Song Pavilion, Ning Fan would still not acquiesce. Even if Yun Waya were to kneel and beseech him, Ning Fan would remain resolute in his refusal. The disciple is weary and longs only to ascend Shuedin Peak and, through the spatial array, return to Qingzhou Peak for a well-deserved respite. After voicing his thoughts, Ning Fan took the hand of Su Wanwan and departed, leaving Yun Waya and Jiang Wanxia, the two vice-masters, standing in the wind, bewildered. This impudent rascal! Yun Waya's expression darkened. His teeth clenched in disbelief that Ning Fan would disregard even the face of a vice-master from Qingyun Peak. Alas, my poor disciple! How could she be so bewitched by that rascal Ning Fan? Jiang Wanxia sighed. Since Su Wanwan became a disciple of Zixia Peak, news of her status spread gradually, prompting many ancient families, longevity clans, venerable sects, and venerable emperors to seek connections with Jiang Wanxia, hoping to meet Su Wanwan. Their intentions were simple: to introduce their respective top talents to Su Wanwan. On that day, Jiang Wanxia had barely spoken a few words before Su Wanwan flatly refused. If you are engaged in such matters, then you are not my master. These were Su Wanwan's exact words, rendering Jiang Wanxia speechless and powerless. On Shuedin Peak, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan executed their movements with agility, soon catching up to the many disciples of Qingyun Peak, among whom was Chu Yunzhao. Chu Yunzhao, stand there! Ning Fan commanded, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Chu Yunzhao's complexion changed dramatically. Upon seeing Ning Fan approach, he turned and sprinted towards the mountain summit. Chapter 37. Without evidence, I say it is you, thus it is you. With a swiftness akin to lightning, Ning Fan leapt in front of Chu Yunzhao. Ning Fan, what do you intend to do? Chu Yunzhao's face paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You are the one who organized those 13 individuals to assassinate me, aren't you? Ning Fan pressed forward, his voice low, audible only to him and Chu Yunzhao. Should those words reach the ears of other Qing and Peak disciples, they would soon echo throughout the entire Yunsong Pavilion. At that time, the masters of each peak of Yunsong Pavilion would likely investigate Chu Yunzhao. However, this matter was one that Ning Fan wished to resolve on his own, preferring not to trouble others. You speak nonsense. Chu Yunzhao's pupils abruptly constricted as he vehemently denied the accusation. You have offended so many people. Besides Toba Feng, Su Xinying, there are also Gu Qingzhou, Jiang Hanqing, and Wanyun. Countless individuals from Yunsong Pavilion harbor disdain toward you. Why do you insist it must be me? Ning Fan replied with a cold smile. I have indeed offended many, and there are numerous who look unfavorably upon me, but only you have suffered the most at my hands, making you the most plausible and capable of orchestrating this murder. What evidence do you have to prove it was me? Chu Yunzhao stammered, unable to meet Ning Fan's gaze. The murderous intent in Ning Fan's eyes was terrifying, akin to that of an emotionless assassin. Such dreadful malice was something Chu Yunzhao had only witnessed in a few warlords of the great Chu dynasty, all of whom had endured numerous bloody battles. There is no evidence, Ning Fan declared bluntly. Since there is no evidence, on what grounds? Before Chu Yunzhao could finish, Ning Fan struck. With a resounding bang, a punch landed squarely on Chu Yunzhao's face, catching him off guard. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his nose was crushed, causing him to stagger backward. Just because I feel it is you, then it is you, Ning Fan bellowed, extending a hand that resembled the claw of a rock, crackling with lightning as it reached for Chu Yunzhao's neck. Chu Yunzhao's pupils widened, unwilling to surrender, and his hand morphed into a dragon's claw, unleashing a torrent of power that radiated a faint golden light. When their hands clashed, a thunderous sound erupted. The golden light shattered, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Ah! Chu Yunzhao screamed in terror, his figure retreating violently. Previously, during their encounter in the Taiwan Mountains, he had been no match for Ning Fan and had suffered greatly. Now, he was even less capable of defending against a single strike. Ning Fan pursued him, seizing Chu Yunzhao by the throat and forcefully slamming him against a massive boulder. With a thunderous crash, the rock shattered, and Chu Yunzhao cried out in agony, his long hair disheveled, blood streaming from his head. The stones upon Shuedin Peak were exceedingly hard. The impact of his face against the rock was unbearably painful, leaving him bloodied and disfigured. Murder! Murder! Chu Yunzhao shrieked in despair, his shattered teeth flying from his mouth as he desperately called for help, his voice echoing far and wide. Brothers and sisters of Ching and Peak, come to save this lord, and I shall reward you handsomely. Below, many disciples of Ching and Peak exchanged glances, but none responded. This was a private feud between Ning Fan and Chu Yunzhao. When Elder Chen Qian had stormed in that day, Chu Yunzhao had seized the opportunity to strike him down. Everyone had heard the details clearly, and he deserved the beating. No one was willing to intervene, nor did they dare to. Ning Fan had even the audacity to strike an elder of Nanshan Pavilion. He was lawless and unrestrained, like a vengeful deity. Who would dare provoke him? Do you think this is the royal palace of the great Chu dynasty? Call out a couple of times, and someone will come to rescue you. Ning Fan scoffed, gripping Chu Yunzhao's neck and lifting him off the ground. Chu Yunzhao's face turned a shade of purple as he struggled helplessly. Be a man and own up to it. Don't let me look down upon you. Ning Fan murmured. Chu Yunzhao's eyes became wild, his demeanor frantic. Indeed. Those 13 individuals were orchestrated by me, so what of it? They are not from the great Chu dynasty. Their oath to this hall that day is irrelevant. Ning Fan, I am determined to kill you and Su Wanwan. I wish to tear you both apart. Chu Yunzhao raved, his voice hoarse and suppressed. Very well, Chu Yunzhao. I must admit, you have gained a modicum of my respect. Ning Fan replied with indifference, a smile playing on his lips. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. In the future, arrange for more capable individuals to come after me. Don't waste my time with useless fools. I am eager to see who shall ultimately prevail. As his words faded, Ning Fan delivered a powerful kick to Chu Yunzhao. Ah! Chu Yunzhao screamed, his body soaring into the air, then descending in a parabolic arc thud, thud, thud. After a considerable time, the sound of his body crashing to the ground echoed below. Let us go, my lady. Ning Fan cleaned the blood from his hands and continued soaring towards the summit of Shuedin Peak alongside Su Wanwan. Below, numerous disciples of Qingyun Peak wore expressions of horror. They had barely grasped the dialogue between Ning Fan and Chu Yunzhao before witnessing the latter being sent flying. Chu Yunzhao was one of the standout new disciples of Qingyun Peak, yet he had not even the ability to resist in Ning Fan's presence. Such monstrous strength. Only senior brother Mu Bai and top disciples like Wanyun were likely qualified to contend with Ning Fan. It was unimaginable that Ning Fan, once rejected by the 8 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, now possessed strength rivaling the elite talents of each peak. Many gasped in astonishment. Mu Bai, Wanyun, and other top disciples had already soared towards the summit of Shuedin Peak. Midway up Shuedin Peak, Ning Fan observed numerous disciples from the 4 great pavilions engaged in fierce battles. Before reaching the summit, the disciples of the 4 great pavilions had already begun to clash. This was a chaotic skirmish, devoid of rules. Any means were permitted, be it overwhelming numbers, ambushes, or sneak attacks, as long as no one aimed to kill. To ascend to the summit of Shuedin Peak, one required not only strength, but also a touch of fortune. Of course, if one were invincible, a direct charge to the peak would suffice. The conflicts among the disciples of the 4 great pavilions determined victory or defeat, with life and death left aside. The skirmishes were typically restrained. Those who lost withdrew from the contest, while the victors pressed onward to the summit. Numerous elders from the 4 great pavilions were positioned along the upper parts of Shuedin Peak to prevent any unforeseen incidents and to intervene promptly if necessary. Hey, which pavilion do you 2 belong to? A group of disciples from the same peak confronted Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, their voices raised in challenge. With dozens of disciples gathered, anyone not belonging to the same sect was considered an enemy. They had ascended Shuedin Peak earlier and, having not been present at the foot of the mountain, were unfamiliar with Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. I have no desire to engage in conflict or rivalry, but you would do well not to provoke me, Ning Fan remarked coolly. Were it not for the spatial formation leading away from the ancient secret realm, he would not even have bothered to ascend. What an arrogant fellow! Are you looking down upon us? Even the most elite disciples of the 4 great sects do not exhibit such haughtiness. The new disciples, incensed, surged forward toward Ning Fan. In the fierce rivalry among the disciples of the 4 sects, there were no rules. It was entirely reasonable for 100 to confront one. I truly have no desire to fight, Ning Fan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, as they insisted on charging at him, He had no choice but to unleash his formidable power. With a thunderous roar, the skies darkened, and bolts of lightning danced chaotically, enveloping the area in a dense azure haze. In an instant, the cries of dozens filled the air as they convulsed, their hair smoking, faces charred, collapsing to the ground. With his mastery at the 6th level of the formation realm, the sheer force of the Tao within him was sufficient to overwhelm these individuals without him exerting his full strength. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, none remained standing except for Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. What a terrifying display of thunderous power! In the blink of an eye, he had vanquished numerous disciples from the Tianqian sect, leaving onlookers in shock and awe. They stood speechless, their souls trembling at the sight. 2 elders, their faces pale with fear, rushed to the scene, anxious about the fate of the fallen disciples. Upon discovering that the convulsing bodies were merely stunned by the electric shock, they exhaled in relief. The competition on the mid-slope of Shuedin Peak was fiercely intense, as the elite talents of the 4 great sects vied for supremacy, each eager to reach the summit and secure their legacy. Even the less gifted new disciples exerted themselves to the utmost, banding together as they charged toward the top disciples of other sections. If they could merely restrain one elite disciple, even if they could not achieve victory, depleting their Tao energy would still be a valuable contribution. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan sought to navigate around the new disciples, yet many continued to charge toward them. I have no intention of competing for the summit. I merely wish to return to the Yunsong sect and rest in peace without being disturbed, Ning Fan declared, raising a hand to signal the dozen or so disciples from the Tianqian sect to halt. How audacious! Do you deem us unworthy of challenging you, even as a collective force? Not long ago, I am aware that you vanquished dozens of new disciples from the Tianqian pavilion. But this does not imply that we are intimidated by you. A dozen disciples from Tianqian pavilion shouted in anger, their fists clenched in righteous indignation. Ning Fan's earnest attempts at counsel were perceived as an affront by them. Alas, why can't you comprehend my predicament? I have expressed my disinterest in rivalry. I am indifferent to which pavilion claims the top position. Is it not preferable to coexist in peace? Why must there be incessant bloodshed? Ning Fan, exuding helplessness, had already rebuffed the elder of the Nanjin pavilion and chastised Chu Yinzhao. He was in high spirits and truly wished to avoid further conflict. Couldn't he be allowed to return smoothly to Qingzhou Peak and continue his tranquil and leisurely existence? How infuriating. Prepare to receive my challenge. The disciples of Beichen Pavilion, fueled by fury, charged toward Ning Fan almost in unison. Reluctantly, Ning Fan braced himself for confrontation, his fingers splayed wide, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy, not in singular strikes, but in a cascade, dense and overwhelming. A chorus of screams erupted as the disciples fell to the ground, convulsing, smoke rising from their bodies. Rather than being incessantly harassed, it would be better to ascend the mountain peak directly, remarked Su Wanwan, her brow furrowed in displeasure. An unending stream of troublemakers sought them out, leaving the Empress somewhat exasperated. If it is destined for confrontation, she thought, it would be wise to take the initiative, instilling fear in the disciples of the other 3 major pavilions, deterring them from future challenges. Ah, how delightful! Ning Fan chuckled, embracing the inevitability of confrontation. In the next moment, fiery runes materialized around Su Wanwan, the flames of rebirth surging forth as a pair of divine phoenix wings manifested behind her. Ahead, amidst the chaos of the Nanjian and Beixian pavilions, Su Wanwan surged forward, radiating an unprecedented intensity. Boom! A conflagration erupted, akin to a sunburst, engulfing the surroundings in flames. The air was filled with the sounds of despair as dozens of disciples were hurled away, their faces pale and severely injured. She was overwhelmingly formidable, akin to a divine phoenix, her presence commanding and imperious. Regardless of the number of disciples from any pavilion, she charged forth without hesitation. Almost none could withstand even a single exchange against Su Wanwan. What an astonishingly tyrannical technique, the burning immortal art. Ning Fan felt a tremor within his heart. Trailing behind Su Wanwan, he found no opportunity to strike. Having absorbed the purple evil sacred fire and practiced the burning immortal art, Su Wanwan held the cultivation of merely the 4th minor completion of the array formation realm. Yet her true power left Ning Fan in awe. They were disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, the very individuals who had slaughtered 13 new disciples in a single night. Indeed, it was they. Have our elders of the Nanjin Pavilion, the Vice Master, not apprehended them yet? How did they ascend to Shuedin Peak? Are you unaware? It has been confirmed that it was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. They are innocent. Recognizing Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, disciples from various academies swiftly relayed the news. And it soon spread far and wide. Unrivaled and forceful, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan swiftly arrived at a snow-covered expanse, the peak of Shuedin Mountain coming into view. The climate here was frigid, and the disciples who could reach this place were fewer than 1 in 30. You too are the murderers of our South Qian Pavilion's prodigy? A disciple from South Qian Pavilion exclaimed, his realm having reached the 4th stage of the Array realm. Among all the new disciples of South Qian Pavilion, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Watch your words. How dare you call us murderers? Ning Fan retorted, his gaze darkening. Even the elders and the vice master of South Qian Pavilion acknowledged that it was an assassination attempt directed at us. Who do you think you are? The South Qian disciple pointed a finger at Ning Fan, while Su Wanwan shouted, murderers are indeed murderers. All of us new disciples from South Qian Pavilion will not let this go. Enough, Su Wanwan declared coldly, unleashing the Divine Phoenix technique, which summoned a wave of scorching heat. The South Qian disciple's aura surged violently, revealing fiery patterns across his body, and he manifested a crimson cloud sparrow. Boom! The clash of their techniques erupted like two volcanoes colliding, producing a thunderous roar. The intensity of the collision was overwhelming, flames surging like a torrential flood, engulfing everything around the Divine Phoenix in the crimson cloud sparrow. The thick layer of snow covering the rocks melted away, creating a cloud of white mist. In an instant, the crimson cloud sparrow was torn apart by the Divine Phoenix, whose sharp claws lunged toward the South Qian disciple's head. The disciple's face paled, and he summoned a fire seal, the size of a grinding disc, which he held above his head with both hands. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as the Divine Phoenix's claws struck the fire seal, sending the South Qian disciple crashing into the ground below. Thud! The grinding disc-sized fire seal slammed into the earth, and through the cracks, the anguished screams of the South Qian disciple could be heard. Many surrounding disciples turned their gazes, and several elders rushed over, their eyes wide with alarm. Stop! The disciples of the 4 great pavilions must not harm one another. Chapter 39. My wife is truly strong. The grinding disc-sized fire seal struck the ground, burying the South Qian disciple beneath it with sheer brutality. The screams emanating from beneath the fire seal caused the faces of several elders to change dramatically, as it was likely to be life-threatening. Bang! With a flap of its wings, the Divine Phoenix sent the fire seal flying, revealing the South Qian disciple's head. Blood flowed profusely, with only the upper part of his face visible, covered in blood froth. He had not perished, but he had certainly lost half his life. This female disciple has been too ruthless. An elder from South Qian Pavilion remarked solemnly, his expression grim. Throughout the history of the 4 great pavilions, such severity in confrontations was exceedingly rare. The vice masters and elders of the 4 great pavilions have already deemed us innocent. This person dares to speak insolently and slander us. Showing him mercy by not incapacitating him is already a considerable leniency, Su Wanwan declared with authority, her prowess rendering her nearly invincible among the new disciples of the 4 major pavilions. Shielded by the deputy sect masters of Yunsong Pavilion, she felt no trepidation. Let anyone dare to accuse my husband and me of being the culprits, and they shall face the consequences. Her enchanting beauty was overshadowed by an icy demeanor. What of Elder Chen Qian of Nanshan Pavilion? If I am bold enough to strike him, how much less should I fear you? Many present shivered involuntarily, unable to fathom the cold and ruthless character concealed beneath such exquisite beauty. Though still a young maiden, she exuded an unsettling majesty, reminiscent of an empress surveying her dominion. The perplexity deepened regarding the fortunate lad named Ning Fan, who had somehow garnered such protection from Su Wanwan. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, with all rendered mute by her formidable presence. Some disciples of Nanqian Pavilion seethed with discontent, yet none dared to approach. A top-tier disciple who had achieved the 4th level of formation was swiftly vanquished by Su Wanwan in mere 2 moves. Who among them possessed the courage to challenge her? My wife is truly formidable. Ning Fan chuckled lightly, resigned to the fact that her unmatched strength compelled him to remain passive. My dear, let us take our leave. Su Wanwan spoke softly, her tone and demeanor transforming entirely when addressing him, as if she were a different person. As they departed, many around inhaled deeply. What a remarkable young woman. With astonishing talent and unparalleled strength, she rivals the geniuses of the supreme sections. Could she have single-handedly slain the 13 deceased disciples? It was known that Ning Fan was no slouch himself, having recently defeated numerous new disciples, yet the disparity between him and this young lady was striking. The news spread among the disciples of the various pavilions, and as they ascended further, none obstructed the path of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Bang, bang, bang. Ahead. The disciples of Ching Lei Peak from Yunsong Pavilion were engaged in a chaotic skirmish with those from Nanxian Pavilion and Beixian Pavilion, evidently at a disadvantage. In the brief moment that Ning Fan and Su Wanwan approached, several disciples from Ching Lei Peak fell, abandoning their aspirations to ascend. "You are despicable for ganging up on us, outnumbering us several times," Wanyun bellowed, his hair standing on end, radiating with golden lightning as he faced four assailants, each possessing the strength of the fourth level of formation. Since entering the ancient secret realm, his power had significantly surged, reaching the fourth level of formation as well. In the fierce competition among the four major pavilions, there were never any rules. Discussions of fairness were moot. A disciple from Nanxian Pavilion shouted, swinging his long sword towards Wanjun's vital points. It was an ancient spiritual treasure, its blade sharp and its aura chilling. Clang! Wanjun met the assault with his golden spear, the tip clashing with the sword's edge, producing a resonant clash of metal. Puff! Wanjun trembled violently, spewing blood, his face pale as if struck by a grievous blow. Under the relentless onslaught of four adversaries, he was nearing his limit. This strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. "Give up. Spare yourself further pain," a disciple from Beixian Pavilion urged. At that moment, Wanjun noticed the arrival of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. "Ning Fan, Su Wanwan, hurry over to assist," Wanjun bellowed, placing greater faith in Su Wanwan's prowess rather than in Ning Fan. In Wanjun's eyes, as long as Su Wanwan was willing to engage, victory was assured. The expressions of the numerous disciples from Nanxian Pavilion and Beixian Pavilion shifted dramatically, as even the four formidable practitioners at the fourth tier of the formation realm were taken aback. The disciples communicated through talismans, for the news had long since spread. Not long ago, Ning Fan had decisively defeated many, while Su Wanwan's performance was even more astonishing. She was nearly invincible, effortlessly overpowering the disciples of Nanxian Pavilion within 2 moves. "I'm afraid I have no interest," Ning Fan replied indifferently, regarding the potential defeat of the Ching Lei Peak disciples as inconsequential. He vividly recalled the disdainful expressions of many Ching Lei Peak disciples when they were about to enter the ancient secret realm at the gates of Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan was no saint, lacking the magnanimity to repay kindness with kindness. "Ning Fan, we are all disciples of Yunsong Pavilion. How can you stand idly by?" Wanjun exclaimed in anger, utterly unprepared for Ning Fan's reaction. If Ning Fan remained inactive, it was clear that Su Wanwan, who shared a close bond with him, would not intervene either. "Now you remember we are all disciples of Yunsong Pavilion? I did not see any hesitation from you when you struck me at the mountain gate that day," Ning Fan scoffed disdainfully. "Repaying kindness with kindness? What do you intend to repay kindness with? When we first entered the ancient secret realm, did you not declare that anyone who journeyed with me would be an enemy of the Ching Lei Peak disciples? Now you ask for my assistance. How delightful it must be to have a boomerang return to strike you." Wanjun trembled violently, spewing a mouthful of blood mist. "First, let's deal with Wanjun," a disciple from Nanxian Pavilion at the fourth tier of the formation realm exclaimed with delight, seizing the opportunity of discord within Yunsong Pavilion. "You too," someone was about to launch an attack on Ning Fan and Su Wanwan when they were halted by their fellow disciples. "Ning Fan's strength is average, but that girl possesses terrifying power. We are not their match. Let the senior brothers who have already reached the mountain peak handle them." Since these individuals dared not act recklessly, Ning Fan naturally had no desire to engage, and he and Su Wanwan soared toward the mountain summit. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream from Wanjun echoed behind them. Wanjun suffered a crushing defeat, prompting numerous other Ching Lei Peak disciples to concede as well. "Ning Fan, Su Wanwan, I will remember this grudge." Wanjun's voice rang out with immense resentment, for as the eldest disciple of Ching Lei Peak, it was an indelible shame that none of this generation of new disciples could ascend to the peak of Shuedin Peak. At the summit of Shuedin Peak, the terrain was flat and spacious, adorned with intricate pathways in the sky, resembling a sacred ground. A magnificent 3-tiered platform stands at the heart of the training ground, adorned with intricate Tao patterns and safeguarded by formidable formations. Those who can ascend to the pinnacle of this platform will secure the top honor for their respective academies. The figures of the vice masters from the 4 great pavilions are stationed beneath the platform. Over 30 disciples have reached the summit, all of whom are the finest talents from their respective peaks, fiercely competing to claim the platform, resulting in intense clashes. Among the disciples of the Cloud Song Pavilion, only 6 have managed to reach the top, teetering on the brink of defeat and struggling to hold their ground. Yunwui and Jiang Wanxia, the vice masters of the 8 peaks, were expressions of deep concern. If the situation continues, it won't be long before all 6 are vanquished. This would mark an utterly humiliating loss for the Cloud Song Pavilion. At that moment, the figures of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan finally make their entrance. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan have arrived. Yunwui's gaze flickers with astonishment, joy evident in his voice. Su Wanwan is the hope for them all. On the platform, the hearts of the 6 disciples of the Cloud Song Pavilion reignite with hope. Hurry up and help us. We can barely hold on, cried Mubai, a disciple from the Ching Peak. I'm afraid I have no interest, Ning Fan replied indifferently. It was that he couldn't intervene, but rather that he sought to restore the dignity of the Qingzhou Peak. The expressions of Yunwui, Jiang Wanxia, and the other vice masters of the Cloud Song Pavilion were filled with disbelief. Chapter 40. Unrivaled among peers atop the summit of Shuedin Peak. The vice masters and elders from the other 3 great pavilions cast curious glances. Yunwui furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. What do you mean by no interest? The meaning of no interest is that our strength is insufficient. We lack the qualifications to compete with the disciples of other academies. Ning Fan replied calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as an ancient well. Even if Yunwui were to plead with him to join Qingyun Peak, he would refuse. Securing the top honor for the Cloud Song Pavilion would yield him nothing but an empty title, devoid of any substantial reward. Merely relying on lofty promises and slogans to compel him to exert effort? Apologies, but I shall simply recline and repose. Yunwui's face twitched, his fingers cracking with tension. At Shuedin Peak, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had dared to confront the elders of the Nanxian Pavilion, and to now claim weakness was clearly an excuse. Especially in the case of Su Wanwan, who had been invincible, effortlessly pushing her way through. Within 2 moves, she could dispatch disciples of the Nanxian Pavilion at the 4th level of the Array Realm. Who would believe that Su Wanwan lacked the strength or qualifications to ascend that platform and contend with the peak disciples? If she is deemed unworthy, who else in the Cloud Song Pavilion could possibly qualify? My disciple, Jiang Wanxiao began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Wanwan. What Ning Fan means is precisely what I mean, she stated coldly. She would only act if Ning Fan chose to intervene. As long as Ning Fan remained opposed, no one could sway her. Jiang Wanxiao looked helplessly at Yunwui, conveying her inability to influence the situation. Su Wanwan would only heed Ning Fan's words. In her heart, Ning Fan held far greater importance than her own master. Ning Fan, Qingzhou Peak is also one of the 9 peaks of the Yunsong Pavilion. Do you truly possess no spirit of sacrifice? The top genius from Tianyin Peak exclaimed furiously atop the celestial platform. If you cannot contribute even a little, how can you expect me to offer my sacrifice? You have all enjoyed the cultivation resources at your respective peaks. Now is your golden opportunity to repay Yunsong Pavilion. I have faith in you. Persevere, and you shall surely turn the tide in your favor. Ning Fan spoke calmly, determined to restore some dignity to Qingzhou Peak. Are you voicing grievances for Qingzhou Peak? Yunwuyo inquired solemnly, having discerned Ning Fan's intentions. Has Qingzhou Peak ever been treated fairly enough to even voice such grievances? Ning Fan retorted. Even if the cultivation resources allocated to Qingzhou Peak were merely 1% of those given to Qingyun Peak, it should not be the case that they lack even the holy pills capable of suppressing the poison within Yao Yao. 10 third-grade holy pills were originally meant as rewards for the disciples of Qingzhou Peak. If you are willing to act, they shall all be yours. Ning Fan smiled faintly, having anticipated Yunwuyo's offer. That is still insufficient. Merely 10 third-grade holy pills do not satisfy Ning Fan's expectations. State your desires, then, Yunwuyo replied. From now on, the monthly allocation of rare materials to Qingzhou Peak shall not be less than 1/10 of that received by Qingyun Peak. This request transcends mere cultivation resources. It signifies that Qingzhou Peak shall hold an equal status within Yunsong Pavilion, alongside the other 8 peaks. Yunwuyo furrowed his brow. 1/10? There are only 4 of you, including yourself, at Qingzhou Peak. Will you even utilize that much? No need for the deputy master to concern himself with such matters. After a moment of contemplation, Yunwuyo gritted his teeth. Very well, I, the master, agree to your terms. But only if you and Su Wanwan can secure the top position among the 4 great ancient academies for Yunsong Pavilion. For many years, Yunsong Pavilion has desperately needed a significant victory to uphold the reputation and status of the 4 great ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness. It is settled. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, Su Wanwan took the initiative, sprouting a pair of divine phoenix wings from her back and soaring onto the celestial platform. She charged toward the 6 disciples of Yunsong Pavilion, her nirvana flames surging forth like a tidal wave of fire. The 9 individuals encircling the 6 disciples of Yunsong Pavilion retreated, their expressions drastically altered. The other disciples on the celestial platform turned to gaze, the aura emanating from the young girl, instilling a sense of trepidation in all present. What astonishing divine art! What manner of being is this? I have never witnessed such prowess. Is she truly Su Wanwan, the unparalleled genius unseen in Yunsong Pavilion for ages? I recently received a message from my junior brother that this girl possesses invincible strength, having pushed her way to the mountain peak. Many gasped in astonishment. They were the Cr Mi de la Sar Mi of the N-Ki in Pavilion, Bixu in Pavilion, and Tnch in Pavilion, the dragons and phoenixes among men. Yet before this young girl, they felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Even more alarming was her youth, surpassing those who had cultivated for 3 to 5 more years. Following her, Ning Fan's figure ascended to the celestial platform. There are those who have heard of Ning Fan's prowess. Yet everyone present here collectively chooses to belittle or outright disregard him. Su Wanwan's brilliance is simply overwhelming. After ascending Shuedin Peak, Ning Fan has indeed vanquished numerous opponents. Yet none could be deemed exceptional. Ning Fan, you have previously suffered indignities, and all the disciples of Yunsong Pavilion who look down upon you owe you an apology. Mu Bai, a disciple of Qingyun Peak, spoke with a hint of remorse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, and his complexion pale. However, since the 2 of you have resolved to take action, we ought to unite our efforts. Before Mu Bai could finish, he was interrupted by Su Wanwan. There is no need. You may all retire to rest. I am more than sufficient, Su Wanwan declared assertively. Mu Bai and the other 6 disciples stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, rendered speechless by her boldness. Do not linger. Depart now, for your presence is unnecessary. My wife is invincible, Ning Fan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Reborn as a quasi-immortal emperor, unmatched among his contemporaries. Not to mention the 4 ancient academies of the Eastern Wilderness, even when considering the elite geniuses of various supreme sects. Few possess the stature to compare with his wife. On the celestial platform, disciples from Nanqian Pavilion, Beixian Pavilion, and Tianqin Pavilion regarded her with visible disdain, their fingers crackling with tension. Those capable of ascending the celestial platform were all proud individuals. Even if they acknowledged Su Wanwan's extraordinary talent, they could not tolerate such condescension. Young lady, do you intend to single-handedly challenge the finest geniuses from the 3 great pavilions? A youthful voice interjected incredulously. How audacious of you. You have merely defeated a few disciples at the 3rd level of the array realm. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Most of the disciples at the mountain's peak are ordinary. There are many who have fought their way up, not just you. Disciples from Nanqian Pavilion, Beixian Pavilion, and Tianqin Pavilion voiced their objections, and those who had been engaged in battle ceased their conflicts at that moment. All attention turned solely to Su Wanwan. Weia, you have placed all hope of Yunsong Pavilion upon her alone. Isn't that a bit fanciful? Huh. Expecting them to contend for the top name is utterly absurd. Yet, one cannot dismiss them entirely. Yunsong Pavilion has been at the bottom year after year. They must be given a glimmer of hope. Expressions of mockery adorned the faces of Chen, the vice master of Nanqian Pavilion, and other elders. Upon the celestial platform, Su Wanwan's countenance was as frigid as ice, and she responded to the crowd with a resounding cry. The divine phoenix sang to the heavens, unleashing a torrential sea of flames that engulfed the celestial platform. Chapter 41. Wife, we are truly remarkable above the celestial platform. Fire patterns danced everywhere as Su Wanwan transformed, embodying the divine phoenix, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Attack. 3 disciples from Nanqian Pavilion launched their assault almost simultaneously. Each at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the array realm, their immense power surging forth as they unleashed formidable techniques. A tricolor phoenix soared into the sky, emanating a dazzling radiance, its talons sharp as blades, and its wings flapping, conjuring a tempest akin to a razor's edge. A fire python, bearing 3 heads, hissed and opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the divine phoenix. Meanwhile, a golden flame lion roared, erupting in sacred golden fire. Both Tuoba Feng and Su Xianying were defeated, with the majority of the 13 fallen disciples belonging to the southern Qian Pavilion. At the foot of Snowview Peak, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, undeterred by the elder's authority, confronted Chen Qian. Upon ascending Snowview Peak, Many disciples from the Southern Qian Pavilion met a tragic end at the hands of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. In summary, the Southern Qian Pavilion had lost all face, and the trio was determined to reclaim their dignity. The three transformed into magical forms, simultaneously launching an assault on Su Wanwan. She proactively engaged, colliding first with the Golden Flame Lion. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the golden flames erupted, the magical technique dissipating. And a disciple from the Southern Qian Pavilion screamed as he spewed forth a mist of blood, hurtling off the celestial platform. The divine phoenix ascended, clashing with the descending tricolor phoenix. The clash of talons produced a resounding metallic echo, yet in a fleeting moment, the tricolor phoenix's claws were severed. Then, the divine phoenix's talons tore through the tricolor phoenix's feathers, scattering its radiant glow, and the shadow of the Southern Qian Pavilion disciple shot forth like an arrow. Hiss! The three fire pythons shrieked, their jaws snapping simultaneously at the divine phoenix. However, the divine phoenix's feathers, as resilient as divine gold, withstood their attempts to tear them apart. In just a couple of moments, the body of the fire python was shredded by the divine phoenix's talons, and the disciple from the Southern Qian Pavilion tumbled down from the celestial platform, wailing in agony. On the platform, the other top disciples from the three major pavilions were left astounded, their hearts filled with terror. Facing three alone, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Mubai and the 6 disciples from the Cloud Song Pavilion stood agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The Vice Master and elders from the Northern Qian Pavilion and the Tianjin Pavilion were astonished, while the Vice Master and elders from the Southern Qian Pavilion wore grim expressions. Yun Wuyo and Jiang Wanxia clenched their fists, their gazes ignited with excitement. Even if I were to replace her, I might not emerge victorious against my wife. Ning Fan murmured, acknowledging that despite being 2 major realms above Su Wanwan, he lacked absolute confidence. If they truly engaged, the outcome could very well be a stalemate. With a cry, the divine phoenix called out, and Su Wanwan ascended to the 2nd tier of the celestial platform. This young woman should be left to the eldest brother to handle. And that Ning Fan, how dare he show disrespect to our Southern Qian Pavilion elders? He must be taught a lesson. The remaining disciples of the Southern Qian Pavilion abandoned their pursuit of Su Wanwan and turned their focus towards Ning Fan. With a swift motion, the divine phoenix flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a barrage of crimson feathers that shot forth like arrows, forcing the other Southern Qian Pavilion disciples to retreat. As Su Wanwan soared to the 2nd tier of the celestial platform, she did not forget to protect Ning Fan. Ning Fan leaped up, also ascending to the 2nd tier. "My dear, we truly are formidable," he exclaimed with a sense of pride. Upon the utterance of those words, many gazes directed at Ning Fan were laden with displeasure. How dare he indulge in such a life of ease, especially at the hands of a young maiden? His abilities were hardly commendable, merely sufficient to contend with the likes of Tuoba Feng, not remotely deserving of the apex. Without the support of that young girl, it was inconceivable for him to have ascended the peak of Shuedin Mountain. Had it not been for her protection, he would have fallen prey to the clandestine machinations of the 13 disciples long ago. Even Yun Wuyo, Jiang Wanxia, and other esteemed elders of the Yunsong Pavilion regarded Ning Fan with disdain. This young man relied entirely on Su Wanwan, and yet had the audacity to negotiate with us, remarked an elder from Ching in Peak. Yun Wuyo sighed, conceding, "Well, what can we do? Su Wanwan seems to heed his every word. As long as he can secure first place for Yunsong Pavilion, I shall overlook his transgressions." On the celestial platform, Su Wanwan's gaze was frosty as she surveyed the 6 individuals standing on the 3rd tier. 2 representatives, each from Nanxian Pavilion, Beixian Pavilion, and Tianjin Pavilion, all of whom surpassed the 5th realm of the Array formation, were rare prodigies among mortals. Meanwhile, disciples from the 8 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, including Mubai, lacked even the qualification to ascend to the 2nd tier of the celestial platform. Those below the 5th realm of the Array formation should not be so foolish as to seek their own demise. Su Wanwan spoke icily, her focus solely on the 6 standing on the 3rd tier. Numerous disciples at the pinnacle of the 4th realm of the Array formation were visibly terrified, reluctant to approach. She cast a glance at Ning Fan, a glimmer of concern flickering in her eyes, fearing that once she ascended to the 3rd tier, he might face a collective assault from the others. Should those 6 join forces, while she held no fear, she might lack the strength to protect Ning Fan. "Do not worry, my dear. Go forth and vanquish them utterly," he urged. Resolute, Su Wanwan soared to the 3rd tier of the celestial platform. No sooner had she departed than 2 disciples from Nanxian Pavilion at the pinnacle of the 4th realm advanced menacingly towards Ning Fan, their fury palpable. As if they believed he had slain their entire kin. "Please, do not provoke me. I have no desire to engage," Ning Fan advised earnestly. The contest for supremacy among the 4 pavilions hinged upon Wanwan and those 6. It bore little relevance to the other disciples. Murdering others, showing disrespect to the elders, and injuring so many disciples. Do you think you can simply walk away unscathed? One disciple from Nanxian Pavilion retorted angrily. "If I have taken lives, it was they who sought their own demise. As for that old man Qian, he brought it upon himself. If other disciples from Nanxian Pavilion choose to confront me, that is hardly my fault." Ning Fan spread his arms in a display of helplessness. "Scoundrel, you have gone too far," a disciple from Nanxian Pavilion shouted, brandishing a long blade that flickered with flames, the essence of the great Tao surging forth. Aimed directly at Ning Fan's head with deadly intent. Ning Fan's expression hardened. He extended a hand, unleashing a surge of thunder that met the ancient divine treasure head-on. In that instant, many spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. How audacious it was to confront an ancient divine treasure with mere flesh and blood. Bang! The thunder shattered the flames, and the ancient spiritual treasure soared through the air. A disciple from the southern Qian Pavilion spat blood, plummeting from the celestial platform, his body charred and convulsing on the ground. In contrast, Ning Fan's hand was adorned with intricate lightning patterns, unscathed. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment, their pupils dilating in shock as they gasped in disbelief. Was that truly a human hand? It had clashed with an ancient spiritual treasure without shedding blood or sustaining injury, rivaling the claws of a pure-blooded being. "I said I was too lazy to engage, yet you all genuinely believed my strength to be lacking?" Ning Fan exclaimed, his gaze crackling with intensity, his long hair swirling like a tempest, exuding an air of defiance. "When I claimed it was all thanks to my wife, did you really take me at my word? I have offered you my kind counsel repeatedly. Since you insist on confrontation, I shall entertain you until the end." Ning Fan snarled, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as the 9 revolutions of thunder surged within him. A resounding boom echoed as a formidable force of the Tao erupted from Ning Fan's being, a thunderous roar reverberating across the celestial platform. Was he at the 6th layer of the array realm? His cultivation level surpassing even the strongest disciples of the 3 great pavilions? How could this be possible? The crowd gasped in horror, disbelief etched across their faces as they witnessed the unfolding scene. In the next moment, an unfathomable number of bolts of lightning erupted forth, densely packed, resembling a vast sea of thunder. Chapter 42. Realm Suppression. Sweeping all the thunder raged, its terrifying might engulfing the 2nd tier of the celestial platform. This was an indiscriminate assault. No one could evade it. In mere moments, anguish cries rang out. 2 disciples from the southern Qian Pavilion were targeted by Ning Fan and struck by the thickest bolts of lightning, sent hurtling off the 2nd tier. Blood gushing from their mouths, their garments tattered, faces etched with terror. They not only perceived the immense disparity in cultivation, but also marveled at the sheer purity of the opponent's lightning power. Even those on the 1st tier of the celestial platform were struck by lightning, their bodies jolted violently. After a brief interval, upon the 2nd tier of the celestial platform, only Ning Fan remained standing in absolute sweep of dominance. The vast gap in cultivation at the 6th layer of the array realm rendered the others nearly powerless to resist. Below the celestial platform, all vice leaders, elders, and disciples of the 4 great pavilions stood in dazed silence. Was this young man not relying on Wanwan's strength to be so audacious? How could his cultivation reach such staggering heights? This lad had hidden his true abilities remarkably well, his prowess not falling far behind Wanwan. Yunwui's gaze flickered. Had the disciples of the southern Qian Pavilion not pressed him, Ning Fan might have concealed his strength for an even longer duration. Ning Fan and Wanwan were now capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the 6 individuals on the 3rd tier of the celestial platform, perhaps even surpassing them. This time, the Yunsong Pavilion may very well contend for the top position, Yunwui murmured. Ning Fan turned his attention to the 3rd tier of the celestial platform, where Wanwan, seamlessly merging with the divine phoenix technique, faced 2 opponents with unmatched vigor. Her profound mastery of the divine phoenix technique allowed for a flawless integration, leaving onlookers in awe. Beneath the celestial platform, the vice leaders of the extreme Tao realm felt a sense of incredulity wash over them. 2 disciples of the southern Qian Pavilion exerted their utmost effort, yet found themselves continuously suppressed by Wanwan, their figures retreating incessantly. How could I not be aware? When did the Cloud Song Pavilion possess such astonishing treasures of technique? Inquired a deputy sect leader from southern Qian Pavilion. Among the 4 great pavilions, The mastery of fire techniques and treasures undoubtedly places Southern Qian Pavilion in an undisputed first position. The heritage of Tianyan Peak from Cloud Song Pavilion pales in comparison to that of Southern Qian Pavilion. However, even this deputy leader of Southern Qian Pavilion, with his vast knowledge, failed to identify the nature of the technique being employed. "Surely, matters of our Cloud Song Pavilion need not be disclosed to everyone," replied Yunwuyo, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while feeling an overwhelming shock within. He, along with the other 7 deputy sect leaders of Cloud Song Pavilion, was acutely aware that this was not a technique belonging to their sect. Wanwan had brought her own treasure technique into Cloud Song Pavilion, a mystery that even Jiang Wanxia could not unravel. "Kirin strike!" shouted one disciple from Southern Qian Pavilion as a fiery Kirin roared, its body engulfed in divine flames, charging forth to confront the divine phoenix. Screech! Another female disciple unleashed her treasure technique, a vermilion bird lunging forward to join the assault on the divine phoenix alongside the Kirin. The Kirin technique and the vermilion bird technique were both signature treasures of Southern Qian Pavilion, profound in their complexity and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. The innate talent and strength of these 2 disciples were indeed remarkable, having been heavily nurtured by Southern Qian Pavilion. Compared to their fellow disciples, they stood as unparalleled powerhouses, rivaling the geniuses of the supreme sections. The collision of the 3 techniques resulted in a fierce confrontation, a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance. Blazing flames surged forth, enveloping the entire celestial platform in a sea of fire, with both the Kirin and vermilion bird techniques unleashed. The 2 top talents of Southern Qian Pavilion found themselves on the brink of despair. What ferocious creature was this? To wield such a technique that could contend against 2 foes without faltering? Who would have thought that Cloud Song Pavilion could produce such an extraordinary prodigy? The crowd erupted in astonishment, each person profoundly shaken. Humph! The Kirin and vermilion bird techniques of Southern Qian Pavilion are renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. That girl is no match. She will not endure for long and will soon be cast down from the celestial platform, declared a disciple from Southern Qian Pavilion defiantly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the divine phoenix let out a piercing cry. Wanwan summoned the purple evil sacred fire, merging it with the nirvana fire, unleashing an unparalleled wave of terrifying energy. The claws of the divine phoenix tore through the heavens, ripping the Kirin's body asunder with a single strike. With another claw, she clashed with the talon of the vermilion bird, the sound of metal clashing resonating across the mountaintop. Clang! The talon of the vermilion bird shattered in response, and the entire body of the vermilion bird was obliterated. The wings of the divine phoenix unfurled, stirring a tempest of flames. The 2 disciples of Southern Qian Pavilion screamed in agony, spewing forth blood mist, their figures violently retreating as they were forced down from the celestial platform. "Well done, my dear disciple. Splendid performance." Below the celestial platform, Jiang Wanxia applauded in delight. Yunwuyo and the other 7 deputy leaders were invigorated, for each time they ventured into the ancient secret realms, Southern Qian Pavilion had always targeted Cloud Song Pavilion. For over a decade, they finally had a moment to hold their heads high. The 8 peak disciples of the 8 peaks came to realize that Wanwan's innate talent was beyond their reach. The vice master and elders of the Southern Qian Pavilion wore grim expressions, astonished that their sect would be the first to be eliminated. The 2 prodigies they took pride in were vanquished by Wanwan alone. All the disciples of Southern Qian Pavilion appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, their spirits dampened. Those who had previously boasted of teaching a lesson to Ning Fan and Wanwan now became a subject of ridicule. "We shall depart." Several vice masters of Southern Qian Pavilion, exasperated, led their followers away. With their ranking at the bottom, they had no inclination to remain and watch the battle. On the 3rd tier of the immortal platform, only the 4 most exceptional talents from the North Qian Pavilion and the Tianjin Pavilion remained. Divine Phoenix technique. Truly astonishing. A peerless beauty spoke, standing elegantly, her voice cold and devoid of any human emotion. She was a disciple of the North Qian Pavilion, barely in her 20s, yet her hair was as white as snow. Her eyes icy, exuding an aura of extreme cold that seemed to freeze the very space around her. Upon hearing her words, Wanwan's expression subtly shifted, her gaze sharpening. Ning Fan's eyes turned resolute as he leaped onto the 3rd tier of the immortal platform, standing beside Wanwan. This woman was no ordinary foe. While the vice masters had never encountered the divine phoenix technique, she recognized it immediately. "Junior brother, you are no match for these 2 disciples of the Yunsong Pavilion." "Retreat from the immortal platform," a young man from the Tianjin Pavilion declared, his eyes like stars, his visage handsome, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, senior brother. Another disciple from the Tianshan Pavilion responded with deference. Ascending to the third tier of the immortal platform, their talent and strength were undeniably impressive. Yet, he obeyed the young man's words without question. The only explanation for such compliance was the insurmountable gulf between them, a chasm that would never bridge in their lifetime. The stunning woman cast a glance at her fellow disciple, who then withdrew from the immortal platform voluntarily. Thus, only 4 individuals remained on the third tier. That woman may be the reincarnation of an immortal king, Wanwan whispered, a glimmer of insight flashing in her dual-colored eyes. A secret audible only to her and Ning Fan. Ning Fan's heart jolted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. No wonder her demeanor was so frigid and unfeeling. He recognized this expression all too well. Wanwan displayed this same icy demeanor towards anyone other than him. Are you also a reincarnation, like yourself? Ning Fan murmured. Not quite. Only a true immortal emperor possesses the capability to traverse reincarnation and navigate the river of time. I sought the relics left by the immortal emperor and, by a stroke of fortune, entered reincarnation. However, she is different. She did not enter reincarnation but instead transcended her soul, being reborn through another's womb, Wanwan elucidated. Her innate dual-colored pupils allowing her to see through others. Your origins are quite extraordinary. The exquisite woman fixed her gaze upon Wanwan, her pupils blooming like frosty flowers. Chapter 43, The Final Confrontation You Two. Wanwan replied calmly, confident that while her opponent might suspect her extraordinary origins, they could not truly perceive her depths. Above the realm of the immortal king lies the realm of the immortal sage, and beyond that, the realm of the semi-emperor. Before their rebirth, there existed a vast disparity in their realms, as well as their understanding and insights into the immortal path. Born with dual pupils, unmatched in the world, she contained the very essence of the immortal way. In contrast, her opponent's dual pupils resembled ice flowers, though they were also unique. They paled in comparison to her extraordinary eyes. North Xian Pavilion, Nangang Shueli. Yunsang Pavilion, Wanwan. As her words lingered in the air, the two women shared an unspoken understanding and struck simultaneously. The divine phoenix spread its wings, the ice phoenix cried out, and crimson flames clashed with icy chill, each claiming half of the battlefield. The spectacle of their clash was awe-inspiring, as a thick mist rose, altering the climate, and torrential rain began to pour from the heavens above the mountain peak. Beneath the immortal platform, Yun Wuyo and Jiang Wanxia, along with the other vice masters and elders of Yunsang Pavilion, were grave expressions. And there are even more exceptionally talented individuals. Yun Wuyo exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, when Wanwan single-handedly defeated the 2 most elite disciples of Nanqian Pavilion, he had felt victory was assured. He had not anticipated that this female disciple from North Xian Pavilion would also possess such astonishing talent. Forgive me, Brother Wuyo, but this time, North Xian Pavilion is determined to claim the title, a vice master from North Xian Pavilion said with a confident smile, fully assured of their success. On the third level of the immortal platform, a man from Tianshan Pavilion expressed regret. I yearn for a battle with Wanwan, but alas, that woman has taken the initiative. This is indeed a great disappointment for me, Chuchen. He then turned his gaze toward Ning Fan, tilting his head slightly to look down upon him with an air of superiority. The 6th level of the array realm is commendable, but it only signifies your rapid cultivation speed, he remarked dismissively. He dismissed Ning Fan entirely, believing that while Wanwan's skills were astonishing, Ning Fan's prior victories over numerous talented disciples on the 2nd level of the immortal platform merely stemmed from his advantage in realm, lacking any particular merit. The level of one's realm does not equate to one's strength. You do not possess the qualifications to compel me to act. Concede now to avoid embarrassment. Chuchen scoffed, exuding arrogance. Ning Fan retorted coldly. The level of one's realm indeed does not determine strength. In an instant, a fierce expression crossed his face. However, you lack the qualifications to utter such words before me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Fan extended his fingers, unleashing a torrent of immense thunderous power. Another one of your tricks. Do you think such tactics employed against ordinary disciples can harm me? Chuchen declared haughtily, merely waving his hand. Before him, a vast starry sky materialized, infused with stellar energy, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of thunder. Below the immortal platform, Yun Wuyo, Jiang Wanxia, and many other vice masters and elders of Yunsang Pavilion were once again taken aback. Apologies, esteemed Brother Waya, but within the Tianshan Pavilion, there also emerges an unparalleled genius, endowed with the innate stellar body, destined to ascend to the celestial path and earn renown across the eastern wastes. An elder of the Tiantian pavilion spoke with a smile, his tone unassuming, yet unable to conceal the pride that radiated from him. On the third level of the celestial platform, Chuchun wore an expression of arrogance. Is this all? You can't even graze the hem of my garment? Then come. Try to withstand my next strike. A fierce roar erupted from Ning Fan, his hair standing on end, his demeanor shifting to one of unrestrained audacity. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens as the tempestuous thunder began to converge wildly, the nine calamities azure thunder technique reaching its zenith. A colossal azure dragon bellowed. Stretching 1,000 feet in length, its body adorned with azure scales, claws outstretched, surrounded by crackling lightning. This astonishing technique was encapsulated within the azure dragon technique. The mention of the azure dragon technique caused Chuchen's expression to alter, the haughty demeanor fading instantly. Below the celestial platform, all vice presidents, elders, and disciples were left astounded. When did the Yunsong Pavilion acquire the azure dragon technique? This young man is remarkably secretive, revealing his prowess only now. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. As the vice president of the Ching Lei Peak of the Yunsong Pavilion expressed his disbelief, the Ching Lei Peak had never possessed the azure dragon technique. It was solely Ning Fan's own creation. Roar. The 1,000-foot-long azure dragon let out another roar, shaking the heavens. Ning Fan's form surged forward, embodying the azure dragon technique. As the tempestuous thunder crashed toward Chuchun, the star river hung suspended in the air. Chuchun bellowed. The power of the stars surged forth. A multitude of stars manifesting, all transformed from the essence of the great Tao, forming a cascading star river. Boom. The azure dragon's form collided with the star river, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The lightning blazed fiercely, yet the starlight was scattered. Swathes of stars shattered. The star river, which had stood before Chuchen, was swiftly torn apart. What a formidable azure dragon technique. My elder brother's innate stellar body was unable to withstand it. Below the celestial platform, the crowd gasped in amazement. Such a confrontation was heart-stopping and extraordinary. Even those at the 7th or 8th level of the array realm would likely be incapable of resisting such a powerful azure dragon technique. Beidujin Tian. Chuchen's face paled in shock, his figure retreating rapidly, emitting a fierce shout. At the very moment the star river shattered completely, he unleashed his most potent technique. This was his final trump card, a gamble that nearly drained his internal great Tao power, leaving his complexion wan. 7 colossal stars materialized, their icy brilliance astonishing. The azure dragon roared, its lightning becoming ever more intense as Ning Fan fearlessly charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. One colossal star after another erupted, lightning splattering everywhere. The azure dragon's form trembling as vast patches of azure scales were shattered. Boom. At the instant the last colossal star disintegrated, the azure dragon technique also collapsed. Ning Fan's figure surged forth, shimmering with lightning, transforming into a bolt that shot toward Chuchun. Does he still possess the strength to continue? Chuchun's expression turned to one of sheer horror, his pupils constricting suddenly. It must be noted that he had already exhausted the power of the great Tao within him. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fan had already arrived before Chuchun, as swift as lightning. His movements were so rapid that even the vice presidents beneath the celestial platform could hardly follow his trajectory. With thunderous energy surging from his fist, he unleashed a strike. Chuchun's reaction was astonishing as he hastily raised his palm to defend himself. Boom. At the moment of contact, Chuchun's arm was violently jolted aside, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of numerous vice presidents and elders, Ning Fan's fist connected with Chuchun's face. A piercing scream echoed across the mountaintop as Chuchun's figure soared through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, blood mist trailing behind him. The so-called innate star body was nothing remarkable after all. Ning Fan withdrew his hand, his expression one of indifference. Below the celestial platform, an eerie silence prevailed. Chapter 44. My wife has not lost, she still has me. The atmosphere beneath the celestial platform was one of utter stillness. Chuchun had been defeated, possessing the innate star body, yet his defeat was resounding and complete. The two techniques, Star River Suspended and Big Dipper Shattering, had merely matched the Songlong's secret art, ultimately culminating in Ning Fan's powerful punch that sent Chuchun flying, blood staining the heavens, rendering him unconscious. The smug confidence that had once adorned the faces of the vice presidents, elders, and disciples of Tiantian Pavilion was now replaced with wide-eyed disbelief. Yun Wuyo, Jiang Wanxia, and others from Yunsong Pavilion were left dumbfounded. Upon learning that Chuchen possessed the innate star body, they had firmly believed that Ning Fan would suffer a devastating defeat. No one had anticipated that the one to face utter defeat would be Chuchen. On the third level of the celestial platform, the Divine Phoenix and Ice Phoenix continued their fierce battle. Su Wanwan and Negong Shueli had seamlessly combined their respective secret arts. The collision of their diametrically opposed Dao powers creating an intense clash, yet the victor remained undetermined. Atop this snowy peak, Su Wanwan had suffered a hidden setback. Ning Fan voiced his concern, the scene painted in white snow and frigid climate dampening the power of the Divine Phoenix secret art. In contrast, Negong Shueli had the advantage of timing and geography, her Ice Phoenix secret art thriving in this natural setting, its power amplified. Ning Fan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and assist Su Wanwan to defeat her. Yun Wuyo shouted towards the celestial platform, his fists clenched, overwhelmed with excitement. He longed for Yun Song Pavilion to secure a victory, even though Su Wanwan and Negong Shueli were engaged in a one-on-one duel. And Ning Fan's intervention would not be entirely honorable. Nonetheless, Yun Wuyo was unperturbed. All that mattered was that Yun Song Pavilion claimed the top spot. Brother Wuyo, you seem overly eager. Such actions may compromise the dignity of the vice president, retorted the vice president of Beishin Pavilion. When our Yun Song Pavilion only has 6 disciples atop the mountain, surrounded by the new disciples of the 3 major pavilions, where were you to speak up for us? Yun Wuyo countered defiantly, leaving the vice president and elders of Beishin Pavilion at a loss for words. Upon the third tier of the celestial platform, Ning Fan disregarded Yun Wuyo's counsel and directly engaged Negong Shueli. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens as Su Wanwan clashed with Negong Shueli, savoring the encounter as one would a fine wine. After a prolonged stalemate, the realization of impending defeat began to manifest in Negong Shueli's eyes, a flicker of menace surfacing. In this realm, I may falter elsewhere, but atop this snow-viewing peak, your loss is assured, she declared, her voice resonating with authority. As the wings of the Ice Phoenix quivered and propelled her into the void, a vast expanse of ice-blue runes materialized in the air. As if the entire firmament were on the brink of freezing, the runes coalesced, unleashing a frigid gale, transforming the relentless rain into a storm of ice shards. Each sharp and menacing, crashing onto the celestial platform with a cacophony of sound. She seemed to merge with the very essence of the cosmos, harnessing the forces of nature and converging them with her own profound power. A rift tore through the sky, unleashing an avalanche of pristine snow, cascading downwards like a torrential flood, bearing down upon Su Wanwan. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. The space quaked as if it would be obliterated by the encroaching whiteout, causing the entire celestial platform to tremble. Were it not for the celestial inscriptions engraved upon the platform, safeguarded by formidable formations, it would have already shattered under the weight of the impending snow. Su Wanwan's gaze sharpened, her expression growing gravely serious. Even before the avalanche struck, the biting cold swept down, coating the stones surrounding the Divine Phoenix's essence in a layer of frost. Negong Shueli, you already possess the advantage of time and terrain. And now you invoke the forces of the cosmos. How despicable! Ning Fan exclaimed. This one-on-one confrontation was inherently unequal, and Negong Shueli's invocation of cosmic power had utterly disrupted the balance. Time and terrain are merely facets of strength. You two may act in concert. Yet I shall emerge victorious. Negong Shueli replied coldly, her exquisite visage devoid of emotion, her eyes reflecting none of humanity's sentiments. As a reincarnated celestial king, her innate pride forbade anyone from the 4 ancient academies of the eastern wilderness from surpassing her. Below the celestial platform, Yun Wuyo, Jiang Wanxia, and the others were expressions of renewed gravity. Ha ha ha, Brother Wuyo, you seem to be celebrating prematurely. This contest for the top position among the 4 great pavilions is destined for our Northern Xian Pavilion, chuckled the vice headmaster of the Northern Xian Pavilion. With a piercing cry, the Divine Phoenix soared, engulfed in the flames of rebirth, its form expanding to majestic proportions, feathers shimmering as if it were a true pure-blooded phoenix descending from the heavens. Even as Negong Shueli summoned the forces of the cosmos, Su Wanwan prepared to challenge the celestial will. The Divine Phoenix ascended, flames of rebirth swirling around it like an inferno, colliding with the descending avalanche of snow. The 2 profound forces of the Tao, each epitomizing their respective zenith, converged in a monumental clash, yet produced no sound. The entire realm descended into a profound silence, as blood and fire extinguished one another in a mute struggle. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the scene. The chilling sound of ice cracking resonated as the flames of rebirth were swiftly encased within. In mere moments, the inferno was sealed beneath a blanket of unending snow, which piled atop the icy layer, creating an oppressive weight that emitted a creaking noise. Soon, countless fissures spread across the surface of the ice. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, and the flames of rebirth were extinguished. The roaring sea of fire vanished, and the relentless snow cascaded down upon the divine phoenix's form, burying it in an instant. The entire body of the divine phoenix was encased in ice and snow, trapping Wanwan within, rendering her immobile. Her voice could not escape, concede on her behalf. Otherwise, should the ice layer be crushed by the weight of the snow. I cannot guarantee your beloved wife will survive. Nangong Shueli gazed down at Ning Fan, resembling a deity observing mere insects below. Let us not pursue the top names of the 4 great pavilions, Jiang Wanxia declared. Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted from Ning Fan atop the celestial platform. My wife has not lost. She still has me. Ning Fan retorted, his hair whipping wildly as he transformed into a figure of unrestrained fury. With a thunderous clang, the sound of a sword echoed, unleashing a torrent of crimson light. The sword of slaying immortals in hand, he pointed it towards the heavens. An overwhelming aura of madness radiating from him. He charged forward, tearing through the snow, shattering the ice, and enveloping Wanwan's slender waist in a protective embrace. Ning Fan. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Even she was encased in snow, yet Ning Fan managed to break through the ice and rescue her. Do not speak. Allow your husband to reclaim this victory for you. Ning Fan commanded, releasing Wanwan, and, as he lifted his gaze, his eyes emanated a terrifying crimson glow. His demeanor transforming into that of a beast. One sword to slay the immortals. His voice resonated like that of a god of slaughter. In the next instant, a wave of blood-red sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the endless white snow as if it were a mere avalanche. Boom! As the sword energy rent the heavens. The myriad of Tao patterns in the void shattered upon contact, disintegrating into a cascade of ice shards. Chapter 45, Is My Husband Fierce? Boom, boom, boom. As the Tao patterns crumbled into ice fragments, everyone beneath the celestial platform, in the Cloud Song Pavilion, the North Xin Pavilion, and the Tianjin Pavilion, stood in stunned silence. What an astonishing sword strike. Its murderous intent astonishing enough to instill a sense of inexplicable dread among the vice leaders and elders of the 3 major pavilions. Wanwan's delicate features were momentarily stunned. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Was this truly the Ning Fan she knew? As the reincarnation of an Empress, she naturally believed her strength surpassed his, always placing herself before him. Yet, she had not anticipated that Ning Fan's power would eclipse her own. In the next moment, Ning Fan's figure flashed like lightning. Appearing before Nangong Shueli, Ning Fan exhibited no mercy. In a flash of blood-red sword light, a spray of crimson splattered across Nangong Shueli's chest. The vivid blood stained her white garments, creating a striking contrast that was hard to bear. Nangong Shueli's form fell like a wisp of willow fluff from the celestial platform. Yun Song Pavilion. Victory! Ning Fan proclaimed, standing atop the 3rd tier of the celestial platform, exuding an aura of invincibility. Below, all present from the 3 great pavilions were rendered speechless, unable to fathom that Ning Fan was the one to turn the tide. The 2 prodigies, Chuchen and Nangong Shueli, had both succumbed to his prowess. What Wanwan could not achieve, Ning Fan accomplished effortlessly. With a swift motion, an elder from Beixian Pavilion darted forward, catching Nangong Shueli's falling form. Her sword wound was deep, exposing bone, and her breath was weak, grievously injured. Had Ning Fan's celestial slayer sword descended just a moment sooner, it would have shattered her vital organs. The elder nodded to several deputy masters from Beixian Pavilion, whose expressions finally eased somewhat. Brother Waya, congratulations on Yun Song Pavilion claiming the top position. For over a decade, Yun Song Pavilion had lingered at the bottom. But now they had emerged victorious, garnering newfound glory that would resonate throughout the eastern wilderness. The deputy masters from Beixian Pavilion and Tianjin Pavilion offered their congratulations. Although Chu Qin and Nangong Shueli fell to Ning Fan, one must not lose grace even in defeat. Not at all, we are grateful for your kind words. The 4 great pavilions are interconnected and must preserve harmony despite the competition for supremacy. In this moment, Yun Waya, Jiang Wanxia, and the other masters of Yun Song Pavilion adopted a more humble demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, the deputy masters and elders from Beixian Pavilion and Tianjin Pavilion activated the formation, leading their disciples out of the ancient secret realm. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan descended from the celestial platform, where Yunwaya and Jiang Wanxia personally welcomed them, their faces beaming with joy. Ha! Ning Fan, you truly possess remarkable concealment skills. Yunwaya laughed heartily, not at all angered by Ning Fan's hidden strength. The honor of their pavilion was long overdue. When Ning Fan and Su Wanwan initially joined Yunsong Pavilion, he and the other 5 deputy masters vied for Su Wanwan's attention, never anticipating that Ning Fan's talent would surpass hers. He now regretted turning away Ning Fan from Ching and Peak, wishing he could confront the elder who had once rejected him. Had Ning Fan become a disciple of Ching and Peak, all the glory would rightfully belong to them. Deputy Master, do not forget your promise, Ning Fan remarked calmly. I shall not forget. Upon our return to Yunsong Pavilion, I will fulfill it immediately. Shortly thereafter, all disciples of Yunsong Pavilion gathered, and the 7 deputy masters set the formation, returning everyone to the great formation at the mountain gate of Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan, would you care to visit Qingzhou Peak with me? Yunwaya spoke earnestly. The meaning of digging the wall was quite apparent. The master of the Qingzhou Peak, Ming Qiyun, roamed the world, seldom present at the Yunsong Pavilion. To place a promising talent like you at Qingzhou Peak would be a waste. If you were to come to Qingyan Peak, I would take you as my direct disciple and impart my teachings personally. Before Yunwaya could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Fan. Qingzhou Peak is a wonderful place. Although I have yet to meet my master, I can feel the affection he holds for his disciples. I cannot serve 2 masters, and I shall not leave Qingzhou Peak. Despite Yunwaya's eloquent persuasion, Ning Fan remained unmoved. To him, Qingzhou Peak was the most suitable abode. Residing there brought him tranquility and immense contentment, even if Qingyan Peak, the foremost peak of Yunsong Pavilion, were to offer countless advantages, he held no interest. Your indifference yesterday has led to my resolute stance today. Though his words may have seemed somewhat juvenile, they were devoid of flaws. 10 third-grade holy pills, coupled with 1/10 of the cultivation resources earned by Qingyan Peak each month. Before departing, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan reminded Yunwaya, each word firmly etched in their minds. This lad is truly impervious to persuasion. Must I, as senior brother, intervene personally? Yunwaya sighed. Su Wanwan did not return to Zixia Peak first. Instead, she accompanied Ning Fan to Qingzhou Peak. Senior brother, senior sister, Yao Yao, I have returned. Ning Fan called out as he entered the bamboo grove. Senior brother, I have missed you so much during these many days. Yao Yao gleefully bounded over, leaping directly into Ning Fan's embrace. Wang Changsheng remained as he always was, seated upon the ancient stone, absorbed in his reading. Rarely did Jiang Yuye refrain from performing, sitting on the stage with her eyes closed in meditation. The other disciples from the 8 peaks did not trouble you, did they? Wang Changsheng inquired, his focus still on the ancient tome in his hands. They did trouble me, but I bested them all. Su Wanwan and I reached the celestial platform atop the Shuedin Peak, claiming the title for Yunsong Pavilion. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. His calm demeanor shattered, and the ancient tome slipped from his grasp. Jiang Yuye, who had been meditating on the stage, abruptly opened her eyes, surprise flashing across her features. Incredible! Truly incredible! Our Qingzhou Peak has produced another astonishing genius, Wang Changsheng exclaimed. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Ning Fan seized upon the nuances in Wang Changsheng's words, casting a glance at his second senior sister, Jiang Yuye. Another remarkable genius. Could it be his second senior sister? Wang Changsheng's expression faltered as he realized he had inadvertently misspoken. Jiang Yuye shot him a frosty glare, her eyes filled with disdain. I know nothing. I have said nothing. You may inquire with her yourself. Wang Changsheng, evidently intimidated by Jiang Yuye, hastily picked up the fallen tome and hurriedly retreated to his quarters. Ning Fan turned to Jiang Yuye, his curiosity piqued. The opera she performed could hardly be her own creations, could they? Is it merely a coincidence that both the lyrics and the melody are identical? Senior sister, may I inquire where you hail from? Are you truly curious? Ning Fan scratched his head and replied, not overly so, just a touch of curiosity. We are all disciples of Qingzhou Peak. What is there that cannot be disclosed? Very well. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal it to you, Jiang Yuye said, rising to her feet. With a mere wave of her hand, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded behind her. The river surged, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward. I wish to know as well, are you truly of the Ning family? Chapter 46. The identity of the Transcender is revealed, the 5th level of the Void Path. Su Wanwan gasped and whispered in Ning Fan's ear. Such rapid cultivation speed. Ning Fan felt a jolt of surprise. The last time he witnessed the second senior sister display her prowess in rescuing Yao Yao, she was only at the 3rd level of the Void Path. Once one enters the Void Path, comprehending the principles of the Great Tao becomes tenfold more arduous. Even more astonishing was that Jiang Yueye was an ardent performer, spending most of her time immersed in her craft, rarely seen in cultivation. What say you, junior brother Ning Fan? Are you inclined to give it a try? Jiang Yueye spoke with a theatrical tone, draped in crimson silk, her fingers forming intricate gestures, exuding an aura of unexplainable mystery and intrigue. If you win, I shall divulge the truth. If you lose, I too am curious how a genius like you could emerge from such an ancient family. Enough, enough. Ning Fan shook his head, acknowledging the futility of the contest. Against someone at the 6th level of the Array Realm, his odds against the 5th level of the Void Path were non-existent. It was a foregone conclusion, devoid of any possibility of victory. The second senior sister seemed to have cleverly lured him into her words. Time to depart, senior sister, as you wish. Ning Fan took Su Wanwan's hand and strolled several paces away before suddenly turning back. Change of tactics, he shouted, his voice ringing out unexpectedly. On the stage, Jiang Yueye appeared momentarily stunned, offering no response. Very well, I will not fall for that. After the failed probe, Jiang Yueye managed to suppress her reaction and refrained from uttering the next phrase of the modern human code. If Jiang Yueye were not a transcender, it would not matter much. However, if she were indeed a transcender, Ning Fan's identity would be at risk of exposure, inevitably revealed to Jiang Yueye. Impressive. Ning Fan mused inwardly. In a patch of grass, Ning Fan reclined with his hands behind his head, letting out a satisfied sigh. Now speak, Su Wanwan said. Sitting beside him. Speak of what? How is it that your strength surpasses mine? Su Wanwan had always known Ning Fan to be formidable, yet she was unprepared for the astonishing extent of his power. When Nagong Shueli harnessed the forces of heaven and earth, even she was encased in ice. Yet Ning Fan managed to shatter it with a single sword strike. On the day of their wedding, her realm was at the 8th level of the Tao Pattern realm, while Ning Fan had reached the 9th level. She was a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor, born with dual pupils and supreme bones, her cultivation speed eclipsing that of any young prodigy in the world. However, she has now achieved the minor completion of the 4th level of the Array realm, while Ning Fan has reached the minor completion of the 6th level. The chasm in their realms has not only failed to narrow, but has rather expanded. Su Wanwan found herself utterly perplexed. I have never claimed to be weaker than you, Ning Fan replied calmly. Su Wanwan reflected carefully and realized that Ning Fan had indeed never stated such a thing. It was merely her own assumption that his strength was inferior to hers. A higher realm does not necessarily equate to greater power. It simply means that on Shuedin Peak, your Tao strength is suppressed by the heavenly environment, which is why you are slightly outmatched by Nagong Shueli. In a different battlefield, Nagong Shueli would certainly not be your rival, and my ability to defeat her does not imply that I am inherently stronger than you. After pondering for a moment, Su Wanwan felt that Ning Fan had a valid point. Yet, you still conceal something from me, Su Wanwan exclaimed. She had divulged the truth of her reincarnation as a quasi-immortal emperor to Ning Fan, yet he still harbored secrets, which she found somewhat unjust. Ning Fan sat up, taking Su Wanwan's delicate hand in his and gazing intently into her eyes, his demeanor turning exceedingly serious. Su Wanwan was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such solemnity in Ning Fan. My dear, I do indeed have matters I have not shared with you. The opportunities one have encountered are anything but ordinary, but this does not imply that my feelings for you are insincere. It is simply not the right time to disclose them, Ning Fan said earnestly, as he struggled to find a way to explain his identity as a traveler and the existence of the system to Su Wanwan. Do you remember the words I spoke to you that night? He asked. What words? Su Wanwan inquired. Whether you are the quasi-immortal emperor reincarnated or an ordinary person. As long as you are my wife, that is sufficient. Likewise, regardless of who I am or what fortunes I encounter, I will always be your husband. That will never change, Ning Fan professed passionately. The time spent with Su Wanwan had indeed awakened feelings within him that he had never experienced in his past life. Humph. I suppose you can be quite eloquent, Su Wanwan retorted playfully, nestling into Ning Fan's embrace, a flush gracing her cheeks. With her soft and fragrant form in his arms, a smile graced Ning Fan's lips. Even if you are a once great empress, you still find comfort in the arms of your humble servant. My dear, why not come to Chingju Peak? I truly wish to see your face first thing each morning. He pondered when he might finally lay her beneath him. as they were not living together. I'll think about it, Su Wanwan murmured dreamily. 2 hours later, Ning Fan escorted Su Wanwan back to Zixia Peak. The following day at dawn, 2 elder gentlemen clad in white pierced through the space and soared to Qizhu Peak. Disciple Wang Chongsheng pays his respects to both esteemed masters. Wang Chongsheng quickly set down the ancient tome in his hands and bowed deeply. The 2 white-clad elders were none other than Yun Wuhan, the headmaster of Qingyun Peak, and his deputy, Yun Wuyo. The Cloud Song Pavilion lacks a master, with the Qingzhou Yufeng being the foremost among the 9 peaks of the pavilion. The position of Yun Wuhan, the head of Qingzhou Yufeng, is tantamount to that of the pavilion master. On the night of the moonlit river, Mo Yaoyao also paid her respects to the 2 masters of Qingyun Peak. But where is Ning Fan? Yun Wuyo glanced around, failing to spot Ning Fan's figure. Master, he is still deep in slumber and has yet to awaken. I shall fetch him now, Wang Chongsheng said as he made his way towards Ning Fan's bamboo cottage. Yun Wuhan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure surfacing on his otherwise jade-like countenance. At the early hour of the morning, when the celestial energies are at their purest, it is the most opportune time for cultivation. The disciples of the other 8 peaks had risen well before dawn, yet it was already past the hour of the dragon. And Ning Fan remained asleep. Moments later, a languorous voice drifted from Ning Fan's bamboo house. Senior brother, who has come? I didn't catch that, whatever it is. You can handle it, just don't disturb my slumber. Ning Fan replied irritably, gripped by the remnants of sleep. In his previous life, as a laid-back security guard, he had never risen as early as 6 o'clock. Sleeping until 9 or 10 was quite the norm. It is the 2 esteemed masters of Qingyun Peak who have personally come. Wang Chongsheng exclaimed urgently. Oh, I see. Yesterday, Yun Wuyo promised that if we secured the top position for Cloud Song Pavilion, he would reward us with 10 third-grade holy pills, along with no less than 1/10 of the cultivation resources from Qingyun Peak each month. Senior brother, you can accept it directly. There's no need to involve me. Yun Wuyo and Yun Wuhan, outside the cottage, overheard every word, their expressions darkening. Particularly, Yun Wuyo was displeased that Ning Fan addressed him directly by name, without any honorifics. Junior brother, the 2 esteemed masters are waiting outside and have specifically requested to see you. Only then did Ning Fan rise from his abode, his hair disheveled, yawning and stretching lazily. Junior brother, could this fellow truly be the prodigious talent you spoke of, the son of heaven? Yun Wuhan remarked, his brow knitted and his expression grim. Chapter 47. The Return of the Master from Any Angle. Yun Wuhan could not perceive Ning Fan as the remarkable genius one would expect. Disciple Ning Fan, I pay my respects to the 2 esteemed masters, Ning Fan said calmly, bowing slightly. In his eyes, the 2 masters of Qingyun Peak were merely akin to 2 high-ranking officials in a company, while he, as a new disciple of Cloud Song Pavilion, was but a fledgling employee, a minor cog in the machine. If they were part of the management, one would naturally need to curry favor to ascend the ranks. However, Ning Fan had adopted a laid-back attitude, indifferent to titles and positions. Senior brother, Ning Fan has just endured a fierce battle yesterday and is understandably exhausted. It is normal for him to rest a bit longer, Yun Wuyo explained. Only then did Yun Wuhan's furrowed brows relax, and his expression returned to normal. However, the subsequent remark from Ning Fan rendered Yun Wuyo hoarse, while Yun Wuhan's expression darkened once again. It has nothing to do with yesterday's battle. I have never risen early, consistently sleeping until the sun is high in the sky, a habit I have grown accustomed to. Wang Chongsheng, Jiang Yueya, and Mo Yaoyao were all taken aback. Ning Fan naturally understood Yun Wuyo's intention to speak favorably before Yun Wuhan, aiming to leave a positive impression in his mind. Yet, in Ning Fan's view, such efforts were entirely unnecessary. All that mattered was the delivery of the 10 third-grade holy pills he had been promised, along with a 10th of the cultivation resources from Qingyun Peak each month. Ning Fan. Yun Wuyo desperately signaled to Ning Fan, realizing that this young man truly did not appreciate the gravity of the situation. The sect master, his senior brother, had been in secluded cultivation, rarely emerging. If he could receive direct guidance from his senior brother, it would undoubtedly benefit him for a lifetime. Yun Wuyo wished for Ning Fan to leave Qingzhou Peak and join Qingyun Peak, becoming Yun Wuhan's personal disciple. Ning Fan had proven his unparalleled strength among the new disciples of the 4 major pavilions. Apart from him, no other disciple from Yunsong Pavilion was qualified to be a personal disciple of Yun Wuhan. Masters, I find the Howran scripture at Qingzhou Peak sufficient for lifelong benefit. Ning Fan politely declined, having already expressed his disinterest in becoming a disciple of Qingyun Peak. It was quite evident that Yun Wuyo was exceptionally persistent, even dragging Yun Wuhan to Qingzhou Peak. "You brat." Yun Wuyo was about to speak when he was interrupted by a hand from Yun Wuhan. "So, you look down upon Qingyun Peak, believing its teachings inferior to the Haran scripture? Do you think this sect master is not as competent as Mengko?" Yun Wuhan said in a deep voice. "The Haran scripture is profoundly mysterious, its essence far-reaching and unparalleled in the world. Although I have yet to meet my master, I already sense his enigmatic presence, akin to that of an ethereal being." Ning Fan spoke candidly, disregarding the titles of sect master or deputy master, expressing his thoughts without concern for decorum. Yun Wuhan's face turned ashen, his eyes twitching, fingers clenched tightly, trembling slightly. As the foremost expert of Yunsong Pavilion, recognized by all peak masters, how could Ning Fan dare to assert that he was inferior to the master of Qingzhou Peak, Meng Ke? Yun Wuyo stared wide-eyed, hardly able to believe that Ning Fan would utter such words. "A bold lad, with a bit of spirit. I must admit I underestimated you." Yun Wuhan gritted his teeth and remarked, for no disciple from the other 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion would ever dare to speak such words. "I wish to see where your confidence originates," Yun Wuhan declared, his figure darting forward, a hand reaching directly for Ning Fan's shoulder. The likes of Nangong Xueli from Beixian Pavilion and Chu Chen from Tianshan Pavilion were both exceptionally gifted. Ning Fan's ability to defeat these two stirred his curiosity about the mystery surrounding him. If Ning Fan truly possessed world-shaking talent, he would ensure that Ning Fan was brought to Qingyun Peak by any means necessary. "Masters, wait." Wang Changxing and Jiang Yue's expressions changed, racing toward Ning Fan almost simultaneously. However, Yun Wuhan had already entered the immortal mirror, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving Wang Changxing and Jiang Yue utterly unable to intervene. At that moment, a slender green bamboo, nearly a foot long, plummeted from the heavens, piercing through space and aiming directly at the crown of Yun Wuhan's head. Yun Wuhan's expression changed dramatically as he reached for Ning Fan with one hand and instinctively struck upwards towards the sky. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Yun Wuhan's body jolted, sending the bamboo flying away. "Brother Wuhan, it is rather inappropriate to undermine the walls of Qingzhou Peak in my absence. Is it not?" A calm voice resonated, devoid of any turmoil. In the next instant, a figure clad in celestial robes descended gracefully from the air. His ethereal aura resembled that of an exiled immortal, and he was enveloped in the fragrance of wine, as if he had indulged abundantly, landing before Ning Fan. An overwhelming surge of righteousness emanated from him, compelling Yun Wuhan to retreat yet another 3 steps. "Master." Wang Changsheng, Jiang Yueya, and Mo Yaoyao bowed deeply, their respect palpable. Ning Fan's heart quaked. The headmaster of Qingzhou Peak, Meng Ke, possessed an aura akin to what he had envisioned. Junior brother Meng Ke. Yun Wuhan and Yun Wuyo were taken aback, astonished by Meng Ke's unexpected return to Qingzhou Peak at this moment. "Junior brother, you have entered the realm of immortality?" Yun Wuhan inquired, astonished, recalling the swift bamboo strike that had stirred a flicker of trepidation within him. "Thank you for your concern, brother. One need not enter the realm of immortality to surpass it," Meng Ke replied with a gentle smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Then I extend my congratulations to you, junior brother," Yun Wuhan remarked, casting a reluctant glance at Ning Fan before departing in displeasure. Yun Wuyo sighed helplessly, leaving Qingzhou Peak after discarding a storage ring. Ning Fan, the new disciple of Qingzhou Peak, pays his respects to the master. "Very well," Meng Ke acknowledged with satisfaction, for he had arrived at the summit of Qingzhou Peak even before Yun Wuyo and Yun Wuhan. After observing their intentions, he had concealed his presence, refraining from revealing himself. Before the 2 esteemed headmasters of Qingyun Peak, Ning Fan maintained his composure, exuding neither subservience nor fear. Such fortitude surpassed that of many formidable beings who had entered the realm of immortality. "Master, our junior brother returned from the ancient secret realm yesterday, achieving first place for the Cloud Song Pavilion. The 2 esteemed headmasters wish for him to join Qingyun Peak," Wang Changxing explained. Meng Ke nodded, unperturbed by the revelation. "To possess such temperament is indeed extraordinary. I shall first pay homage to your master teacher," Meng Ke declared. "Master, I shall accompany you," Wang Changxing replied, with Ning Fan, Jiang Yue, and Mo Yao following suit. The master and his beloved had grown up together, sharing an unbreakable bond. Later, however, they fell victim to an ambush, resulting in the tragic demise of the master teacher, leaving the master despondent, causing Qingzhou Peak to gradually decline as disciples flocked to the other 8 peaks. If not for this, what relevance would the strongest of Cloud Song Pavilion have with the headmaster Yun Wuhan of Qingyun Peak. Wang Changxing explained in a subdued tone beside Ning Fan. In another bamboo grove, a gravestone stood erect. Ming meticulously cleared the fallen leaves surrounding it, then filled 3 cups with wine before the gravestone. Ning Fan, Wang Changxing, Jiang Yueya, and Mo Yaoao all knelt before the gravestone. After the solemn tribute, the 5 returned to the bamboo grove where they resided. Changxing, how have you fared in your studies? Meng Ku inquired. In response to Master, I have gleaned some insights, Wang Changxing replied, recounting the knowledge he had acquired over the past few years of study. Although Ning Fan had not perused these ancient texts himself, he gleaned understanding from Wang Changxing's detailed exposition. Yaoao, allow me to assess the toxins within you, Menka said, extending a hand to rest upon Yaoao's wrist. He discovered that the myriad poisons within her were remarkably stable, and he nodded slightly in approval. In the next moment, he detected a faint trace of primordial power within her, causing Mengke's pupils to constrict in astonishment. A primordial celestial body. Mengke's gaze swept over Wang Changxing and Jiang Yuya, ultimately settling upon Ning Fan. Trouble looms. The primordial power suppressing the toxins within Yao Yao has been uncovered by Master. Ning Fan thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was a secret he had not even shared with Su Wanwan. He had not anticipated that Meng Ku's examination of Yao Yao's condition would reveal the primordial power and lead to the conclusion of her possessing a primordial celestial body. You are a primordial celestial body. Meng Ku's heart raced, his fingers clenched tightly, and his entire being became animated. He slowly approached Ning Fan, his eyes alight with fervor yet brimming with depth, fixated on Ning Fan. Tell me, are you indeed a primordial celestial body? Mengko asked with a solemn tone, imbued with a flicker of hope, as if he had glimpsed a singular ray of light in the darkness. Ning Fan fell silent. He had initially intended to deny it outright, but the hope reflected in his master's eyes made him hesitate. Of course, if you prefer not to disclose. Master shall not press you, Mengke added. Ning Fan inhaled deeply. If Mengke were to compel him to confess, he would indeed remain silent. However, being someone who was more responsive to kindness than coercion, he found himself unable to resist. In response to Master, I am a primordial celestial body, Ning Fan admitted. Third junior brother possesses a natural celestial body? Wang Changxing exclaimed in astonishment. While he was not well acquainted with the specifics of primordial celestial bodies, he understood that the term celestial body itself signified something extraordinary. Jiang Yueye also appeared taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Ha! Mingke suddenly erupted in laughter, a sense of elation washing over him as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Heaven has not been unkind to me, after years away from Qingzhou Peak. To return and find a disciple endowed with a primordial celestial body. Heaven's favor is upon me, and I must not squander this celestial opportunity, Mingke mused aloud, before soaring into the sky towards the pinnacle of Qingzhou Peak. Ning Fan was left bewildered. Elder brother, what does Master mean by this? Master likely implies that your presence at Qingzhou Peak is a divine blessing, and you must not succumb to despair, Wang Changxing replied with a smile. Though he too was perplexed as to why Ning Fan's emergence caused such elation in their master. Nevertheless, it was certainly a good omen that Ming Ku had regained his spirits. Eye of Reincarnation. Manifest. Ning Fan silently observed Ming Ku's retreating figure, a mysterious glimmer flashing across his eyes as they flickered open and closed. His gaze seemed to traverse the cycles of time, revealing an aged figure in azure robes, strikingly similar to Ming Ku, standing amidst the vast and desolate expanse. A profound sense of desolation and sorrow enveloped the scene. As if the world were witnessing the tribulations of countless souls, their lives extinguished, yet unable to right the fallen or avert the impending downfall of the great Xia. His master, too, was a reincarnate. Ning Fan pondered, his heart jolted by the realization. The vision he beheld was but a fragment. His limited realm restricted the reincarnation eye from uncovering the full extent of his master's past experiences. His master was a reincarnate, his senior brother had attained sainthood. His second sister was likely a time traveler, and his junior sister bore the cursed body of myriad poisons. At the far end of the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, the unremarkable Qingzhou Peak, from the headmaster to the disciples, was filled with individuals who could only be described as extraordinary. That night, as the clock struck midnight, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by thunderous roars and relentless winds, causing the verdant bamboos to sway violently. Atop Qingzhou Peak, a terrifying force of nature began to emanate, shaking the very foundations of Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Fan, Wang Changxing, Jiang Yueye and Yao Yao were all startled awake, emerging simultaneously from their bamboo dwellings. What transpired? Is it the master? Ning Fan's voice was solemn. Indeed. It is the master. He is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Wang Chongxing exclaimed with unrestrained joy, rushing into the rain, gazing up at the peak, oblivious to how the downpour drenched his robes. After the passing of his wife, the master had been ensnared by his past, his spirit dampened and his resolve shattered. Unwilling to ascend to the celestial realm again. Yet unexpectedly, the appearance of his junior brother had rekindled his fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, I always said. The arrival of my junior brother at Qingzhou Peak is a heavenly fate. Wang Chongxing was on the verge of tears of joy. He had spent the most time with his master and understood his profound loneliness and sorrow. Now that his master had finally found clarity, he felt a deep sense of happiness for him. Suddenly, a deafening roar of thunder echoed as, above the summit of Qingzhou Peak, the void erupted with tribulation light. Surging forth from the ominous clouds, a blinding expanse of white. This was not ordinary lightning, but tribulation thunder, imbued with the will of the heavens, symbolizing the might of the universe. Illuminated by the radiant expanse of tribulation light, a figure of ethereal grace stood with hands clasped behind his back, suspended in the void. In the next instant, a monumental bolt of tribulation thunder descended as if piercing through the heavens, striking towards Mengke. A bamboo, sharp as a sword, pointed towards the heavens, and at the moment of collision with the tribulation thunder, the overwhelming light engulfed Mengke's figure. The cultivation grounds atop the peak were protected by a formidable array, shielding them from the residual force of the celestial calamity. Just yesterday, the master had declared that he would not enter the celestial realm but would surpass it, and after enduring the tribulation, he would undoubtedly surpass any celestial beings of the same realm. Ning Fan murmured, convinced that his master possessed the capability to challenge beyond his realm. Moments later, as the immense bolt of tribulation thunder dissipated, the ominous clouds continued to exude an even more terrifying celestial might. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation thunder descended, leaving Ning Fan and his 3 fellow disciples in awe. The master was on the verge of facing the second layer of the celestial tribulation. Ning Fan spoke in a somber tone, confronting the celestial realm, where many formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the extreme Tao had perished in the trials of tribulation. His master had just undergone the first layer of the celestial tribulation and now faced the second. It was utterly insane, fraught with peril, as a moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. On the peaks of the other 8 summits of Yunsong Pavilion, 16 vice masters gazed in astonishment towards the tribulation light emanating from Qingzhou Peak. The consecutive arrival of 2 tribulations was a sign of impatience from junior brother Ming. Never had they witnessed, nor had they heard of anyone who could face 2 tribulations in succession. The second layer of the celestial tribulation brought forth 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, each wielding power exponentially greater than that of the first. Mengke was likely to be utterly devastated. The masters and vice masters of each peak exclaimed in disbelief, for none in the entire eastern wilderness could match Mengke's audacity. Above Zixia Peak, Su Wanwan's eyes shimmered with a rare brilliance, revealing the emergence of her dual pupils, exuding an enigmatic radiance, a reincarnation of a celestial saint. She murmured softly, an expression of astonishment crossing her delicate features. The master and disciples of Qingzhou Peak were indeed extraordinary. With a thunderous roar, the second layer of the celestial tribulation descended, a bolt of lightnings, twice as thick as before, rent the heavens and struck towards Mengke. Yet, Mengke remained composed, his hair billowing, an aura of majestic righteousness surging around him. In his hand, an unassuming green bamboo appeared as formidable as a top-tier celestial artifact, with a sword pointing skyward. His righteous sword energy clashed with the bolt of tribulation lightning, causing it to split apart, reverberating through the void and shaking the very fabric of space. The first bolt of lightning disintegrated, only for the second to follow suit. Still calm and unperturbed, Mengke employed the same sword technique, wielding the green bamboo to confront the second bolt of tribulation lightning. With a resounding crash, the lightning was cleaved apart, and Mengke stood poised in the void, his figure ethereal. Thunder rumbled ominously from the dark clouds, yet another rumble echoed, unleashing an even more intense glow of tribulation and a wave of terrifying energy that spread forth. The third layer of the celestial tribulation had arrived. Had his master gone mad? Ning Fan's countenance shifted, and he exclaimed softly, Chapter 49, His master has gone mad. Above the 8 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion, The masters and vice-masters felt the increasingly dreadful energy emanating from above Qingzhou Peak, their eyes betraying a look of horror. Each layer of celestial tribulation bore immense differences in power. To face 2 layers of tribulation was already astonishing. Now, summoning a 3rd layer, was Meng Ku enlightened or seeking his own demise? Even Su Wanwan, the reincarnation of a prospective celestial emperor, displayed a hint of alarm on her lovely face. On Qingzhou Peak, Ning Fan's expression grew solemn. Wang Chongqing stood dazed in the rain, while Jiang Yueye and Mo Yaoyao wore expressions of deep concern. Your master is just like you, both drawn to perilous pursuits. Such is the nature of a master and disciple, the system's mocking voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind. Yet, the ways in which they courted danger were distinct. Ning Fan flirted with danger in front of Su Wanwan, while Meng Ke did so through the trials of tribulation. Am I to be blamed for this? Surely. You have it reversed, system. Ning Fan's system, unlike others, possesses an extraordinary degree of humanity. At times, he even questions whether the system could possibly be a living being. The celestial tribulation has descended. It is too late for words, and now, he can only place his faith in his master. The 1st and 2nd bolts of tribulation thundered in succession, followed by the 3rd, as the overwhelming sword aura shattered. Boom! The tribulation lightning struck Meng Ke, engulfing him in a vast expanse of tribulation light. Ning Fan, Wang Chongqing, and Jiang Yueye were all shaken, their gazes fixed upon the heavens above Qingzhou Peak. After a long while, the tribulation light dissipated, revealing Meng Ke with disheveled hair and tattered green robes, yet still retaining an air of ethereal grace. A magnificent beam of mysterious dawn light pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating Meng Ke. It was a divine transformation, imbued with the profound mysteries of the celestial path. Having successfully transcended the tribulation, he could finally return for a peaceful slumber. Ning Fan yawned and returned to his bamboo house. The other 8 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion were in a state of astonishment. The news of successfully overcoming 3 levels of celestial tribulation would surely create a stir throughout the eastern wilderness. Who would have thought that his junior brother, Meng Ke, had truly succeeded? After years of neglecting his cultivation, he had, in a single moment, surpassed all of them. In the realm of celestial entry, only his senior brother Yun Wuhan was qualified to contend with Meng Ke. For an entire night, the various peaks of Yunsong Pavilion remained restless. The next day, at dawn, Ning Fan awoke, intending to enjoy the picturesque scenery of Qingzhou Peak before indulging in a brief return to slumber. However, he was surprised to find Meng Ke waiting outside his door, having arrived at some unknown hour. Master, you're up so early. Why not sleep a little longer? Ning Fan said with a cheerful grin. Junior brother, the sun is already high in the sky. It is no longer early. No one among the 9 peaks of Yunsong Pavilion rises later than you, Wang Chongqing remarked with a smile, teasing but not mocking, as he had long since grown accustomed to Ning Fan's habits. A hint of embarrassment crossed Ning Fan's face. Master, is there something you need to discuss so early? I have decided, from this moment forth, to personally impart the teachings of the Tao to you and supervise your cultivation. In the future, I will also take you to various secret realms in the eastern wilderness for further tempering, Meng Ke said with utmost seriousness, filled with ambition. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. His master's intentions were good, yet he was not particularly inclined toward this path. Su Wanwan's cultivation would suffice to enhance his own strength, allowing him to comfortably remain at ease. Yesterday, he had used the reincarnation eye to glimpse Meng Ke's past life, feeling the profound melancholy and sorrow. Ning Fan vaguely suspected that his master had discovered his status as a primordial celestial body, reigniting hope and invigorating his spirit, with the desire to cultivate him into a peak powerhouse for some grand act of salvation. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not possess such lofty aspirations. In his previous life, upon leaving school and entering society, he gradually realized the formidable barriers of social class, leading to the erosion of any grand ambitions. A lifetime of toil still rendered one akin to cattle or horses. It was only upon embracing a life of ease that he discovered the true essence of existence. The vested interests, driven either by insatiable greed or an overwhelming fear for their lives, or perhaps swayed by foreign allure, should not cast the burden of their calamity upon ordinary individuals like Ning Fan. In his past life, Ning Fan's refusal to purchase a home or enter into marriage was a silent act of defiance. In this life, his ultimate pursuit is to embrace a carefree existence. Master, while your decision is commendable, I implore you to refrain from making further determinations. After expressing this, Ning Fan sought an opportunity to slip away, only to be yanked back by Meng Ku. Do you refuse to allow me to teach you the ways of cultivation? Meng Ku inquired, his brow furrowed. Master, I possess unique eyes that reveal glimpses of the past, Ning Fan replied gravely. Since Meng Ku had already uncovered his primordial immortal body, revealing his peculiar eyes seemed inconsequential. The senior brother was solely engrossed in scholarly pursuits, oblivious to the world beyond. The second sister was perpetually captivated by opera, unable to distinguish between reality and performance. Meanwhile, all Ning Fan desired was to recline upon Qingzhou Peak, indifferent to the torrents of chaos. His sins, if any, bore no relation to him. Meng Ku's countenance darkened, leaving him speechless, ensnared in silence. After Ning Fan's departure, Wang Chongqing spoke up. Master, do not take offense. Since the moment our junior brother ascended Qingzhou Peak, he has been thus. However, I do possess a suggestion, if you could persuade Su Wanwan. Wang Chongqing leaned closer to Meng Ku, whispering softly. That night, atop Zixia Peak, the voices of the Peak Master, Mu Yunxia, and Jiang Wanxia echoed with fury. Meng Ku, having just returned to Yunsong Pavilion. You dare to come to Zixia Peak to snatch disciples? This is too much. Ning Fan is a prodigious talent. With such a disciple, can't you pass on your legacy? How dare you set your sights on my direct disciple? As her words fell, a sword's cry resonated through the mountaintop. Mu Yunxia unleashed her attack, drawing forth the Zixia Immortal Sword, the treasured artifact of Zixia Peak, as a wave of purple sword chi cleaved through the air. Unfazed, Meng Ku merely gestured with his bamboo staff, shattering the purple sword chi instantly. Mu Yunxia's expression shifted. She realized with a single exchange that she was no match for Meng Ku. Meng Ku, what do you intend? Will you resort to force? She demanded angrily. Sister, why not inquire whether Su Wanwan is willing? Meng Ku suggested. Standing a short distance away, Su Wanwan slowly nodded. As the reincarnation of a prospective celestial emperor, she required no teachings from Meng Ku. When Meng Ku proposed a journey to the secret realms of the eastern wilderness for training, Su Wanwan found it impossible to decline. The following morning, Ning Fan sat with his legs crossed, playfully bantering with the system, when Su Wanwan suddenly appeared before him. My lady, what brings you here? Ning Fan exclaimed with delight, rising from the grass to brush off the leaves and dirt from his attire. The wind is rather strong here. Shall we retreat to my room for a while? He recalled that it was here that Su Wanwan had previously deemed the grass unsuitable. Last time in the ancient secret realm, the cave had proven inadequate. This time, he hoped his bamboo cottage would suffice. I have resolved to journey to Qingzhou Peak, Su Wanwan declared. That is splendid news. Ning Fan rejoiced with unexpected delight, believing that after their conversation upon his return from the ancient secret realm, Su Wanwan had pondered over his words and ultimately acquiesced. Come, let us hasten indoors. Chapter 50. The consent of the bride. Su Wanwan spoke earnestly. There is a matter I must discuss with you. In 3 days, I shall embark on a training expedition to the Taigu Flame Domain. The Taigu Flame Domain, notorious for its violent fire energies, is regarded as one of the most perilous secret realms in the eastern wilderness, yet it harbors innumerable opportunities for fortune. Is it truly so urgent? I have just defeated 2 top-tier geniuses atop Shuedin Peak and have yet to recuperate, Ning Fan replied languidly. Given Su Wanwan's current cultivation at the 4th level of the Array realm, venturing into the Taigu Flame Domain posed considerable danger. Typically, only those above the Void realm would dare to enter and train in the Taigu Flame Domain. Furthermore, even formidable experts of the Void and Extreme realms risk perilous demise within its depths. Ning Fan, the holy pills I possess are temporarily sufficient. At our current levels, a single first-grade holy pill will sustain us for 2 to 3 days, allowing us to fully transmute it into our innate Tao power. Should we consume excessive amounts? Rather than benefiting, it may adversely affect our foundational cultivation. Ning Fan felt that it was premature to proceed to the Taigu Flame Domain. The natural energies within the Taigu Flame Domain can refine the Tao power within us. I do not wish to linger too long in the Array realm. Without mastering the power of Tao order, one cannot truly be considered to have entered the Tao. The profundity of the immortal path appears to commence with the immortal entry realm, yet in truth, it begins upon entering the Void realm. When one begins to grasp the order of the Tao and comprehend the heavenly principles, in certain respects, once a person steps into the Void realm, one can discern their potential for ascension to immortality. As Su Wanwan reincarnated and sought to validate her path to divinity, it was indeed advantageous for her to enter the Void realm as early as possible. If you can attain the Void realm within the Taigu Flame Domain, I shall consent to dual cultivation with you. Su Wanwan's expression remained impassive, her gaze as cold as ice, yet the faint blush upon her cheeks betrayed her innermost thoughts. Really? Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Wanwan, who held her chastity in the highest regard, was willing to incentivize his training with the prospect of dual cultivation. What I have declared shall not be retracted. However, I now find myself questioning whether dual cultivation truly matters. The prospect of exchanging for dual cultivation felt somewhat lacking to Ning Fan, as if something were amiss. Ning Fan, what do you mean by that? Su Wanwan's delicate features bore a hint of indignation. It had taken her considerable courage to utter those words. In the past, Ning Fan had been consumed with thoughts of dual cultivation. Now that she had broached the subject, he seemed indifferent. Are you no longer interested in my body? Or have you ceased to love me? Upon finishing her words, she pounced upon Ning Fan, pinning him to the ground. Let us not elevate this matter unduly. I merely believe that exchanging for the elevation of realms feels inappropriate. Should it not be more natural to allow things to unfold organically? Ning Fan spoke with utmost seriousness, his tone profoundly earnest. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she found some truth in Ning Fan's words, only to suddenly realize that she seemed to have pressed against something. With a sharp intake of breath, Ning Fan's gaze ignited with fervor. I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. Su Wanwan's face grew even redder, her heart racing like a startled deer, and she attempted to rise from Ning Fan's embrace. However, Ning Fan swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, causing Su Wanwan to let out a soft huff and collapse onto him. Ning Fan, you mustn't. You just said to go with the flow. Initially hoping to feign depth of emotion to enhance Su Wanwan's regard for him, Ning Fan regretted that his words had backfired. How he lamented. If only he had refrained from uttering that statement, perhaps everything would have unfolded seamlessly. Little girl, you must take responsibility. Ning Fan's voice lowered, seemingly struggling to suppress the flames of desire within him. How should I take responsibility? Su Wanwan murmured dreamily. Do you recall what you said after we defeated the golden-eyed white tiger in the Taiwan Mountains? Ning Fan gazed at Su Wanwan's delicate hand, his eyes drifting toward the surging waves. After a while, Su Wanwan, her face slightly flushed, rose. Ning Fan, if you cannot reach the void realm within the primordial flame domain, do not ever think that things will come to fruition effortlessly. Su Wanwan asserted with a serious expression. For the next 3 days, I shall train with you atop Qingju Peak. All right, Ning Fan replied lazily, amused by how this naive girl was unaware that he was always one realm above her. When the water flows, the channel naturally forms. It was not only men who struggled to maintain control. Subsequently, the two settled onto the grassy expanse to practice. Ning Fan presented the 10 third-grade holy pills personally delivered by Yun Wuyo to Su Wanwan. You earned these. I cannot accept them. The 10 third-grade holy pills are also a result of your efforts, Ning Fan insisted. But what about the 5 remaining? Why are you gifting me all of them? What is mine is yours. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Fan was becoming somewhat addicted to this nurturing game. Listen. Yun Wuyo sends me 1/10 of the training resources allocated to Ching and Peak each month, and I hardly use them all. In truth, while the training resources were plentiful, their value paled in comparison to the 10 third-grade holy pills, which Ning Fan had entirely reserved for his senior brother's discretion. However, as Su Wanwan's realm improved, so too would Ning Fan's, making the investment in her the most beneficial. Host successfully gifted the protagonist Su Wanwan 10 third-grade holy pills, returning 100,000 third-grade holy pills or 10 fourth-grade holy pills. Would you like to exchange them now? Ning Fan opted to exchange for 10 fourth-grade holy pills, as well as the previously unexchanged 5th-grade and 6th-grade holy pills. Soon after, Ning Fan obtained 10 Tianxian transformation pills, 1 9-turn Yin-Yang pill, and 1 9-turn Linglong pill. There exists a 7th-grade sacred Dan, the 9 revolution Zishu Dan, bestowed upon Su Wanwan after her affection for him reached a score of 7. Typically, practitioners of the Void Realm consume 1st to 5th grade Sacred Dawn, while those of the Extreme Dao Realm partake of 6th to 9th grade ones. Although these Sacred Dawn are indeed beneficial, neither Ning Fan nor Su Wanwan can consume them frivolously given their current cultivation levels. Otherwise, instead of enhancing their realms, it could destabilize the very foundations of their practice. Even though Ning Fan possesses the primordial immortal body and Su Wanwan the supreme bone, a mere 3rd-grade Sacred Dan would require several days for the two to fully transform it into the power of the Tao. Nevertheless, Ning Fan opted to exchange all of them, as these Sacred Dawn possess remarkable healing properties, crucial in the perilous ancient flame domain. As Su Wanwan elevated her realm, Ning Fan delved into the 3 supreme immortal arts gifted by the system, the devouring of heaven and earth technique, the reincarnation indestructible technique, and the nine calamities azure thunder technique. His realm could ascend alongside Wanwan's cultivation, but his mastery over treasures and techniques necessitated his own comprehension. The female protagonist, Wanwan, achieved the 4th level of the array realm. The system's notifications occasionally resonated within Ning Fan's mind. System detects that female host Wanwan has ascended to the 6th level of the array realm. The host's realm has risen to the 8th level of the array realm. After 3 days, Wanwan had ascended 2 realms, her speed of cultivation astonishingly swift. Within the grand array of Yun Song Pavilion, as the celestial formation activated, the figures of Ning Fan and Wanwan vanished from sight. A half-hour later, Ming's silhouette emerged to activate the celestial array. He did not accompany Ning Fan and Wanwan, but chose to shadow them discreetly. In a grand hall within a royal mansion of the great Chu dynasty's capital, Chu Yunzhao emitted a sinister chuckle. Following the conclusion of the journey to the ancient secret realm, he feared the truth would be uncovered and thus departed from Yunsong Pavilion, returning to the great Chu dynasty. However, within Yunsong Pavilion, he still had informants in his employ. It would not be a daunting task for this palace to locate you, Ning Fan, Chu Yunzhao declared, his eyes brimming with malice. Chapter 51. Ambushed in the forest in the eastern wilderness, southwestern region, lies the Lord's Manor of Huiyun City. Huiyun City is ensconced amidst vast forests, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ancient flame domain, making it easy to lose one's way. Upon arriving at Huiyun City, Ning Fan and Wanwan learned that the Lord was recruiting powerful individuals to venture into the ancient flame domain, prompting them to enlist. Such youth? Do you truly possess the strength to enter the ancient flame domain? The steward spoke in a low voice, astounded by the presence of such young applicants at the Lord's Manor. 5th level of the array realm, Ning Fan replied coolly, extending a hand to reveal a pattern of lightning runes, crackling as they formed an intricate array. Qualified. Please wait over there. We anticipate departure in a little over an hour. The steward gestured towards a gathering of over 30 individuals, most of whom were formidable beings above the 3rd level of the array realm. After more than an hour, the Lord of Huiyun City arrived, accompanied by 18 powerful members from the Lord's Manor. I am the venerable Lord of Fire Cloud City, Fenchuan. The purpose of summoning you here is to venture into the ancient flame domain in search of the flame's sun jade essence. Each of you shall receive a reward of 3 9th-grade spiritual pills. As soon as Fenchuan concluded his statement, he instructed a subordinate to distribute the 9th-grade spiritual pills among the 30-odd individuals present. Thank you, esteemed city lord. Your generosity is commendable. We are willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty. The crowd erupted in excitement. As such an arrangement, receiving payment before undertaking a task, is indeed a rare opportunity. While Ning Fan regarded the 3 9th-grade spiritual pills with indifference, they were considered quite precious by other formidable practitioners in the array realm. If your harvest exceeds 100 pieces of flame sun jade essence, upon your return, I shall reward each of you with an additional 1st-grade holy pill. Upon hearing this, the 30-plus individuals were even more exhilarated, dancing with joy. Accompanying them to the ancient flame domain were 18 powerful experts from the city lord's mansion, each a seasoned warrior. Having traversed the ancient flame domain on multiple occasions, the previous expedition dispatched just days prior had also comprised a similar elite configuration. Thus, the quest for the flame sun jade essence was not expected to be overly challenging. I am your captain, Wang Kai. We shall set forth immediately. A middle-aged man, whose rough, dark red skin marked him as a 1st-level practitioner of the Void Path, commanded with a fierce gaze. Shortly thereafter, over 50 individuals departed Fire Cloud City, led by Wang Kai, heading straight for the ancient flame domain. The vast expanse of mountains and forests, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, would take several days to traverse. Not long after entering the wilderness, Ning Fan noticed 2 individuals from the city lord's mansion occasionally casting glances toward him and Wanwan. It appeared that not all the powerful figures from the mansion could be deemed virtuous. Then let us engage in a little game. Ning Fan smirked with a sinister smile. Among the 18 experts from the Lord's Mansion, Captain Wang Kai possessed the highest cultivation level, reaching the 1st stage of the Void Path, making him somewhat formidable. However, relying on the strength of his primordial immortal body and the sharpness of the sword of immortal slaying, even a practitioner of the Void Path was not beyond his reach. Several hours later, as they traversed the rugged wilderness, they covered over 10,000 miles before nightfall compelled them to halt for rest. Even outside the ancient flame domain, The nights in the wild were fraught with peril. While confronting ferocious beasts was manageable, the true threat lay in the venomous snakes and insects that lurked, emerging at night. A single bite could introduce potent toxins into the body, potentially rendering even divine medicines ineffective. Around them, a roaring bonfire was ignited, serving to ward off snakes and insects, while also providing visibility for those on watch. Young brother, achieving the 5th level of the Array realm at such a young age, you possess quite the charm. You do not seem like one who has toiled in Fire Cloud City for long, remarked a somewhat lecherous-looking man, drawing near to Ning Fan. Let me warn you. Sometimes the greatest danger does not come from ferocious beasts, but rather from those around you. Exercise caution, he whispered, wary of being overheard. Before moving to sit a short distance away, Ning Fan feigned sleep on the ground, while Wanwan alternated between resting and cultivating. At the stroke of midnight, 2 formidable warriors from the city lord's mansion stealthily approached Ning Fan and Wanwan, their daggers glinting ominously in the darkness. Among the 3 night watchmen, one was from the city lord's mansion, while the other 2 were hired hands, who seemed oblivious to the unfolding drama, as if they had grown accustomed to such encounters. Just as the 2 warriors drew within mere steps of Ning Fan and Wanwan, Ning Fan abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. "What are your intentions?" he inquired. The 2 warriors remained unfazed, grinning maliciously. "We are merely seeking a bit of financial assistance. Hand over all your storage artifacts. We value wealth over life. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance or calling for help. No one will come to your aid. Otherwise, do not blame us for our brutality." Ning Fan chuckled lightly. "You desire money, do you? Very well, I have an abundance of it. Come closer, and I shall provide it." The 2 warriors, sensing an opportunity, beamed with delight. "At least you are sensible. Once we take your storage artifacts, we won't leave you empty-handed. We will look after you in the future." In that fleeting moment, Ning Fan brandished his sword of slaying immortals, unleashing a crimson flash of sword light. With a swift stroke, he severed 2 heads, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The speed of this strike was astounding, leaving the 2 warriors from the city lord's mansion, despite their 8th-tier realm, utterly unprepared to react. "What have you done? How dare you take a life?" The 3 night watchmen's faces paled in shock. They had been fixated on Ning Fan, anticipating a share of the spoils. Yet in an instant, 2 heads had soared into the air. "Now that your eyes have been opened, do you see?" Ning Fan's gaze turned ferocious, an oppressive killing intent emanating from him. With a flash like lightning, he appeared before the 3 men in the blink of an eye. Their expression shifted to horror as the power within them surged. Before they could manifest their innate patterns, Ning Fan swung the sword of slaying immortals. Blood erupted as their bodies were cleaved in 2 simultaneously. It was at this moment that the remaining onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces a mix of shock and terror. In merely 2 strikes, he had slain 5 individuals, 3 of whom were formidable warriors from the city lord's mansion. The execution was swift and ruthless, akin to slicing through vegetables. "Subdue him," shouted a 9th-tier warrior from the city lord's mansion, his fiery pattern solidifying as he unleashed a formidable palm strike, creating a massive imprint. 2 more warriors from the city lord's mansion and several hired combatants rushed in unison, employing their treasured techniques and martial arts. In an instant, countless patterns materialized, flames soaring into the sky, generating an intense wave of scorching energy that warped the very fabric of space. "You seek death," Ning Fan bellowed as he swung the sword of slaying immortals, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy, not just a single beam, but a multitude. The resounding explosion of fire erupted, scattering countless runes in an instant. Several individuals charging forward were reduced to mere fragments beneath the crimson sword energy, erupting into clouds of blood mist. A piercing scream escaped the lips of a formidable 9th-level Array Realm warrior as the palm imprint, forged from the power of the Great Tao, was shattered by the sword energy, severing his entire arm and forcing him to retreat violently. At that very moment, Ning Fan surged forth with ferocious speed. With a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced the heart of the 9th-level Array Realm warrior, causing the sword energy to explode within his body, instantly transforming him into a mist of blood. The scene was grotesquely brutal, striking terror into the hearts of those who had yet to engage, leaving them quaking in fear. Clad in blood-stained garments, Ning Fan's gaze was frigid, exuding a terrifying killing intent, enveloped in an aura of slaughter, resembling a deity of death. "Cease at once," Wang Kai commanded, having observed the chaos with a detached demeanor. He had not anticipated that within mere moments, so many lives would be extinguished, spiraling the situation beyond his control. It was too late to call for a halt now. Ning Fan scoffed, raising the sword of slaying immortals. Its blade pointed directly at Wang Kai. At that instant, from Su Wanwan's direction, a figure suddenly lunged forth, exuding a torrent of great Dao power, brandishing a spiritual treasure, and launched a surprise attack aimed directly at Su Wanwan. This individual was the rather unsavory man who had cautioned Ning Fan to be wary not long ago. A 9th-level warrior of the Array realm. Ha ha ha, success. A crimson spear pierced through the man's body, the tip emerging from his back, resulting in his immediate demise, his body suspended in midair without a drop of blood spilling forth, incinerated by the nirvana flames. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. All gazes widened in astonishment and horror. A 9th-level Array realm warrior had attempted a sneak attack only to be impaled by a single spear. The strength of that young woman was equally formidable. Captain, take action. Allow me to witness the prowess of a 1st-level Void Dao realm warrior. Ning Fan sneered, his eyes fixated on Wang Kai, brimming with combat fervor. The onlookers' breaths caught in their throats upon hearing his words. The disparity between the pinnacle of the 9th-level Array realm and the Void Dao realm was immense. Comprehending the order of the Great Dao and mastering its power could lead to a significant enhancement in strength. This brash youth, having slain over 10 individuals, believed himself invincible? It must be noted that Wang Kai's strength surpassed that of many who had barely entered the minor accomplishments of the Void Dao realm. Captain, eliminate him. Avenge our fallen brothers. A furious warrior from the city lord's manor exclaimed, as 2 of the deceased were his brothers. Are you instructing me on how to act? Perhaps you would prefer to take my place as captain? To everyone's astonishment, Wang Kai turned to the city lord's warrior, his expression darkening, an unmistakable glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. That was not the intent of the captain's subordinate. The formidable warrior from the city lord's manor found himself in a state of bewilderment, his mind utterly blank. He could not fathom why Wang Kai, instead of subduing Ning Fan, would turn to question him. The expressions of the others mirrored his astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Wang Kai suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful blow to the crown of the city lord's warrior. A dull thud resonated as the skull fractured, blood gushed forth, and the warrior's expression froze as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Instantly, the others present covered their mouths in shock, trembling in fear, with many succumbing to their weakness and collapsing to the ground. Even Ning Fan felt a flicker of surprise. Having taken a life, Wang Kai turned to Ning Fan, extending a hand to gesture at the corpses strewn across the ground. Their deaths were inconsequential. It was vital to preserve the harmony among the living. The law of the jungle prevailed, strength dictated respect, and this was the rule of Wanyun City, mirrored in the other 3 cities. Even within a single team, murder and robbery were commonplace. Such matters were beyond the purview of any captain, who would find it impractical to intervene. Little brother, you won't hold this against me, will you? Wang Kai approached Ning Fan, explaining his prior inaction. His final words rang true. Numerous teams had fallen victim to robbery, and many had even been exterminated. Wang Kai had tacitly allowed his subordinates such latitude, never anticipating he would encounter such formidable adversaries. These 2 young men were astoundingly powerful, seemingly invincible beneath the realm of the virtual Dao. With remarkable talents that hinted at a complex background, they could very well be the signs of a significant power-seeking experience in the ancient fiery domain. A seasoned veteran, Wang Kai possessed the wisdom to endure and had witnessed a great deal. He could tolerate Ning Fan's provocation. Having navigated the treacherous waters of Wanyun City for many years and achieving the rank of captain, his position was not solely built on strength. The loss of 6 subordinates, including a 9th-tier Array realm warrior, was indeed substantial for the team and somewhat regrettable. However, he could not afford to offend 2 enigmatic prodigies. As for the individuals he had summoned, their demise was inconsequential. If he could secure Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, the loss of 6 subordinates would be worthwhile. Once they entered the ancient fiery domain, the potential to leverage these 2 individuals could yield greater opportunities. I assume both of you are prodigies from a significant power here to hone your skills in the ancient fiery domain. Should any issues arise in the future, I am more than willing to assist you. Let us transform this conflict into camaraderie. What do you think? Ning Fan sheathed his sword, acknowledging his need for Wang Kai's guidance. You need only to lead the way. Once we enter the ancient fiery domain, the Yin-Yang Jade essence will be yours. Ning Fan replied coolly, emphasizing that his request for guidance did not equate to trust. In this realm, one could trust no one. I understand, Wang Kai murmured, then turned to the others, raising his voice. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to engage in infighting, I, the captain, will personally deal with them." The crowd nodded in agreement, secretly relieved that they had refrained from acting hastily or speaking out, thereby preserving their lives. After a tranquil night, they set off early the next morning, making their way towards the primordial flame domain. Along the journey, they encountered numerous other formidable practitioners, all traveling in groups with the same destination, the primordial flame domain, whether for training or in search of rare treasures. Amidst the desolate mountains and wilds, many powerful ferocious beasts lurked, with those reaching the 5th level of the formation realm not being uncommon, each one quick-tempered, easily provoked, and fiercely combative. For the strength of Ning Fan's team, as long as they did not encounter beasts of the Void Dao realm, they faced little danger. After 5 days, Ning Fan could distinctly feel the air around them growing increasingly hot. The fiery aura of the world intensified, with ancient trees displaying leaves as red as flames, while the grass underfoot exuded the essence of fire, reaching the level of spiritual herbs. The exposed rocks in the soil had turned a vivid crimson. They had arrived at the outskirts of the primordial flame domain. System detection: the female lead, Wanwan, has reached the 7th level of the formation realm. The host's realm has advanced to the 9th level of the formation realm. The system's notification echoed in Ning Fan's mind, indicating an enhancement in his strength. Up ahead lies our destination, Wanyun City. Wang Kai pointed towards a distant small city, which served as the center of an area controlled by Wanyun City, encompassing several hundred miles around it. The 4 major factions, Wanyun City, Chilean City, Huishu City, and Hualien City, each dominated a section of land in the outskirts of the primordial flame domain. Travelers passing through these territories were required to pay a hefty toll. However, if one revealed their identity as a powerful figure from a significant faction and demonstrated overwhelming strength, the inhabitants of the 4 cities would not dare to offend them. After departing from Hualien City's territory, venturing 1,000 miles deeper was necessary to potentially uncover the yin-yang jade marrow. Upon entering the city, Wang Kai sought out a few acquaintances, informing the group that he would inquire about the latest developments in the primordial flame domain. From a considerable distance, no one could hear Wang Kai's conversation with those individuals. The primordial flame domain has been quite tranquil lately, with little danger. Our journey will surely proceed smoothly, Wang Kai proclaimed. The group rejoiced at his words, each one eager for the yin-yang jade marrow. Once they left the small city, they had scarcely traveled 300 to 500 miles when the temperature of the air soared dramatically, and the surrounding landscape underwent a profound transformation. The ground became parched and cracked, the rocks a fiery red, with volcanoes rising one after another, clouds of fire obscuring the sky, and the very space appearing to warp. At that moment, another group of about 70 to 80 individuals appeared. Without uttering a single word, they all summoned their spiritual treasures and charged forward menacingly. "Weren't you the one who said that the primordial flame domain has been peaceful and devoid of danger?" Ning Fan exclaimed, his gaze darkening. This squad of 70 to 80 acted without a word, as if driven by a deep-seated grudge, clearly targeting the team from Hualien City. Chapter 53, Thunderous Wrath. Shattering the edict, they were ruthless bandits, obstructing our path, and we were unfortunate enough to encounter them, Wang Kai exclaimed loudly. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Even before the battle commenced, some began to tremble, their faces pale with fear and trepidation. That night, Ning Fan had slain over 10 individuals, significantly diminishing the strength of the team from Fire Cloud City. Yet, this new group of assailants numbered around 70 to 80, more than double their own, promising a fierce confrontation where perhaps none would escape with their lives. Ning Fan, however, wore a cold smile. Hadn't Wang Kai gone to inquire about the situation in the ancient flame domain? How could it be that the people of Fire Cloud City had failed to scout this band of marauders, who had pillaged 300 to 500 miles, only to cross paths with them? In the ancient flame domain, there was no room for negotiation. It was a fight to the death. With no other choice but to confront them, Wang Kai declared fiercely, "Annihilate them. Leave not a single survivor." The 70 to 80 assailants charged forward, their battle cries deafening, a palpable aura of violence enveloping the air. Moments later, the two sides collided in an exceedingly brutal manner. Various spiritual treasures were summoned, techniques and skills clashed, and the sky was obscured by intricate patterns of light. In the blink of an eye, some let out anguished cries, excluding Ning Fan and Wanwan. The opposing forces' average combat strength exceeded that of Wang Kai's group. A handful of adversaries advanced toward Ning Fan and Wanwan. Ning Fan's expression darkened. There was no time to ponder the oddities of the situation, and he could only respond with lethal force. This time he struck first. The power of the great Tao surging forth, crackling with thunderous energy. Boom. A single punch shattered the arm of a 7th-tier array realm expert, causing him to spew blood. The ferocious lightning force invaded his body, obliterating his internal organs, resulting in instant death. This young man possesses incredible strength. Bring more individuals to eliminate him. Someone shouted. In the next moment, a 9th-tier array realm master and 3 8th-tier masters charged at Ning Fan. The numerical advantage was overwhelming, and the enemy's average combat power was superior, allowing them to allocate more fighters to encircle the elite of Wang Kai's team. Ning Fan appeared exceedingly youthful, barely in his 20s, yet his strength was terrifying. Having effortlessly slain a 7th-tier master with a single blow, he naturally drew attention. Screech. The Azure Rock cried out as Ning Fan unleashed his technique. Embodying the form of the Azure Rock, vividly resembling an ancient creature of legend. Each feather burst forth with lightning, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. With a sweep of its wings, a talisman the size of a grinding disc was sent flying. A blazing blade of flame, over 100 feet long, struck against the Azure Rock's feathers, producing a resounding clang. The blade shattered, yet the feathers of the Azure Rock remained unscathed. Though the Azure Rock technique was not exceptionally powerful, it was a testament to the ancient lineage of the Ning family, sufficient to deal with mere trifles. Screech. As the Azure Dragon opened its mouth, a thick bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing through the fabric of space with an ear-splitting explosion. Boom. 2 formidable warriors at the 8th level of the Array realm screamed in agony as the thunderbolts coursed through their bodies, instantly reducing them to charred remains. Lifeless on the spot, this young man possesses an unsettling power. Summoned 2 more experts of the 9th level of the Array realm. Commanded one of the 9th level warriors. Conjuring a tattered decree. Buzz. The damage decree erupted with blinding golden light, enveloped in a vast array of Tao patterns, resembling a colossal golden bell that encased Ning Fan and Su Wanwan within. This decree is extraordinary, a remnant of an adept from the extreme Tao realm, though battered. It still harbors remarkable power. Clang, clang, clang. A series of mighty thunderbolts struck against the golden Tao patterns, producing a cacophonous reverberation. The patterns trembled, the golden bell swayed. Yet it did not shatter immediately. This young man's thunder is overwhelmingly powerful. The one wielding the decree spoke solemnly. He had previously used this fragmentary decree to ensnare several 9th level warriors of the Array realm. 3 more figures surged forth, all experts at the 9th level of the Array realm. Bang, bang, bang. The golden bell swayed, and some Tao patterns began to succumb to the relentless assault of the thunder, fracturing. The 4 of them felt a wave of horror. They understood that had they been trapped within, they would have had no means to break free from the patterns. My decree offers ample defense, but lacks offensive capability. At this rate, it may not endure for long. Yet, it will not be easy for this young man to break free. Once he escapes, he will undoubtedly be exhausted. Together, we must exert all our strength to vanquish him. The one wielding the decree declared fiercely, if this young man were to escape and gain a moment's respite, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay him thereafter. Agreed. Understood. The other 3 nodded, their expressions grave, the force of the Tao surging within them, ready to strike. Even though Ning Fan managed to hold off 4 9th level warriors of the Array realm, the situation remained dire for Wang Kai and the others. What to do? We are utterly outmatched. Panic ensued among the group as they witnessed one after another fall, and in such a brief span, over a dozen had perished, instilling fear in their hearts. Forget it, let us flee for our lives. Some, sensing the dire straits, began to contemplate escape. 3 9th-grade spirit pills. Along with the 1st-grade holy pill, though precious, one must be alive to enjoy them. Bang! Wang Kai, wielding a golden hammer, crushed a man's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Who dares to flee? I shall slay them first. Wang Kai growled, his face twisted with ferocity. Buzz! At that moment, a furnace was summoned. An ancient spiritual treasure inscribed with intricate Tao patterns. A torrent of majestic Tao power cascaded down like a fiery waterfall, terrifying in its might. One of the virtual Tao realm experts from the opposing team launched an attack. If the fire waterfall were to descend, countless lives would be reduced to ash. Quickly, disperse. The captain has made his move. A voice cried out. Even their own kin found it terrifying. The inhabitants of Fire Cloud City were struck with horror. Despite the searing heat surrounding them, they felt an unsettling chill deep within. Calm yourselves. Leave the Void Tao realm experts to me. Those who retreat shall perish. Wang Kai bellowed, his figure soaring into the air. He had no choice but to intervene, even as the torrential fire waterfall instilled a sense of trepidation in him. he steeled himself to face it head-on. A blinding golden light erupted from his golden hammer. Golden flames surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Boom! The two torrents of fire collided in the air, bursting forth like a magnificent display of fireworks, dazzling to behold. Enormous fireballs descended from the point of impact, each possessing the power to obliterate mountains. All those below scrambled for cover as the fireballs struck the ground, sending mud and stone flying, creating deep craters one after another. Just then, a thunderous explosion emanated from the direction of Ning Fan and Wanwan. A multitude of golden Dao patterns shattered as though they were mere twigs. And in an instant, the golden bell disintegrated. A massive bolt of lightning surged into the sky, crashing down upon the shattered decree. Chapter 54. Defending against the experts of the Void Dao realm, the lightning struck with such intensity that it was blinding, as if it aimed to pierce through the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the decree was reduced to ashes. My decree! The one who summoned the decree cried out in agony, for this was his most formidable card. The very reason he had thrived in this region for many years. With a cry, the azure phoenix form of Ning Fan transformed. Each feather turned a deep, dark azure, with wings spanning hundreds of feet, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura. No longer a mere azure phoenix, but a Kunpeng. Now, attack. Kill. The four formidable experts of the ninth layer of the arranging realm shouted in unison, launching their assault simultaneously. A one-horned fiery beast, as massive as a bull and engulfed in flames, charged forth with a single horn, a powerful artifact capable of toppling even a mountain. Accompanying it was a windflame wolf, infused with two Dao powers, with the wind fueling the fire, fierce and aggressive. Additionally, a flaming diamond ring and a volcano hurtled toward Ning Fan. All four were poised, unleashing their full might, their power utterly terrifying. Ning Fan's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent, as his form melded with the Kunpeng's essence. A sharp claw extended, clashing with the one-horned fiery beast. Boom! The massive horn shattered beneath the Kunpeng's talon, and the entire head of the one-horned fiery beast was torn apart. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the Kunpeng dismantled the wolf's fiery technique in an instant. The diamond ring struck the Kunpeng's head but was sent flying. The volcano crashed against the Kunpeng's back, causing it to collapse. The four ninth-layer experts of the arranging realm stood dumbfounded, their expressions filled with horror, their souls trembling uncontrollably. What manner of terrifying beast was this? The powerful attacks they had unleashed in unison were completely thwarted in mere moments. Death. Ning Fan's aura surged as the wings of the Kunpeng flared, casting a vast shadow over the individual who had summoned the decree. With a swift descent of its talons, the body of the decree wielder erupted into a mist of crimson. The other three were not spared either, their blood spilling profusely upon the ground. The Kunpeng soared through the air, diving into the throng with an unstoppable momentum, wreaking havoc. A chorus of anguished cries filled the air. Those struck were grievously wounded, blood gushing forth as if their very organs were shattered, while others met their demise, bursting into a fine spray of blood. The sheer horror of the scene was overwhelming. Within mere moments, another 20 or 30 lives were extinguished. The inhabitants of Fire Cloud City were left in shock. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan had single-handedly reversed the tide of battle. The loss of several peak 9th-tier array realm experts severely diminished the combat strength of their ranks. Meanwhile, Wanwan also took action, eliminating several foes. There was hope for victory. If they could retaliate, survival was within reach. The powerful figures of the city lord's estate charged forward, invigorating the morale of the others who surged alongside them. Who is this brat, ruining my grand scheme? Bellowed a first-tier virtual realm expert, his face a mask of fury. Pale and twisted in rage. What had initially appeared to be a foregone conclusion, a slaughter in their favor, was now being rewritten by a mere youth. He directed his assault at Ning Fan, wielding a fine spirit treasure in the form of a long blade. A fiery blade aura, stretching hundreds of feet, surged forth, embodying the power of the Great Dao's order, tearing through space itself and unleashing a tempest. The ferocity of this strike was terrifying. The virtual realm expert exerting all his strength, causing the faces of the Fire Cloud City inhabitants to pale. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. He raised the Kunpeng wings to shield himself. Boom! The dark green feathers, as resilient as divine gold, clashed with the blade aura, sparking a shower of flames. Yet, they held for only a brief moment before shattering, the Kunpeng wings fracturing under the onslaught. In an instant, the entire Kunpeng treasure was obliterated by the blade aura. At that very moment, Ning Fan grasped the sword of slaying immortals, meeting the blade aura head-on. Clang! The sound of clashing metal resounded across the desolate expanse. as the hundreds of feet of blade aura were severed at the point of contact with the sword. Coughing blood, Ning Fan staggered back several paces, his body shaken. Although the sword's sharpness allowed him to cut through the blade aura, the overwhelming force still injured him, causing his vital energies to roil. The power of the Great Tao was formidable, existing on a plane entirely distinct from that of the Tao's force. Even with the might of his primordial immortal body, Ning Fan sustained grave injuries. Had it been another peak 9th tier array realm expert, they would have been unable to withstand such a strike. Even with a protective immortal artifact, the overwhelming force could easily shatter their internal organs. Just then, Wang Kai's figure surged forth, brandishing a golden hammer that radiated dazzling light as it descended towards the virtual realm expert's head. The reaction of the formidable being from the void realm was swift. As he raised his blade to deflect the incoming attack, the clash of metal resonated with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying and unleashing a torrent of fierce and violent energy. Seizing the moment of surprise, Wang Kai took the initiative, his visage twisted with ferocity, as he unleashed his golden hammer with frenzied force upon his adversary. However, the opponent's strength was formidable. Even when cornered and pressured by Wang Kai, he refused to retreat. The confrontation between the two devolved into a stalemate, gradually allowing the Void Realm warrior to regain his footing. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ning Fan's eyes as he moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting forward with lethal intent. Wang Kai, sensing the urgency, poured every ounce of his strength into wielding the golden hammer, which surged forward like a fiery dragon, crashing down upon his opponent. The impact reverberated through the mountains, shaking the very ground and causing the air to tremble. Both Void Realm experts coughed blood, as though severely wounded, yet neither could afford to yield in their fierce exchange. It was a battle for survival. Retreating meant certain defeat, and losing could spell death. With a sudden, piercing sound, the blade plunged into flesh. The Celestial Slayer sword piercing through the back of the Void Realm warrior's heart, emerging from his chest and inflicting injury upon Wang Kai. The strike was executed with such speed that, despite realizing Ning Fan's presence, the warrior had no time to defend himself. Wang Kai's pupils dilated in shock. The timing of the blow was impeccable, as he was uncertain of his ability to conquer his foe otherwise. Devour, Ning Fan silently commanded, activating the devouring heaven and earth technique. A peculiar force of absorption surged through the Celestial Slayer's sword and invaded the warrior's body. The energy and blood within the opponent, along with the essence of the Grand Tao, uncontrollably rushed towards Ning Fan. Moments later, the Void Realm warrior's aura diminished, his complexion turned ashen, and he became feeble and weak. The Celestial Slayer's sword twisted violently within his organs, blood splattering forth as life ebbed away. Indeed, the power of the Grand Tao was formidable. Ning Fan mused, as the absorbed essence of the Grand Tao surged chaotically through his meridians, requiring some time to refine before it could be harnessed for his own use. The devouring heaven and earth technique was both strange and domineering. Thus, he could wield the power of the Grand Tao even before reaching the Void Realm himself. In future encounters with such formidable beings, Ning Fan would possess a glimmer of opportunity to turn the tide. Elsewhere, the battles had largely concluded. Despite the collective efforts to eradicate the threats, some managed to escape. From the fallen Void Realm warrior, Ning Fan retrieved a token inscribed with the image of a fire Qilin. Are they still marauders? Speak up. What is the meaning of this? Ning Fan demanded coldly, tossing the token towards Wang Kai. The token, bearing the emblem of the Fire Qilin, unmistakably indicated it belonged to those from Fire Qilin City. There existed a long-standing enmity between Fire Qilin City and Fire Cloud City. I cannot fathom how individuals from Fire Qilin City came to be here so unexpectedly. There must be spies within the city that leaked our movements to them. Wang Kai murmured, his gaze towards Ning Fan flickering with a hint of trepidation. When the people from Firelin City ambushed them, Wang Kai realized that their group of over 30 individuals was utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. As he crushed the fleeing man's skull with his hammer, he contemplated his own escape. Little did he expect that Ning Fan, relying solely on his own strength, would vanquish several formidable opponents at the 9th layer of the Array Realm, wreaking havoc among the ranks and turning the tide of battle. Even more astonishing was Ning Fan's ability to withstand an attack from a powerful figure in the Void Realm, thus creating an opportunity for him to defeat that foe. Ultimately, it was Ning Fan who, with a single sword strike, pierced through the body of the Void Realm expert. Is that so? Ning Fan scoffed, perceiving Wang Kai's fierce demeanor masked a treacherous heart. Perhaps from the outset, Wang Kai discerned that these individuals were strong warriors from Firelin City. Yet he chose to deceive. Wang Kai's gaze flickered with unease as he further explained. The Lord of Fireland City became aware of our mission from Fire Cloud City to enter the ancient flame domain in search of the Flame Sun Jade Marrow, and ordered an ambush. I never anticipated that the people from Fireland City would appear here. Before he could elaborate further, Ning Fan interrupted him. No need to say more. From this moment onward, we part ways, Ning Fan declared coldly. Now that they had entered the ancient flame domain, Wang Kai and his companions had lost their value. The expressions of the others shifted. Ning Fan and Wanwan were the strongest forces aside from Wang Kai. Surely, there were also powerful figures from the Void Realm within the Fireland City contingent, on par with Wang Kai's strength. Ning Fan and Wanwan were the ones capable of reversing the situation in critical moments. Once the two departed, the overall strength and survival capability of the team would plummet. Before they had even delved deeply into the ancient flame domain, fewer than 20 remained. Perhaps we should retreat and reconsider our plans, someone suggested. Entering the ancient flame domain with fewer than 20 people is far too perilous. Bang! Wang Kai hurled his golden hammer, a spiritual treasure devoid of sharp edges, yet the sheer force of it instantly pierced the body of the speaker. Blood spattered, leaving a gaping hole in his chest, and the corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The crowd fell silent, terror-stricken, fearing Wang Kai's brutal actions against his own. Then, Wang Kai approached Ning Fan, speaking in a voice only audible to him. A few days ago, two teams were ambushed by the people from Fireland City, suffering heavy casualties. To avoid inciting unnecessary panic, I falsely claimed that the ancient flame domain was currently tranquil. He recognized that Ning Fan no longer trusted him. If he did not reveal some truth, it would be difficult to retain Ning Fan's allegiance. I know of a molten cave that not only contains a wealth of flame sun jade marrow, but also the essence of molten heaven fire. Once we arrive, we shall split the spoils. A piece of the essence, no larger than a palm, was worth as much as a fourth-rank sacred herb. Such treasures would entice many array realm experts. How did you come to know of this place? Ning Fan inquired, his expression unchanging. Wang Kai produced a talisman inscribed with a message from several days prior. This message was sent to me by my brother shortly before his demise. The molten cavern is fraught with peril and harbors numerous formidable beings. I fear I cannot confront them alone. Besides the molten celestial fire essence, there may be even more astonishing entities within. Wang Kai murmured that there are powerful beings of the virtual realm residing in the molten cavern, and he might not be able to handle them alone. Perhaps there exists innate sacred fire. Ning Fan contemplated silently, considering that such a molten cavern might ultimately give rise to innate sacred fire. The innate sacred fire would be immensely beneficial for Wanwan in her cultivation of the burning immortal technique. Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more, Ning Fan said solemnly, feeling compelled by the allure of the molten celestial fire essence and the innate sacred fire. Do not attempt any tricks before me. If I can slay the being of the virtual realm, I can certainly extinguish you as well. The murderous intent radiating from Ning Fan sent a chill down Wang Kai's spine. This aura of death was terrifying. Even after years of navigating through this realm and enduring countless trials, Wang Kai felt a tremor of fear. He could sense that Ning Fan's murderous intent emanated from within, as if etched into his very bones, arising from the depths of his soul. It is not merely the consequence of having taken many lives that grants one such fearsome aura, rather, it is the profound understanding of the path of slaughter that allows for such purity of murderous intent. The path of slaughter transcends the path of ruthlessness and is undoubtedly one of the most challenging truths to comprehend in existence. Even those seasoned warriors who have engaged in countless battles and slain tens of thousands may not grasp the true essence of the path of slaughter. I dare not. I dare not, Wang Kai replied, swiftly turning to address the others. There is no need for alarm, my comrades, though our numbers are few. With our captain and young brother Ning Fan leading the way, delving deeper into the ancient fiery domain to locate the Flame Sun Jade essence shall pose no issue. Upon finding the Flame Sun Jade essence, I shall grant permission for you to keep it for yourselves, according to the rules established by the Lord of Fire Cloud City. Fenchuan, those dispatched to seek the Flame Sun Jade essence who dared to hoard it shall face execution. In order to rally the spirits of the remaining members, Wang Kai had no choice but to break this rule. Otherwise, the others would refuse to exert themselves further. The group exchanged glances, their eyes ignited with fervor once more. The value of a single Flame Sun Jade essence is equivalent to that of a first-grade sacred pill. If they could hoard a dozen or so, it would suffice for years of struggle. Subsequently, the group continued their swift journey into the depths of the ancient fiery domain. After traversing 1,000 miles, The world around them blazed in hues of crimson, with volcanic eruptions occurring everywhere, thick smoke billowing and lava splattering. The ground was alive with rivers of molten rock, bubbling violently. The searing and tempestuous aura of fire was potent enough to incinerate cultivators at the Tao pattern realm. Powerful beings of the 9th level of the formation realm began to emerge around them. There, for spiritual herbs, likely above the 7th grade, were discovered. Someone exclaimed, having spotted the spiritual herbs on a cliff, greatly stirred. For spiritual herbs of 7th grade or higher hold considerable value for the group. A colossal fire serpent coiled beneath the precipice, exuding a menacing aura, its strength surpassing the 9th tier of the array realm. Do not provoke it. What we seek is merely the Sunfire Jade essence. Do not squander time on a few spiritual herbs, Wang Kai commanded. The one who discovered the herbs dared not defy him, a flicker of resentment flashing in their eyes, yet they followed Wang Kai onward. Suddenly, a river of molten lava lay before them, stretching over 1,000 zhang wide and seemingly endless, radiating an unbearable heat. The group leapt into the air, crossing the molten river. Halfway through, a massive flame python erupted from the churning lava. Hiss! The flame python let out a fearsome cry, possessing 9 heads. An overwhelming demonic presence, and an aura of dread. It is a powerful being of the Void Tao realm. It carries a trace of the 9 infants' bloodline. Wanwan spoke solemnly. Chapter 56. The conspiracy finally unveiled at the volcano's base. The 9 infants, a pure-blooded lineage, bore 9 heads and were abominations of water and fire. Feared by all, such a terrifying creature had reached the ears of Ning Fan in his past life, even in myth. Even a mere trace of the 9 infants' bloodline endowed this 9-headed flame python with an innate superiority over countless beings. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air as the python's enormous maw clamped down on an unfortunate soul, swallowing them whole. The crowd was struck with horror, hastily retaliating with waves of Tao patterns that shook the very fabric of space. Bang, bang, bang. The 9-headed flame python, with its tough hide, remained unfazed by their attacks, which failed to penetrate even its scales. Cross the river, Wang Kai shouted, brandishing a golden hammer that transformed into a towering pillar, crashing towards the 9-headed flame python. Bang! The hammer struck one of the python's heads, while the other 8 opened wide, unleashing torrents of lava. This was not true lava, but rather a manifestation of the power of the Great Tao's order. 3 individuals screamed, caught unawares as they were engulfed by the torrents. Reduced to ashes in an instant. Do not strike its heads. Aim for its 7 inches. Ning Fan bellowed, grasping Wanwan's hand tightly as they soared towards the opposite bank of the molten river. He could withstand the full might of a first-tier Void Tao realm expert. Yet he would not succumb to arrogance, believing he could battle the 9-headed flame python above the molten river. Should misfortune befall him and he were dragged into the molten depths, survival would be utterly hopeless. With Wang Kai covering their retreat, Ning Fan resolved to reach the other shore first. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the golden hammer soared once more, targeting the 7 inches on the python's body. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the 9-headed python's monstrous form trembled, its scales shattered, spilling forth blood. It became even more frenzied, all 9 mouths emitting piercing shrieks. Its massive tail ensnared the golden hammer and, with a violent flick, sent it hurtling towards Wang Kai. The force was astonishing, exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. With the hammer flying like an arrow, stirring a tempest in its wake, Wang Kai's complexion changed dramatically as an overwhelming force of order surged through him, manifesting a vast array of Tao patterns that ignited into golden flames. With a resounding crash, the gold hammer shattered the array of Tao patterns as Wang Kai thrust his hands forward, mustering every ounce of strength to confront the hammer. He trembled violently. Spraying blood mist the moment he caught the hammer, propelled backward by the recoil toward the shore. At that moment, Ning Fan, Wanwan, and the others had already reached the land. The 9-headed fire python was still in its juvenile stage, but it had the potential to ascend to the realm of the extreme path upon maturation. Wanwan, possessing innate double pupils, could discern the age of the 9-headed fire python. Wang Kai finally retreated to the shore, where the furious 9-headed fire python raised its head and let out an enraged roar, pursuing them relentlessly. Everyone was aghast, fleeing for their lives, as the 9-headed fire python pursued with astonishing speed. This beast was relentless. Wang Kai exclaimed angrily, summoning the gold hammer once more to strike at the python's vital point. The nine-headed fire python, possessing high intelligence, swung its massive tail to clash with the hammer. The impact reverberated through space, causing the very earth to tremble. And the hammer flew outwards. The python opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of molten lava, cascading forth like a raging flood. The scene was breathtakingly terrifying. Even Wang Kai dared not confront it head-on, and the crowd shouted in panic as they fled. At that moment, countless divine phoenix feathers shot forth like a torrential rain, their speed nothing short of incredible. With her 8th-tier array realm, the feathers transformed by the power of the Tao were insufficient to pierce the scales of the nine-headed fire python. Yet, some feathers accurately struck the python's eyes. Blood splattered from the 18 serpent eyes of the nine-headed fire python, which let out a wretched scream, thrashing its monstrous body and causing the ground to crack beneath it. Run! Wang Kai bellowed. The nine-headed fire python was far too formidable, and his only desire was to escape, devoid of any thoughts of counterattack. In a flash, Ning Fan appeared above the python's vital point, the celestial slaying sword in hand, unleashing a wave of crimson sword light. One sword to cleave the heavens, Ning Fan shouted, his primordial immortal body exerting its full might as he channeled all his physical strength and Tao power to strike down upon the python's vital point. The scales, already fractured by Wang Kai's earlier blow, shattered completely as the celestial slaying sword sliced through the python's flesh, the fierce sword energy nearly tearing its vital point asunder. The nine-headed fire python let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, all 9 heads heavily thudding down. The earth quaked. 9 deep craters formed where the head struck, devoid of life, utterly lifeless. Only then did Wang Kai and the others dare to glance back, staring in disbelief at the corpse of the nine-headed fire python. What had these 2 young individuals accomplished? Even Wang Kai had found himself powerless against the creature, forced to flee, yet Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had seamlessly collaborated to slay it. A gasp escaped Wang Kai's lips as he felt a chill run through him, his heart filled with horror. Previously, Ning Fan had asserted that it was not entirely impossible to slay him, and he was not jesting. This young couple indeed possessed the potential to annihilate a formidable existence within the Void Tao realm. Ning Fan extended a hand, resting it upon the vital spot of the nine-headed flame python, channeling the devouring heaven and earth technique, unleashing a peculiar force of absorption. A portion of the python's essence blood was extracted, and it was the trace of the 9 infants' bloodline that Ning Fan sought. As he refined the essence blood, a surge of overwhelming vitality coursed into Ning Fan's body. He also absorbed a minuscule yet pure fragment of the great Tao's order from within the nine-headed flame python. Having completed this, Ning Fan descended to the ground, walking alongside Su Wanwan towards the group. What are you dawdling for? Continue leading the way, Ning Fan instructed. Wang Kai finally regained his composure, and the group continued onward. The devouring heaven and earth technique was truly tyrannical. Ning Fan's cultivation had ascended to the 9th layer of the formation realm. He mused inwardly, aware that the final stage of the formation realm presented challenges that were more than tenfold. Today, Su Wanwan reached the 7th layer of the formation realm, while his own level elevated to the 9th layer. Now, having achieved the 9th layer of the formation realm, his training speed was astonishing. However, the devouring heaven and earth technique was not without its drawbacks. The chaotic powers of the great Tao he absorbed could render his own cultivation unstable, potentially leading to dire consequences on his future path. Although the technique was advantageous, one must exercise moderation. After traversing 700 or 800 miles, they encountered formidable beings, which the group wisely circumvented, experiencing no significant peril along the way. They arrived at a range of towering mountains stretching for miles, guided by Wang Kai. Following the contours of the mountains, in less than half an hour, they stood before a volcano. The flame sun jade marrow lies within the molten cavity at the volcano's base, and according to our captain's estimations, there must be no fewer than 10,000 pieces, Wang Kai declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group were illuminated with unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha. Splendid. We are about to strike it rich. After enduring hardship, sweet rewards await. With the flame sun jade marrow in hand, we can return to Fire Cloud City and indulge in a life of luxury for over a decade. Overcome with exhilaration, the group ascended to the summit of the volcano, with Wang Kai leading the way as they leaped into the depths below. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, hand in hand, followed suit. As soon as they landed, over 100 figures surged forth from behind the surrounding rocks, encircling them all. Buzz. Above the group, intricate Tao patterns materialized, forming a lethal formation. Splash. Blood sprayed forth as 3 summoned strong men had their heads severed in an instant. Moreover, dozens of beams of light surged towards Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Chapter 57. My lady, bestow upon me strength. The beams of light were razor-sharp, akin to the edges of blades, producing a sound of tearing through the air. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened as he wielded the immortal slaying sword, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant sound of metal clashing rang out as the blade-like beams of light were all obliterated by the sword energy. A chilling scream erupted nearby, blood splattering across the ground. Regardless of their affiliation with the Lord's mansion, all but Wang Kai were slaughtered. A pack of fools. Did you genuinely believe that those 3 ninth-grade spirit pills were so easily acquired? Wang Kai sneered, then turned to Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, erupting into a triumphant laugh. Huh, you 2 little brats truly think I fear you? No matter how extraordinary your talents may be, you will ultimately fall into my grasp. As his words echoed, a dozen individuals, including 2 formidable figures of the Void Realm, began to close in on Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Faced with such dire circumstances, Su Wanwan's eyes grew serious. With a flick of her sleeve, she consumed a 5th-grade holy pill, the 9 Revolutions Yin-Yang pill, a gift from Ning Fan. Typically, 5th-grade holy pills are reserved for practitioners of the extreme realm, and Su Wanwan had refrained from using it until now. What a clever trap, Ning Fan remarked expressionlessly. Indeed, none among them were virtuous, each driven by their selfish calculations, resorting to unscrupulous means without a hint of morality. Wang Kai reveled in his delight, initially intending to use the people of Firelin City to eliminate the 2 and frame them for the act. However, he anticipated their formidable strength. The team from Firelin City truly couldn't defeat them. There was no alternative but to lure them here, where the Sunfire Jade and Melting Heaven Fire Essence were genuine, a secret even the Lord was unaware of. How naive of you to trust that I would share such precious treasures with you. Ning Fan let out a cold laugh, mockingly stating, when did I ever agree to share? The Sunfire Jade and Melting Heaven Fire Essence here belong entirely to me. Wang Kai and the other 2 figures of the Void Realm, along with the numerous 9th-level practitioners of the Array Realm, were momentarily taken aback. Has this boy lost his mind? Trapped within a killing formation and surrounded by so many experts, how could he dare utter such words? Boy, with death looming, you still have the audacity to jest. Wang Kai hissed, aware of the young duo's formidable prowess, unmatched beneath the Void Realm. Their cooperation had even led to the demise of the 9-headed flame python, a creature he could do nothing against. Yet, with 3 Void Realm experts present and the killing formation already set, he could scarcely fathom Ning Fan having any means of survival, let alone the possibility of turning the tables on them. At that moment, a searing and potent wave of energy erupted from Su Wanwan. I will break the formation, she declared, not taking Ning Fan's words to heart. If she could reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Array Realm, she would have confidence in contending with 3 first-level Void Realm experts. But as she had just entered the 9th level, retreating was the wisest course of action. The Nirvana fire surged forth, and with a resonant cry, the divine phoenix took form, charging toward the array of intricate patterns above. Ding. System detects that Su Wanwan's realm has risen to the 8th level of the Array Realm. The system's voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind. My beloved, grant me your power. Ning Fan laughed heartily. He had awaited this moment. The system's voice resonated within his mind, announcing the elevation of his realm to the first major achievement of the Void Tao. Boom. As the divine phoenix technique collided with the killing formation, a thunderous roar erupted. A multitude of Tao patterns trembled violently. The killing formation swayed precariously, and the flames of rebirth surged forth, transforming the space above into an inferno. A crimson spear shot forth, and with a resounding crash, the Tao pattern shattered, creating a gaping hole in the killing formation. The formation was breached? How could this be? The 2 Void Tao experts were astounded. This girl was simply defying the heavens, capable of penetrating the killing formation they had jointly crafted. Darling, we must leave, Su Wanwan proclaimed, glancing back. Yet, Ning Fan did not retreat. A sinister smile graced his lips as a tempestuous force of thunderous order erupted from within him. Rumbling thunder echoed, and his entire being radiated azure lightning, his hair billowing wildly, exuding an air of invincibility. With arms outstretched and fingers splayed, a torrent of lightning erupted forth, overwhelming the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 experts at the 9th layer of the formation realm let out anguished cries. The thunder coursed through their bodies, and they convulsed uncontrollably before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Void Dao, or perhaps the first major achievement of the Void Dao. Wang Kai's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply. An unfathomable event had transpired. Just moments ago, Ning Fan had emitted an aura only characteristic of the 9th layer of the formation realm. How could he have ascended to the first major achievement of the Void Dao in an instant? The other two Void Dao experts were equally horrified, and even Su Wanwan's delicate features betrayed a look of disbelief. In that fleeting moment, all remaining 9th layer formation realm experts perished, reduced to charred remains. Attack! Kill him! Wang Kai commanded fiercely, wielding a golden hammer, the force of Dao order surging forth, golden flames sweeping like a tidal wave. Ning Fan regarded him with disdain, the sword of celestial slaughter in hand, its crimson light soaring skyward. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the volcano as the golden hammer shattered into two pieces. The sword of celestial slaughter maintained its momentum, cleaving through Wang Kai's head. Sizzle! Blood spurted forth, and his body was severed in two, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The two other advancing Void Dao experts halted abruptly, their faces etched with terror. With a single stroke, Wang Kai, the first layer of the Void Dao, had been cleaved in twain. What terrifying power was this? Flee! One of the Void Dao experts ascended, soaring towards the volcano's mouth. But how could he outrun Ning Fan? In a flash of lightning, Ning Fan appeared above him. Another strike, blood rained down, cascading like a crimson storm. Spare me. I know nothing. I have seen nothing. I will leave, and not utter a word. The last practitioner of the Void Dao, struck with horror and trembling with fear, knelt and pleaded for mercy, but was met with a cold response from Ning Fan, who simply uttered two words, Navi. With a swift motion of the celestial slaying sword, a head was severed and sent soaring, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Within mere moments, not a single soul remained alive within the depths of the volcano. Su Wanwan, even with her stature as a quasi-immortal emperor, felt a profound disbelief and shock. It was unfathomable that Ning Fan could ascend to the Void Dao realm with such rapidity and suddenness. Upon entering the Void Dao realm, he had immediately attained the first significant level of mastery. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the eastern wasteland. Ning Fan began to search the body of the last Void Dao cultivator and discovered a communication talisman that had already dispatched a message. Realizing that the information had been sent, he declared, "We cannot linger here." It became evident that he and Su Wanwan were likely to face the pursuit of formidable enemies from Fire Cloud City. Chapter 58. Isn't this bullying the innocent? The man, while pleading for mercy, had secretly sent out a message. One cannot trust a single word from those who linger in the vicinity of the ancient flame domain. Subsequently, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan found the entrance to an underground molten cave and ventured inside. The cave was expansive, suffused with a vibrant crimson hue, featuring a lake of bubbling magma that emitted a pungent odor. Stalactites hung from the stone walls above, made of solar flame jade. Looking around, each piece of this jade was at least a foot long, and if cut into smaller fragments, they could yield a staggering number of over 100,000 pieces. The quality of these solar flame jades was notably high, many comparable to second-grade sacred pills. With a series of explosive sounds, a torrent of blood-red sword energy surged forth, severing the solar flame jades, which were then lifted by his own daoic power and stored within his spatial artifact. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan squeezed through a narrow opening, taking several steps before finding themselves in a breathtaking expanse. A flame, resembling molten lava, radiated an intensely scorching aura. Melted heavenly sacred fire, Su Wanwan exclaimed, her stunning visage illuminated by a flicker of delight. This was a particularly domineering sacred fire, truly a paragon among the many primordial sacred fires in existence. The ground surrounding the melted heavenly sacred fire was layered with melted heavenly fire essence, with just a small piece equivalent to a third-grade sacred pill. This small molten cave was indeed formed from the melting of this extraordinary fire, Su Wanwan stated, invoking the Divine Phoenix treasure technique, merging her essence with that of the Divine Phoenix as she approached the melted heavenly sacred fire. It took roughly an hour to travel from the small city on the territory of Fire Cloud City to this location. With no time to tame the melted heavenly sacred fire, she could only forcefully control it, intending to fully subdue it after their departure. Ning Fan used the celestial slaying sword to carve out the melted heavenly fire essence from the ground, storing it within his spatial artifact. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, Su Wanwan successfully exerted control over the extraordinary fire. Emerging from the molten cave, a great fire annihilated all traces, leaving nothing but a clean slate. Departing from the volcano, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan swiftly activated their movement techniques, delving deeper into the ancient flame domain. Half an hour later, over 100 figures surged into the volcano. Was there nothing to be found? Could the news be false? Surely, it could not be a prank. There exists a molten cave here. Soon, astonished and furious roars echoed from within the cavern. The flame sun jade essence and the melted heavenly fire essence had been thoroughly excavated. Report to the city lord and send men to pursue them. Even if it leads to the ends of the earth, we must locate these two individuals. At that moment, however, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had already raced 1,000 miles away. How did you suddenly reach the Void Realm? Su Wanwan gazed at Ning Fan in astonishment. On Qingzhou Peak, she had promised him that should he attain the Void Realm within the ancient flame domain, she would consent to cultivate together with him. To her surprise, upon merely entering the ancient flame domain, he had already achieved the Void Realm. My dear, this is what one calls a sudden revelation, he remarked. You once said that such matters come naturally in due time, she retorted with a playful huff. Ah, Ning Fan could not help but exclaim, his fingers clenched tightly. Filled with regret. Why had he chosen to feign high-mindedness and deep affection? Had he not, he could have already pressed the woman beneath him, concluding his bachelorhood. Heh. A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Su Wanwan laughed lightly. I now feel that it has indeed come to fruition. Ning Fan gritted his teeth as the two engaged in a frantic chase. At a cliff's edge, Ning Fan finally cornered Su Wanwan against the stone wall. One hand grasped her wrist while the other wandered over her delicate form, his gaze igniting with fervor. Little girl, are you still planning to escape? He whispered in her ear, his voice low and restrained, as if struggling to contain his desires. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if the man before her was about to shed his garments and invade her very being. The intense masculine aura made her heart race, her body inexplicably weakening. Upon reaching the extreme realm, I shall promise you a bridal chamber. This time, there shall be no turning back, she murmured, her delicate ears turning pink. Very well, I shall spare you this once. After soaring another 1,000 miles, within the molten cavern at the volcano's base, the sacred fire of heaven surged tumultuously. While Su Wanwan was enveloped in the nirvana flames, beginning to tame the sacred fire, Ning Fan reclined on a massive stone directly opposite her, appearing to feign slumber, yet secretly stealing glances at her alluring figure. The last time she had subdued her garments had turned to ashes, granting Ning Fan a feast for his eyes. Though he regrettably had not witnessed the full spectacle, this time he was determined to behold it in its entirety. Boom! The eruption of the sacred fire of melting heaven unleashed a wave of dark crimson heat. As Ning Fan had anticipated, the garments adorning Su Wanwan gradually turned to ashes. Her skin, smooth as jade, her slender waist, and her rounded figure evoked a torrent of imagination, just as the final remnants of her attire were consumed by flames. Several divine phoenix feathers veiled her most intimate areas. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock as he leaped from the stone upon witnessing this. After such prolonged anticipation, he had nearly shed his trousers, only to be met with this sight. My dear, how stingy of you. Su Wanwan's enchanting visage broke into a light smile. After spending so much time together, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Is this not a form of bullying the honest? Ning Fan's unwilling exclamation echoed through the depths of the volcano. 3 days later, Su Wanwan tamed the melting heaven's extraordinary fire, with 2 types of innate sacred flames dancing around her. A voice from the system resonated in Ning Fan's mind, announcing, Ding. System detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the 1st level of Void Dao, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 3rd level of Void Dao. Ning Fan lay languidly upon the stone, indifferent to the elevation of his realm. The divine phoenix feathers that obscured his gaze from the beauty he so desired still lingered in his mind, leaving him feeling rather disenchanted. I have ascended too quickly. I require 2 days of quiet reflection to solidify my foundation. 3 days prior, Su Wanwan had forcibly elevated her realm using a 5th-grade sacred pill. In these 3 days, through the subjugation of the sacred fire of melting heaven, she achieved the Void Dao realm, yet the power of the great Dao within her felt slightly turbulent. As she reincarnated to traverse the path to becoming an emperor once more, she could not afford any missteps. The 9-turn Ling Long pill would assist in stabilizing her foundation. Ning Fan tossed a 6th-grade sacred pill to Su Wanwan. Ding. Host successfully gifted the protagonist a 6th-grade sacred pill, receiving a 10,000-fold return. Redeemable for 10,000 6th-grade sacred pills or 1 7th-grade sacred pill. Redeem for a 7th-grade sacred pill. 2 days later, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan emerged from the volcano's mouth. Not long after, Ning Fan noticed several individuals stealthily following them after catching sight of him and Su Wanwan. Within a certain gorge, as their figures were revealed, several rushed to catch up. As they turned a corner, Ning Fan suddenly appeared, unleashing a torrent of thunder that sent several of them crashing to the ground, leaving only one survivor. Speak. Why are you following us? Ning Fan demanded sternly. Chapter 59. A lesson from my wife. Spare me. Noble sir. The city lord of Fire Cloud City has issued a bounty seeking a young couple. Those who provide information on their whereabouts will receive a generous reward. You two seem to bear a resemblance. With a snap, Ning Fan twisted the man's neck, his gaze darkening. The bounty declared by the city lord of Fire Cloud City had likely spread throughout the ancient flame domain in just 5 days. Most who entered the ancient flame domain did so in groups, numbering no fewer than several dozen. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, both in the bloom of youth, traversed the perilous expanse of the ancient fire domain, their identities easily discernible. Given our current strength, should we encounter a formidable opponent exceeding the 5th level of the void path, the outcome could be dire. Within Fire Cloud City, numerous such powerful beings exist. Thus, the two must exercise utmost caution moving forward. After ensuring no one was tailing them, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan ventured deeper into the treacherous heart of the ancient fire domain. The environment here was significantly more hostile, and lacking the prowess of the 5th level in the Array realm rendered one's presence here tantamount to courting death. Since we have entered the ancient fire domain, we should endeavor to master the power of the fire path. Allow me to impart the divine phoenix art to you, Su Wanwan proposed. The ancient fire domain serves as an ideal training ground for those adept in the fire path. For Ning Fan, who does not cultivate the fire path, the significance of being here would diminish greatly. Su Wanwan had achieved the quasi-emperor realm in her previous life, and the paths of various great Dao share commonalities in their ultimate forms. With Ning Fan's astounding comprehension, he could undoubtedly cultivate an additional Dao and grasp the fire path. I refuse, Ning Fan retorted firmly. His reluctance stemmed from a desire for ease and a lingering discomfort from an incident 5 days prior, when Su Wanwan had concealed her form with the divine phoenix feathers. Su Wanwan's delicate features flushed with indignation, her breath quickening with emotion. The pure-blood divine phoenix is one of the most ancient primordial beings in the immortal domain. The divine phoenix art is unparalleled. Among the many immortal kings and saints, only she possesses the complete mastery of this art. Her intention to teach Ning Fan was met with his unhesitating rejection. The thunder path and the fire path have interconnections. The fusion of these two Dao powers could unleash incomparable might, Su Wanwan urged. I want to practice, Ning Fan reiterated. I promised you that once I reached the extreme Dao realm, I would cultivate alongside you, and the understanding of the divine phoenix art would expedite your ascension. Yet, Ning Fan's response remained resolute, not practicing. Currently, he had only attained the 3rd level of the void path, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the extreme Dao realm. If Su Wanwan were to offer some immediate benefit, he might consider it. Even a dream crafted by one's spouse holds value, yet Ning Fan dismissed all such illusions. With a firm grip, Su Wanwan inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, a gentle smile gracing her lovely visage. Darling, please, want to you learn? I beg of you, pretty please? With a gaze that softened, she grasped one of Ning Fan's hands, adopting a slightly coquettish demeanor. Ning Fan inhaled sharply. The former Empress, a once quasi-immortal emperor, revealed an endearing side rarely seen. No one in the immortal domain could boast of such an experience, with the Empress displaying affection before him. Not practicing means not practicing. Ning Fan remained steadfast. No amount of endearment would sway him. Without tangible benefits, he would not yield. You want to even let me take a glimpse? How stingy. And you expect me to cultivate the divine phoenix art? Not a chance. Ning Fan murmured softly, his mind consumed by tumultuous thoughts. As he remained unyielding, Su Wanwan's charming smile faded, replaced by a hint of anger. With no one around, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Ning Fan's neck, pressing his head against her bosom. The overwhelming scent of her alluring fragrance engulfed him, while the softness of her form left him gasping for breath. Will you practice or not? Su Wanwan exclaimed with fervor. Yes, I will practice, Ning Fan replied, breathless. You shall cultivate the divine phoenix art. And if you achieve even a modicum of success, I will reveal it to you, Su Wanwan declared, her cheeks flushed. Under the weight of Su Wanwan's stirring admonition and the temptation of a glimpse, Ning Fan was compelled to cultivate the divine phoenix art. Blessed with an extraordinary comprehension, he adeptly harnessed the power of fire and grasped the intricacies of the divine phoenix art with relative ease. Half an hour later, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan arrived before a lake of molten lava. The surface was anything but tranquil, the magma roiling and surging in tumultuous waves. At the heart of the lake, a mysterious crimson radiance shimmered, barely discernible unless one paused to observe closely. There must be remarkable treasures at the center of the lake, Su Wanwan surmised, her voice steady. Given her experience, she believed this extraordinary crimson glow hinted at the presence of astonishing treasures. In an instant, their figures darted through the air towards the center of the magma lake. The lake was vast, and soon they spotted a small island nestled amidst the molten expanse. Upon this island stood 3 ancient trees, each towering 7 to 8 zhang, their leaves elongated and elegant. The mysterious crimson glow they had noticed earlier emanated from these trees. Each tree bore a single red fruit, resembling a small flame in its fiery brilliance. Ning Fan inhaled a delectable aroma that made his mouth water. Each fruit radiated a profound aura of the great Tao. The Qiyang fruit, a 5th-grade sacred herb. Ning Fan exclaimed. The 3 fruits were undoubtedly ripe, achieving the quality of a 5th-grade sacred herb, enough to enchant even the most formidable cultivators of the 9th layer of Void Realm. Suddenly, the magma below churned violently, and a fire dragon leaped from the depths of the lake, sending waves of lava crashing around. This was a peak 3rd-layer fire dragon, hundreds of zhang in length. Its serpentine body adorned with fiery red scales, exuding a menacing aura. With a resounding roar, the fire dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of magma towards Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. That is the magma of the Earth's core, Su Wanwan said gravely. This fire dragon had consumed the magma from the depths of the lake to wield against its foes. Such magma was formidable enough to melt even 1,000 zhang high mountain into molten iron in a matter of moments. In the next instant, Su Wanwan's power surged forth, and she thrust a crimson spear with unwavering determination. The surging column of magma was cleaved in 2 by a spear, as the molten core of the earth swept past the 2 figures without inflicting a scratch upon them. A resounding cry rang out as Su Wanwan executed the divine phoenix art, merging her essence with that of the divine phoenix. Grasping the crimson spear, she boldly charged towards the fire serpent dragon. The creature radiated light, its roar reverberating through the heavens, while its claws, sharp as treasures, exuded a formidable and overwhelming demonic aura. Amidst a fierce battle on the lake of lava, brilliant flames soared into the sky, and the magma beneath erupted, creating tumultuous waves. My dear, we truly are formidable, Ning Fan praised Su Wanwan while soaring towards the small island, seizing the opportunity to gather 3 sunfire fruits as she engaged the fire serpent dragon. Chapter 60. You are amazing. My love, though the 3 sunfire fruits were not yet fully ripened, they had already attained the level of 5th-grade sacred herbs. The fire serpent dragon refrained from consuming them, waiting for the moment of their complete maturation to maximize their potency. Ning Fan, however, had no time to spare and promptly plucked them. The instant he secured the fruits, the fire serpent dragon became infuriated, its roar echoing like thunder as it turned to charge at Ning Fan. With a cry, the essence of the divine phoenix and Su Wanwan's body separated, and the nirvana flames surged, expanding her form several-fold. With wings spanning hundreds of feet, she dove down to engage the fire serpent dragon in combat. The crimson spear in her hand possessed the might to pierce through falling stars, each strike aimed with lethal precision at the dragon's vital points. She fought with grace and finesse, captivating Ning Fan, who watched from atop the sunfire fruit tree with rapt attention. Truly my wife, even her posture in battle is a sight to behold. Keep it up, my dear. You are the best. Slay this beast and extract its dragon gall for me to brew a fine wine. Ning Fan remained relaxed, cheering for his wife. Although Su Wanwan had just entered the 1st level of the Void Path realm, the fire serpent dragon had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. There existed a significant disparity in their realms, yet the divine phoenix art was astonishingly powerful, and the mysterious and terrifying nirvana flames were sufficient to bridge the gap between them. The distinction between the 9th level of the Array realm and the Void Path realm lay in the ability to control the order of the Great Tao, while the difference between the 1st and 3rd levels of the Void Path realm was merely a matter of the internal power of the Tao's order. Her spear, an immortal artifact, was still beyond her current capabilities to wield to its fullest potential, yet she could easily pierce the scales of the fire serpent dragon. Flames leapt skyward as the lake of lava churned violently, threatening to engulf the small island at its center entirely. With a fierce roar, the fire serpent dragon unleashed its full strength, finally tearing apart the divine phoenix's form. Its demonic body was drenched in blood, with several grievous wounds exposing bone. I shall devour you whole to enhance my cultivation, it proclaimed, its voice now imbued with a semblance of humanity. eyes fierce and filled with rage. "My dear, do you need assistance?" Ning Fan inquired. "No need," she replied. Wanwan, with a delicate yet commanding voice, raised her celestial spear skyward. The fires of Nirvana. The purple calamity flame and the molten heavenly fire erupted in unison. Burning immortal technique. 3 suns in the sky. 3 flames transformed into 3 blazing suns. Suspended in the air, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that sent shivers down Ning Fan's spine. The innate sacred fire. The fire dragon was taken aback. Having refined 2 types of innate sacred fire, an almost impossible feat for a mere human form, how could such a fragile vessel withstand the searing flames of 2 innate sacred fires? Even the youngest of pure-blood beings would falter. Abandoning any thoughts of devouring the girl before it, it relinquished the 3 crimson sun fruits and plummeted towards the magma lake below. Nowhere to escape. Leave the dragon gallbladder. I shall brew wine for my husband. With a flick of her spear, Wanwan directed the 3 blazing suns downward, resembling meteors of fire falling swiftly. At the very moment the fire dragon was about to plunge into the magma lake, the 3 blazing suns collided with its body. Boom. Like stars crashing to earth. The surface of the magma lake concaved, sending colossal waves surging forth. This breathtaking scene elicited gasps of astonishment, and amidst the thunderous roar, the anguished cry of the fire dragon could be faintly heard. "Alas, my dragon gallbladder!" Ning Fan stamped his foot in despair, his expression one of regret. "Do not fret. My husband, I shall retrieve it at once." Enveloped in a layer of divine phoenix feathers, Wanwan dove into the magma lake with a splash. Moments later, she emerged, dragging the fire dragon's tail, pulling it from the depths of the lake. With precision, she pierced the dragon scales with the tip of her spear, slicing through the flesh to extract the dragon gallbladder. "Here is your dragon gallbladder, my dear. My wife, you are magnificent. The flesh of the fire dragon is delectable as well. Tonight, I shall stew dragon meat for you." Suddenly, a cacophony of rushing air filled the atmosphere as over 100 figures surged forth. The potency of the burning immortal technique was terrifying. The 3 suns colliding with the fire dragon had drawn the attention of numerous powerful beings in the vicinity. Is that a fire dragon? The strength of these 2 young individuals is remarkable. The previous roar indicated a fierce battle was underway. A multitude of formidable warriors gathered, their expressions filled with awe. The sheer size of the fire dragon suggested its ferocity. What a rich fragrance of fruit. The 3 ancient trees must harbor sacred herbs of no less than second-tier quality. As the aroma wafted through the air, the eyes of the crowd shimmered with fervor. Hand over the sacred herbs, or else a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the array realm bellowed. But before he could finish, a massive bolt of lightning shot forth. Boom. The thunder struck him, eliciting a scream as the lightning exploded, scattering everywhere. Several nearby were also caught in the blast, crying out in pain. Soon after, the charred corpse, smoking and blackened, tumbled towards the magma lake. Splash. The body fell into the magma lake, sending up a spray of water, causing many present to shudder and gasp in shock. What terrifying power! With merely a casual strike, he obliterated a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the array realm? Such a youthful master of the void path surely possesses an extraordinary background. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many retreating in fear, while a few void path experts narrowed their eyes in contemplation. "Good dogs, don't obstruct the path. Make way for me," Ning Fan declared indifferently, stowing the monstrous form of the fire flood dragon within his storage artifact. "Young friends, having taken a life, do you think you can simply depart? It may not be that easy," a gray-haired elder sneered, his body radiating profound Tao patterns and the potent force of grand order, indicating his cultivation at the 2nd level of the void path. "Did you feel discomfort because I spared him and not you?" Ning Fan retorted with a cold smile. Wielding the sword of slaying immortals, exuding an intimidating aura of slaughter, a vivid scarlet sword chi erupted forth. In an instant, the elder's Tao patterns shattered, blood gushed forth, and he emitted not a single cry as his body was cleaved in 2. The individuals behind him were not spared either, falling victim to the sword chi, though they managed to let out a few horrific screams. A rain of blood fell from the sky, carving out a path of destruction. The faces of the onlookers turned pale with terror. What kind of fearsome prowess was this? First, a bolt of thunder annihilated a 9th level array realm expert, and now, a sword chi had instantaneously vanquished a 2nd level void path elder. Is he at the 1st level of the void path? Someone murmured. Unable to fathom the strength of this young man before them, even those at the 3rd level of the void path would likely pale in comparison. expressionless. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan prepared to depart from the magma lake. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind. I recognize who you are now. The pair of young men sought after by the city lord of Fire Cloud City. Ning Fan abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. All gazes in the vicinity converged upon the man who had just spoken. Many were aware of the bounty issued by the city lord of Fire Cloud City, and they surmised that these two young individuals were indeed the targets of that reward. However, none dared to voice it. To be capable of instantaneously slaying a second-level Void Path Elder was an overpowering strength, and speaking out might invite mortal peril. Only this individual had the audacity to expose the truth at such a perilous moment. Did he possess a death wish? Or did he believe his own strength could withstand a confrontation with this formidable youth? Annihilate them all, leave none alive. Ning Fan's voice was frigid as he extended a hand, fingers splayed wide, unleashing a torrent of Grand Order power. A deluge of raging thunder erupted. Lightning crackled everywhere, dense and overwhelming. The scene was terrifying, as if the heavens themselves were enraged, unleashing divine retribution. The crowd was struck with dread, panic overwhelming them as they desperately unleashed their most powerful trump cards. In an instant, Tao patterns blazed forth. Various lights surged upward, the space quaked, resonating with a resonant hum. The next moment, the ferocious thunder collided with the myriad techniques, powers, and summoned treasures unleashed by the crowd. With a thunderous roar, the myriad of intricate patterns shattered in an instant, as various mystical arts and techniques collapsed, and spiritual treasures were sent flying. Countless bolts of lightning descended ruthlessly, accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. All those beneath the realm of Void Path were struck by the tempest of thunder, convulsing amidst the radiant lightning. Their flesh charred and bodies blackened. Moments later, over 100 individuals plummeted like dumplings into the sea of magma below. 3 powerful beings of the Void Path barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the ferocious lightning, yet they too were injured, their precious garments tattered, hair disheveled, and their state utterly disheveled. The trio dispersed in flight, seeking any chance of survival. The fate of the young man they pursued was solely his misfortune. With a cry, the divine phoenix screeched as Su Wanwan intervened, her form merging with that of the celestial bird. With a swift flap of her wings, she moved with astonishing speed towards one of the Void Path cultivators. Slash! Ning Fan bellowed, wielding the sword of celestial slaying, unleashing a blood-red sword aura that cleaved through the fabric of space itself. With a whoosh, blood painted the sky as one Void Path cultivator was transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, Ning Fan invoked the Azure Peng's mystic technique, with each feather radiating arcs of lightning, darting forward with incredible swiftness. In mere breaths, he caught up with his target. The Azure Ping descended, casting a vast shadow over the Void Path cultivator below. A talon emerged, crackling with electricity, reaching out to ensnare the individual. Spare me. We are strangers. Why must you seek my demise? The Void Path cultivator pleaded, hastily casting his technique, summoning an intense force of cosmic order that manifested as a fiery red seal. With a resounding clash, the talon met the seal, lightning and fire erupting in a dazzling display, akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky. The seal cracked, fissures spreading at an alarming rate. In an instant, the seal shattered, and the Azure Peng's claw descended, capturing the man. Do not kill me. I possess crucial information that can be of immense value to you. The Void Path cultivator shouted, his pupils constricted in terror. The pressure of the talon threatened to shatter his bones, as the formidable power of lightning surged within, ravaging his organs. Speak, Ning Fan demanded coldly. The one who seeks your life is not only the Lord of Fire Cloud City, but also a mysterious figure of unknown origin who has issued a bounty, offering conditions even more enticing than those of the city lord. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Who is that person? First, release me, and I shall divulge. With a sudden, crushing grip, the Azure Peng's talon obliterated the Void Path cultivator's body into a mist of blood. Ning Fan had no patience for further dialogue. He executed him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan had also dispatched her opponent, reducing him to ashes. Let us depart, Ning Fan declared, his voice resolute. Though he had not collected the communication talismans from these individuals, he surmised that someone must have conveyed the information already. Communicating through seals is indeed exceedingly swift. Unless one can confine an entire void and seal off a small realm, it is virtually impossible to intervene in time. It will not be long before those intent on killing him and Su Wanwan will converge upon this lava lake from various directions. The two of them employed their skills to hasten away, and shortly thereafter, they departed from the lake, venturing deeper into the primordial fiery domain. Who could be the one issuing a bounty for my demise? Ning Fan pondered, could it be the Lord of Fireland City? Upon entering the primordial fiery domain, he had slain many formidable beings from Fireland City, so it was to be expected that the city lord would seek his life. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that the identity of the city lord was hardly enigmatic within the primordial fiery domain. Fire Cloud City, Fireland City, Red Serpent City, and Fireforge City dominate outside the primordial fiery domain, and the names of the lords of these 4 cities are well known to all. Is it merely a ruse by that void path expert to seek self-preservation, or is the one behind the bounty not the lord of Fireland City, but someone else entirely? Not long after Ning Fan and Su Wanwan departed, several void path experts from Fire Cloud City arrived at the center of the lava lake. The surface of the lake was eerily calm, and all the bodies had sunk to the bottom, leaving no trace, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the residual power of the Great Order of the Cosmos still attested to the fierce battle that had occurred here. Where has everyone gone? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, as reports had indicated that hundreds had arrived here, including 4 void path experts. At this moment, not only were the young couple sought by the city lord nowhere to be seen, but not even a single shadow remained. There is but one possibility, that young couple killed everyone and fled. Another void path expert stated solemnly, his face a mask of horror. Report to the city lord at once. Disperse and pursue. Should they discover any trace, do not attempt to stop them, but relay the message promptly. Thousands of miles away, within a spacious cave, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan sat on the ground, engrossed in cultivation. Beneath a large cauldron, fierce flames danced, boiling dragon meat within, the broth bubbling and releasing an enticing aroma. Dragon gall soaked in wine was renowned as a divine brew. Ning Fan consumed a 4th-grade holy pill, the heavenly transformation pill, to elevate his realm. Within the primordial fiery domain, he was uncertain how many sought his life. Although Ning Fan yearned for tranquility, when faced with life and death, he had no choice but to take matters seriously. After more than an hour, a powerful force of the Great Order of the Cosmos emanated from Ning Fan. The pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Void Path. Ding. The system detects that the female lead, Su Wanwan, has advanced to the minor completion of the 1st level of the Void Path. As a reward, the host's realm ascends to the 4th level of the Void Path. With Su Wanwan's elevation in realm, Ning Fan's own cultivation also advanced, the power of the Great Order within him becoming even more formidable. The 4th level of the Void Path. Su Wanwan opened her eyes, a flash of incredulity crossing her features. How could your advancement in realm occur so swiftly? Is there something you were concealing from me? Su Wanwan inquired, her disbelief palpable. Chapter 62. It's all right. Even the small ones are adorable. Su Wanwan found herself in utter astonishment. She had subdued the sacred fire of the melting heaven, allowing her to elevate her realm from the 8th layer of the array realm to a minor success in the 1st layer of the void path in merely a few days. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation could only be described as astonishing, rivaling the unparalleled geniuses of the supreme sects and immortal clans, an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Were it not for her reincarnation as a quasi-immortal emperor, possessing immense experience, even with her innate dual pupils and supreme bone, such rapid advancement would be unattainable. To her amazement, Ning Fan's realm had surged from a substantial achievement in the 1st layer of the void path to the 4th layer. Is it not a good thing that my realm has advanced so swiftly? Ning Fan remarked casually as he stirred the dragon meat soup within the large cauldron. The aroma wafted through the air, rich and powerful, akin to a magnificent concoction of blood and flesh elixirs. It's not that it's bad, but how could your advancement surpass mine so remarkably? Su Wanwan questioned, puzzled. During their trials in the ancient secret realm, Ning Fan had already been 2 realms above her. After entering the primordial flame domain, the disparity in their realms not only failed to diminish, but had instead widened. What was even more perplexing was that Ning Fan seemed to have scarcely cultivated, often lounging idly. Su Wanwan felt as if something intangible loomed over her, as though it had intertwined with her fate, a sensation that undoubtedly emanated from Ning Fan. With your swift advancement, I naturally cannot lag behind. Otherwise, how could I accompany you on the path to becoming an immortal emperor? Ning Fan continued. Moreover, while my realm may exceed yours, my strength is not necessarily greater. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan found his reasoning somewhat compelling, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of emotion. Husband, you have resorted to some nefarious means to hasten your progress. Have you? Su Wanwan remained uneasy, fearing that if Ning Fan recklessly pursued his advancement, he might jeopardize not only their shared journey towards immortality, but even his own entry into the immortal realm. Fear not, my dear. I am not so foolish. Ning Fan replied with a smile, serving a generous bowl of dragon meat before her. With this, Su Wanwan felt reassured. She sampled the dragon meat soup and praised Ning Fan's culinary skills. After satisfying her hunger, she resumed her diligent cultivation. The Empress has become increasingly difficult to deceive. It seems I shall have to be more discreet in the future, Ning Fan mused inwardly, realizing that failure to do so might deprive him of this comfortable existence. As Su Wanwan focused on her cultivation, Ning Fan delved into understanding the Divine Phoenix treasure technique. Several hours later, a small Divine Phoenix materialized in the palm of his hand. Ah, it worked. Ning Fan exclaimed with joy, moving to sit beside Su Wanwan. After all, she had promised that once he achieved a minor success in the Divine Phoenix treasure technique, she would permit him to behold her 2 jade rabbits without any obstructions. This time, he could finally gaze upon them openly. My dear, I have begun to comprehend the Divine Phoenix technique, and I have made some progress. Can you now fulfill your promise to me? Su Wanwan opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Have you truly made progress so swiftly? You are not deceiving me, are you? The Divine Phoenix technique is exceedingly difficult to grasp. In my previous life, I devoted countless efforts just to understand its essence. When have I ever deceived you? Ning Fan replied, extending his hand, revealing crimson fire patterns as a diminutive Divine Phoenix materialized in his palm. Su Wanwan was immediately taken aback. She was aware of Ning Fan's remarkable aptitude, yet she had not anticipated such extraordinary progress. It had only been a few hours, and he was able to manifest the form of the Divine Phoenix, though the Divine Phoenix he conjured was merely the size of a palm. It undeniably indicated a measure of understanding. This little one is still too small. It doesn't count. Su Wanwan pouted playfully. Small? You never specified size, Ning Fan said dejectedly, a hint of disappointment shadowing his expression. Even with unparalleled comprehension, mastering the Divine Phoenix technique to its fullest was no trivial feat. If such a supreme technique were so easy to master, it would not be deemed supreme. Noticing Ning Fan's crestfallen demeanor, a touch of compassion washed over Su Wanwan's captivating features. My dear, it matters not. Even the small ones are quite charming, she consoled him. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, fixating on Su Wanwan with a look of disbelief. He suspected she knew more than she let on, yet lacked the proof to confront her. Small? Where is it small? Su Wanwan's expression shifted slightly. She did not perceive it in that light, but believed Ning Fan's pride was too fragile. My dear, your ability to grasp the essence and manifest the form of the Divine Phoenix in such a short span is already remarkable. Although it may be a bit small, your aptitude surely surpasses countless talents of the celestial feather. Ning Fan, unwilling to entertain Su Wanwan's reassurances, pressed forward, pinning her to the ground. My dear, I apologize. I did not mean to, Su Wanwan stammered, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she regretted her careless words that had wounded Ning Fan's feelings. Without hesitation, Ning Fan seized one of Su Wanwan's delicate hands and pressed it against him. Is it small? He asked, lowering his voice. Su Wanwan momentarily froze, quickly realizing why Ning Fan was so agitated. And no, it's not small at all. It's quite substantial, she replied, blushing. One tiny hand can scarcely encompass it. Then may I see it now? Next time I capture the innate sacred fire, I won't need to conceal it with the Divine Phoenix's feathers, Su Wanwan murmured shyly. Meanwhile, in the ancient flame domain, a tumultuous wave of activity stirred among various practitioners, as reports emerged of over 100 formidable experts of the formation realm and several from the void realm, with not a single survivor. Those 2 young individuals possessed terrifying strength. Despite their youth, they exhibited a ruthlessness that was truly unexpected. I find no fault in this. Without a touch of ferocity, how could one possibly survive in the ancient flame domain? Murder, pillaging, treachery, and fratricidal conflicts, how many among them can be deemed virtuous? The origins of these young men and women are likely anything but simple. Humph. But what of it? Which of the 4 great cities lacks a powerful backing? Without such support, how could those 4 old fellows have dominated for so many years? It seems these 2 youngsters are destined for a grim fate. Following the rumors, many engaged in fervent discussions. The Lord of Fire Cloud City, Wanwan, not only issued a bounty, but also personally ventured into the ancient flame domain. The formidable beings from Fireland City, Red Serpent City, and Fireforge City have also surged into the ancient flame domain in droves, each city lord harboring ulterior motives. A day later, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan emerged from their cave, concealing their faces as they made their way into the depths of the ancient flame domain. The 3 red sun fruits, each at the 5th tier of sacred herbs, were entirely bestowed upon Su Wanwan by Ning Fan. System, where is my tenfold return? Why has it ceased to function? It does not include items obtained by others. Very well. Ning Fan chose not to dwell on this, acknowledging the system's reasoning. After all, he had indeed not exerted himself in vanquishing that fire-scaled dragon. As they soared through the air, encountering both perilous beasts and several sacred herbs, they traversed a staggering 90,000 miles, finally reaching the heart of the ancient flame domain. The fiery essence of heaven and earth intensified, becoming increasingly searing and tumultuous. Without the strength of the void realm, one could hardly endure. Within a desolate mine, vast rays of light surged forth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Shadows raced towards the mine. Drawn by the radiant light, surely, a miraculous opportunity awaited. Someone shouted with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 63. The celestial palace erupts in radiant light. The mine was immense, with mountains stretching endlessly and rubble strewn about. In the valley at the mine's center stood a magnificent ancient palace, its doors ajar, emanating a celestial glow. This was an ancient celestial palace, inscribed with enigmatic celestial runes. Having withstood the test of endless ages, the protective celestial formation surrounding this palace still possessed unfathomable power. The sweeping waves of energy surged mightily, shaking the very earth, and coupled with the mysterious radiant light, promised extraordinary transformations. Legend has it that the ancient flame domain is the ancestral ground of a certain family of eternal life, yet that lineage perished long ago in the ancient era. It is worth noting that families of eternal life are typically guarded by formidable beings at the Celestial King realm. Thus, while the ancient flame domain is fraught with peril, it also conceals numerous treasures. A series of sounds akin to tearing the fabric of space echoed as figures surged towards the heart of the mine. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan also employed their skills, soon arriving before the ancient celestial palace. Surrounding the palace was a unique restriction, creating a void space where no one could soar. Most individuals, unable to stabilize their positions, were suddenly weighed down by an overwhelming pressure, causing many to crash to the ground, some bruised and disoriented. As Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled with a fleeting glimpse of insight, she and Ning Fan steadied their figures in advance. The steps of the celestial palace loomed high, adorned in the center with an ancient mural etched with numerous pure-blooded beings. A vermilion bird spread its wings, standing alongside the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise as the 4 spirits, its feathers ablaze in fiery red, its eyes like flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. A golden crow soared through the sky, its body engulfed in golden flames, its 3 legs seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens. A bifong cried out, resembling a red-crowned crane with a human-like visage, possessing a single leg. It was said that this creature understood the secrets of the heavens. A swani, resembling a lion, stood majestically, its mouth and nose exhaling flames, commanding reverence and submission. A fire Qilin roared mightily, treading upon flames with an awe-inspiring presence. While a Huodo barked towards the heavens, canine in shape, capable of swallowing fire, innately loyal. Each of these formidable beings possessed an inherent mastery over flames, their extraordinary abilities deserving of admiration. Without a profound understanding of these divine arts, it would be utterly impossible to carve such lifelike figures. As if genuine pure-blooded beings had descended, alas, they were merely statues, devoid of the inherent patterns that would allow for the comprehension of these divine arts mysteries. The numerous powerful figures, having fallen to the ground, hurriedly composed themselves before ascending the steps, pressing towards the grand entrance of the celestial palace. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan mingled within the crowd, arriving before the palace gates. The doors swung open, emanating a radiant crimson glow that obscured the interior from view. One could faintly discern some enigmatic celestial patterns, pulsating with an unsettling power. The essence of the great Tao is pure, and the aura of the celestial path was indeed rich. Su Wanwan whispered that this celestial palace was extraordinary, and the legends must hold true. Only by stepping into the ultimate realm could one harness the power of the Tao's origin. It was only through grasping a hint of the celestial path's profundity that one could absorb its essence and cultivate celestial energy. The ancient flame domain had once been the ancestral ground of the Eternal Life clan, and only with their profound heritage could such a celestial palace be constructed. The eyes of the many powerful figures glowed with fervor, each one brimming with excitement, some even bordering on madness. Yet all hesitated before the palace gates, refraining from barging indirectly. Based on past experiences, such ancient halls invariably harbored formations, possibly lethal traps. According to the old man, this ancient palace had remained unopened for a millennium, and today, as the doors suddenly swung wide, there must be astonishing treasures within, ripe for the taking. What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? He urged, his presence radiating a formidable order of the Tao, his realm surpassing the 5th level of the void path. You old fool, do you want us to scout the way for you? How can we know what terrifying formations lie within? Do you think we are so naive? The crowd retorted, glaring at the elder with disdain. Many among them were not novices in the ancient flame domain and could not be easily deceived. We can enter. Wanwan whispered into Ning Fan's ear, revealing her innate double pupils and the insights gained from her previous life as a quasi-immortal emperor, which enabled her to discern the mysteries within the grand hall. Ning Fan smiled, appreciating the fortune of having an empress as his wife. Even the most enigmatic celestial palace could be seen through at a glance. Though he possessed the reincarnation eye to unravel the secrets of this immortal hall, he felt no need to re-examine it since Wanwan had already perceived everything. The two strode forward, making their way into the hall. Quiet. Someone has entered. A voice rang out, alerting the crowd to Ning Fan and Wanwan's movements. At this pronouncement, the clamor ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward the entrance of the grand hall. In that moment, the figures of the two were enveloped in radiant hues, rendering them indistinct to the onlookers. Standing before the entrance, they were but a step away from the interior of the hall. As Ning Fan and Wanwan took that final stride, their forms vanished entirely from sight. Buzz. Upon entering the celestial hall, the duo was greeted by a sweeping vista of fiery red celestial patterns. Indeed, it was a trial formation. As they advanced 100 steps, the celestial patterns trembled, resonating with the thunderous sound of the great Tao. This is a trial array, Wanwan murmured, stepping forward a few paces, unleashing a formidable force of Taoist order that spread outward. Before them, a vermilion bird materialized, its wings spanning 100 feet. Launching itself at Wanwan, she summoned her divine technique, embodying the phoenix, and met the bird head-on. Boom. The vermilion bird was easily vanquished. Turning to Ning Fan, Wanwan smiled gracefully. My dear, come with me. Ning Fan advanced, following her lead. Roar. A lion-like beast emerged, its maw agape, exhaling thick smoke and fire. The vermilion bird had charged at Wanwan, while the lion turned its ferocity towards Ning Fan. He extended a hand, fingers splayed, unleashing a surge of thunder as he activated the 9 Tribulations thunder technique, striking the lion's form. Bang! The lion was shattered. Ning Fan sensed a disparity in the power of the vermilion bird and the lion. The latter felt more formidable, seemingly tailored to their differing realms. The two continued onward. As thousands of fiery meteors rained down, a breathtaking sight. Both Ning Fan and Wanwan engaged their powers, obliterating each falling meteor. Next, they encountered a vast expanse of fiery ridges obstructing their path, adorned with Taoist patterns formed from the essence of the great Tao. Each employed their respective methods to break through the barrier, and at last, the way ahead opened up brilliantly. Outside the grand hall, the spectators were met with an astonishing sound, followed by an eerie silence. Indeed, there was a terrifying celestial formation within the hall. Yet, the absence of screams from the two who had ventured inside suggested they were unscathed and had successfully entered the hall. Unable to contain their curiosity, the crowd surged forward, eager to follow into the depths of the hall. A thunderous sound reverberated, sending the first dozen or so powerful beings of the void realm flying out, each coughing up blood as if gravely injured. Chapter 64. Within the Immortal Palace, the cultivation of the Swan Ni treasure technique, the Zhu Ke treasure technique, and the Qilin treasure technique unfolded amidst a rain of fire meteors, each more terrifying than the last. Those emerging from the palace appeared utterly disheveled, their expressions filled with horror. It was evident that this immortal palace concealed a lethal formation. The Zhu Ke, Swan Ni, and Qilin were indeed astonishing, with each fire meteor possessing the terrifying capability to shatter mountains and rupture the earth. Even those who had not dared to enter the immortal palace were now ashen-faced, gripped by fear. Could even the elder withstand such a force? An elder of the 5th level of the void realm trembled, incredulously stating, "What of the first two who entered? Why were they not expelled?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief, noting the absence of screams. They mistakenly believed the hall to be safe, which prompted their reckless entrance. They must have been obliterated before even a cry could escape their lips. Another voiced indignantly, arguing that had those two not been so weak, they would not have rashly ventured in and suffered such severe injuries. Inside the Immortal Palace, Ning Fan and Wanwan had successfully navigated the trial formation, and before them lay a vast expanse, far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. A spatial formation had been employed here, creating a self-contained realm within the hall. Along the sides of the great hall were displayed ancient spiritual treasures, enough to stir the hearts of even the most powerful beings of the extreme realm. Each ancient spiritual treasure possessed a spirit, and gaining the recognition of even one would demand considerable effort, not being immortal artifacts. These treasures did not capture the interest of Ning Fan or Wanwan. Though precious, there was no need to expend excessive energy on these spiritual treasures. Two swan and eye statues stood tall, adorned with intricate patterns, distinct from the swan and eye figures on the steps outside. This represented a remarkably complete swan and eye treasure technique, capable of causing a sensation throughout the eastern wilderness. Regrettably, it could not be taken away. It could only be comprehended within this immortal palace. As Ning Fan examined the patterns on the swan and eye statues, his prior experience with the Divine Phoenix treasure technique allowed him to grasp the swan and eye treasure technique with ease, utilizing his exceptional comprehension. On a long table lay an ancient scroll, depicting a realm reminiscent of purgatory, a blazing sun, crimson clouds obscuring the sky, towering volcanoes, fractured earth, and rivers of molten lava. The 5 characters Heavenly Fire Annihilation diagram danced across the scroll in a magnificent script. An immortal artifact, Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Hurrying forward to scrutinize the ancient scroll, a glimmer of intrigue crossing her eyes. This scroll was both an immortal artifact and a method of cultivation. Ning Fan approached the long table, equally astonished. Cultivating this technique would enhance one's mastery of the fire path, Wanwan remarked. Ning Fan nodded, realizing that practicing the Heavenly Fire Annihilation diagram, utilizing the power of the Great Tao's order to manifest the blazing sun, crimson clouds, volcanoes, cracked earth, and molten lava, would be an ongoing journey of enlightenment. The formidable being who left behind the fiery Heaven's Annihilation diagram is undoubtedly a master of extraordinary caliber. Wanwan, a reincarnated entity of a quasi-immortal emperor, possesses unparalleled mastery in the path of fire, rendering the fiery Heaven's Annihilation diagram futile for her. However, for Ning Fan, this diagram represents a rare stroke of fortune. Beside the diagram lies a semicircular talisman engraved with the image of a fire phoenix, no larger than the palm of one's hand. While it does not appear to be an immortal artifact and seems unremarkable, its placement next to the fiery Heaven's Annihilation diagram suggests it is anything but ordinary, prompting Ning Fan to collect it. He remained within the ancient palace, delving into the mysteries of the swan and eye treasure technique alongside the fiery Heaven's Annihilation diagram. Wanwan, with her eyes closed in meditation, enveloped the grand hall in an aura of primal essence and celestial energy. Although she could not yet harness these two forces, meditating within the hall undoubtedly yielded substantial benefits. Outside the hall, an uproar had erupted. Numerous individuals perished within the immortal formation, either slaughtered by the Zhuke, swan and eye, or fire Qilin, or crushed by falling meteors, their bodies reduced to ash. A formidable expert of the 7th realm of the Void Path attempted to breach the immortal formation, only to be violently repelled, coughing blood and suffering severe burns, barely escaping with his life. Everyone was struck with horror as the news spread, drawing more cultivators toward the celestial palace. Something was amiss. Every individual who ventured into the palace encountered attacks of varying intensities. Eventually, a pattern was discerned, though it seemed of little use. Without overcoming the formation, all efforts were in vain. A day later, 3 elegantly clad youths, surrounded by a throng of elders, approached the celestial palace. The prodigies of the Gong family have come to experience the trials of the ancient flame domain. I encountered them a few days ago, exclaimed one onlooker, as the crowd parted to grant passage to the Gong family's powerful members. The Gong family is renowned as one of the ancient and illustrious clans of the eastern wilderness, with multiple immortals within their ranks. After hearing the descriptions from those present, a white-browed elder pondered deeply and stated solemnly, "If I am not mistaken, the palace is not a slaughter formation but rather a trial formation." The crowd was taken aback, enlightenment dawning upon them. Indeed, it is a trial formation. The varying intensity of attacks faced by each individual entering the formation confirms this. Does this mean the Celestial Palace is selecting a successor? Precisely. Only those with extraordinary talent, capable of challenging boundaries, can breach the immortal formation and enter the hall. As the crowd grasped this revelation, a wave of despondency washed over them, leaving them feeling utterly disheartened. This signified that they had no chance of overcoming the trial formation to seize the astonishing opportunities within the palace. You three may give it a try, the white-browed elder directed towards the three youths. Is there a risk to life? The Gong family's prodigies expressed their apprehension. Fear not. I shall personally escort you inside. Within the formation, the three Gong family youths exerted their utmost effort, shattering the treasure techniques and navigating through the myriad of falling meteors, arriving before the fire ridge. 13th uncle, I cannot proceed. One youth murmured softly. The white-browed elder's gaze intensified, and an overwhelming force of the great Tao surged through him. I shall open a passage for you, he bellowed, unleashing the power of the great Tao as he struck forward towards the fire ridge. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Tao realm, he was confident in his strength and aimed to usher the talented members of his clan into the hall. With a resounding hum, the celestial formation trembled, and a brilliant rainbow-like beam shot forth, moving with astonishing speed and imbued with the essence of the celestial path. Before the elder's palm could imprint upon the fire ridge, it collided violently with him. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, accompanied by the elder's anguished scream, as he was propelled like a shooting star, engulfed in flames, and crashed down the steps. Crack! His charred remains were reduced to bones, shattered upon impact with the ground. Three young members of the Gong family were also sent flying, coughing up blood as if severely wounded. The onlookers gasped in horror, their confidence wavering. Those who initially believed in their own talents and sought to challenge the ancient hall were suddenly stripped of their courage. The celestial formation within the hall was alive with spirit. Forceful intrusion would lead to certain death. A pair of youthful figures approached, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, accompanied by a dozen armored warriors. They made their way directly to the celestial hall and entered without hesitation. Could they be the young couple sought after by the Lord of Wanyun City? Someone murmured. Before long, the young couple traversed the trial formation and entered the hall. Has someone already passed the grand array? The young woman exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan opened their eyes, facing each other with a cold demeanor, the atmosphere becoming tense and charged. Chapter 65. Exiting the Celestial Hall. Surrounded by powerful adversaries, who are you? The young woman demanded, exuding a formidable presence that showcased her strength and spirit. What we are is none of your concern. Ning Fan scoffed, rolling up the diagram of celestial annihilation from the long table and stowing it away. The young woman was incensed, drawing her sword to strike, but was halted by the man beside her. I am Xianjin, the 7th prince of the Great Yin dynasty, and this is my sister, Xianling. May I inquire about your esteemed identities? The man said, appearing to be in his late 20s, yet possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the Void Tao realm. His talent was remarkable, ranking among the top disciples of the Cloud Song Pavilion. Despite his youth, he bore an air of imperial authority, displaying respect and courtesy before Ning Fan. He was neither frivolous nor arrogant. Noticing the other's cordial approach, Ning Fan's murderous intent began to dissipate. Yet, he remained vigilant. Individuals like this, if harboring ill intentions, could be even more dangerous. I see no need to disclose that to you, Ning Fan replied indifferently. With over a day having passed, the crowd outside the celestial hall grew increasingly dense. Lingering any longer could invite greater troubles. Brother, please wait, Xianjin implored. May I borrow that ancient map on the long table for a moment? Upon seeing Ning Fan prepare to depart, Xianjin's expression shifted to one of urgency. I cannot lend it, Ning Fan replied, frowning. You are unaware, my brother, that this ancestral land of the Chongqing family has ties to our great Yin dynasty. If you would allow me to take but a glance, I would gladly exchange a 5th-grade holy pill. The sincerity in Xianjin's tone was palpable, as he offered such a valuable item for merely a glimpse. No exchange. Ning Fan retorted curtly. What did the origins of the Great Yin dynasty matter to him? The unclaimed object was first come, first served, and there was little more to discuss. The profound intricacies of the Burning Heaven Annihilation map were truly astonishing. Should Xianjin catch sight of it, his current sincerity could easily transform into murderous intent. How can you be so unreasonable? My royal brother is the 9th prince of the Great Yin dynasty, full of sincerity. Do you not know how to appreciate this? Xianling exclaimed in anger. Do you wish to fight? Ning Fan responded coldly. Xianling, do not be disrespectful, Xianjin admonished, then turned to Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, offering a respectful apology with clasped hands. Forgive my sister's rudeness. Please, carry on. With that, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan made their way towards the palace exit, knowing full well that their departure would draw the attention of all outside the hall. In such a moment, it was unwise to create too many enemies. Ning Fan committed the Swan and I treasure technique to memory. After a brief moment, the two stepped out of the hall. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present converged upon Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Are they the two young men and women who just entered? No. They are the pair who vanished a day ago. They should have perished within the trial formation, without even a scream, reduced to ashes. It appeared that these two had successfully navigated the trial formation and gained entry into the celestial palace. A murmur erupted among the crowd, and they instinctively surrounded Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, blocking their path. Step aside, Ning Fan declared impassively, the power of the great order surging around him. Youth, why such a tempestuous temperament? Thus far, you two are the only ones to have breached the grand formation. Why not share what lies within the hall? To satisfy everyone's curiosity? An elder inquired with a smile, though a flicker of malice passed through his eyes as he gripped a poisoned dagger hidden behind him. Curiosity, you say? I shall send you to the underworld to inquire of your ancestors. Ning Fan retorted fiercely, unleashing a punch imbued with blazing fire patterns that was unfathomably swift. Bang! The punch struck the elder squarely in the chest, and he could not defend himself in time. Ning Fan's blow pierced clean through. No blood spilled forth, as the organs and blood were instantaneously incinerated. In the blink of an eye, the elder's entire body was reduced to ashes, without even a single cry of anguish escaping his lips. You dare to take a life? A voice cried out in outrage. So young, yet so ruthless. A villain like you cannot be tolerated in this world. The crowd erupted in indignation, feigning righteousness as if to rid the world of evil. Immediately, over a dozen spiritual treasures were summoned, hurtling towards Ning Fan. Roar! Ning Fan unleashed a formidable treasure technique, summoning forth a resplendent swan and eye, whose presence radiated power. Its roar echoing through the heavens as it exhaled scorching flames. In an instant, numerous spiritual treasures were sent flying, some shattering upon impact. With a thunderous roar, the swan and eye stomped its foot, unleashing a tempestuous force that swept through the surroundings like a cataclysmic tide. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as many formidable beings were forced to retreat, with several succumbing to their fate. The extraordinary stone slabs beneath them, protected by intricate formations, remained unscathed. Is this the swan and eye treasure technique? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The emergence of such a technique was enough to drive countless powerful figures in the eastern wilderness into a frenzy. Upon the steps, the manifestation of the swan and eye was evident. It must have been acquired from within the grand hall. Boy, surrender the swan and eye treasure technique, or you shall not escape. Many were envious, and two cultivators of the sixth realm of the void Tao took the initiative to strike. Boom! The force of the cosmic order surged forth, igniting the air with fiery patterns as a colossal handprint materialized, descending upon Ning Fan. Simultaneously, a barrage of sword energy shot forth, aiming directly at Ning Fan's vital points. Ning Fan merged his body with that of the swan and eye, raising its paw to confront the descending handprint. Bang! A deep resonant sound reverberated as the immense handprint was torn asunder by the swan and eye. The fierce sword energy, while standing atop the swan and eye, merely left a few marks in its wake. Such power emanated from the swan and eye treasure technique. Without the strength of the seventh realm of the void Tao, a flurry of sounds pierced the air as dozens of figures rushed forth. Finally, I've caught up with you, exclaimed a man appearing to be in his 50s, whose visage bore a resemblance to the Lord of Fire Cloud City, Fenchuan. It is Fenyi, the son of the Lord of Fire Cloud City. Someone exclaimed in shock. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. The pursuers from Fire Cloud City had indeed caught up, and the other formidable beings present were unlikely to stand idly by. Under such a heavy encirclement, it would not be easy for him and Su Wanwan to escape. Boy, hand over the opportunities you've acquired in the Grand Hall, and my family, the Gong Clan, will ensure your safety, cried a talented youth from the Gong Clan. The reputation of the ancient families was indeed enough to instill fear in those present, yet the words of the Gong Clan genius were not necessarily binding. Go to hell. Ning Fan retorted fiercely, sending the Gong Clan youth to his demise with a mere slap. With a terrifying roar, the swan and eye opened its mouth, releasing a fearsome bellow and spewing forth dense flames, unleashing an overwhelming force. The might of the swan and eye treasure technique was unleashed without reservation. Many were sent reeling. Their figures toppled as Ning Fan and Su Wanwan soared into the sky. All of you, get out of my way. A bunch of worthless fools who haven't even reached the 5th realm of the Void Dao, shouted a powerful cultivator of the 6th realm, intent on intercepting them. Yet was hindered by the throng. By a twist of fate, the retreating crowd inadvertently became a shield for Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Where do you think you're going? In the distance from the crowd, Fanyi bellowed fiercely, wielding a long sword as he advanced menacingly towards Ning Fan. The peak of the 7th level of the Void Path. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. This individual possessed an exceptionally high realm. Chapter 66. A sword to slay the immortal. The sword, radiant as the blazing sun, swept across the heavens. Bang! The claws of the swan and I were severed by the sword's energy, causing Ning Fan's body to tremble slightly, his expression darkening. Ha ha, little brat. Retribution for murder is a natural law. In this ancient realm of flames, where can you possibly escape? Fanyi proclaimed with satisfaction. Wang Kai conspired against me first. Had I not vanquished Wang Kai and his cohort, you would still remain oblivious to the presence of the Fire Sun Jade and melting heaven fire essence within that volcano. Wouldn't you? Ning Fan retorted coldly. He had only recently begun to cultivate the Swan and Eye treasure technique, and its power was still somewhat lacking. Even your subordinates could not be controlled. I have eliminated those treacherous informants for you. You should be grateful. Fanyi's smile abruptly froze. Speaking of such matters was indeed embarrassing. Enough with the trivialities. My sole intent is to kill you. What further justification do I require? He thundered, his face contorting in rage. You spoke of retribution and natural law. Is that what your mother taught you? Ning Fan scoffed. The succinct phrase, is that what your mother taught you? Struck Fanyi's spirit profoundly. Little brat, I will tear you to shreds. Fanyi's face twisted with fury, unleashing a scream of desperation. At over 50 years of age, he was seasoned and had weathered many storms, yet he found himself undone by a mere 20-something youth's insult. Fire Cloud Palm. A surge of immense Dao power erupted, and the sky above was adorned with intricate Dao patterns, coalescing into a colossal hand resembling a fiery cloud, obscuring the sun. Ning Fan raised his hand. Thunder raged forth, manifesting a gigantic claw of the rock to collide with the descending palm imprint. Boom! Lightning and fire erupted, illuminating the sky with a spectacle akin to fireworks. You dare to slay a genius of the Gong family. Pay for your life. At that moment, numerous powerful figures from the Gong family sprang into action, and amidst the brief chaos, the onlookers finally reacted. Su Wanwan took her stand, brandishing a crimson spear. She swept it forth, unleashing a blazing inferno, fierce and sharp. A chorus of screams erupted as 7 or 8 individuals were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Su Wanwan's unparalleled beauty was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of great authority, brimming with the presence of an upper echelon. Such formidable strength from this young girl? The crowd was left in awe, as she had yet to reach even the 2nd level of the Void Path, yet could annihilate those 1 or 2 realms above her. Amidst the throng of Fire Cloud City, another wave of screams resounded. A stunning woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuded elegance and grace. She commanded the Kirin treasure technique, albeit incomplete, yet it bore remarkable power. Well, Mayor, what do you mean by this? Are you in league with that brat? Feng Yi roared in fury, recognizing that Huameyer possessed strength equal to his own. In dealing with the other formidable figures from Huayun City, it was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. There's no point in this. I simply cannot abide the presence of you people from Huayun City. This brat has also slain many from Hualin City. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. It is your people who have orchestrated this, and the reckoning shall be upon your heads. The beautiful woman was acutely aware, were it not for the deliberate guidance of Huayun's people. The individuals from Hualin City would not have engaged with these 2 young men. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Huayun's palm imprint was shredded by Ning Fan. His gaze sharpened, and his expression twisted into a snarl. He could no longer linger. Far too many sought his demise. And Su Wanwan was besieged by over a dozen adversaries. Even though their combined strength was formidable, if this protracted battle continued, exhaustion would inevitably set in. Clang. The sword of celestial slaying was drawn, unleashing a torrent of blood-red light. A terrifying aura of slaughter radiated from Ning Fan, palpable and explosive. One sword, slaying the celestial. A blood-red sword chi, stretching 1,000 feet long, descended, adorned with runes of death, rending the fabric of space as if to cleave apart heaven and earth itself. Feng Ye's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed an unprecedented peril. He immediately summoned all his strength, the power of the Great Order surging forth, coalescing upon the blade of his sword, which arced forth like a rainbow to meet the onslaught. Clang! An earth-shattering clash resonated as the blood-red sword chi surged forth. Unstoppable and devastating. Swoosh! Feng Ye's body was cleaved in two, a rain of blood cascading down. All present were struck with horror. What kind of terrifying sword could slay Feng Ye, a pinnacle of the 6th level of the virtual realm? Even the most exceptional prodigies of the immortal sects would likely fall short. Swish. Ning Fan darted forth, as swift as lightning, reaching Su Wanwan's side. Harnessing the sheer strength of his physique, he wielded the sword of celestial slaying, dispatching 3 more adversaries of the virtual realm. Let us go, Ning Fan commanded, expending his final reserves of combat energy to unleash a sword as vast as a blood sea. The sword chi spread out like an ocean of blood, obscuring the surroundings and obstructing the vision of numerous strong foes. In the next moment, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan soared forth, as if piercing through the very fabric of space. As the blood sea-like sword chi dissipated, their figures vanished from the sight of the crowd. Chase! Someone shouted in frustration. Yet it was too late. They had escaped far too swiftly. Damn it! The Gong family vows to slay these 2 young individuals. At that moment, Xian Jin and Xian Ling emerged from the celestial hall. Brother, I truly do not understand why you allowed them to depart. That ancient map must possess secrets we desire to uncover. Xian Ling expressed her discontent. The Great Yin dynasty is indeed in tumultuous times. We must not cultivate formidable enemies. If these 2 do not perish, there will surely be opportunities in the future. If we can foster a good relationship, it would serve as a boon to the Great Yin dynasty. Xian Jin spoke in a deep voice, his youthful visage belied a calm demeanor, already exhibiting traces of an emperor's bearing. Soon after, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan swept through the air, traversing hundreds of miles. They did not rush in a single direction. Instead, their general course led deeper into the ancient flame domain. My dear, are you injured? Su Wanwan inquired with concern, noticing the pallor on Ning Fan's face. I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted, he replied. The sword technique he had employed, a strike capable of slaying powerful beings at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the Void Realm, had nearly drained him of all his Tao Order energy. My dear, I can carry you, Su Wanwan offered. No, that's unnecessary. I haven't reached the point of needing assistance. Ning Fan declined. While Su Wanwan could easily bear him, he still felt a touch of discomfort at the notion. He ingested a 4th-grade holy pill, the Tianxin transformation pill, and his complexion returned to a more normal hue. A low growl resonated from ahead, a fearsome beast exuding a terrifying aura, a powerful creature of the Void Realm. Under ordinary circumstances, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan would not fear it. They might even hunt it for sustenance. However, they were compelled to circumvent it this time. After traversing several thousand miles, they finally found temporary safety. The fiery essence in the atmosphere intensified, with towering volcanoes and crimson clouds obscuring the sky, rendering any sign of human presence invisible. They had reached the depths of the ancient flame domain, where none dared linger without the strength of the Void Realm. Within a cave, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating, while Su Wanwan also engaged in her cultivation. Ding! The system detects that the protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the first major achievement of the Void Realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 4th minor achievement of the Void Realm. To solidify her cultivation foundation, Su Wanwan deliberately suppressed her advancement. Even so, her speed of cultivation was astonishing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the cave, causing the mountain to tremble and the cave to begin collapsing. Chapter 67. The determined wife dares to face danger. As the cave collapsed and rocks fell, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's expressions changed slightly. The energy of the Tao Order surged around them, manifesting intricate patterns and radiating light. Outside the cave, a frenzied fire ape, towering 8 to 9 feet tall, with fiery red fur and exaggerated muscular build, pounded its fist against the mountainside. With a low intellect and a volatile temper, it possessed an acute sense of smell. Detecting an unusual presence, with a thunderous sound, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan burst forth from the shattered rocks. Just when we were about to rest, this beast comes seeking trouble, Ning Fan exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. Do not be angry, my dear. I will handle it. You rest aside, Su Wanwan declared with determination. Aware of how Ning Fan's previous strike had nearly exhausted his Tao Order energy, she took it upon herself to confront the fire ape. With a cry like that of a divine phoenix, Su Wanwan merged with her divine phoenix technique, her wings resembling broad axes and her claws sharp as divine hooks. Engaging in fierce combat with the fire ape. The fire ape has reached the 5th level of the Void Path realm, endowed with innate divine strength. Yet its movements are clumsy. In less than half a stick of incense, the fire ape is drenched in blood. With a series of thunderous crashes, the creature goes wild, causing mountains to collapse and the ground to quake, yet it fails to even graze the hem of Su Wanwan's garments. A crimson spear pierces through the fabric of space, driving into the fire ape's eye and penetrating its skull. In an instant, the massive form of the fire ape stiffens, as the searing power of the fire path order incinerates everything within its cranium. As the spear is withdrawn, the fire ape crashes to the ground, shaking the earth violently. "How dare you disturb my husband's rest?" Wanwan exclaims in anger, still feeling a twinge of unfulfilled vengeance. "My dear, you are magnificent. Exquisite in beauty and terrifying in strength," Ning Fan praises, eliciting an involuntary smile from Wanwan. Ning Fan advances, deciding against consuming the flesh of the humanoid beast. Yet the abundant vitality within the fire ape is ripe for absorption. A hand extends, resting upon the creature's chest as he channels the devouring heaven technique, unleashing a peculiar force of absorption. However, he notes that the fire path order within the creature is far too chaotic and impure, rendering it unworthy of consumption. Instead, Ning Fan opts to absorb the vitality of the fire ape for refinement. Fire poison? Ning Fan furrows his brow, promptly retracting his hand upon sensing an unusual aura within the fire ape. This is a particularly rare and lethal toxin, capable of scorching meridians and incinerating organs. Should the fire poison infiltrate the body, even a formidable being of the extreme path realm would struggle to escape unscathed. If the toxin accumulates to a certain degree, it could lead to self-immolation from within. Previously, Ning Fan had not encountered such fire poison in the beings he had slain, suggesting it is likely confined to the depths of the ancient flame domain. He carefully attunes to the fire path aura in the surrounding environment, finding no anomalies. Wanwan, upon her meticulous examination, also detects no trace of the toxin in the air. This fire ape must have ventured to some perilous place and contracted the fire poison, she remarks. Ning Fan nods in agreement, finding her explanation entirely plausible. The two relocate to a different resting spot, setting up a formation to erase any lingering aura in the air. The alluring matron from Fireland City has taken action against those from Firecloud City, her mind clear as she places the blame squarely on Fenye's shoulders. It appears my earlier conjectures were erroneous. The second bounty notice was not issued by Fireland City, Ning Fan muses to himself, finding the situation increasingly perplexing. Before learning of the second bounty, he had not engaged with any powerful figures beyond those from Firecloud and Fireland City. At the entrance of the Celestial Palace, the Lord of Firecloud City, Fenchuan, arrives belatedly. Upon witnessing the severed remains of Fenyu sprawled on the ground, Fenchuan collapses to his knees, as if struck by an immense blow. "My son is gone." He weeps bitterly, tears streaming down his aged face. Having lived over 100 years, he has reached an impasse at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Path realm, forever barred from advancing into the Extreme Path realm in this lifetime. However, unlike others, Fenyi possessed the innate talent to enter the realm of the Extreme Path, and was the sole heir of Fenchuan, embodying all of Fenchuan's hopes. Yet, Fenyi met his untimely demise, shattering all of Fenchuan's illusions and leaving his heart ashen with despair. Who could have imagined that the two young individuals who entered the City Lord's mansion that day to partake in the search for the Flame Sun Jade Marrow could ultimately slay Fenyi, who stood at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Void Path? The old man swore to personally rend these two brats to pieces. Fenchuan's desperate roar echoed through the heavens above the Celestial Palace. 2 days later, Ning Fan and Wanwan emerged from their cave. The system's prompt resonated in Ning Fan's mind. The female protagonist Wanwan has reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Void Path, rewarding the host with an ascension to the 4th level of the Void Path. During their time in the cave, Wanwan diligently cultivated, advancing her realm. Ning Fan, on the other hand, focused on comprehending the Swan and Eye treasure technique, the Divine Phoenix treasure technique, and the Celestial Desolation diagram. As a reincarnated quasi-immortal emperor, Wanwan would not encounter any bottlenecks in her journey to emperorhood in this life, at least until reaching the immortal saint realm. She merely needed to continuously enhance the power of the Tao within her. Ning Fan, however, faced a different challenge. The elevation of his realm did not equate to a deeper understanding of various techniques and treasures. Fortunately, his extraordinary comprehension allowed him to make rapid progress. After several hours, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Wanwan's eyes. In that direction, there seemed to be a kind of innate sacred fire. The purple fiend's sacred fire and melting heaven's sacred fire within her surged restlessly, a phenomenon that typically occurred only upon sensing other innate sacred fires. This was splendid news. Ning Fan was instantly elated. The last time Wanwan subdued an innate, she had hidden herself beneath the divine phoenix feather. This time, He was determined to feast his eyes. Not long after, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan found themselves before an erupting volcano. With a thunderous roar, magma erupted from the crater, shooting upward in a column before cascading in all directions. The ground trembled, and the rumbling sounds resonated as torrents of lava formed a furious river. The fiery aura emanating from the volcano sent a shiver down Ning Fan's spine. The innate sacred fire lies within the volcano, a mature stage of innate sacred fire. Su Wanwan intoned gravely. Ning Fan's expression shifted. The purple fiend's sacred fire and melting heaven sacred fire that Su Wanwan had previously subdued were still relatively new. The danger posed by a mature innate sacred fire was immense, and the fiery aura spilling from the volcano was indeed daunting. Merely venturing into the volcano's depths would not be an easy feat. This is too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider. There must be other innate sacred fires deeper within the ancient flame domain, Ning Fan suggested. Torn between his desire for a visual feast and the imperative to keep his beloved safe. No, it is worth a try. Su Wanwan's delicate features were resolute, her gaze unwavering. If I can subdue another innate sacred fire, the power of the burning immortal technique will undergo a qualitative transformation. She was acutely aware of the peril they faced, with many formidable beings eager to eliminate the two of them. If one were to speak more severely, the two individuals find themselves ensnared in the depths of the Taiku flame domain. Should the Lord of Wanyun City pursue them at this juncture, the chances of escape for both her and Ning Fan would be exceedingly slim. Chapter 68, The True Fire of Purgatory, A Frantic Retreat. The mature stage of the innate sacred fire could significantly elevate Su Wanwan's cultivation level. The fusion of three types of innate sacred fire would lead to a qualitative transformation in the power of the burning immortal technique. What is your level of assurance? Ning Fan inquired in a grave tone. Su Wanwan, aware of Ning Fan's concern for her, responded with a gentle smile, 70%. My dear, rest assured. I shall use this celestial artifact to suppress the innate sacred fire. Even if I cannot fully tame it, my life will not be in peril. The celestial artifact she referred to was, of course, the crimson spear in her hand. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, their figures soared, ascending to the summit of the volcano. The searing waves of heat crashed against them like tumultuous tides, causing their hair to dance and their robes to billow with a resonant sound. Had they not been clad in protective garments, they would have been scorched before even nearing the volcano's mouth. A towering column of magma erupted forth, leaving only a narrow space at the volcano's opening. It was fortunate that Ning Fan and Su Wanwan managed to avoid being engulfed by the magma, as there remained a slender gap. Their figures darted downward. The surrounding space distorted to an extreme, engulfed in swirling dust. The base of the volcano plunged deep into the earth. The innate resides deep underground, Su Wanwan declared solemnly. Beneath the surface lay a sea of magma, its depths and expanse unfathomable. One might even say it was boundless, with magma gushing forth without respite. Not to mention the perilous nature of the magma sea below, the innate sacred fire possessed intelligence, thriving within it like a fish in water. Should it attempt to flee into the magma sea, it would be impossible to pursue. We must set up an array to draw that innate sacred fire out, Su Wanwan suggested. The innate could devour and assimilate one another. The purple evil sacred fire and melting heaven sacred fire, having only recently emerged, would present an irresistible temptation to the innate sacred fire lurking beneath the magma sea. Ning Fan established a lightning array while Su Wanwan set up a fire array, their intricate runes forming a veritable net of heaven and earth. The purple evil sacred fire and melting heaven blazed fiercely. After merely the span of an incense stick, the innate within the magma sea could no longer contain itself. In the next moment, a colossal beast, resembling a vicious three-headed hound, erupted from the magma, exuding an aura of malevolence and ferocity. It was not a true living entity, but rather a manifestation of the innate sacred fire, the true fire of purgatory. Su Wanwan intoned gravely, among the finest of the innate sacred fires, possessing the potential to evolve into celestial fire. Ning Fan let out a mighty roar, activating the lightning array while simultaneously employing the 9 calamities azure thunder technique. His entire being enveloped in thunderous runes, a breathtaking bolt of lightning surging forth. The purgatory true fire, taking the form of the hound, let out a deafening howl, one of its heads opening a cavernous maw to unleash a pillar of flame akin to magma. Boom! The clash of thunder and flame erupted like a tremendous explosion. A deafening roar resounding, brilliance scattering like fireworks, igniting a tempestuous force. Ning Fan undoubtedly did not hold back his strength. In an instant, the massive thunder was shattered, and the blazing pillars of the infernal true fire shot towards him. Ning Fan's expression shifted, and with a swift movement, he evaded just in time. The fiery column whizzed past him, crashing into the mountainside behind. Boom! The mountain trembled violently, debris flying in all directions. This active volcano, having been tempered by magma for countless years, had become incredibly hard, preventing it from being shattered. Had it been any other mountain, the fiery column would have pierced through it, creating a colossal hole. This force possessed the might of an 8th-tier Void Realm practitioner. Ning Fan exclaimed, the terror of the infernal true fire exceeding his imagination. He dared not be careless and unleashed the Kunpeng divine technique, manifesting a great pung that soared towards the infernal true fire. Within the confines of the volcano, the Kunpeng divine technique could not fully unfold, and the great pang that emerged was limited in size, unable to unleash its complete power. Roar! The infernal true fire let out a deafening cry, its flames surging, and its neck elongating, one head opening its massive jaws to bite at the great pung. Simultaneously, its other two heads focused on the purple Sha sacred fire and the melted heaven sacred fire, eager to devour these two sacred flames. Ning Fan's expression changed, and with the celestial slashing sword in hand, he dashed towards the purple Sha sacred fire. Wanwan also sprang into action, sprouting divine phoenix wings, her speed astonishingly swift. Wielding a crimson spear, her body radiating overwhelming power of the Great Order. Swoosh! One head of the infernal true fire was cleaved in two by the celestial slashing sword, while another was pierced by the crimson spear in Wanwan's hand. Wanwan's delicate frame shuddered violently, and she was forced to retreat. The disparity in realms was too great. In such a confined space, relying on the power of the Great Order for a direct confrontation rendered her advantages nearly ineffective. Were it not for the might of the crimson spear in her grasp, she would have struggled to halt the infernal true fire's head. Simultaneously, the great Peng's body was seized by the infernal true fire, flames igniting on each feather, visibly burning away at an alarming rate. Quickly collect the two innate sacred fires, Ning Fan commanded. Wanwan's expression grew serious. Her slender jade hand extended as the purple Sha sacred fire and the melted heaven sacred fire flew towards her, being absorbed into her body. Roar! The hellhound formed from the infernal true fire went berserk, its three heads fixating menacingly on Wanwan, emitting a terrifying low growl. The loss of the purple Sha sacred fire and melted heaven sacred fire left it filled with an immense sense of resentment. It charged forward, one head lunging out, opening its jaws wide, intent on devouring both her and the innate sacred fire together. Boom! The thunder array set by Ning Fan unleashed its might, countless thunder patterns erupting with intense brilliance. The thunderous roars rolled forth, and over 100 massive bolts of lightning shot out, akin to divine retribution, crashing down upon the infernal true fire. This breathtaking spectacle scattered the flames upon the hellhound, causing its form to halt. The matured infernal true fire is far more powerful than I had anticipated. Wanwan spoke solemnly. Roar! The infernal true fire roared, scattering hundreds of thick bolts of thunder, its malevolent aura becoming ever more terrifying. We must leave at once, Ning Fan commanded, grasping Wanwan's delicate hand as they soared toward the volcano's summit. It was evident that subduing the infernal true fire here was nearly impossible, and they needed to retreat and devise another plan. However, the infernal true fire was unwilling to let its prey escape so easily. With a thunderous roar, it pursued Ning Fan and Wanwan relentlessly. The fiery array laid down by Wanwan activated, unleashing massive fire meteors that rained down upon the infernal true fire. The sound of impact echoed as the infernal true fire ferociously smashed through the falling meteors with its head, relentless in its pursuit of Ning Fan and Wanwan. Although Wanwan had only attained the initial stage of the Void Tao, her mastery of the fire path was unparalleled, rendering her fiery array even more potent than Ning Fan's thunderous one. Were it a true living being, it would never dare to shatter the meteors with its head. Yet, the infernal true fire, being incorporeal, could regenerate instantly even after sustaining damage. Fortunately, the barrage of meteors did have some effect. With a swift motion, Ning Fan and Wanwan burst forth from the volcano's mouth, racing down its slopes. The infernal true fire followed closely behind, unleashing a deafening roar in its pursuit. It had become infatuated with the purple Sha sacred fire and the melted heavenly fire, fixated on devouring the two innate fires within Wanwan. Ning Fan and Wanwan exchanged worried glances. They had attracted a formidable adversary. The infernal true fire's transformation into a ferocious hound echoed ominously as they descended the volcano. Still hot on their heels, Ning Fan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the tenacity of the infernal true fire. His concerns extended beyond its sheer power. He feared the commotion might draw the attention of other formidable beings. Many sought to eliminate him and Wanwan in the ancient flame domain, particularly those from Fire Cloud City and the Gong family. Let us distance ourselves from this volcano, Ning Fan urged, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. The volcanic eruption and flowing lava created an environment highly advantageous for the infernal true fire. With azure wings sprouting from his back and divine phoenix wings manifesting behind Wanwan, they soared low through the air. The infernal true fire, transformed into a hound, thundered down the mountainside, pursuing them with astonishing speed, leaving a molten trail in its wake. "My dear, I am sorry," Wanwan began, but Ning Fan interrupted her. "My love, why bring this up? We can only blame the ferocity of this creature," he replied, understanding her desire to grow stronger for her own protection. They raced onward, and after what felt like 2 incense sticks worth of time, they arrived at the base of a cliff. Deep within the ancient fiery domain, every corner radiated an unbearable heat, an inescapable reality. Yet, this locale was markedly more hospitable than the surroundings of the previous volcano. The two figures came to a halt, relentlessly pursued by the purgatorial flames that they could not shake off. Faced with such a predicament, they resolved to confront their foe head-on. With a fierce roar, the hellish canine, born of the purgatorial flames, charged menacingly towards Wanwan. Ning Fan positioned himself protectively in front of her, unleashing the formidable power of the cosmic order like a mighty river breaching its dam, cascading forth in a magnificent deluge. From this vast expanse, a colossal fish leapt forth, its body a deep azure black, stretching over 1,000 feet in length, exuding an air of ancient mystery and overwhelming energy. In this searing environment, its ability to unleash its full might was hampered, yet it possessed the capacity to counter the purgatorial flames. The great fish descended, akin to a divine mountain crashing down. With a thunderous boom, a thick mist of vapor erupted as the fish's form met the purgatorial flames, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The massive creature rapidly diminished in size, while the fiery menace of the hellish hound was significantly diminished. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning coalesced into 9 chains, shooting forth and ensnaring the purgatorial flames. The beast's body, its limbs, and its 3 heads were all shackled by the thunderous chains. The hellish canine howled in rage, struggling violently as the sword of celestial slaying extended several feet, its lethal aura solidifying as it pierced the creature. With a resounding crash, the embodiment of the purgatorial flames was pinned to the ground. Ning Fan ascended, positioning himself above the hound, his primordial celestial body radiating power. As he unleashed a torrent of primordial energy from his palm, with a single strike, the space trembled, imprinting upon the nape of the beast's neck. The hellish canine shrieked in agony, its flames intangible and formless, originally capable of escape. However, bound by the 9 chains and pinned by the sword of celestial slaying, it found itself utterly suppressed and unable to break free. With a resounding impact, Ning Fan's strike forced the hellish hound down to the ground, one of its heads swiveling to snap at him. In that very instant, a crimson spear suddenly pierced through the skull of the purgatorial flames. Wanwan's delicate visage turned pale, a trace of blood staining her lips, while the crimson spear in her hand was also stained with her lifeblood. She had summoned this celestial artifact using her own essence, unleashing an extraordinary power. "Come to me," she cried, wielding the crimson spear to absorb the purgatorial flames. The flames were drawn into the spear with a visible fervor. In merely a few breaths, the hellish hound's form had shrunk by nearly half. Moments later, the purgatorial flames were entirely consumed within the spear. Success! Ning Fan exhaled in relief as the 9 chains vanished and the sword of celestial slaying returned to its normal size. Throughout the process of the crimson spear absorbing the purgatorial flames, he had dared not relax, maintaining a firm grip on the flames, wary of any potential backlash. Indeed, mature innate holy fire was a truly terrifying force. Ning Fan sighed, still haunted by lingering fears. In his endeavor to combat the infernal true fire, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, even tapping into the primordial force within him without reservation. Wanwan also took a deep breath, retracting her spear, her delicate face pale, her breath growing faint. Indeed, it was perilously dangerous. Wanwan spoke with a serious tone, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment as she gazed at Ning Fan. Had it not been for Ning Fan's suppression of the infernal true fire, Even if she had sacrificed her blood essence, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to absorb the infernal true fire into her celestial artifact. Ning Fan's prowess had once again reshaped her understanding of him. At that moment, several figures appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. Within the primordial flame domain, countless powerful beings were scouring the area for traces of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. The roar emitted by the infernal true fire had traveled far, catching the attention of these individuals. Someone is coming. Ning Fan's expression shifted, and Su Wanwan's pallor deepened, her weakened breath betraying their dwindling strength. At this juncture, neither of them possessed even a tenth of their peak capabilities. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of fiery runes manifested in the air, flames surging forth like a vast ocean of fire. A fierce beast, resembling a lion, emerged, towering over Tinjiang, opening its maw to unleash thick smoke and flames that engulfed everything. Beast of the Inferno, it's those two young ones. Quick, pursue them, shouted several individuals, their voices ringing out as they communicated through talismans while simultaneously pushing their speeds to the limit, hurtling forward with a sound resembling the tearing of space. However, the overwhelming smoke and flames obscured their vision, and they plunged into the inferno, unable to discern direction or catch sight of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. At that moment, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had already fled at great speed. Boom! The group exerted all their strength, summoning a tempest to shatter the lion's form and disperse the clouds of smoke. They surveyed their surroundings, but there was no trace of Ning Fan or Su Wanwan to be found. Curse it! They escaped once more. No matter, we have discovered their presence. The search area has considerably diminished. They cannot evade us. Their frustrated shouts echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Not long after, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan soared 1,000 miles away. Both consumed the celestial transformation pill, gradually restoring their strength and regaining their normal complexion. What kind of Tao power did you wield during that last strike against the infernal true fire? Su Wanwan inquired. At that moment, she had sacrificed her blood essence, focusing all her energy on the infernal true fire, and had not paid much attention to Ning Fan, yet she sensed the extraordinary Tao power in his palm. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, secretly alarmed. Had Su Wanwan discovered his primordial immortal body? Even his master, Meng Ku, could recognize the primordial force. Su Wanwan had no reason to be unaware of the primordial immortal body. He had been so focused on confronting the infernal true fire that he had overlooked this detail. This could spell trouble. If Su Wanwan were to discover that he is the primal chaos immortal body, would she still take the initiative to protect herself? How could he then remain indifferent? What is this? I do not know. Chapter 70. What have you turned the Empress into? Ning Fan feigned ignorance, looking at Su Wanwan with a perplexed expression. Do not inquire. If you do, the answer is simply unknown, unclear, and incomprehensible. Even if Su Wanwan were to perceive the power of primal chaos, Ning Fan could not admit to knowing that he was the primal chaos immortal body. That palm strike you executed atop the infernal true fire seemed to possess an extraordinary aura of the great Tao, Su Wanwan patiently explained. Really? It was merely an ordinary palm technique, nothing particularly special. Ning Fan scratched his head and replied. From Su Wanwan's tone, he could discern that she was not entirely certain. Do not play dumb. That must be a technique left behind by an immortal, right? Su Wanwan, aware of Ning Fan's celestial affinity, assumed it to be a technique bequeathed by some immortal. Ah, yes. It is indeed a technique left by an immortal. Ning Fan nodded vigorously, relieved to have found a reason to deceive Su Wanwan, or rather, to offer an explanation, a fib born of his desire to remain aloof. To his surprise, Su Wanwan had already devised a rationale for herself, and Ning Fan, overjoyed, directly acknowledged it as an immortal's technique. A hint of pride flickered across Su Wanwan's expression, as if to say, how could you possibly deceive this Empress? My dear, you are remarkable, able to see through everything. Nothing escapes your notice. It is only fitting for someone of your caliber, a reincarnated powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. You are truly extraordinary. Ning Fan raised his thumb in admiration, gazing at his wife with reverence. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed at his praise, feeling somewhat bashful. It is not as impressive as you claim, she said earnestly, her face tinged with red. I possess innate double pupils. Yet I cannot discern your past life or fathom your present. Even with the reincarnated Meng Ku, Su Wanwan could glimpse fragments of Meng Ku's former life. Yet with Ning Fan, her double pupils seemed to falter, revealing only the events of the past year. Could it be that I am not a reincarnator, and thus there is no past life to speak of? Ning Fan said nervously. Su Wanwan shook her head. Your past life is shrouded in a veil of chaos, profoundly mysterious. I cannot see through it. Really? I had no idea I possessed a past life. Ning Fan scratched the back of his head, fully aware that he did indeed have one. What puzzled him was that his previous existence had been that of a laid-back security guard, an utterly ordinary mortal, devoid of any mystery. Might it be that due to the interference of the system, even Wanwan's double pupils cannot perceive it? Perhaps it is because the memories of your past life have yet to be awakened, Wanwan suggested, the only explanation she could muster. I cannot foresee your present life either. This is precisely the concern that weighs heavily on Wanwan's heart. Perhaps it is due to her endeavor to tread the path of the immortal emperor, the outcome of which remains uncertain, that her dual pupils are unable to foresee the future. What is there to foresee? You need only to believe in one thing, no matter when or what happens. I will always be by your side. Ning Fan suddenly became deeply sentimental, gazing intently into Wanwan's eyes as he spoke with utmost sincerity. Wanwan nodded, overwhelmed with emotion, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Throughout her past life and this one, from childhood to adulthood, never had anyone treated her so kindly. Is that what you call companionship? You're merely seeking to be at ease, coveting the Empress's form. The system scoffed, clearly aware of Ning Fan's ulterior motives. If it were a humanoid system, it would undoubtedly roll its eyes to the heavens. This is not mere desire. This is love, Ning Fan retorted in his mind. I love you, mother selling fried dough twists. The heroine Wanwan's affection for you has only just reached 7. That is the limit. It cannot possibly increase further. Beep. System detection. The heroine Wanwan's affection for the host has increased by 1. Current affection level is 8. The host is rewarded with an 8th grade Saint pill. The Xiantian Pun pill. Upon detecting the rise in affection, the system announced a mandatory setting beyond its subjective control. Isn't this a slap in the face? Ning Fan inquired with just 3 words. The system fell silent, momentarily short-circuited. Has the affection already reached 8? To reach 10 signifies pure love. Such a possibility seems unfathomable. Achieving 9 is the utmost limit. Ning Fan has yet to consummate his relationship with the heroine, yet the affection stands at 8? When it reaches 9, will he not be elated beyond measure? Wait, on what basis does Ning Fan deserve this? Living off others and being complacent has somehow led to an affection level of 8? The system found this incomprehensible, pondering how those who toil for marriage, purchasing homes and cars, and depleting 3 generations of savings for a dowry would perceive this. The system is fatigued and wishes to remain silent. With those 8 words, the system lapsed into silence. After traversing several thousand miles, within a molten cave at the base of a volcano, Ning Fan and Wanwan practiced their cultivation. Ning Fan sat upon a stone, his eyes half closed, lacking the spirit to engage in training. Wanwan had previously promised that upon subduing the innate sacred fire, she would no longer conceal it with the feathers of the divine phoenix. Ning Fan's mind was now wholly consumed by the enchanting figure of his wife, rendering him incapable of any practice. Beside Wanwan, the purple sacred fire and the molten heavenly fire materialized, while a crimson spear hovered in the air, emanating the true flames of purgatory. She did not unleash the full force of the purgatory flames, for they were heavily laced with malevolence and required gradual subjugation. Should she release them all at once, it would surely harm herself. Feel free to observe. There's no need to pretend, for I know you are not truly cultivating. Wanwan glanced at Ning Fan, who, though she could not claim to know him intimately, could certainly discern the nuances of his thoughts with considerable accuracy. Hee. My wife is simply the best. Ning Fan chuckled, deciding to abandon all pretense and gaze openly at his wife's exquisite figure, as it was only natural to do so. Of course, he did not forget to lavish praise upon his beloved. Wanwan remained silent, her charming face blushing as it always did. The system, unable to contain its disdain, remarked, how could a formidable being at the pinnacle of the quasi-immortal emperor realm have been reduced to this? It simply could not comprehend how Wanwan had fallen under Ning Fan's spell. Ah, system, you must refrain from such remarks. The word spell is rather sensitive. Mind your language, dear. Ning Fan communicated within his mind, acknowledging that the system's consciousness was female and thus might lack understanding in certain matters. I am aware of the content you have encountered, and I am also privy to what you have yet to experience. There is nothing novel that I have not witnessed. I possess greater knowledge than you. At that moment, Wanwan was engulfed in a simultaneous eruption of the purple calamity sacred fire, the melting sky sacred fire, and the infernal true fire. A wave of scorching energy surged forth, causing the air to crackle like thunderous waves crashing upon the shore. Before Ning Fan's wide eyes, The garments adorning Su Wanwan's body were visibly consumed by flames at an alarming rate. Ning Fan rubbed his hands together, utterly transfixed. The purple calamity, sacred fire. The melting sky, sacred fire, and the infernal true fire blazed forth with tremendous might, their power awe-inspiring. The infernal true fire, with its intense malevolence, was difficult to tame, prompting Su Wanwan to employ the purple calamity, sacred fire, and the melting sky, sacred fire to suppress it. Simultaneously, she needed to maintain a delicate balance among the three innate sacred fires while practicing the immortal flame technique, a feat that would mark the culmination of her efforts. As Su Wanwan's garments were consumed by the flames at an observable pace, it signified that she had reached a critical juncture in subduing the infernal true fire. This time, she did not deliberately manifest the phoenix feathers to shield her form. My wife does not deceive me, Ning Fan thought, finally able to gaze upon her in full splendor. Moved to the brink of tears by the sight, her figure was enchanting, flawless in its perfection, and no amount of ornate language could adequately describe even a fraction of Su Wanwan's beauty. Alas, he could only admire from a distance, unable to touch. Once my wife has tamed the infernal true fire, I shall immediately take her beneath me, he mused quietly, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes, transforming his gaze into something fervent. This was utterly irresistible. Never before had Ning Fan imagined such a captivating figure existed in the world. The system advises the host to refrain from recklessness. One must admit, while the system may possess a somewhat feminine disposition, it was still quite diligent in its responsibilities toward Ning Fan. Despite the countless times he had acted foolishly, the system remained tireless in its warnings. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just give it a try. I know what I'm doing, Ning Fan replied. Try it and perish? Have you forgotten the time when you nearly faced castration and death at the hands of the heroine? The system reminded the host that such matters should unfold naturally. Ning Fan absorbed not a single word. His body burned with an insatiable heat, compelling him to act without further delay. Gradually, Su Wanwan's porcelain skin blushed with a faint hue. Subduing the true flames of the inferno proved far more arduous and fraught with peril than Ning Fan had envisioned. He could distinctly sense the tumultuous energy emanating from Su Wanwan, as if it were on the verge of erupting at any moment. Ning Fan's expression shifted, and he swiftly regained his composure. My dear, do not force it, he urged, aware of the terrifying nature of the matured innate holy fire. Do not worry, my husband. Su Wanwan replied, her voice steady, as a divine phoenix form emerged behind her. With a cry, the phoenix unfurled its wings, the purifying flames surging forth to suppress the true flames of the inferno. Spirit of the weapon, assist me, she commanded, a surge of spiritual power erupting from the crimson spear in her grasp. Having relinquished all illusions regarding the true flames of the inferno, Su Wanwan resolved to eradicate its consciousness entirely. The true flames writhed violently, and Ning Fan's demeanor tightened as he prepared to intervene. After a brief struggle, the flames finally began to settle. The purple fiend holy fire, the celestial flame, and the true flames of the inferno reached a state of perfect equilibrium, gradually merging. In that moment, as Su Wanwan practiced the burning immortal technique, her realm began to soar. Ding! System detects that female host Su Wanwan has reached the second level of the Void Path realm. Reward: host realm elevated to the pinnacle of the fourth level of the Void Path. Female protagonist Su Wanwan has achieved minor success in the second level of the Void Path realm. Female protagonist Su Wanwan's realm has ascended to the third level of the Void Path. The system's voice echoed repeatedly within Ning Fan's mind. After the passage of more than 3 hours, ding! System detects that female protagonist Su Wanwan has reached the pinnacle of the third level of the Void Path. Reward: host's realm elevated to the sixth level of the Void Path. What astonishing speed and cultivation! Ning Fan felt a surge of awe as he sensed the profound and potent order of the Tao within him, his expression alight with excitement. With his current strength, should he encounter a formidable opponent at the ninth level of the Void Path, he would at least be qualified to engage in battle, even if victory were not assured. Su Wanwan's aura gradually calmed, her silky skin returning to its creamy luster. Yet she had not concluded her cultivation. The three innate holy fires needed to be perfectly integrated for her to wield them at will. Nevertheless, the pace of her ascension began to slow. It had been 3 hours. When would his dear wife finish? Ning Fan lamented, for with Su Wanwan still immersed in her practice, he found it difficult to proceed with his own endeavors. Very well, I shall not watch any longer. He turned away, choosing instead to focus on comprehending celestial techniques and treasures. Wanwan's alluring form was undeniably captivating. But he could not extinguish the flames, nor could he contend with the heavens or the earth. 2 days later, Wanwan concluded her meditation. Awakening from her state of tranquility. Ding. The system detects that the protagonist Wanwan has reached the 4th level of the Void Path. Reward. The host's realm is elevated to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Void Path. Husband, Wanwan softly called, her voice sweet, entirely contrasting the initial cold indifference, as if she were a different person altogether. Finished your cultivation? Ning Fan opened his eyes, and as he turned, he noticed that Wanwan had already donned a simple, elegant dress. How swiftly you have changed. The look of delight on Ning Fan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of disappointment akin to a shattered dream. Husband, you once said that everything should unfold naturally. Wanwan smiled gently. Did you not promise that we could cultivate together upon reaching the pinnacle of the extreme path? Yet, you have not attained that level yet. My dear, you must also strive diligently in your cultivation to reach the 7th level of the Void Path as soon as possible. Ning Fan replied, knowing that once Wanwan reached that level, he could ascend to the extreme path and cultivate alongside her. Wanwan, not overthinking it, took Ning Fan's words as encouragement and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, husband, I will work hard to reach the 7th level of the Void Path soon. Indeed, my dear. You are the most formidable. I have faith in you. Ning Fan exclaimed, clapping his hands and giving her a thumbs up. Alas, the Empress has fallen for it again. The system lamented in Ning Fan's mind. Host, you are utterly shameless. Are you truly encouraging the protagonist to cultivate? Or are you merely seeking to hasten your union with her? Defamation. You slander me. I simply wish for my wife to grow stronger. Ning Fan retorted with righteous indignation. Subsequently, the two departed from the magma cave and ascended from the volcano. At that moment, from a distant volcano, a group of masked figures clad in black also emerged. Upon sighting each other, both parties immediately adopted a hostile stance. You shall not escape. At last, we have found you. Ning Fan and Wanwan, a male and female pair, were undeniably recognizable deep within the ancient fiery domain. The sight of their figures left no room for doubt. This group of black-clad individuals had evidently emerged from the volcano in search of Ning Fan and Wanwan, scouring each volcanic site for their whereabouts. Chapter 72. Ning Fan and Wanwan exposed. They did not appear to be from the Fire Cloud City. Capturing a couple of live specimens was unnecessary for them. Ning Fan spoke solemnly, deducing that these individuals were likely connected to another bounty, and he was eager to discover who was behind it. Buzz. The air trembled as Tao patterns erupted across the sky. The group of black-clad figures closed in, forming a siege, unleashing various treasures and techniques. Ning Fan refrained from initiating an attack. With a mere flick of his fingers, thunder erupted, effortlessly dispersing the incoming assaults. Do not underestimate him. This lad possesses formidable strength. Use your full might. A formidable warrior of the 7th level of the Void Realm bellowed, wielding a long sword with exceptional skill. Waves of glimmering sword energy shot forth, targeting his vital points. Unfazed, Ning Fan manifested a tapestry of thunderous runes around him, as each strike of sword energy collided against it, producing a resounding clang. The expression of the 7th level Void Realm Elder shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming surge of Tao order coursed through him as he thrust his sword directly at Ning Fan's brow. Is that all? Ning Fan scoffed derisively, extending a hand. In a mere foot's distance from his brow, he pinched the blade between 2 fingers. Clang. The point of contact between his fingers and the sword blade resonated with a metallic sound, erupting in a flash of lightning. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. The elder's expression turned blank, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. He had almost convinced himself of victory, believing the sword would pierce Ning Fan's skull in an instant. Yet, to his shock, Ning Fan had managed to catch the sword with his bare hands. Such incredible strength was beyond the reach of even an 8th level Void Realm warrior. Then, to his utter incredulity, the sword in his grasp suddenly shattered between Ning Fan's fingers. In the next moment, Ning Fan's palm struck him. Bang! The thunder surged through him, shattering his organs, and in the blink of an eye, life extinguished, his body plummeting towards the ground below. A dozen onlookers were taken aback, their movements frozen. In merely 3 exchanges, their strongest ally had perished. They had heard of the prowess of the Burning Knight from Fire Cloud City, a pinnacle 6th level Void Realm fighter, who had fallen at Ning Fan's hands. Yet they had not anticipated that this young man could so effortlessly eliminate a 7th level Void Realm warrior. Retreat, someone shouted, making an immediate decision. The effortless annihilation of a 7th-level Void Realm warrior was beyond their capacity to contend with. Too late. Ning Fan chuckled coldly as he waved his hand, unleashing a vast expanse of Dao patterns. Countless bolts of thunder surged forth, densely packed and sealing the surrounding space. Screams of despair erupted as all who encountered the Dao thunder were forced back, their hair standing on end, convulsing uncontrollably. A piercing cry echoed, and a divine phoenix burst forth, vividly alive, as if a true pure-blood phoenix had descended. The flames of Nirvana surged, and with a single claw, 3 individuals were incinerated, reduced to ashes. Although Su Wanwan's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Void Realm, the Divine Phoenix technique she executed possessed the terrifying power to annihilate 5th and 6th level warriors in an instant. The thunderous storm sealed the space, leaving the black-clad figures with no avenue for escape. Moments later, only 3 remained alive among the scorched remnants. "Speak, who are you?" Ning Fan demanded. "We are from Fire Cloud City." One of them stammered in fear. Before Ning Fan could act, a crimson spear pierced through the man's body, killing him instantly. Did the people of Fire Cloud City truly require black robes and masks? Su Wanwan spoke with an air of indifference, her gaze icy and her expression as frigid as frost. She turned her attention to the 2 black-clad figures, who were visibly trembling with fear. "This region is rife with volcanoes. Should I fail to receive a satisfactory answer, I shall seal your meridians and cast you into the depths, where you will suffer torment until your demise," she declared. Such a method would send shivers even down Ning Fan's spine. The 2 men in black felt their legs weaken and trembled uncontrollably. "We are from the Toba family," one stammered. "The Toba family?" Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Within the ancient secret realm, he had severely injured Toba Feng, and it was to be expected that Toba Feng harbored a grudge and sought revenge. However, how did the Toba clan learn of his and Su Wanwan's presence in the Taigu Yin region for training? "So, was the other bounty also issued by your family?" Ning Fan inquired. "Absolutely not. We have no knowledge of who issued the other bounty. Our ancestor instructed us that this mission was an assassination." Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the 2 men. In an instant, they collapsed, their bodies charred like coal, crumbling to the ground into debris. "The individual behind the second bounty is well concealed," Ning Fan remarked solemnly. Although he was unaware of how the Toba clan had become privy to his and Su Wanwan's entrance into the ancient secret realm, it was evident that their identities were no longer a secret. "It is possible that members of the Gong family recognized us," Su Wanwan suggested. "Perhaps our identities were exposed earlier than we thought." Ning Fan's expression darkened. To his knowledge, the ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness Toba family was a formidable being who had reached the immortal realm, and several within the clan had attained the peak of their power. If the Toba family dispatched a powerful figure to the Taigu Yin region, then the situation for him and Su Wanwan would become exceedingly perilous. "We must venture deeper into the Taigu Yin region and use talismans to communicate with our master, urging him to come swiftly," Ning Fan concluded, believing this to be the best course of action. Should he and Su Wanwan turn back, they could not fathom what traps awaited them. "Agreed," Su Wanwan replied, nodding slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Ning Fan remained unaware that her decision to accompany him to the Taigu Yin region was orchestrated by Meng Ku. Long before, atop Zhixiao Peak, Meng Ku had assured Mu Yunxia and Jiang Wanxiao that he would secretly protect Su Wanwan once they entered the Taigu Yin region. However, neither Meng Ku nor Su Wanwan had disclosed the truth to Ning Fan. "My lady, what brings you joy?" Ning Fan inquired, having noticed the subtle smile on Su Wanwan's face and the glimmer of mirth in her eyes moments before. "Huh? Did I smile?" "I don't think so," she replied, her demeanor suddenly awkward before she quickly regained her composure. "Did you not smile?" Ning Fan countered, sensing her inability to lie, as evidenced by the embarrassment that had briefly crossed her face. Perhaps it is due to Su Wanwan's past life as a formidable being on the verge of becoming an immortal emperor, where she wielded her strength with ruthless decisiveness, sparing no room for deceit. If displeased, she would simply eliminate the source of her irritation, leading to such an awkward display. "I am not smiling," Su Wanwan declared with a stern expression. All right, you are not smiling." Not smiling. Ning Fan chose not to engage in a debate with Su Wanwan, for he firmly believed she would not bring harm to him. After traversing hundreds of miles, dozens of figures emerged from the void. These individuals dared not approach too closely, instead opting to follow from a distance, knowing that should Ning Fan charge at them, they would have ample time to flee. "It seems our location has been compromised," Various factions have likely dispatched individuals who may have already intercepted us ahead. Ning Fan spoke gravely, recognizing that he and Su Wanwan had lingered within the volcano for too long. Chapter 73. If there are obstacles in our path, we shall carve a route through them. Being pursued and having their location exposed meant it would not be long before more powerful beings would converge upon them. At that point, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's situation would undoubtedly become perilous. Exposure is of no concern. Even if those intent on our demise arrive ahead of us, we shall break through. Su Wanwan responded indifferently, her beautiful face cold as ice, her eyes shimmering with a breathtaking murderous intent. With their agility, as long as they could pierce through those standing in their way, it would be nearly impossible for anyone trailing behind to catch up with them. In an instant, divine phoenix wings sprouted from Su Wanwan's back as she surged forward, leading the way for Ning Fan. Following closely behind, Ning Fan manifested his own green rock wings. The expressions of the dozens of pursuers lagging behind Ning Fan and Su Wanwan shifted dramatically. This young couple is attempting to flee. Their speed is astounding. There is no way we can catch up. Send a message using talismans to the others. We must intercept them from ahead and exert our full strength, regardless of the cost. Several shouted, fully aware of the terrifying might possessed by Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, thus preferring to follow at a distance rather than risk confrontation. Yet, they felt no qualms about sending others to intercept them, believing that if they succeeded, rewards would be shared. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan, employing their swift movement techniques, had scarcely covered a few dozen miles when a troop of over 100 individuals appeared ahead to their right. The moment their gazes met, the countenance of the multitude shifted. They had not anticipated encountering these two young figures so swiftly and with no other teams to support them. They found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Charge! Su Wanwan commanded coldly, her entire being transforming into a complete divine phoenix form. Her speed transcending belief, as if piercing through the very fabric of space. With a whoosh, divine phoenix feathers shot forth, each infused with the essence of cosmic order. Sharp and ferocious. Engage. Form ranks. That girl is exceptionally powerful. Two experts at the 6th level of the virtual realm bellowed, their profound cultivation and immense cosmic order energy coalescing. With intricate patterns obscuring the skies, their brilliance radiated like a vast expanse, and together they formed a formidable array. The remaining powerful beings channeled their own Tao order powers into the formation. A series of thunderous booms resonated, as swathes of Tao patterns shattered, causing the formation to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Such formidable feathers. The potency of these feathers could slay a 6th-tier void Tao expert. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Two 6th-tier void Tao experts were simultaneously gripped by terror, yet a glimmer of relief washed over them. Fortunately, they had acted swiftly and collaborated to establish the formation. Otherwise, countless individuals would have been pierced by the feathers, and the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, dozens of divine phoenix feathers pierced through the formation, hurtling towards the crowd. In an instant, anguished cries erupted as more than 10 individuals were shot through by the divine phoenix feathers, meeting their demise on the spot. In the next heartbeat, Su Wanwan's figure darted forth, merging with the divine phoenix technique, her wings extending 100 zhong, colliding with the formation. Boom! Crimson flames erupted, causing the formation to shatter effortlessly, as if it were mere dry twigs. A divine phoenix claw descended, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, aimed at a 6th-tier void Tao expert. The expert, taken aback, thrust both hands skyward, conjuring a Tao seal. Bang! A deep rumble echoed as the Tao seal shattered into fragments, and the divine phoenix claw descended, igniting with the flames of rebirth. In the brief moment of grasping this individual, their body was reduced to ashes by the purifying flames. With a mighty cry, the divine phoenix opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed another 6th-tier void Tao expert. It was almost instantaneous annihilation as the body of the divine phoenix surged into the throng, eliciting a chorus of wails. Within mere breaths, all remaining souls perished, leaving not a single survivor. Throughout this entire ordeal, Ning Fan had not lifted a finger. Su Wanwan single-handedly resolved the situation with remarkable efficiency, while Ning Fan merely applauded from the sidelines. The Ching Ping and the divine phoenix soared through the air, their presence astonishing, leaving behind a trail of thunder and fire, the sound of their passage echoing through the void. With their position now revealed and formidable opponents ahead, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan no longer concealed themselves, presenting an overwhelmingly powerful front. The Empress, exuding an aura of dominance, seemed to declare to those who sought to harm her and Ning Fan, "We stand here unafraid, those who dare come forth." She was not arrogant nor dismissive, but rather possessed of ample confidence. At the depths of the ancient flame domain, where the environment was even more perilous, even a supreme expert could meet their demise with a single misstep. Having comprehended the divine phoenix technique and cultivated the immortal flame art, she now commanded 3 types of innate sacred fire, rendering her unafraid of the dangers lurking in the depths of the ancient flame domain, confident in her ability to protect Ning Fan. Those who wished to kill her and Ning Fan might not possess the courage to venture into the deepest recesses of the ancient flame domain. Ahead, they encountered 2 more teams, each led by 7th-tier Void Dao experts. As expected, all members of both teams were annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. However, the news was still transmitted through secret symbols, and in an instant, the hunt for Ning Fan commenced, leaving the various formidable figures allied with Wanwan in a state of shock. What audacity this young man possesses, so brazenly disregarding us. Just a few days have passed, and this duo has effortlessly annihilated a cultivator of the 7th layer of the Void Path? They indeed possess the audacity to do so. Who would have thought that the once declining Yunsong Pavilion would give rise to 2 extraordinary talents? The Lord of Wanyun City will be the first to act. His son has been slain, and such a profound enmity will surely not be laid to rest. As the news spread, many began to discuss the identities of Ning Fan and Wanwan as disciples of Yunsong Pavilion, a fact that had become widely known. Yet, this was not the territory of Yunsong Pavilion, within the ancient flame domain. The reputation of Yunsong Pavilion was insufficient to deter these individuals from pursuing their vendetta against Ning Fan and Wanwan. Out of fear of their strength, many contemplated reaping the benefits from the chaos. Before long, as Ning Fan and Wanwan traversed 1,000 miles, an elderly figure accompanied by hundreds of powerful cultivators appeared before them. "Boy, come and pay for my son's life." A thunderous voice erupted as the Lord of Wanyun City, Fenchuan, surged forth to confront Ning Fan and Wanwan. "It is that old wretch Fenchuan." Ning Fan's expression shifted. He recognized Fenchuan from their previous encounter at the Lord's mansion in Wanyun City, the peak of the 9th layer of the Void Path. This is a level of power that instills caution within him. With Fun Yi's death, Ning Fan knew that Fenchuan would harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet, he never anticipated that Fenchuan would appear so rapidly, blocking their path from 1,000 miles away. With the news received, Fenchuan had positioned himself on the inevitable route Ning Fan and Wanwan would take. Thunderous roars erupted, and the power of the Great Order surged from Fenchuan, manifesting as a towering mountain over 1,000 feet high, adorned with intricate patterns, crashing down upon Ning Fan and Wanwan. The colossal mountain descended, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, its fearsome force making the ground quake violently. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, and he erupted with thunderous energy, preparing to confront the mountain head-on. "I will take it on," Wanwan cried out as the Nirvana flame ignited, unleashing a tempestuous and searing wave of energy. With a flap of her divine phoenix wings, her figure soared skyward. With a resounding crash, the collision reverberated throughout the realm, the blinding flames rendering one unable to open their eyes. The massive mountain quaked violently, fissures appearing upon its surface, and moments later, much to Fenchuan's disbelief, it shattered into fragments. The divine phoenix hovered above, exuding an astonishing aura, resembling a true celestial bird. "This girl is truly defying the heavens." Fenchuan was awestruck. He had held nothing back in his previous strike. To think that this young woman could obliterate the mountain and remain unscathed. "Old man, I advise you to stand aside. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences," Wanwan exclaimed, her delicate features icy and infused with a chilling intent, exuding an aura of one born to command. This presence astonished Fenchuan, as if standing before him was not a mere maiden, but a sovereign queen. Such audacity! Fenchuan retorted angrily. "You have slain my son and severed the future of Wanyun City, yet you expect me, the lord of this city, to yield? Has my son died in vain?" He had placed all his hopes on Fun Yi, who would never have the opportunity to ascend to the ultimate realm. With Fun Yi's demise, it was as if the very essence of his existence had been extinguished. From the very beginning, it was your people from Wanyun City who sought to ensnare my wife and me. Your son's death is merely a consequence of his own actions." Wanwan replied coldly, her demeanor not one of fear, but rather of offering an opportunity. "I do not wish to hear any excuses from the aged. Whoever killed my son must pay with their life." Fenchuan declared fiercely, an overwhelming force of the Grand Order surging forth as his palm extended, manifesting a colossal handprint that surged forward. The Huiyun palm, a supreme technique of Huiyun City, unleashed by Fenchuan, wielded power that far surpassed that of Fenyi. Sever your path to survival. Su Wanwan uttered the final 4 words as the divine phoenix cried out, its talons tearing through the heavens, colliding with the immense handprint. A thunderous crash resonated throughout the expanse as Fenchuan bellowed, conjuring yet another gigantic handprint aimed at Su Wanwan. My dear, do not force it. Ning Fan shouted, aware that Fenchuan, having lived over a century, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm, presenting a significant disparity in strength. Do not worry, my husband. Su Wanwan responded with determination. As the divine phoenix's form ignited with the purple demonic sacred fire, the molten celestial fire, and the true infernal fire, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. She had mastered the true infernal fire, and her realm had ascended dramatically. The fusion of the 3 innate sacred fires, bolstered by the Huixianju, surged her power immensely, ensuring her superiority over Ningfan, thus she boldly engaged to obstruct Fenchuan. Confident in her ability to contend with a 9th-level Void Realm expert, she felt assured. 3 types of innate sacred fire? How is this possible? Fenye's aged face was astonished, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could anyone simultaneously control 3 types of innate sacred fire? This utterly exceeds my comprehension. Observing Su Wanwan maneuver with ease, Ning Fan felt a sense of calm. The Qiangping treasure technique dissipated, replaced by a single wing body of the Kunpeng, stretching 1,000 feet in length. Its feathers were a dark azure, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared through the skies at an incredible speed, heading towards the several hundred-strong warriors of Huiyun City behind Fenchuan. In mere moments, a vast shadow enveloped the multitude of warriors. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The oppressive force was so overwhelming it felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, inducing a suffocating sensation. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning struck down like divine retribution, utterly fearsome. In an instant, over 100 individuals screamed in anguish, their bodies charred and emitting smoke, plummeting towards the ground below. Several formidable warriors of the 8th layer of the Void Realm surged forth, their faces contorted with ferocity as they exerted every ounce of their strength to form a formation, conjuring a vast array of fiery patterns. The colossal claws of the Kunpeng tore through the air, crackling with thunderous electricity. A series of resounding explosions echoed as the intricate fiery patterns shattered. The formation, barely established, was ruthlessly torn apart by the Kunpeng's sharp talons. The bodies of the 8th layer warriors trembled violently, blood spewing from their mouths as if they had suffered grievous wounds. As the Kunpeng's claws descended, several were obliterated into mere mist of blood. The remaining warriors were gripped by terror. None among them possessed the strength of the 9th layer of the Void Realm to stand against Ningfan. In their fright, some turned to flee in desperation. With a thunderous cry, the Kunpeng dove down with an intimidating force, causing the surrounding space to quiver violently. Lord City Master, save us! Someone cried out. For aside from the master of Huiyun City, no one could withstand Ningfan's might. Meanwhile, on the side of Fenchuan, 2 massive imprints were torn apart by the divine phoenix. Su Wanwan, in unison with the divine phoenix's magical prowess, wielded her sharp claws, feathers, and wings as formidable weapons, leaving Fenchuan no opportunity to divert his attention or deal with Ningfan. One after another, the warriors of Huiyun City were violently struck upon contact with the Kunpeng's colossal form, their bodies bursting into splattered flesh. The scene erupted into a tempest of blood and terror. Individuals screamed in panic, employing their skills to escape with all their might. Yet, their speed could not surpass that of the Kunpeng's divine abilities. As the Kunpeng swept by, its 1,000-zhong wings rendered all avenues of escape futile, resulting in a cascade of blood mist. Ultimately, several hundred warriors from Huiyun City perished, as Ningfan merged with the Kunpeng's power, soaring skyward. After completing a somersault in the air, he lunged towards Fenchuan. All dead? Fenchuan gasped in horror, his pupils contracting sharply. In mere moments, several hundred elite warriors of Huiyun City had met their demise. The contingent he had brought represented the entirety of Huiyun City's elite. With their deaths, the city was left in a state of utter ruin. Just days prior, this young man had barely managed to kill Fenyi and had been forced to flee. Now, he had inexplicably grown to such an extent. Fire cloud of heaven, Fenchuan bellowed. unleashing a torrent of majestic Tao power that manifested into a fire cloud thousands of zhang wide, positioning it between himself and Ning Fan. A fierce glint flickered in Fenchuan's eyes, for this was his most potent technique, concealing a deadly intent within the flames. Be cautious, my husband. There is danger within that fire cloud, Su Wanwan warned, her dual pupils discerning Fenchuan's strategy. However, before she could finish her warning, the Kunpeng's form had already plunged into the fire cloud. Ha ha ha, perish. Fenchuan laughed triumphantly. In that instant, within the fire cloud, countless crimson blades, sharp and relentless, surged forth to cleave Ning Fan asunder. The resounding clash of blades struck against the Kunpeng's feathers, producing a symphony of metallic echoes as fierce sparks erupted. This was Fenchuan's meticulously crafted killing move, having claimed the lives of numerous ninth-layer Void Realm warriors. The dark azure feathers of the Kunpeng shattered one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the body of the Kunpeng was riddled with countless wounds. A vast expanse of fiery clouds encased Ning Fan, resembling a prison that trapped him within. Ning Fan's expression shifted, and his gaze hardened instantly. Chapter 75, Slaying Fenchuan and Stepping onto the Gobi. Ha ha ha. The treasure technique has collapsed, and I, the lord of this city, shall tear you apart. Fenchuan sneered, confident that with the treasure technique in ruins and Ning Fan ensnared within the fiery clouds, death was inevitable for him. What a pity. A genius cultivated by the Cloud Song Pavilion will perish at my hands. He was well aware of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's identities, but felt no trepidation. The enmity of a slain son was irreconcilable. He was willing to invite the revenge of the Cloud Song Pavilion without hesitation. My husband. Su Wanwan's delicate face changed, and as the divine phoenix wings trembled, she prepared to plunge into the fiery clouds. Ha ha, leave him to me. Fenchuan bellowed, positioning his body in front of Su Wanwan. With a resounding crash, a palm struck out, colliding with the claw of the divine phoenix, producing a deep, thunderous sound. Fenchuan's body trembled violently as he coughed up blood. The oppressive fiery clouds concealed deadly intentions that had drained him of too much of his Taoist power. The three types of innate sacred fire on the divine phoenix's claw scorched the flesh of Fenchuan's arm to ashes, revealing stark white bones. Soon after, those bones shattered, and Fenchuan staggered backward, shaken. Ha ha ha. It's too late. That boy is doomed. Fenchuan grimaced, his face pale and his breath weakening. Su Wanwan's expression grew grave, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed toward the fiery clouds. If my husband perishes, the entire fire cloud city shall accompany him to the grave. Ha ha. Fenchuan laughed heartily. Even if you slaughter the city, it matters not to me. I only desire that boy's demise. At that moment, a streak of blood-red sword light surged from within the fiery clouds, exuding an aura of slaughter that astonished all. In the next instant, the entire expanse of fiery clouds was cleaved in two, and Ning Fan's figure reemerged. His garments were tattered, revealing his body, which bore numerous wounds, blood flowing freely. Had it been any other peak 9th-tier Void Dao cultivator, they would likely have been sliced into pieces by the blades within the fiery clouds. Yet, the primordial immortal body was extraordinarily resilient, comparable to that of a pure blood being. Ning Fan had only sustained minor injuries, with neither meridians nor organs harmed. My husband. You are unharmed. Su Wanwan exclaimed joyfully, her previous anxiety dissipating in an instant. How can this be? No one beneath the extreme Dao can survive. Fenchuan's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Beneath the extreme Dao? Absurd. That is merely your delusion. Ning Fan retorted dismissively, asserting that he had not yet exerted his full strength to break free from the fiery clouds. In the next moment, Ning Fan darted downward, and a flash of lightning appeared as he materialized before Fenchuan. With a piercing thrust, the sword of slaying immortals pierced Fenchuan's chest, traversing his body and the bloody tip emerging from his back. Cough. Burning River coughed blood, his face a portrait of unwillingness. He refrained from making a move to defend himself, for he knew it would be futile. In the moment Ning Fan cleaved through the fiery clouds with a single sword strike, Burning River comprehended his impending fate. Boy, even if you kill me, you shall not escape the ancient flame domain alive. The experts from the Gong family, the Toba Clan, the Su family, the Great Chu dynasty, and the Great Yin dynasty are all hunting for you. No matter how defiant you and your companion may be, your demise is inevitable. Even immortals cannot save you. Burning River uttered with immense resentment, lamenting that he would not witness Ning Fan's demise with his own eyes. Thank you for the information. I shall grant you a swift end. Ning Fan replied indifferently, as the sword of slaying immortals whirled within burning River's body, shredding his organs and ending his life in an instant. As the sword was withdrawn, blood gushed forth, and burning River's corpse plummeted toward the ground below. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds sliced through the air from behind Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Halt! Return the genius of the Gong family to me. 100 figures surged forth, their voices ringing with authority. Among them were several experts at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Additionally, dozens of cloaked figures appeared, previously encountered by Ning Fan, likely the formidable warriors of the Toba Clan. With several 9th level Void Realm experts in pursuit, they dared to chase after him. Let us go, Ning Fan commanded, unfurling his Kunpeng feathers and grasping Su Wanwan's hand as they surged deeper into the ancient flame domain. The speed of the Kunpeng was astonishing, making it exceedingly difficult for the 9th level Void Realm experts from the Gong and Toba families to keep up. Our identities have been exposed. The ones issuing the bounty must be either the Great Chu dynasty or the Toba Clan, Ning Fan pondered aloud. Given the Su family's resources, they likely lack the authority to issue a bounty. Even if they did, the ancestral elder of the Su family would surely be reluctant to do so. The Great Chu dynasty, however, is the most probable culprit. Chu Yunzio has indeed expended considerable effort to trace our whereabouts. While the Toba clan is powerful, their number of clansmen and intelligence network are evidently no match for the Great Chu dynasty. If I am not mistaken, our identity exposure must also be the doing of Chu Yunzio. As for the Great Yin dynasty, they did not act during our time within the Immortal Palace. What their intentions are remains a mystery to me. I wonder when my master will arrive. Ning Fan murmured. The Gong family, the Toba clan, and the Great Chu dynasty all possess numerous formidable experts. Currently, he and Su Wanwan lacked the strength to contend with such powerful adversaries. As they raced onward, several thousand miles away, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The continuous mountains vanished, and the terrain gradually flattened. Soon, a vast expanse of desolate Gobi appeared before Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. The ground was strewn with fiery red gravel and stones. The air grew increasingly scorching. Invisible heat waves rose toward the heavens, distorting the space around them. This was the deep heart of the ancient flame domain, an inhospitable and perilous environment, where even the most powerful experts of the Void Realm would think twice before venturing in. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan found themselves pursued by countless foes, with no alternative but to ascend to this desolate Gobi. Upon their arrival, Ning Fan was immediately engulfed by the ferocious and terrifying essence of fire, ravaging his very being. He was compelled to summon the power of the Tao's order within him to shield himself. Otherwise, his protective garments would be incinerated, leaving not a shred behind, and his flesh would suffer grievous harm. Fire poison. Ning Fan's countenance darkened as an intensely scorching aura infiltrated his body with relentless persistence. This essence bore an uncanny resemblance to the fire poison he had encountered within the body of the fire ape. It was evident that the fire ape had traversed this Gobi, thereby contracting the fire poison. The presence of such poison rendered the depths of the primordial flame domain even more perilous. Moments later, several teams, numbering in the hundreds, arrived at the edge of this Gobi. Gazing upon the boundless desolation, a wave of trepidation washed over them, causing all to halt in unison. Those two young individuals had ventured into this treacherous expanse. Were they unaware of the dangers that lay ahead? With no other options available, they had been cornered here. Whispers of concern spread among the crowd, many aware of the fire poison's existence upon the Gobi. Once it invaded the body, even the most powerful of the extreme Tao realm would find themselves in dire straits. For a moment, uncertainty reigned as to whether to continue the chase. Just then, a massive wooden flying ship, inscribed with intricate Tao patterns and array formations, soared overhead, heading towards the vast Gobi. What a grand vessel! Which faction possesses such resources to pursue those young ones with such an elaborate display? The onlookers were left in awe. A ship capable of venturing deep into the primordial flame domain could not be owned by any ordinary ancient clan. What shall we do? Should we merely wait here? Someone inquired. What other choice do we have? Do you wish to charge into this Gobi and meet your demise? Let us wait for the extreme Tao realm cultivators from our clan to arrive. The assembled cultivators of the 9th layer of the Void Tao lacked the courage to step onto this Gobi. Before long, another enormous ship sped towards the Gobi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. With 2 cloud ships entering the Gobi, it was likely that both harbored powerful beings from the extreme Tao realm. A figure, exuding an ethereal aura, descended gracefully. His expression calm, yet a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The Yunsong Pavilion had remained too low-key for far too long. What kind of scum dared to harm its disciples? In the vast and desolate Gobi, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan glided low. The fire poison permeating the air infiltrated almost every crevice, capable of entering their bodies through their breaths and pores. Even with the protection of the Tao's order, they could not entirely fend off the fire poison from their bodies. What lay at the end of this Gobi was still shrouded in mystery. Ning Fan murmured to himself, contemplating that if he could not escape this desolate expanse in 7 or 8 days, he would have no choice but to retrace his steps. Otherwise, the gradually accumulating fire poison within him would adversely affect both him and Su Wanwan. As he traversed countless miles, a massive fire lizard suddenly leaped from beneath the sands. Its body adorned with crimson scales, radiating a fierce aura. Bearing the ancient bloodline of the mountains, it lunged at Ning Fan. A colossal claw struck out, unleashing a wave of flames akin to crashing tides, surging with overwhelming force. Within Ning Fan's fingertips, fiery patterns materialized, the nirvana flames rising majestically, his hand resembling the claw of a divine phoenix as he clashed fiercely with the fire lizard. A resounding explosion echoed, and in an instant, blinding flames erupted, shaking the very fabric of space, while the ground below was engulfed in a sandstorm. Ning Fan's body trembled slightly as the fire lizard plummeted to the earth, burrowing back into the sands, its presence vanishing without a trace. This fire lizard was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Path realm. With its head slightly bulging as if a pair of horns were about to break through its skin, within it resided the bloodline of an ancient flame dragon. In Su Wanwan's eyes, a gleam of insight flickered as she discerned the origins of the fire lizard. It would not relent easily. It would likely seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the sands when they least expected it. Ning Fan nodded in agreement with Su Wanwan's assessment. The clash they had just experienced had been evenly matched, with neither side gaining an advantage. Given the ferocity of the beast, it was inconceivable that it would simply retreat. In his hands, he produced 2 large chunks of molten fire essence, crushing them with force. A pure and powerful aura of fire erupted forth, which he immediately absorbed into his body. As he continued to traverse the terrain, he refined this fiery essence, propelling his realm towards the 7th level of the Void Path. Moments later, a formidable force of grand order emanated from Ning Fan, signifying his ascension to the 7th level of the Void Path realm. Su Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe her senses. In these past few days, she had harnessed the infernal true fire, experiencing a surge in her own realm. Yet she still could not bridge the gap between herself and Ning Fan. At this moment, after Ning Fan refined the 2 chunks of molten fire essence, his realm had remarkably reached the 7th level of the Void Path. The disparity between them had not only remained, but had actually widened. How could this be possible? She, a reincarnated being on the verge of becoming an immortal emperor, endowed with innate dual pupils and the supreme bone, experienced no bottlenecks in her cultivation. Yet her rate of advancement paled in comparison to Ning Fan's. In a vague sense, Su Wanwan felt an inexplicable sense of dismay, as if she would eternally be unable to catch up to Ning Fan in terms of realm. However, in this moment, she chose not to dwell on such thoughts. The depths of the ancient flame domain were fraught with peril, where even formidable experts of the extreme path could meet their demise. Ning Fan's elevation in realm and augmentation of strength provided both of them with an added layer of security. After traversing several more miles, Ning Fan sensed a sudden shifting of the sands below. In the next moment, the fiery lizard once more erupted from the sands. A colossal claw tearing through the air as if to rend the heavens, manifesting an expansive array of mystical patterns aimed at Ning Fan. With a resounding cry, Ning Fan invoked the Divine Phoenix technique, transforming into the complete form of the Divine Phoenix, its tail feathers shimmering radiantly. This was the male phoenix form, ablaze with the fire of rebirth, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. One claw extended forth, descending towards the fiery lizard. Su Wanwan, taken aback, failed to perceive the profound mastery Ning Fan had achieved in the Divine Phoenix technique. A thunderous collision ensued as the 2 forces met, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. Flames erupted, resembling a celestial meteor crashing upon a volcano, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The ferocity of the clash stirred up a whirlwind of dust, creating a deep pit in the ground. The claw of the Divine Phoenix shattered, while the patterns surrounding the fiery lizard's claw disintegrated. Ning Fan's claw transformed into a fist, engaging in a fierce contest against the lizard's claw. A dull thud resonated, akin to the sound of distant thunder. Ning Fan's body jolted violently, As the sound of splintering bones emanated from the lizard's claw, it let out a shriek and plummeted rapidly into the sands below. With a resounding splash, the fiery lizard burrowed once more beneath the earth. What a cunning creature! Ning Fan exclaimed furiously, a surge of wrath swelling within him, tinged with impatience. Though he could also dive into the sands, he lacked experience in subterranean pursuits and could not hope to catch the fiery lizard. The boundless sands were akin to a vast ocean for the lizard. He and Wanwan ascended 100 feet, continuing their forward trajectory at a measured pace, while keeping a vigilant eye on the shifting sands below. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, the sands stirred once again, and the fiery lizard emerged anew. It summoned a dragon's horn, exuding a torrent of dragon chi, its formidable presence heralded by a resounding dragon's roar, manifesting the form of an ancient fire dragon. Having failed in 2 ambushes, the fiery lizard now unleashed its most powerful strike. Is the dragon horn your last resort? Ning Fan scoffed. As the phoenix form manifested once again, simultaneously conjuring 2 mighty bolts of thunder that arced around the lizard's body, plunging towards the earth below. This time, he could not allow the fiery lizard to escape. He could not fathom how many more times he might be disturbed. With a piercing cry, the divine phoenix swooped down, colliding with the ancient fire dragon. The phoenix's talons tore through the dragon's form, while the dragon's massive jaws snapped at the phoenix. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fan descended swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that struck the dragon's horn. Boom! The resounding dragon chi was shattered by Ning Fan's kick, sending the horn flying through the air. The fiery lizard's pupils constricted in sudden terror. That ancient fire dragon's horn was its greatest asset for roaming freely across this desolate expanse. Before Ning Fan could strike again, the fire lizard swiftly turned and fled towards the ground. As long as it could burrow into the sand and stones, it would be completely safe. At that moment, 2 bolts of lightning, previously laid by Ning Fan, surged upward with incredible speed, catching the fleeing fire lizard off guard. The creature was alarmed, its tail whipping up a whirlwind as it struck at 1 bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, one of its massive claws slashed towards the other bolt. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed as lightning and fire erupted in a dazzling display. The fire lizard howled in agony, its scales shattering, and its flesh charred by electric arcs. For a brief moment, its movement faltered, and then it desperately plummeted towards the sand below. In that fleeting instant, which was ample for Ning Fan, a piercing sound of a sword echoed, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword light. The sword of immortal slaying plunged downward, piercing through the very fabric of space, embedding itself in the fire lizard's back and instantly traversing its entire monstrous body. A translucent hole was left in its wake, and blood rained down from the heavens. Thud! The fire lizard's body crashed to the ground, struggling a couple of times before falling silent. Ning Fan descended, extending his hand to rest upon the fire lizard's form. Channeling the devouring heaven and earth technique, an enigmatic force of absorption surged forth, invading the lizard's body and consuming its essence and demonic power. The fire poison within the lizard was far more potent than that of the fire ape, and Ning Fan navigated carefully to avoid it. Moments later, he stood up and continued onward with Wanwan. After more than half an hour, 3 fire cloud sparrows spotted the pair, soaring high above. 1 female, 1 male, and a fledgling. These fire cloud sparrows were pure blood beings, the fledgling still feeble. However, the male and female had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Void Path realm. Just by sensing their aura, one could ascertain that their strength surpassed that of the fire lizard, making them formidable opponents, rare even beneath the extreme path realm. In this desolate expanse, encountering such powerful beings was unimaginable. Those 2 adult fire cloud sparrows see us as prey, intending to feed their fledgling, Wanwan observed. Caw! The male fire cloud sparrow screeched fiercely, diving down with tremendous force. Though its body was not large, its wings spanned dozens of yards, and its claws and beak were extraordinarily sharp, capable of tearing through space itself. I will take care of it, Ning Fan shouted, embodying the divine phoenix, soaring skyward. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle among the clouds, claws clashing and beaks colliding, producing resounding echoes akin to golden blades striking. Their wings resembled broad axes, and their feathers were as sharp as daggers as they exchanged blows in a relentless struggle. In terms of realm, Ning Fan found himself at a disadvantage, as the power of the great Taoist order did not match the fire cloud sparrow's might. Yet, the divine phoenix's extraordinary techniques and the potency of the nirvana fire surpassed that of the fire cloud sparrow's flames, compensating for the disparity in their realms. The fierce battle was nothing short of spectacular, serving as a rare training opportunity for Ning Fan. Under immense pressure, he found himself on the verge of surpassing his limits. As time passed, the female fire lark grew increasingly impatient, diving from the heights to join the fray and besiege Ning Fan. Wanwan took action, her delicate form merging with the divine phoenix technique to confront the female fire lark. The disparity in their realms had widened. Yet Wanwan not only possessed profound mastery of the divine phoenix technique, but also commanded 3 types of innate sacred flames, having cultivated the heaven-burning art. The fusion of these 3 innate extraordinary fires emitted waves potent enough to instill trepidation in any formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Void Dao realm. The flames obscured the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to 4 celestial birds locked in fierce combat. A flying vessel surged from the distance, its formation activated, enveloping itself in a radiant shield that radiated a cascade of light. The pursuers have arrived. Ning Fan's expression shifted, internally lamenting the dire situation. Engaged with the fire lizard and embroiled in battle with the fire lark, he had squandered precious time. Since stepping onto this barren land, he had been progressing at an oblique angle, yet he had not anticipated being caught up so soon. Such a colossal ship could not have been constructed without the profound heritage akin to that of an ancient aristocratic family. Ning Fan could not ascertain whether there were supreme experts aboard the vessel, placing him and Wanwan in a precarious position. Quickly settle this, Ning Fan bellowed, a hint of primal energy enveloping the claws of the divine phoenix. Wanwan's exquisite visage turned solemn as she summoned all 3 innate sacred flames, coalescing them into a fiery orb to hurl at the fire lark. The 2 fire larks, equally wary of the individuals on the ship, were also intent on a swift resolution, fighting desperately. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, akin to the sound of gold shattering stone, unleashing a furious and scorching whirlwind around them. The ship did not approach, but rather halted at a distance. The occupants aboard appeared intrigued by the intense clash between Ning Fan, Wanwan, and the 2 fire larks, observing the battle with keen interest. Impatient, Ning Fan dispelled the form of the divine phoenix and unleashed the Kunpeng technique. The Kunpeng screeched, its might resonating through the heavens, feathers dark as the abyss, wings spanning thousands of feet, exuding an aura of terror. Its sheer size alone was sufficient to overpower the fire lark. Ning Fan held nothing back, channeling all his strength as the primal energy converged upon his claws. With a resounding impact, he struck down, tearing through the fire lark's feathers and causing blood to spurt forth. The Kunpeng sword, casting a vast shadow that enveloped both Wanwan and the female fire lark. Together, they unleashed their might, reducing the female fire lark to ashes beneath the claws of the Kunpeng and the divine phoenix. High above, the juvenile fire lark shrieked in desperation. But Ning Fan did not relent. A bolt of thunder erupted forth, obliterating it. "Let us go," Ning Fan urged, aware that if there were supreme experts aboard the ship, they had comprehended the essence of the great Tao and wielded its formidable power. Even with the swiftness of the Kunpeng technique and the divine phoenix technique, he lacked absolute confidence in evading them. "Please wait a moment. I have a request." At that instant, a youthful figure darted from the spaceship. The voice was familiar. Ning Fan recognized it as that of Jin, the 7th prince of the Great Yin dynasty, whom he had encountered within the Celestial Palace. "What is it?" Ning Fan retorted, not pausing his stride as he distanced himself from the spacecraft. "I wish to borrow that ancient map for a moment. If you have any requests, feel free to state them," Jin declared. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. It was indeed for the burning heaven annihilation map that he had come. This revelation granted him a measure of confidence, knowing that he possessed something Jin desired. Even if there were formidable beings aboard the spaceship, they would likely refrain from acting rashly. He retrieved the burning heaven annihilation map, holding it firmly in his grasp. "Step closer, and I shall tear this ancient map to shreds," Ning Fan warned, maintaining his vigilance. Should he present the burning heaven annihilation map for Jin's inspection? Who could predict whether Jin would resort to treachery, seizing it by force? Chapter 78. Does the princess desire to sit as a concubine? As anticipated, Jin remained rooted in place, extending his arms above his head, empty-handed, to convey goodwill. Ning Fan sensed that the burning heaven annihilation map he held might not be the object Jin sought. An immortal technique was undoubtedly precious. Of that there was no doubt. However, if Ning Fan's intuition served him correctly, Jin was likely in search of a map or a key that would guide them to a certain secret realm. uncovering the profound origins between the ancient flame domain and the great Yin dynasty. Yet, Ning Fan refrained from revealing the truth. The Burning Heaven Annihilation map was his trump card in this negotiation. Your Highness, it is not that I do not trust you. Rather, human nature is inscrutable. And there have been many who sought my life along this journey. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. My friend, I am aware of your identity as a disciple of the Cloud Song Pavilion. I am the Supreme Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty, and I share a long-standing friendship with Meng Ku, the headmaster of Ching Bamboo Peak. Xianjin proclaimed, striving to express his utmost sincerity. The Celestial Palace had not been opened for a millennium, and Ning Fan and Su Wanwan were the first to enter. Upon entering the Celestial Palace with Xianling, they had not found what they were seeking. Thus Xianjin had reason to suspect that the secret they desired lay within the ancient map Ning Fan had secured. This was pivotal for the rise of the Great Yin Dynasty and its potential transformation into an immortal empire, which would also determine whether Xianjin could ascend to the throne of the Great Yin Dynasty. I am aware that the headmaster of Ching Bamboo Peak holds a position of relative insignificance within the Cloud Song Pavilion, but you must trust me, he continued. Having heard of Ning Fan and Su Wanwan's affiliations, yet lacking the full context, he merely felt that Meng Ku's stature seemed somewhat inadequate, hence his additional remarks. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely the long-standing friendship between the Supreme Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty and Meng Ku that resonated with Ning Fan. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened as he and Su Wanwan approached Xianjin, still on guard, yet he prepared to relinquish the Burning Heaven Annihilation map. Esteemed individuals, within this desolate Gobi desert lies a perilous fire poison. Even if your talents are extraordinary, it would be challenging to withstand its effects. After several hours, should the poison accumulate to a certain degree, even a great Luo Jingxian would be unable to provide salvation. This vessel of the Great Yin Dynasty is an ancient celestial ship, left behind from a bygone era, equipped with an array that can repel the fire poison. Xianjin stated gravely, acknowledging that while several hours might be an exaggeration, the accumulation of the fire poison is indeed troublesome. As a gesture of good faith, I shall accompany you aboard the ship. Once I confirm our safety, I will graciously bestow upon you this ancient map. I swear upon the heavens. Ning Fan replied solemnly. Recognizing that this demand was somewhat excessive, yet he must ensure an unassailable safety for himself and Su Wanwan. The existence of the fire poison had indeed swayed him. He could not allow any latent dangers to remain within their bodies, compromising their future cultivation. Not a problem, Xianjin exclaimed, his spirits lifted. To swear by the heavens was to wager his path to immortality. The heavens possess a will, and the tribulations of immortality are but manifestations of this divine intent. Ning Fan approached, sealing Xuanjin's meridians, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and guiding him towards the vessel. Upon the immense ship, radiant with the glow of dawn, a gap appeared, allowing Ning Fan, Su Wanwan, and Xianjin to step aboard. Instantly, the brilliance flashed, and the gap sealed. The fire poison had vanished. Ning Fan mused. Upon stepping onto the ship, he could no longer sense the presence of the fire poison. This vessel indeed lived up to its reputation as an artifact from the ancient era, capable of traversing the Gobi with unparalleled grace. However, witnessing Ning Fan press Xianjin onto the ship, the expressions of the powerful figures from the Great Yin Dynasty turned grim. You insolent brat, release my brother. Do you have any idea of his esteemed identity? He is the crown prince of the Great Yin Dynasty, the most exceptional genius of our time, Xianling exclaimed. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, her eyes aflame with fury. It must be noted that she was strikingly beautiful, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Clad in armor, her form poised and graceful, exuding the essence of a valiant warrior, capable of achieving great feats on the battlefield. However, her tempestuous temperament starkly contrasted with her brother Xianjin. In that fleeting moment of Xuanling's outburst, the celestial slaying sword held by Ning Fan was poised at Xuanjin's throat. Ning Fan was unacquainted with the concept of diplomacy before force. He adhered to the philosophy of employing force prior to negotiation. Any form of etiquette is contingent upon an equilibrium of power. It is only by grasping the adversary's weaknesses that one earns the right to negotiate. As the sword's sharp edge pressed against Xuanjin's skin, blood began to trickle forth. Stop, you audacious youth. Do you dare to harm the crown prince of the Great Yin Dynasty? Lay down your sword, or you both shall meet a fate without burial. The faces of all the formidable warriors from the Great Yin Dynasty aboard the spaceship transformed dramatically, each displaying palpable tension as they encircled. Among them were two powerful beings at the extreme Dao realm, their their bodies radiating an overwhelming force of the great Tao, exuding an astonishing pressure. Indeed, there were two formidable entities stationed here. Ning Fan mused inwardly, a sinister expression creeping onto his face. Step back. Otherwise, you may test whether my sword strikes faster than your moves. The numerous warriors of the great Yin dynasty exchanged wary glances, their anxiety palpable as they hesitated to advance. The atmosphere thick with tension. Young man, do you wish to perish alongside the heir of the great Yin dynasty? An elder at the extreme Tao realm barked. I only seek to survive. If my wife and I are safe, your heir will be safe as well, and I shall unconditionally present that ancient map. However, if you dare to act against us, I would rather shatter into pieces than submit. Ning Fan retorted vehemently. I command you to retreat. Are you rebelling? Do you not heed my words? Xianjin thundered, prompting the warriors of the great Yin dynasty to gradually step back. Only Xianling remained, gripping her treasured sword. Her eyes glinting with resentment as she fixed her gaze on Ning Fan, as if she longed to rend him asunder. Xianling, do not be disrespectful. If you still regard me as your brother, heed my words and step back. Xianjin admonished again. Xianling's expression was one of deep grievance. She could not fathom why her brother would risk himself as a hostage to allow this young man aboard. Clang! The sword slipped from her grasp. Tears cascading down her cheeks as she fled to her quarters on the cloud ship. Ultimately, she remained a woman, despite her valiant demeanor and commendable aptitude for cultivation. Her psychological resilience paled in comparison to Xianjin's. Only then did Ning Fan lower his sword, and Xianjin took a deep breath. The tension among the warriors of the great Yin dynasty gradually easing. Brother Xianjin, do not take offense. I am compelled by circumstance. Ning Fan spoke with a blend of courtesy and assertiveness, the distance between him and Xianjin ample enough for him to seize the latter's life in an instant. With his meridian sealed and the power of the great Tao's order rendered useless, Xianjin had no hope of escape. Fear not. A true man should possess such magnanimity. Otherwise, he is unworthy of being the future emperor of the great Yin dynasty, Xianjin stated, seating himself on the deck, intentionally inching closer to Ning Fan. May I inquire your name, brother? Ning Fan, disciple of the Qingzhou Peak of Yunsong Pavilion. My master is Meng Ku, the head of the Qingzhou Peak. Ning Fan replied, feeling considerably more at ease as he settled onto the deck. Upon hearing this, Xianjin's eyes widened in astonishment. Ning brother, how do you find my sister Xianling's appearance? Would you consider her as a concubine? Chapter 79, Taking a Concubine. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Ning Fan's expression shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he involuntarily cast a sidelong glance at Su Wanwan. Brother, you truly dare to speak so boldly. Can you not see my rightful wife standing right behind me? My wife is a ruthless empress who has slain countless foreign warriors without so much as a blink. Even the numerous powerful figures present from the great Yin dynasty were nearly left speechless. Ninth Prince, I am already married, so there seems to be no necessity for that. Ning Fan remarked in astonishment. Ah, the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with countless consorts. It is quite normal for a man to take multiple wives. I understand that you and your wife share a deep bond, so it would suffice to have Xianling as a concubine, Xianjin said earnestly. The Grand Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty was an old friend of Ning Fan's mentor, Meng Ku, and with his sister marrying Ning Fan, it further solidified their bond. Ning Fan, after slaying Feng Yi and sweeping aside various formidable opponents outside the Celestial Palace, departed with composure, and Xianjin observed it all. He recognized Ning Fan as an exceptionally rare genius, and as the heir to the Great Yin Dynasty. He should seize every opportunity to connect with other talents and expand his network for future support. Ning Fan glanced back at Su Wanwan, only to find his wife's beautiful face icy as frost, her aura brimming with lethal intent, as if to say that should he agree, she would pierce his head with a single shot. Reflecting on Xianling's fiery temperament, which seemed to suggest she would not hesitate to eliminate him first, Ning Fan suddenly felt a chill. When Su Wanwan was already enough, adding a Xianling to the mix would leave him trembling in fear every day. He would have to protect himself at night, worried that one careless moment could lead to being castrated and killed repeatedly. Brother Ning, are you truly worried about my sister's fiery temper? Rest assured, I will teach her how to be a virtuous wife and mother, Xianjin assured, convinced that Ning Fan's refusal stemmed from disdain for Xianling's temperament. Aside from that one flaw, Xianling's beauty, purity, and talent were beyond reproach. Brother, a furious voice boomed from the cabin. Moments later, Xianling emerged, her delicate features flushed with anger, her ponytail swaying vigorously. I would rather die than marry that brat. Even if I have to become a nun, I will not marry him." With that declaration, Xianling stormed back into the cabin without looking back. "Brother Xianjin, such matters cannot be forced. It must be mutual affection. Besides, I seek only a devoted partner, one who will not part ways with me till old age." Ning Fan expressed his refusal to Xianjin while simultaneously conveying his sentiments to Su Wanwan. In the celestial realm, it was common for powerful men to have multiple wives, and there were also formidable women with numerous male suitors. Yet, Ning Fan felt he could not betray Su Wanwan from the moment they wed. She had never looked down on his lack of strength, fully committed to their bond. The chill on Su Wanwan's face softened slightly. Her heart stirred, secretly pleased. Indeed, he was a man worthy of the Emperor's favor. "Let us discuss this later," Xianjin replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Xianling's current arrogance was a result of both his protection and the fact that the time for marriage had not yet arrived. As a princess of the Great Yin dynasty, the matter of her marriage could not be left solely to her discretion. Even if Xianling does not wed Ning Fan, she will ultimately be married off to another man due to the political alliances formed between the Great Yin dynasty and other factions. Even her own brother is powerless to dictate her fate. His desire for Xianling to unite with Ning Fan, aside from his ulterior motives of courting favor, stems from a genuine wish to secure her a favorable future. Regrettably, Xianling is yet unable to comprehend the depth of his intentions. Nevertheless, Xianjin is reluctant to relinquish hope and chooses to wait for a more opportune moment to revisit the matter. The celestial vessel soared through the boundless expanse above the Gobi Desert, occasionally encountering formidable creatures that were unable to breach the ship's protective celestial array. Creatures lacking sufficient strength were obliterated upon collision with the vessel, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The beings inhabiting this desolate land, influenced by the fire poison, had undergone a drastic alteration in their mental state, becoming violent and aggressive, attacking anyone in sight. Xianjin remarked that if the fire poison were to accumulate within one's body, it would also corrupt their nature. After several hours, the previously tense atmosphere aboard the ship gradually eased. 2 days later, the vessel traversed the entirety of the Gobi, revealing an endless sea of magma ahead. Beyond this molten expanse lay their destination, the profound depths of the primordial flame domain. Xianjin disclosed that their purpose for this journey was to seek out the celestial flame stone, a treasure of unparalleled value, comparable to semi-divine elixirs. The celestial flame stone was exceedingly rare, with several powerful figures from the Great Yin dynasty returning empty-handed in their pursuits. Few possess the strength to navigate across the sea of magma, as the depths of the primordial flame domain are the origins of the eternal life clan, the Yin tribe, safeguarded by celestial formations. Even if others could traverse the magma sea, entry would remain beyond their reach. The royal family of the Great Yin dynasty possesses unique means to access the origin of the Yin tribe. Moments later, the celestial vessel hovered above the magma sea. Ning Fan extended a hand beyond the celestial array, sensing the pure and overwhelming aura of fire that permeated the air above the molten waters. Though it lacked a certain ferocity, the essence of the fire Tao was profoundly rich, rendering this locale a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Shortly after hovering above the magma sea, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths below. A colossal crocodile, measuring several hundred zhang in length, leapt from the magma sea, its scales glowing a fiery red, exuding an aura of malevolence. It opened its massive jaws, its fangs resembling celestial weapons, lunging towards the celestial vessel. This creature was a powerful being of the extreme Tao realm. A single bite could shatter even a fallen star. The creatures of the Gobi, despite enduring the ravages of fire poison, dared not approach this sea of magma, for their insufficient strength would only render them prey for the extreme Tao beings residing here. "This giant crocodile is extraordinary. We must capture it," Xianjin commanded, as hunting the ferocious beasts of the magma sea represented a significant boon for their expedition. Boom! The giant crocodile's jaws clashed against the barrier of the celestial array, causing the protective formation to shudder. The beast emitted a mournful cry, its body drenched in blood. Two powerful figures of the extreme Tao realm unleashed their might, channeling the fundamental power of the Tao, as a fire seal, akin to a mountain, descended to suppress the crocodile's form, while a sharp weapon pierced through its skull. The colossal crocodile lay lifeless, its body dragged back by two formidable beings of the extreme path realm, unceremoniously tossed onto the deck of the ship. This ancient creature bore within it the bloodline of a bygone era. The flesh of beings from the extreme path realm is a rare and precious medicine, Su Wanwan remarked. Ning Fan, captivated, mused that the crocodile's meat, when grilled, would undoubtedly be a delicacy of the mortal realm. If Brother Ning is interested, you may dispose of this giant crocodile as you wish. Xianjin was not stingy. The vast expanse of this magma sea promised many opportunities to hunt powerful beings of the extreme path in the future. Ning Fan, unreserved, began to prepare the crocodile's skin and flesh, soon igniting a fire. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted throughout the entire vessel. The denizens of the celestial realm had never encountered the culinary arts of the modern world, and coupled with the exceptional quality of the ingredients, the fragrance made everyone aboard the ship salivate uncontrollably. Although they bore a grudge against Ning Fan, the allure of the food was simply irresistible. There is enough for everyone, Ning Fan declared, noting the crocodile's size, which was ample for all to share. With Xianjin's nod of approval, the crowd eagerly approached. Even the two beings of the extreme path could not maintain their composure. At that moment, Xianling's face peeked out from the cabin, watching as the others indulged, their mouths slick with grease, unable to suppress a gulp. Chapter 80. If the princess desires it, let her feast. In his previous life, Ning Fan had devoted all his energy to the pursuit of culinary delights, aside from the occasional foot massage at a club and his aversion to cilantro. With simple cooking techniques and impeccable timing, he could maximize the tenderness and flavor of the meat. With such culinary prowess, I could rival the Empress herself. Even Su Wanwan expressed her admiration, let alone the young girl Xianling. Xianjin noticed Xianling's little head peeking from the cabin and deliberately feigned ignorance. It was high time to temper this girl's fiery temperament, or she would truly become uncontrollable. Brother Ning, this is a fine wine exclusive to our great Yin dynasty. Do give it a try. Quite good. This wine is strong. Ning Fan nodded in appreciation after taking a sip. The wine presented by Xianjin was fiery upon entry, imbued with a hint of the essence of the great Tao. Truly a rare elixir. Wicked brother. How can you favor an outsider and neglect your own sister? Xianling pouted, stamping her foot in frustration. Princess, if you desire it, come and partake. Ning Fan smiled. Holding no ill feelings towards Xianling, he perceived her merely as a spirited young girl, straightforward and without guile. Gluttonous little girl, do not be shy. The earlier quarrel was of no consequence to me. Upon hearing herself called a gluttonous little girl, Xianling's cheeks flushed, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet, the allure of the food was too great to resist. She gradually approached Ning Fan, picking up a piece of crocodile meat to savor. The moment the meat touched her lips, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Ding! The system detected that the protagonist Su Wanwan had reached the 4th minor completion of the Void Dao realm, rewarding the host with an elevation to the 7th minor completion of the Void Dao realm. The mechanical voice of the system resonated within Ning Fan's mind, indicating Su Wanwan's further advancement in strength. Ning Fan, even if I indulge in the crocodile meat you've prepared, do not expect me to marry you as a concubine. After satisfying her hunger, a trace of vital energy escaped through her mouth and nose with each breath, her delicate face flushed. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. Yet, this adage seemed utterly ineffective with Xianling, who stood resolutely before Ning Fan. Simultaneously, Xianling could not help but steal glances at Su Wanwan. The young maiden possessed an ethereal beauty, her demeanor serene and her temperament gentle, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. In the presence of Su Wanwan, Xianling felt a sense of inadequacy. It was not that she believed herself lacking in beauty compared to Su Wanwan. Rather, it was the tranquility and gentleness that she feared she could never emulate. A woman like Su Wanwan, who willingly accepted Ning Fan as her husband, made the notion of being a concubine to him seem far from unjust. In recent years, her father had persistently introduced her to princes from foreign lands, yet they were either unremarkable or notoriously debauched. As for the offspring of noble families, Xianling regarded them with even greater disdain. Compared to such individuals, Ning Fan appeared to be a commendable man. What chaotic thoughts are swirling in my mind? Xianling mentally exclaimed, dismissing the impossible notion of developing feelings for Ning Fan. You're overthinking it. Even if you were willing to marry, I would not want to take you as my wife, Ning Fan remarked, declaring that one Su Wanwan was sufficient. The thought of adding a second Xianling made life seem insufferable. Xianling was momentarily taken aback, questioning the implication of his words. Did he truly find her unworthy? Beyond her personality and grace, she believed she was not lacking in merit. Ning Fan, what do you mean? Do you think this princess is unworthy of you? Ling challenged him. Ning Fan hesitated, momentarily speechless. Jun had suggested she take on the role of a concubine, and now, with Ning Fan refusing to marry, she was displeased. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts can be quite perplexing. Ling, cease this unreasonable behavior, Jun admonished. Even he, as her elder brother, felt she had crossed a line. Humph. Ling huffed indignantly and returned to the cabin in a huff. Several hours later, two formidable beings of the extreme Dao realm from the Dayan dynasty had successfully hunted numerous powerful creatures, their bounty immense. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as an ancient bloodline flame dragon leaped from the sea of magma, charging toward the ship. Bang! The ship shuddered violently, the celestial formation trembling. The flame dragon was exceedingly powerful. The two extreme Dao realm experts dared not leave the formation to engage it in battle. However, the flame dragon, unable to breach the celestial formation, let out a roar of frustration before retreating back into the sea of magma after half an hour. After a few more hours, the sea of magma surged with towering waves. A dozen merfolk leapt from the ocean's surface, their lower halves adorned with fiery red fish bodies, while their upper halves bore human forms. The males were strikingly handsome, and the females breathtakingly beautiful, yet their gazes were filled with a ferocious malevolence, their teeth sharp and menacing. The formidable warriors of the great Yin dynasty had long been prepared, casting the corpses of various creatures into the depths of the sea. With a series of splashes, the merfolk dove into the magma sea, greedily seizing the lifeless bodies. With little to fear, the warriors of the great Yin dynasty gradually let their guard down. 3 days later, a mysterious ancient land emerged in the distance, characterized by a range of mountains and thriving crimson spiritual flora, resembling a sea of fire that contrasted starkly with the desolate wasteland nearby. As the vessel approached, it became evident that a mysterious ancient formation surrounded this land, revealing intricate patterns that obstructed the ship's passage. These patterns were celestial runes, and the formation was indeed an otherworldly array. Wanwan whispered to Ning Fan, noting that the enigmatic patterns were beyond the comprehension of others present. However, as a reincarnated being of a quasi-immortal emperor, she could discern them as celestial runes and formations at a glance. Jin and Ling advanced, soaring into the formation and forcefully cutting their wrists. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the celestial runes. With a resonant hum, a mysterious voice of the great Tao echoed, and the celestial runes before them dissipated, creating an opening in the protective array of the ancient land. Without the royal bloodline of the great Yin dynasty, entry to this sacred ground would be impossible. Jin and Ling's complexion slightly paled as they returned to the vessel and commanded their subordinates to set sail. The ship hovered above the coastline, and everyone disembarked. The ancient land was fraught with restrictions, resembling a labyrinth. Navigating the cloud ship recklessly would be perilous. Jin explained that they must proceed on foot. Within this ancient terrain, the essence of the fire Tao was pure and abundant, teeming with vitality. Truly a land of immortals. The aura of the celestial Tao permeates the very air, Wanwan remarked softly, noting that the further they ventured, the more potent the celestial aura became. Indeed, the origin of the Cultivation clan was extraordinary. Ning Fan's eyes glimmered with astonishment. After 2 hours, the footsteps of Jin, Ling, and the others began to slow. Their luck had not been favorable. They had not discovered the celestial source stones they sought, though they had come across a few 5th and 6th grade sacred herbs. Proceeding further would be perilous. Previously, the strongest warriors of the great Yin dynasty only ventured this far. Jin stated solemnly, having achieved this result only after countless lives had been sacrificed. At that moment, Ning Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He realized that the contours of the mountains in this ancient land bore an almost identical resemblance to those depicted in the Celestial Incineration Map. The Celestial Incineration Map is not merely a celestial technique. It is indeed a genuine map. Ning Fan thought, astonished. It now seemed that his earlier belief, that the Celestial Incineration Map was not what Jin sought, was not entirely accurate. He unfurled the map of the burning sky and desolation, gazing at it alongside Jin. Jin's meridians were now sealed, his life firmly within Ning Fan's grasp. Is this the map of the ancient land? Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, swiftly transforming into sheer elation. This is precisely what he had sought. Not merely a map, but also a celestial technique, Ning Fan remarked. Thank you, Brother Ning. I shall remember this favor. Jin clasped his fists together and bowed deeply to Ning Fan. Brother Jin, "You are too courteous," Ning Fan replied, acknowledging his own greatest vulnerability, his inability to withstand genuine sincerity from others. Yet, his clear sense of affection and aversion was, in itself, a virtue. With this map in hand, we shall delve deeper into the mysteries of the origin of the Flame Clan. Xianjin was immensely excited, ready to accomplish what the Yin dynasty had failed to achieve for years. Following the guidance of the Burning Sky and Desolation map, they continued onward. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted, and vast celestial patterns illuminated. A blazing beam of fire, resembling a colossal arrow, hurtled towards them. The faces of all present shifted in alarm. They had inadvertently triggered a restriction. Two formidable beings of the extreme path shouted in unison, unleashing their primal forces. Together, they braced themselves to absorb the impact of the fiery onslaught. Boom! The two extreme path beings were violently thrown back, blood spurting from their mouths, their faces ashen, and their breaths became feeble. A wave of terror washed over the crowd. What a terrifying restriction this was. It took the combined strength of two extreme path experts, at the cost of severe injury, merely to withstand it. Alas, though the Burning Sky and Desolation map illuminated our path, it offered no means to evade the restrictions. Xianjin sighed, his earlier excitement replaced by utter disappointment. Without the ability to circumvent the restrictions, possessing the map was futile. They had only just encountered one restriction, yet it had severely wounded two extreme path experts, rendering them temporarily powerless. The road ahead was too daunting for Xianjin to even contemplate. To be presented with immense hope only to plunge into utter despair was a disheartening transformation, leaving his spirits in a trough that even affected his state of mind. "You may follow me," Wanwan declared, her eyes revealing a rare duality as she strode confidently ahead. The members of the Yin dynasty were taken aback, unable to believe Wanwan's words, frozen in place, hesitant to advance. If they accidentally triggered another restriction, the two severely injured extreme path experts would undoubtedly perish. Only Ning Fan followed closely behind Wanwan, his innate duality allowing him to perceive the surrounding restrictions without surprise. Before long, Ning Fan and Wanwan had ventured several thousand feet ahead, while the members of the Yin dynasty remained stationary, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and trepidation. Had they not yet encountered a restriction purely by chance? Was it mere luck? These two young individuals possessed an audacious spirit. The formidable warriors of the great Yin dynasty engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Xianjin found it hard to accept the actions of the two, urgently exclaiming, "Brother Ning, your approach is far too reckless. Do not act impulsively." Ning Fan and Wanwan appeared oblivious to Xianjin's concerns, resolutely continuing their journey. It was only when their figures had nearly vanished from the sight of the crowd that they finally halted. "Brother Xianjin, you need not worry," Ning Fan declared. Xianjin's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to follow. "Xianling, accompany me. The rest remain here." The faces of the great Yin dynasty's members changed drastically, and they fervently pleaded with him. "Your Highness, this is unthinkable. That lad is merely lucky. This ancient land is vast, and the path ahead is perilous. Even immortals could perish here. As the heir of the great Yin dynasty, you cannot gamble with your life." The crowd knelt, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. "My decision is made. You need not urge me further. I trust Ning Fan," Xianjin proclaimed, and with that, he and Xianling followed in the footsteps left by Ning Fan and Wanwan. The restrictions here were formidable. The two dared not misstep, their feet nearly aligning with the imprints on the ground. Soon, Xianjin and Xianling caught up with the silhouettes of Ning Fan and Wanwan. "There is no need for such tension," Wanwan remarked nonchalantly, her unique eyes capable of discerning the locations of restrictions. The barriers were not as densely clustered as Xianjin and Xianling had imagined. It was unnecessary to tread only in her footprints. It was then that Xianjin noticed the extraordinary quality of Wanwan's eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. "A natural dual pupil," he exclaimed incredulously. He had believed Ning Fan's strength to be remarkable, having slain for Yi despite the disparity in realms, showcasing unparalleled talent. Little did he know that Ning Fan's wife, Wanwan, possessed an even more extraordinary gift, her innate dual pupil surpassing the top geniuses of the supreme sects and immortal clans. "Rest assured, my wife will not falter," Ning Fan replied calmly, and upon noticing that the others from the great Yin dynasty had not followed, he relaxed his vigilance and released Xianjin's meridians. The four of them proceeded at a measured pace, discovering numerous fifth-grade medicinal herbs along the way, which they divided equally. Celestial flame stones. Beneath a steep mountain peak, Xianjin discovered several celestial flame stones imbued with the essence of the celestial path, his joy instantaneously soaring. Above the mountain, powerful fluctuations suggested the presence of even more celestial flame stones. Alas, the numerous restrictions formed an impenetrable barrier that their current strength could not surmount. After traversing the mountains for an entire day and night, the four emerged into a vast plain devoid of any restrictions. The plain was filled with sprawling palaces, remnants of ancient architecture. We have arrived. At last, we have reached our destination, Xianjin exclaimed with overwhelming joy, his excitement palpable. For millennia, the great Yin dynasty had ventured into the ancient flame domain countless times, all in pursuit of this very place. For figures darted forth, revealing numerous crumbling temples scattered about, remnants of decay devoid of any significant value. Only one celestial palace stood magnificent, adorned with countless celestial inscriptions, emanating a dazzling brilliance. The celestial palace that Ning Fan had previously entered paled in comparison, akin to a mere star beside a radiant moon, a stark contrast indeed. The grand entrance of the palace was firmly shut as the four ascended the steps, arriving before the imposing doors. Xianjin, filled with impatience, rushed to push the palace doors, exerting all his strength, yet they remained immovable. Brother, there is a dent in the center of the door. Quickly place the seal given by father upon it. That seal must be the key to opening the doors, Xianling urged. At her words, Xianjin's eyes lit up with realization as he hastily produced a seal, roughly the size of half a palm, which he embedded into the indentation, covering only half of it. With a resonating hum, the celestial inscriptions on one door flared to life, while the other door remained unresponsive. Xianjin attempted to push once more, but the doors still did not budge. It was evident that the seal he held was merely half of the key. To unlock the celestial palace, the other half must be found. But who could say where that elusive half lay? Why has the heavens forsaken me? Xianjin cried out in utter frustration, gazing skyward. Ning Fan's gaze flickered. The other half of the key was indeed upon him. Chapter 82. The princess develops affection for Ning Fan. Ning Fan retrieved the other half of the seal, intricately engraved with a fire phoenix, perfectly complementing the male phoenix depicted on Xianjin's half. The other half of the seal is with you? Xianjin exclaimed in astonishment. Together with the diagram of celestial annihilation, this half of the seal constituted the very object they sought. Originally, he had thought it to be inconsequential when he placed it alongside the diagram. Little did he know it was the key to unlocking this celestial palace. Fortunately, he had sensed the significance of the item and had taken it with him, or else their journey would have been in vain. With a gentle smile, Ning Fan stepped forward, inserting the half seal into the groove of the palace door. A resonant hum filled the air, and the celestial inscriptions on the second door blazed brilliantly. With a creak, the doors swung open automatically, revealing a mystical light that radiated from within, as enchanting as a celestial realm. Ning Fan, Xianjin, and Xianling were all taken aback, while only Wanwan, being well-versed in such matters, maintained her composure. Her delicate features serene. Such a mysterious celestial palace surely harbored a divine legacy. A lineage that had birthed a powerful celestial king could only be deemed a family of eternal life. And it appeared this palace was indeed a remnant of a celestial king. Xianjin and Xianling were filled with astonishment and joy. Should they acquire the legacy of a celestial king, not only would their fate soar, but the great Yin dynasty would rise as well. With eagerness, Xianjin and Xianling strode boldly into the celestial palace, with Ning Fan and Wanwan closely trailing behind. Within the celestial palace, the flames illuminated the surroundings, and ethereal clouds obscured the sky. This space, employing a spatial array, claimed to be an independent realm, far more vast than it appeared from the outside, resembling a miniature world. The atmosphere was thick with the essence of the celestial path. Wanwan whispered into Ning Fan's ear, noting that the celestial origin aura within the palace was at least 100-fold more potent than that outside. There lingered a trace of celestial origin energy, a power only attainable by those of the celestial king realm. Despite the aura being exceedingly thin within the palace, its presence was still astonishing, confirming that this ancient land was indeed the origin of the Changsheng family. The Yin clan perished in ancient times, and as time flowed on, the survival of even a trace of celestial origin energy in the present day was a remarkable feat. The decorations within the celestial palace were not well preserved. Many items lay scattered and broken, creating a chaotic scene. Various ancient spiritual treasures, and celestial artifacts were strewn across the ground, rusted and devoid of luster. Some even cracked and stripped of their inherent value. A statue lay fallen, depicting a vividly lifelike being, resembling a tiger with a golden mane that shimmered brilliantly, exuding an air of majesty and righteousness. The complete Bien technique, Ning Fan declared solemnly, recognizing that the power of the Bien technique was comparable to that of the Swan and Eye technique. A fully intact Bien technique would be enough to shake the entire eastern wilderness. Xianjin and Xianling were envious. Even without considering the potential marvels this celestial palace might hold, the presence of the towering Bien technique alone was a tremendous gain, making their journey worthwhile. Ning brother, allow you two to comprehend this Bien technique first. Once you have achieved mastery, you may return it to our Dayan dynasty. What do you think? Xianjin suggested cautiously, aware that the burning heaven annihilation diagram and the other half of the talisman were both produced by Ning Fan. Without Su Wanwan's guidance, the siblings would have had no chance of reaching this celestial palace, and a forced entry would spell certain doom. No need. The Bien technique belongs to you siblings. Ning Fan replied. Both he and Su Wanwan possessed extraordinary techniques, rendering the Bien technique less significant to them. It was better to grant a favor to Xianjin and Xianling, allowing them to take it. Yet, Ning Fan harbored his own intentions. When they encountered something beneficial for him and Su Wanwan later, it would be only natural for him to accept it. Upon hearing this, Xianjin and Xianling were filled with joy. Thank you, Ning brother, Xianjin expressed with a bow, knowing that his position as the crown prince would be further solidified upon returning to the Dayan dynasty. Xianling's gaze towards Ning Fan softened, showing less animosity and more gratitude, as if she no longer found him disagreeable. As they continued forward, a bronze fire lamp lay on the ground, with a flicker of flame still burning on its wick. An operational celestial artifact, Xianjin exclaimed in delight. The flame still flickering indicated that this ancient bronze lamp must possess considerable power. Ning brother, this bronze lamp is yours. Although Xianjin's gaze lingered on the lamp with desire, he chose not to be greedy and willingly offered it to Ning Fan. Ning brother, this bronze lamp seems fated for you. It is better suited to your hands. Ning Fan had no need for it, with the slaying immortal sword in his grasp. Ordinary celestial artifacts naturally held no allure for him. Having already acquired the Bixian treasure technique, how could he possibly accept another immortal weapon? Xianjin, as the crown prince of the great Yin dynasty, possessed exceptional emotional intelligence and could clearly discern that talk of fate was merely an excuse. This immortal artifact holds no use for me, Ning Fan remarked. Why not extend another favor and bestow it upon Xianjin and Xianling, the royal siblings? After a brief hesitation, Xianjin stepped forward and lifted the ancient bronze chalice. Boom! The ancient lamp trembled violently. The flame upon its wick suddenly flared into a towering pillar of light, unleashing a scorching wave of heat. Divine artifacts possess sentience. Not just anyone is worthy of becoming their master. The more formidable the artifact, the more untamable it proves to be. Xianjin's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he struck his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of vital essence that splashed onto the ancient bronze lamp. The lamp grew calm, recognizing the familiar bloodline in an instant, submitting to its new master. Within Xianjin's body, the power of the great Tao surged forth, converging upon the bronze lamp. Roar! A fearsome draconic cry reverberated through the miniature realm within the immortal hall. Then, from the wick erupted an overwhelming blaze, giving birth to 9 primordial flame dragons. The 9 dragons' bronze lamp. This was the supreme treasure of the Flame Clan. Xianjin was both awestruck and ecstatic as the immortal artifact acknowledged him as its master, revealing its name in the process. Brother Ning, words cannot express my gratitude for this tremendous favor, he uttered sincerely. In Xianling's eyes, the previous resentment had completely dissipated, replaced instead by a glimmer of profound emotion. Only now did she fully comprehend the wisdom behind her brother's decision to willingly offer himself as a hostage, ensuring Ning Fan and Su Wanwan boarded their vessel. Her own perspective, she realized, had been far too narrow. As they pressed onward, they encountered statues of the Fire Phoenix and the Baifeng bird. Though both were severely damaged, their inscribed techniques rendered incomplete. Ning Fan showed no interest in them, for he deemed such fragmented arts far less valuable than rare spiritual herbs or treasures. Had there been immortal elixirs or celestial medicines, however, he would not have hesitated to claim them. Before long, the four arrived at the heart of this miniature realm. Ahead lay an intricate immortal formation, its surface etched with divine runes, faint flickers of multicolored flames visible within. Xianling stepped forward, sprinkling her blood upon the sigils, yet nothing happened. If even blood proved ineffective, how were they to enter? Xianjin and Xianling both paled in countenance. Chapter 83. The radiance within the lady's bosom. This was the heart of the celestial palace. Ningfan, Wanwan, Xianjin, and Xianling all believed that within the immortal formation lay astonishing treasures of fate. Yet, even Xianling's blood failed to carve a path through the formation. The siblings hung their heads in dejection, utterly at a loss. Forcing their way through was an impossibility. Such recklessness would be nothing short of courting death. Ningfan turned his gaze to Wanwan, contemplating whether to peer into the mysteries of the formation with his wheel of reincarnation pupils. But then he noticed the emergence of dual pupils within Wanwan's eyes, followed by the faintest curl of a knowing smile at the corners of her lips. In that moment, he understood all was assured. This immortal formation differs from those guarding ancient lands. The bloodline of the Flame Clan holds no sway here. Wanwan remarked with serene detachment as she strode toward the mystical array. Ningfan, unwavering in his trust toward his beloved, followed closely by her side. This is a trial formation, devoid of danger. Both of you may attempt it as well, Wanwan added. Upon hearing this, the despondency shrouding Xianjin and Xianling instantly dissipated, and they trailed behind Ningfan and Wanwan. Throughout their journey, having deftly evaded countless restrictions, the siblings had already witnessed the profound mysteries of the dual-pupiled gaze, leaving no room for doubt. Moments later, as Ningfan and Wanwan extended their hands to touch the celestial runes, they encountered resistance. Exert your utmost strength, and passage shall be granted. Wanwan let out a delicate yet resolute cry, as the majestic power of cosmic order surged from her entire being, with the flames of nirvana billowing forth. As expected, she parted the celestial runes and stepped into the divine formation. Upon Ningfan's figure, both thunderous radiance and blazing fire erupted simultaneously, and he too pushed aside the celestial runes, entering the formation. Xianjin and Xianling, the brother-sister duo, closely followed behind them. Within the divine formation, celestial runes stretched endlessly, densely packed. Each step forward required parting another layer of these sacred inscriptions. Ningfan and Wanwan had barely taken a dozen steps before encountering overwhelming resistance. The celestial runes ahead loomed as massive and immovable as celestial mountains, their weight insurmountable. As for Xianjin and Xianling, after merely 7 or 8 steps, their movements became agonizingly sluggish, their faces flushed crimson, unable to advance even half a step further. Retreat. To stubbornly press onward would only be a futile sacrifice of life. Xianjin spoke in a somber tone, though filled with immense reluctance. He knew when to stop. Ahead lay an expanse of celestial runes, densely packed and endless. The distance to traverse through this sea of divine inscriptions was still considerable. Even if he and Xianling were to stake their lives and exhaust every ounce of their strength, escape remained an impossibility, leaving them no choice but to concede. It seems the talents of us siblings are insufficient to pass the trial of this celestial array, Xianjin sighed, his hopes now resting solely upon Ningfan and Wanwan. Meanwhile, on Ningfan's side, a radiant glow emanated from Wanwan's chest, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming energy. By the heavens, light! Ningfan's eyes widened in astonishment. What man could resist the allure of a glowing chest? How he longed to remove his lady's garments and behold the source of this luminescence. The thought consumed his mind. Oh, how desperately he wished to see. Host, could you possibly be more indecent? What time is it now? What occasion is this? And you're still dwelling on such trivial matters. What do you even understand? This is sentimentality. What I seek is light. Ningfan murmured to himself. Subsequently, Wanwan gently pushed aside the celestial runes before her, advancing with measured grace. It was the glow of the supreme bone, its surging might parting the divine inscriptions. Wanwan possessed the supreme bone, while Ningfan bore the chaos immortal physique. The power of primordial chaos silently coalesced in Ningfan's palm as he followed a few steps behind Wanwan. Before long, the two had traversed several dozen paces, finally breaking through the barrier of celestial runes. Before Ningfan and Wanwan now stood an immortal platform. At its 4 corners, for distinct celestial flames surged: crimson lotus karmic fire, violet zenith heavenly fire, void starfire of the great beyond, and verdant earth mother flame. These are 4 supreme immortal flames, transcending the purple fiend sacred fire, heaven-melting sacred fire, and purgatory sacred fire by an immeasurable degree in their very essence, though they currently exist merely as nascent sparks. Frail and insignificant in power compared to those 3 sacred flames, with careful nurturing over time, each shall blossom into true immortal fire. Su Wanwan clenched her small fists, her eyes alight with a flash of exhilaration. Unlike the divine techniques and immortal artifacts she had encountered before, these four flames were what she truly sought. She ascended the immortal platform, and the four flames drifted toward her of their own accord, opening her arms. She welcomed them one by one as they merged into her being. Then, Su Wanwan settled upon the platform, subduing the immortal flames for her own use, while Ning Fan lay quietly beside her. Ding! The system detected that the female protagonist, Su Wanwan, had advanced to the 5th level of the Void Path realm. As a reward, the host's cultivation was elevated to the 8th level of the Void Path realm. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he stepped into the Supreme Path realm. Ning Fan mused silently. This was the lifelong pursuit of many ancient family patriarchs in the Eastern Wastelands. Yet he had achieved it effortlessly. If only he could see how Su Wanwan's chest glowed, that would be even better. Half a day later, Su Wanwan awoke from her meditative state, and the two descended from the platform, stepping out of the formation. Congratulations to both of you for obtaining such a world-shaking fortune, Xianjin remarked. Hardly world-shaking, just 4 flame seeds, Ning Fan replied indifferently, signaling Su Wanwan to reveal the 4 immortal flames. Given Xianjin and Xianling's limited knowledge, they failed to recognize these as supreme immortal flames. Sensing only weak fluctuations, they assumed they were merely ordinary innate sacred flames, still in their nascent state. Brother Ning, this is far too unfair to you, Xianjin said with genuine remorse, not daring to question Ning Fan's earlier words. Or perhaps he knew he had no right to doubt. First, the incinerating heaven's extinction diagram and the other half of the talisman seal had both been provided by Ning Fan. Second, neither he nor Xianling possessed the ability to conquer this trial immortal formation. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan had succeeded through their own strength. Whatever extraordinary fortune lay within had nothing to do with them. Thus, Xianjin harbored no suspicion, merely believing these 4 innate sacred flames to be of little value and feeling deeply indebted to Ning Fan. No need for guilt. Acquiring 4 flame seeds is still a decent gain, Ning Fan said dismissively. With nothing else of use remaining in the immortal palace, the 4 departed and retraced their steps. 2 days later, the many powerhouses of the Great Flame Dynasty sighed in relief upon seeing their return. None dared inquire about the fortune they had encountered. Unless Xianjin spoke of it voluntarily, it was not their place to ask. The group boarded the flying vessel and departed the valley. The moment they emerged from the immortal formation, they spotted a black airship hovering ominously in the sky. Noble subjects of the Great Yin Dynasty, surrender the treacherous couple Ning Fan and Su Wanwan to this crown prince, and I shall grant you safe passage. Should you refuse, prepare to share their wretched fate upon my blade. A sinister laughter echoed from the dark spacecraft. The countenances of Xianjin, Xianling, and numerous other formidable warriors of the Great Flame Dynasty instantly paled with dread. Upon that vessel stood 5 supreme experts of the extreme Dao realm. A formidable warrior of the Great Yin Dynasty, his face darkened with grim realization, murmured in a low voice, "Their strength far surpasses ours. Resistance is futile." Chapter 84. Defeat before the battle even begins. Chu Yunzhao. The sinister laughter emanating from the dark spacecraft was all too familiar to Ning Fan. It unmistakably belonged to Chu Yunzhao. All of Ning Fan's previous doubts now fell into place with crystalline clarity. The one who had issued the second bounty decree was none other than Chu Yunzhao himself. Brother Ning, do you bear some enmity with that Chu Yunzhao? Xianjin spoke in a low, solemn tone. The Great Flame Dynasty borders the Great Chu Dynasty. Not only do I recognize Chu Yunzhao, but I am also acutely aware of his narrow-minded and vindictive nature. He has long harbored intentions to kill me. Yet fate has denied him the opportunity. Ning Fan remained composed, standing steadfast at the bow of the ship with Su Wanwan, making no move to evade. With 5 Supreme Path Realm experts opposing us, victory is not entirely out of reach if the 2 Supreme Path Realm cultivators from the Great Flame Dynasty choose to intervene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air split with the sound of rushing figures as hundreds of silhouettes surged forth from the dark vessel, closing in swiftly. A booming laugh echoed across the sky. Haha. Ning Fan, as expected, you are aboard the Great Flame Dynasty's cloud ship. Chu Yunzhao burst into laughter, his face brimming with the exhilaration of vengeance, as though he had already personally torn Ning Fan limb from limb. The Cloud Azure Pavilion has my spies, he declared. The moment you departed, word reached me immediately. With the intelligence network of the Great Chu Dynasty at my disposal, tracking your whereabouts is effortless. Ning Fan's expression remained impassive as he spoke in an icy tone. Chu Yunzhao, have you forgotten the vow you once made? at the cost of the fate of the Chu dynasty and the destiny of the Chu bloodline. Your filial piety is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. Ning fan, watch closely. It will be the Toba, Gong, Wan, and Jiang families who slay you later. What does this have to do with our great Chu empire? Chu Yunzhao smiled triumphantly and said, among the elites of the 4 ancient noble families. Each has an ultimate realm powerhouse overseeing them. Killing Chu would be as easy as turning one's hand. Even if, by the remotest chance, someone from our great Chu dynasty were to slay you, what could possibly be done about it? Does breaking an oath inevitably bring divine retribution? Who has ever witnessed the heavens? And what power does the celestial realm truly hold over this throne? Chu Yunzhao gradually became intoxicated with his own arrogance. Ning Fan is an esteemed guest of our great Yin dynasty. I implore all of you. Before Jin could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Yunzhao. What kind of damn esteemed guest? Jin, I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your station. Ponder carefully. What weight do the 4 ancient noble houses truly hold? Chu Yunzhao sneered with icy severity. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, appearing to be in her late 20s. She had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Path realm. Come forth and face me in battle, she declared. The woman spoke coldly. Her words succinct and delivered with an air of superiority, her gaze fixed upon Ning Fan with an imposing demeanor. She had come specifically to assess Ning Fan's prowess, curious to determine whether his reputation for being extraordinary was indeed warranted. This woman was not to be underestimated. She was Toba Yinzhan, the unparalleled genius of the Toba Clan. Jin spoke in a deep voice, recognizing this woman, whose extraordinary talent and formidable strength were undeniable. Brother Ning, there is no need for concern. This temple would never abandon you and your wife. If necessary, we shall retreat to the ancient grounds. I appreciate Brother Xuanjin's heartfelt gesture. However, I am inclined to engage in a battle. Ning Fan shouted, and as his voice faded, his figure soared from the bow of the ship. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, piercing through the fabric of space. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Ning Fan raised his hand, and with a brilliant burst of thunderous light, he invoked the precious art of the Kunpeng, his hand resembling the claw of the mythical creature, as it struck toward the chest of Toba Yinran. Though it has not fully transformed into the complete form of the Kunpeng, this claw still possesses the power to annihilate a 9th-tier expert of the Void Realm. How dare you underestimate me so brazenly, courting your own demise? Toba Yinran let out an indignant snort, deliberately withholding the full might of her treasured technique, a blatant display of contempt. With that, she too invoked her treasured art, transforming into the legendary Philian, a divine beast with the body of a stag, the head of a sparrow, crowned with antlers, unleashing a tempest as sharp as blades. This was the power of a pure-blooded descendant, a technique capable of shaking the heavens. The Philian lowered its head, its antlers clashing violently against the Kunpeng's talons. Boom. The tumultuous lightning erupted suddenly, shattering the claws of the Kunpeng. Ning Fan's body trembled slightly as he retreated several yards. He had been somewhat careless. This woman possessed extraordinary treasures, and her strength was frighteningly formidable. In comparison to Toba Foam, she was akin to a mere star juxtaposed against the bright moon, separated by an insurmountable chasm. Ha ha ha, splendid. Just like that, eliminate Ning Fan. Chu Yunzhao laughed heartily, and the expressions of those around her transformed into playful mockery. The prodigious talent of the Toba family was indeed extraordinary. Her initial display of prowess was a testament to the sheer terror of her strength. The foremost prodigy among the disciples of the 3 great pavilions is, astonishingly, a conceited fool. You shall indeed pay the price for your arrogance. Toba Yin exclaimed coldly as the Philian bird opened its beak, emitting a piercing cry that unleashed dozens of razor-sharp blades of wind, hurtling towards Ning Fan with astonishing speed. This was her most formidable killing move, tearing through the fabric of space with incredible swiftness. Ning Fan's expression hardened. He had no time to fully invoke the Kunpeng treasure technique and could only cross his arms defensively in front of him. The sound of shredding fabric echoed as the wind blades tore through his treasured garment, causing blood to spray forth and leaving behind a multitude of gruesome wounds. Is he still alive? Toba Yinran felt a surge of panic. At such a close range, there was no time to deploy her treasured techniques, nor to summon her spiritual treasures for defense. Logically, she should have been cleaved into mere fragments of flesh. This individual possessed a unique constitution, boasting a physique as formidable as that of a pure-blooded being, managing to withstand the onslaught of the wind blade. What an audacious young man. It seems fortune is on your side. Toba Yinran remarked. It is you who knows not the immensity of heaven and earth. What makes you think you're qualified to challenge me? Ning Fan uttered it differently, his figure soaring into the sky, transforming into the colossal form of a Kunpeng, its wings spanning thousands of feet. His feathers, dark as the abyss, crackled with arcs of lightning as he circled above. Toba Yinran was momentarily stunned. How dare this brat speak with such audacity? The might of the Philian divine art is indeed somewhat unexpected, Ning Fan declared, his voice calm yet resolute. But this battle has barely begun, and your defeat is already foretold. His words carried not arrogance, but the certainty of absolute confidence. Insolent fool. Such brazen words. Toba Yinnan's fury ignited. Her body merging with the Philian divine art as two towering antlers surged toward the heavens. This strike was terrifying enough to shatter even falling stars. All the lightning gathered upon the Kunpeng's talons before descending with devastating force. Boom. Antlers clashed with talons, unleashing a deafening explosion. In the span of a mere blink, both antlers shattered. The next instant, the entire Philian form crumbled like withered wood, disintegrating into nothingness. How is this possible? Toba Yinnan's face paled, her eyes widening in horror. The Philian divine art was overpowered? Every member of the 4 ancient clans of the great Chu dynasty stood frozen, their pupils contracting in shock. None could comprehend. Just moments ago, Ning Fan had been utterly outmatched, his body lacerated by wind blades. Yet now he had obliterated the Philian divine art in a single strike. With no mercy in his heart, Ning Fan pressed the attack, the Kunpeng's talons descending relentlessly. Clang! A chilling sword cry pierced the sky as a frigid blade aura erupted. Crack! The Kunpeng's talon was severed, followed by one of its wings, both dissipating into dark blue radiance. Disaster! That's an immortal artifact. Aboard the flying vessel, Xian Jin's expression twisted in alarm, while Xian Ling's delicate features tensed with dread. Ching. In the next heartbeat, the slaughter immortal sword was unsheathed, unleashing a tide of blood-colored sword light. A terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from Ning Fan, coalescing into crimson Dao patterns that writhed like living serpents. Perish. The word had barely left his lips when Ning Fan lunged downward. The slaughter immortal sword aimed straight for Toba Yinnan's skull. You also wield an immortal sword? Toba Yinnan's face contorted in terror. As a fellow swordmaster, she instantly recognized the sheer lethality of this strike. With no time to think, she mustered every shred of her great Dao's order, channeling it into her own immortal sword as she met Ning Fan's blade head-on. Clang! The collision of the two swords unleashed a metallic roar that seemed capable of splitting the firmament. Countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted, fracturing the surrounding space. Crack! A brittle snap echoed. Toba Yinnan's immortal sword had been notched. In the Great Chu dynasty, all members of the 4 ancient clans heard a crisp snap, their brows twitching violently in unison. The next moment, under countless disbelieving gazes, the immortal sword in Toba Yinnan's hand shattered with a metallic clang, disintegrating into fragments. SSSSHHH. In an instant, blood splattered across the sky as Toba Yinnan was cleaved in half from head to toe. I was truly destined to fall. This was the final thought in Toba Yinnan's mind, her eyes brimming with resentment and regret. Her bisected body plummeted toward the molten sea below. For that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to freeze. The entire world plunged into an eerie silence. Save for Wanwan, every witness stood dumbstruck, too horrified to utter a word. None had ever imagined that Toba Yinnan, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Dao realm, would meet such a gruesome end at Ning Fan's hands. Even her immortal sword sundered in two. Just what tier of immortal artifact is that blood-red sword? Arc! A howl of utter madness erupted from the elder of the Toba Clan, a figure at the extreme Dao realm. His gray hair stood on end, his aged face contorted with fury and despair, his entire being consumed by frenzy. The loss of Toba Clan's supreme genius was a devastating blow. How could he ever face the clan's ancestors again? How could he explain this to his kin? He should never have let Toba Yinnan fight. Had he struck first and slain Ning Fan outright, none of this would have happened. In this moment, the Toba elder was consumed by bitter regret. But it was too late. Toba Yinnan was dead, and no amount of remorse could undo what had transpired. I'll kill you, the elder roared, surging with the power of the great Dao's origin. His figure blurred, moving with impossible speed. Only a fleeting afterimage remained. Ning Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly retreated. An extreme Dao realm expert, one who had grasped even a sliver of the great Dao's mysteries, stood a full tier above him. Direct confrontation was unthinkable. Just then, the system's prompt abruptly echoed in Ning Fan's mind. Ding! Before the system could speak further, a crimson spear shot forth, piercing through space. It streaked past Ning Fan, hurtling straight toward the Elder. Boom! The moment the spear collided with the Elder, a towering inferno erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave like raging tides crashing upon the shore. Ning Fan's pupils constricted sharply as he inwardly exclaimed, "My wife. She's broken through." System detects female lead Su. Wanwan has reached the 6th level of the Void Dao realm. Reward. Host cultivation ascends to the 9th level of the Void Dao realm. The system's mechanical voice resounded in his mind. The Crimson Spear had been too swift, only now could the system relay its message. In an instant, the power of the Great Dao's order within Ning Fan surged exponentially. Now at the 9th level of the Void Dao realm, Ning Fan felt a newfound confidence in facing an extreme Dao realm opponent. Bang! The Crimson Spear shot forth from the towering inferno like a blazing comet. Su Wanwan stepped forward, catching the weapon with both hands before taking her place beside Ning Fan. A tempestuous gale erupted from the heart of the flames, extinguishing the firestorm in an instant. Another immortal artifact. Yet even such treasures cannot save you both, roared the Elder of the extreme Dao realm, his figures surging forward. The power of the great Dao surged between his fingers, his hands transforming into razor-sharp talons, radiating a terrifying, cutting aura. Now, Ning Fan bellowed. The burning heaven annihilation diagram unfurled above them, unleashing a scorching wave of destruction. Boom! In an instant, the world transformed. A blazing sun scorched the heavens. Crimson clouds blotted the sky, volcanoes erupted in an unbroken chain, the earth split asunder, and rivers of molten lava surged forth. The landscape had become a living hell, materializing at terrifying speed. With a mere gesture, Ning Fan summoned a towering volcano hundreds of feet high and hurled it toward the Elder. Crash! The mountain shattered beneath the Elder's clawed strike. Yet another rose in its place, crashing down relentlessly. Enraged, the Elder drew a blade and slashed. Not mere slashes, but a storm of blade energy, tearing through space itself. Ning Fan swept both hands forward, conjuring 2 towering fire ridges 1,000 feet high to shield himself and Su Wanwan. Boom! 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 Yet even these colossal barriers lasted only a dozen breaths before crumbling to ash. At the same moment, the blazing sun descended, and a river of magma erupted from the earth. The scene was apocalyptic. No one beneath the extreme Dao realm could hope to survive this hellish domain. Kaboom! The sun split in half under the Elder's blade, but the surging river of molten fire swallowed him whole. He is not yet at the peak of the first stage of the extreme Dao realm. Together, with the divine Phoenix art, we can fight him, Su Wanwan declared. Screech! Screech! 2 phoenixes, 1 male, 1 female manifested, their combined might unleashing an overwhelming, explosive force. Ning Fan and Su Wanwan fighting side by side was no mere sum of their strengths. The divine Phoenix Art's power multiplied several times over. Moments later, as the Elder tore free from the magma, the twin phoenixes descended upon him. This clash was ferocious. Even the Elder struggled to shatter their forms. Elders of the 3 great clans. Act now. Kill Ning Fan. We cannot allow this threat to persist, Chu Yinzhao urged, his gaze darting toward the 3 extreme Dao experts from the Jiang, Wan, and Gong families. Chapter 86. Escape is no longer an option. The 3 powerhouses moved at once. Aboard the Great Flame Dynasty's airship, Xianjin and Xianling's expressions darkened. Save Ning Fan. Xianjin issued an order, indicating the discord between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Great Chu Dynasty, while Bao Ningfan sought to protect himself, especially as he was a disciple of the Yunsong Pavilion. 2 formidable experts from the Great Yin Dynasty intervened, blocking the experts from the Jiang and Wan families. Simultaneously, several 9th-level Void Realm powerhouses surged toward Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. Boom! An Elder from the Gong family struck, intricate runes swirling around his fingertips, as the primal force of the Great Dao surged forth, forcefully engaging. At the same time, an Elder from the Toba family unleashed his full power, creating a deafening spectacle. The 2 divine phoenixes were momentarily repelled, their forms nearly shattered by the combined might of the 2 elders. Stay back. Retreat. Ning Fan commanded the approaching experts from the Great Yin Dynasty, aware that although their strength was formidable, lacking celestial artifacts, celestial techniques, or unparalleled treasures meant they could not withstand even a single strike from a Dao realm expert. Approaching would be tantamount to courting death. The male and female divine phoenixes lunged forward once more, exploding into a dazzling array of flames at the sound of a thunderous crash. Buzz. The heaven-burning annihilation diagram descended. A celestial artifact unleashing terrifying power, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Bang! In the moment, the heaven-burning annihilation diagram was sent flying. A blood-red sword aura and a crimson spear, stretching 100 feet, tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the two elders. Bang! Bang! Two resounding blasts echoed as the blood-red sword aura shattered, and the crimson spear was repelled. The primal force of the Great Tao was entirely on a different level than the Order of the Tao, representing a dimensional assault. Faced with a Tao realm expert, Ning Fan and Su Wanwan could still contend due to the might of their celestial artifacts, celestial techniques, and unparalleled treasures. However, with the two elders from the Gong and Toba families joining the fray, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Ha ha ha, Ning Fan, rest assured. On the road to the underworld, you two shall not be alone. It won't be long before the entirety of the Ning family comes to find you. Chiyunzhao sneered. Believing that merely killing Ning Fan and Su Wanwan would not suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance, he aimed to annihilate the entire Ning family. No. Perhaps all the members of the Ning family are already awaiting you on the road to the underworld. Ning Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Although he held little affection for the majority of the Ning family, Ning Xiao and Su Lanyi had raised him for 3 years. Within Ning Fan's residence, there were also several lovely and charming maidservants. He regretted not disregarding the rules of the Yunsong Pavilion and directly eliminating Chu Yunzhao in the ancient secret realm to avenge Yanran. The elder from the Toba family bellowed, unleashing his treasured technique, transforming into a phoenix, its wings stirring a fierce tempest, carrying a force capable of rending the heavens asunder. Husband, I will deal with him, Su Wanwan proclaimed, her breathtaking beauty now tinged with fury. Having recognized Ning Fan as her husband, his parents had naturally become hers as well. Boom. Upon the crimson spear appeared the flames of the red lotus, the purple extreme sky fire, the void star fire, and the earth mother's azure fire. The 4 divine flames were still feeble, yet no longer mere nascent sparks. Within Su Wanwan's body, the violet malevolent sacred flame, the heaven-melting profound flame, and the purgatory true flame, 3 innate sacred fires, had utterly vanished. She had used these 3 primordial flames as nourishment, catalyzing a metamorphosis in the state of the 4 sacred fires. In an instant, the aura emanating from Su Wanwan surged dramatically. A crimson spear pierced through the heavens, its trajectory infused with the combined might of the 4 divine flames, tearing through the tempestuous winds as it lunged toward the elder of the Toba Clan. Ding. System detects female protagonist Su Wanwan's cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Void Path realm. Host rewarded with ascension to the extreme Tao realm. The moment the system's notification echoed in Ning Fan's mind, Su Wanwan, gripping her spear, channeled the incinerating immortal art to its limits and clashed with the Toba elder. Boom. A conflagration erupted skyward before exploding in a dazzling spectacle. The spear's divine edge pierced through the talons of the phoenix, shattering swathes of its iridescent plumage, leaving the onlookers aghast. The Toba elder's face twisted in alarm as he summoned an ancient seal, weathered, rusted, and missing a corner. A fractured immortal artifact. It surged forth to meet the spear's tip. Clang. The metallic resonance reverberated across the firmament, sending both combatants reeling. Su Wanwan coughed blood. Her delicate form flung back dozens of yards, grievously wounded by the elder's Tao source power. Yet the terrifying divine flames had already engulfed the shattered seal, licking toward the elder's body. Aya! A harrowing shriek tore through the air as the Toba elder discarded the seal, but not before the flames had consumed his arms, reducing flesh to cinders in mere blinks, leaving only skeletal remains. Desperate, he conjured twin wind blades, severing both limbs at the shoulders lest the inferno reduce his entire body to ash. The severed arms disintegrated midair. At that moment, the elder of the Gong clan materialized abruptly above Su Wanwan. His palm descended, inscribed with intricate Tao patterns. Erupting in blinding golden radiance, a treacherous strike aimed at ending her life. Shine. A blood-red sword aura streaked past Su Wanwan, its keening hell piercing the heavens as it targeted the Gong elder. Boom. Tao pattern shattered. Golden light dispersed. The elder's face contorted in shock as his body convulsed violently. Fingers and palm gushing blood. A single sword aura had wounded him? Extreme Tao realm? How is this possible? The Gong elder's mind reeled, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Chu Yunzhao and the other powerhouses of the great Chu dynasty, along with the 4 ancient clans, watched in stunned horror. What in the world just happened? The triumphant sneer on Chu Yunjiao's face froze, his comprehension failing to grasp the unfolding spectacle. Brother Ning, we can withdraw now, Xianjin shouted. And he and Xianling once again used their own blood essence to create a breach in the celestial array. This was no small sacrifice for the brother and sister duo. Even if the formidable forces from the great Chu dynasty and the 4 ancient families pursued them into the celestial array, as long as they ascended to that ancient land, they could seize an absolute advantage. For those unfamiliar with that ancient territory, the omnipresent and terrifying restrictions would spell disaster. There was no longer any need for such measures. Ning Fan spoke indifferently, his gaze frigid, exuding an aura of murderous intent that was astonishing. Before the celestial array, Xianjin, Xianling, and the numerous powerful figures from the great Yin dynasty were momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by there was no longer any need? Did Ning Fan not wish to flee, but rather to confront the forces of the great Chu dynasty and the 4 ancient families in a life-or-death struggle? At that moment, Ning Fan's figure flickered, and he appeared beside Su Wanwan. Once again, I shall protect you. Chapter 87. The Master's Fury in an Instant. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Fan moved, his figure darting forth, the sword of celestial slaughter in hand, carving a streak of bloodlight through the air. The elder from the Gong family's expression changed drastically. This young man's speed was unparalleled, rendering his sword techniques almost invisible. In a moment of desperation, he drew a long sword and unleashed a flurry of golden sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. As Ning Fan approached, all the golden sword chi shattered into fragments. Clang. The clash of blades produced a sound as crisp as shattering gold and stone, and the elder's long sword broke in response. In the next instant, blood gushed forth as the sword of celestial slaughter sliced through the elder's chest, cleaving him in two. With a swift motion, Ning Fan vanished again, appearing before the elder of the Toba family. Swish! A flash of crimson sword light erupted, and a head was sent soaring, blood spraying like a column, effortlessly. In that moment, all present widened their eyes in shock, gasping in horror, their souls trembling. 2 Supreme Realm experts had met a tragic end in mere blinks of an eye. Even Su Wanwan, a reincarnated being of quasi-immortal emperor caliber, was struck with astonishment. Had Ning Fan suddenly ascended to the Supreme Realm? She had forcibly elevated her own level, nurturing celestial fire with 3 types of innate sacred flames, and only then achieved the 7th level of the virtual realm. Yet, it appeared as though Ning Fan had effortlessly reached the Supreme Realm without any apparent effort. Even with her past experience as a quasi-immortal emperor, she found this utterly inconceivable. Her seemed to lose its effectiveness. Unable to discern how Ning Fan had accomplished such a feat, the 2 Supreme Realm experts from the Jiang and Wan families simultaneously retreated, their expressions filled with dread. Fearing that when they engaged with the powerful figures of the great Yin dynasty, Ning Fan would come forth and cleave them in half. Swish! A sound of breaking air resonated as Ning Fan disregarded the other 2 Supreme Realm experts and directly charged towards Chu Yunjiao. Stop him. Quickly block him. Kill him. With a piercing cry, Chu Yunjiao felt a surge of panic as he saw Ning Fan charging toward him. Ning Fan remained indifferent, uttering not a word. And with a swift sweep of the sword of immortal slaying, a crimson sword aura stretching 1,000 zhang surged forth. In an instant, dozens of bodies were cleaved in half, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Bloodstains marred Ning Fan's body, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Palpable and terrifying, akin to an unrivaled deity of death. This murderous aura was so formidable that even seasoned generals, those who had emerged from the blood-soaked battlefields, could not compare to its sheer purity and dreadfulness. He had mastered the art of slaughter, wielding the essence of killing with utmost control. Within the ancient secret realm of Yunsong Pavilion, I refrain from killing you. Yet do you truly believe I cannot end your life? He demanded of Chu Yunjiao. When did you send someone to assassinate the Ning family? Chu Yunjiao remained silent, his gaze fixated on a withered old man clad in gray beside him. Old ghost. Why do you not act to eliminate Ning Fan? Chu Yunjiao ordered sternly. Your Highness, you swore an oath, the gray-robed elder began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chu Yunjiao. To hell with your oaths. If you do not act now, I shall lose my life. His face contorted with rage and venomous intent, he declared. Even if it costs the fortune of the great Chu dynasty, I shall ensure Ning Fan meets his demise. Very well, the gray-robed elder sighed. Stepping forward as an ominous power surged forth from him, a colossal ghostly claw materialized, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Sixth layer of the extreme Tao realm. Ning Fan's expression shifted. The vast disparity in their realms enough to crush him. He had not anticipated such a terrifying elder lurking beside Chu Yunjiao, so gaunt and concealed that none had detected his presence. He merely tested the waters, unleashing a blood-red sword aura, yet it left no mark upon the ghostly hand. Husband. Wanwan's face turned pale. Do not approach. Fly to that ancient land, Ning Fan commanded. A mysterious brilliance flashing in his eyes as the power of the primordial chaos coalesced in his grasp. He was reluctant to invoke the eye of reincarnation and the primordial immortal body, but now he was compelled to fight desperately, though even with such measures. Facing a sixth-layer extreme Tao realm expert left him feeling uncertain. You shall not escape. All of you shall perish before me, Chu Yunjiao bellowed, having expended countless treasures to keep the old ghost by his side. Just then, a streak of azure sword energy descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and the void, striking the ghostly hand. In an instant, that massive hand hovering above Ning Fan disintegrated without a sound. Righteous Chi. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, elation surging within him. Who is it? Who dares to hide above the clouds? Show yourself, the gray-robed elder commanded. In the next moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the clouds, exuding an ethereal aura, imbued with an otherworldly grace. An immortal? The elderly figure in a gray robe was struck with terror, his frail body quivering in response. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, transforming into a shadowy specter as he darted away. To the formidable beings entering the celestial realm, taking his life would be as effortless as extinguishing that of a mere mortal. Suddenly, a green bamboo branch shot forth with such velocity that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, piercing through the old man's body. Not a drop of blood was spilled. Instead, the gray-robed elder abruptly halted, vitality extinguished, plummeting straight into the sea of molten lava below. Chu Yunjiao stood frozen in place. Master, when did you arrive? Ning Fan exclaimed with delight. Meng Ku had acted just a moment too late. His primordial celestial body and reincarnation I could not remain concealed before Su Wanwan. I have just arrived, Meng Ku replied nonchalantly, concealing the truth of his vigilant presence, having silently followed and protected Ning Fan and Su Wanwan. He had hidden amongst the clouds while they departed from the celestial formation aboard the Grandyan dynasty's vessel. Retreat. A powerful figure from the Jiang family commanded sharply. Meng Ku merely gestured, and a streak of azure sword energy surged forth, penetrating the body of the Jiang family's formidable warrior. Sealing his fate as that of the gray-robed elder. Did this sect head permit your departure? Meng Ku demanded, an unusual flicker of anger surfacing on his otherwise tranquil visage. The Chu dynasty, along with the Jiang, Wan, Gong, and Toba families. Knowing full well that Ning Fan and Su Wanwan were disciples of the Qingzhou Peak of the Yunsong Pavilion, still dared to send their strongest to ambush them, showing utter disdain for Qingzhou Peak. Had it been the unparalleled prodigies of the Qingyun Peak of the Yunsong Pavilion, the Chu dynasty and the four illustrious ancient families would not have been so audacious. For years, this sect head had wandered the world, detached from worldly affairs. Yet you presume that my disciples of Qingzhou Peak are mere fodder for your slaughter? Meng Ku's voice thundered, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Ning Fan relaxed entirely, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed that his master had ignited a genuine fury, on the brink of unleashing a wave of carnage.